Welcome to part 2. You'll definitely love this one because things are just getting started. Subscribe to Far East Stories for more exciting stories like this one. Enjoy. Following the direction indicated by the pointer, when you led everyone towards the center of Che Town. The direction given by the pointer happened to be the Che Town Hospital. No wonder this key hasn't been used. It turns out it was here, Zhang Pengfei, standing beside Wen Yu, exclaimed. Here was the territory of the Corpse King. Let's go, let's take a look further ahead. As Wen Yu moved closer with the pointer, it began to shake erratically, and he finally stopped. This is it. Looking at the Che Town Hospital in front of him, Wen Yu couldn't help but sigh. This was right at the main entrance of the hospital. Just as Wen Yu was fiddling with the pointer in his hand, a prompt sound flashed through his mind. Ding, entrance to the treasure land detected. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, Wen Yu silently thought, open. With his response, the pointer suddenly burst open, and the space in front of him rippled. A silver light shot straight into the sky. Wen Yu was dazzled by the burst of silver light from the treasure land, and after struggling to adjust, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. What appeared before everyone was an entrance to a treasure land, but it was extraordinarily large. With a diameter of nearly 100 meters, it continuously emitted a silver glow. Wen Yu had to tilt his head back to barely see the vortex in the middle of the treasure land entrance. This, Zhang Pengfei stared in shock at the entrance to the treasure land, then turned to glance at Wen Yu. Given the scale of this entrance, all the living people in Che Town could see it. That was a waste of his 2 magic crystals. Wen Yu managed to suppress his astonishment, glanced at Zhang Pengfei and the others behind him, and directly moved towards the entrance. With a flash of light, Wen Yu's figure disappeared. Son Ruixing, who was behind, also ignored everyone else and followed Wen Yu into the treasure land. Seeing the quick reactions of Wen Yu and Son Ruixing, Zhang Pengfei quickly reacted as well, directing the other professionals behind him to queue up and enter. For a treasure land of this level, the number of people it could accommodate was definitely considerable. Wen Yu entered first, simply to seize the opportunity. As the dizziness from the teleportation gradually faded, Wen Yu slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a circular light barrier emitting a white glow, resembling a large egg, completely wrapping Wen Yu inside. The space was small, only allowing Wen Yu to fit in. He moved his body slightly, feeling no sense of restraint, but when he poked the light wall in front of him, there was considerable resistance. Alone, he simply couldn't get out. At the same time, a prompt sound echoed in Wen Yu's ears. Ding, welcome survivor to the Super Treasure Land. This treasure land is competitive. All survivors entering the treasure land are in a competitive relationship. When survivors need to leave the treasure land, please crush the teleportation jade, silently think of teleporting, and you will be directly teleported out of the treasure land. After this sentence was finished, a simple jade pendant directly fell in front of Wen Yu. This should be the teleportation jade. Grabbing the teleportation jade, Wen Yu cautiously placed it into his spatial ring. Then there was no more sound. Wen Yu waited left and right, and after about 3 minutes he finally couldn't hold back any longer. What's going on? Where's the Guardian? Where's the Guardian? Just leave me here. Is this big shell the Super Treasure Land? Wen Yu's words echoed back and forth in the big egg. He was in until a lazy voice rang in his ears. I'm here, stop yelling, you're about to drive me crazy. How can someone so impatient become part of the sequence? I can't even sleep in peace. As soon as the voice fell, a silver-haired youth directly squeezed into the big egg and stood in front of Wen Yu. About 15 years old, his hair was a dazzling silver sprinkled with a bit of glow, and he had large silver rings hanging from his ears, nose, and even lips, paired with shiny golden clothing. He looked just like a shamate youth. Wen Yu looked up and down at the treasure land guardian in front of him, noticing the kid yawning widely, and Wen Yu's expression immediately turned unpleasant. By the way, is this how all you treasure land guardians behave? Do you even realize you're trampling on your own professional ethics? The shamate youth completely ignored Wen Yu's sarcasm, waving his hand, and the big egg suddenly expanded more than twice its size. Then he pulled out a large chair from the space in front of him and sat comfortably down. Get to the point, I don't have time to waste on these nonsense questions. I'm a busy person and seeing you is purely because you're part of the sequence. At this point, Wen Yu finally understood. These treasure land guardians were nothing but a bunch of bureaucratic lords. If it weren't for the restraint of the sovereign, these guys wouldn't care about any sequence at all. Ignoring this incompetent treasure land guardian, Wen Yu directly asked, "What's going on now? Why can't I get out?" The guardian looked at Wen Yu with disdain and said, "Of course, it's because you're not ready yet. There are still people who haven't come in. How could I let you out? Who else are you waiting for? This is the highest tier super treasure land. How could it open just for you? You're just a bit lucky to have gotten the treasure land key. Just wait a little longer, it will be soon." Hearing the guardian's words, Wen Yu fell silent. After pondering for a long time, Wen Yu simply uttered a few words. "How many? How many what?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, the guardian's expression turned serious. Seeing the guardian's reaction, Wen Yu couldn't help but smile. He guessed right. "What I mean is, how many sequences are there?" From the way Wen Yu could call out a treasure land controller with just his shouting, it was clear that the authority of the sequence within the treasure land was quite high. Ordinary people had no need to keep Wen Yu, who was part of the sequence, waiting. The only ones who could make Wen Yu wait were humans of the same sequence. The silver-haired guardian looked at Wen Yu's affirming expression, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Not bad, at least you have a bit of a brain. You're not wasting the title of a sequence. As for those who have entered, counting you, there are already 3 sequences. So, what other information can you divulge to me?" After a moment of contemplation, the silver-haired guardian slowly opened his mouth. "The information isn't much. Let me briefly talk about the relationships between the sequences. There's not much information, but let me briefly explain the situation regarding the sequences. The so-called sequences are, in fact, an honor and benefit granted after evaluation by large-scale and above treasure land guardians. You should already know this. However, in the early stages, when the strength of the sequences is generally weak, it is not uncommon for one to achieve explosive growth in strength due to a slight opportunity. Therefore, before level 5, all sequences are actually not ranked by number, and their authority in the treasure land is the same. To ensure fair competition among sequences, we treasure land guardians will not disclose any information about the trials when multiple sequences are competing against each other. Furthermore, whenever sequences meet in the treasure land, we treasure land guardians will reassign their numbers. Your title as Sequence 2 will here become the prey of all sequences. Oh, another sequence has entered. So far there are 4 sequences: Sequence 2, Sequence 7, Sequence 18, and Sequence 23. Just a reminder, since you obtained your sequence earlier, I can't personally assess your combat capability. However, I am quite familiar with Sequence 18, and he's a terrifying guy. I hope you can keep your sequence title until the end of the treasure land. By then, I'll find you to chat." The silver-haired guardian briefly spoke about the issue of sequences before turning and directly diving out of the giant egg, leaving Wen Yu deep in thought. Wen Yu simply digested the silver-haired guardian's words, turned, and sat in the large chair left by the guardian, then shouted loudly into the air. "Hey, is there any drink? Bring me a bottle." As soon as he finished speaking, a bottle of Jiajuaba was thrown right at Wen Yu's forehead and was caught by him in one swift motion. At the same time, the silver-haired guardian's voice rang out again. "Take advantage of the privilege while you can. Another sequence has come in, and this time your troubles are not small." Wen Yu shrugged and ignored the guardian's warning, squinting his eyes and reclining in the chair to rest. "There are already 5 sequences. I wonder how many more will come in. This is getting interesting." Wen Yu wanted to see just how far the current peak fighting strength of humanity could go. In the capital of Huaxia, Beijing City, violent gunfire erupted, and the sound of artillery roared through the sky. Just yesterday, the central, eastern, and northern battle zones, 3 of the 5 major battle zones in Huaxia, had completed their initial convergence. With over 1 million troops remaining, they launched a fierce attack against the symbol of Huaxia, the millennia-old ancient capital, Beijing City. The strategy set by the upper leadership was to start with Beijing City and gradually reclaim the lost territories nationwide. The strategic objective could not be allowed to fail. Thus, even though there were still hundreds of thousands of survivors left in Beijing City, in the eyes of the upper echelons, they were merely a necessary sacrifice to achieve the strategic goal. The first to begin were missiles from the 2nd Artillery Corps. After various missiles of different ranges and powers destroyed all strategic targets, the real war mode of the apocalypse began. Countless already transitioned soldiers, armed with various individual weapons, launched a sweep against the remaining zombies. This was a feast of slaughter and harvest. Faced with modern high-tech weapons and advanced warfare modes, zombies and a few mutated creatures were utterly powerless. In the combat command center, a spirited elderly man sat in the main seat, analyzing the battlefield situation displayed before him. A nearby staff officer was explaining the next steps of action step by step. "By the way, where's our war god?" His voice was slightly hoarse, but the power and authority it conveyed were not to be underestimated. This was the current supreme leader of the 3 major military districts, Lin Heifeng. A sharp-looking female officer in military uniform briskly replied, "The Lord of War entered Beijing City a few days ago, apparently to gather survivors. Accompanying the Lord of War are No 2, No 5, and No 9. Hearing the female officer's words, Lin Heifeng frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, a middle-aged man in military uniform, sitting upright, spoke out indignantly. Do these people have no discipline? They are the strongest combat forces in the military. How can they go missing before a major battle? I said we should select super soldiers from the military, not from these civilians. It wasn't that the middle-aged soldier had any objections. It was merely a conflict between military discipline and civilian temperament. Hey, Colonel Wang, no need to say more. Young folks with strength and a bit of personality is a good thing, and the current situation doesn't require them to step in. Number 3, you take number 8 and number 10 to the front lines for reinforcement. If any individual zombies or mutated creatures with overwhelming combat power appear, you are responsible for dealing with them. The 3 soldiers immediately stood up, saluted in a very standard military manner, and walked out of the combat command center. Wait, Lin Heifeng called out to the few who were about to leave, turned his head and looked out the window. Outside, it was completely empty. You don't need to go to the front lines for now. Instead, head 30 kilometers north. In 10 minutes, a super treasure land will appear there. Understood. The 3 super soldiers from the military respectfully saluted and quickly moved in the direction pointed out by Lin Heifeng. Those in the combat command center were not surprised by this scene. It was Commander Lin's professional skill. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Commander Lin could control all the forces of Huaxia's military, definitely not relying solely on charisma and personal ability. In the United Kingdom, London, the entrance to the treasure land suddenly appeared in the city of London. Zombies near the entrance seemed completely unaware of it, continuing to wander aimlessly, until a towering figure, like a heavy tank, charged directly into the zombie horde. It was a handsome man with golden hair, clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive sword, resembling a knight straight out of a medieval movie. The blade's edge shimmered, and the massive sword swept across the zombie horde wildly, scattering severed limbs across the ground. The world fell silent. The golden-haired man hoisted the giant sword and walked directly toward the treasure land entrance. In Huaxia, Kunlun Mountains, in a dilapidated little village. As the treasure land opened, a solitary figure slowly made his way toward the treasure land entrance. Behind him lay a ground littered with the charred corpses of mutated insect beasts. If viewed from a god's perspective, as when you opened the super treasure land, a huge entrance to the treasure land was revealed, and at the same time, over 100 entrances unexpectedly opened up. Even though some entrances appeared in remote areas, there were still nearly 1,000 people entering the treasure land. Countless professionals, whether they were ranked or unranked but equally powerful, surged into the super treasure land opened by Wen Yu. This was a competition among the strong, a ruthless elimination match targeting the ranked. About 10 minutes later, Wen Yu suddenly felt the space he was in tremble. Then he began free-falling directly. Wen Yu was startled, causing him to spill the drink he was holding. What's going on? As he looked down, the speed of his descent increased, yet he could see nothing below. They can't just let me die from the fall, right? Wen Yu didn't have to worry for long. Within 30 seconds, as the pressure from above grew stronger, the big egg surrounding him slowed down, then came to a stop. Following that, the light wall of the big egg became increasingly blurred before slowly disappearing. Splash! With the sound of falling into water, Wen Yu and the big chair landed directly in the vast ocean. Damn it! As Wen Yu's body began to float up, a helpless voice escaped his lips. Just as the light membrane disappeared, Wen Yu had already observed the surrounding environment. Apart from the ocean beneath him, a giant island was clearly visible in the distance. Wen Yu had no way to avoid this anticipated fall into the water. Fortunately, he was a good swimmer, and as a second-tier professional, drowning in seawater would truly be a tragic fate. Wen Yu exerted force with his limbs, propelled by great strength, he shot straight toward the distant island like a sword. If he guessed correctly, the trial and treasure were on that island. At the same time, Wen Yu fell into the water, nearly 1,000 similar light membranes crashed into the ocean surrounding the island. As the professionals inside poked their heads out, everyone began making their way toward the island not far away, varying in speed. The moment Wen Yu officially stepped onto the island, a clear prompt sound echoed in his ears. Ding, welcome survivor to the super treasure land. This place is the site of the first stage of the treasure land trial, Demon Island. The first stage trial mission is now announced. The first stage trial mission is the temptation of the demon. 10 minutes later, the treasure land trial will officially begin. After the trial starts, one survivor on Demon Island will be selected as the treasure holder. The treasure is Pandora's box. Each time the trialist opens the box, they will obtain a large amount of treasure. The more times it is opened, the better the quality of the treasure. The next opening will be 30 minutes after the last one. But please note, after the last opening of the box, everyone in the treasure land will be forced into the second stage, and the teleportation jade cannot be used to exit the second stage. The number of times the box can be opened is unknown. Survivors, please control your desires. The end of greed is destruction. Radars will be distributed to all participants. The radar will show the current location of Pandora's box. There are no other life forms on Demon Island. Please strive for your own opportunity. Just as the voice faded, a different sound echoed in Wen Yu's ear. Ding, detected that you are the highest-ranked survivor currently in the Treasure Land. The Treasure Land Guardian has designated you as the holder of Pandora's box. As the voice finished, two beams of light appeared before Wen Yu. One was a translucent watch, which appeared on Wen Yu's right wrist upon contact. On it, a pointer spun back and forth, and a large light point appeared at Wen Yu's location. That was the location of Pandora's box. Wen Yu's expression turned grim. With this scanning radar, as long as he held the box, he would be completely exposed. The other beam of light naturally was Pandora's box. Grabbing this love-hate item, Wen Yu flipped open the box lid. Ding, please note the trial has not yet begun and Pandora's box is currently inoperable. Damn, this is going to be the end of me. Wen Yu cursed bitterly, then began examining Pandora's box in his hand. The box was small, only the size of a palm, with intricate and mysterious patterns, giving it an air of luxury and nobility. But the more beautiful the item, the more deadly it can be. Wen Yu conducted a simple test and discovered that Pandora's box could not be stored in the spatial ring. Looking at the treasure before him, Wen Yu fell into deep thought. Ah, this little thing is troublesome. With a sigh, Wen Yu made a decision. It was unrealistic to want to monopolize all the treasures. He had no confidence to face 4 or more ranked professionals, along with countless unknown powerful beings. However, if someone wanted to take his things, they must pay the price. The ruthless glint in Wen Yu's eyes intensified as he directly activated the second soul realm and summoned the Cyclops. Prepare for battle. This time we're going all out. There was an increasing murderous intent in Wen Yu's tone. The opportunities of the super treasure land must not be missed. The Cyclops sensed the killing intent in Wen Yu's words, shaking its massive body. Not far away, figures flickered. Although the trial had not yet begun, there were no restrictions on the survivors' actions on Demon Island. Survivors with radars had already surrounded Wen Yu from all directions. I'll go left, you go right. Let's each kill 10 and drag the bodies back. Hearing Wen Yu's command, the Cyclops dashed to the right. With a body quality of 25 points, the Cyclops was nearly invincible on this island. And Wen Yu, already in battle mode, was even more terrifying. Like a whirlwind, Wen Yu's figure vanished in an instant, and then a shockwave surged from his position toward the left. Slash! With the sound, Wen Yu's figure reappeared 100 meters to the left. Before him stood a dazed professional who didn't realize a blood line appeared on their forehead until it was too late. As a gust of wind blew past, the professional's body fell to the ground, cleanly cut in half. Hissing, the professionals behind him gasped in cold shock upon witnessing this scene, no longer daring to take a step forward, until Wen Yu's gaze shifted towards this group of people. The items are right here with me, but you heard the warning sound, right? As Wen Yu slowly moved forward, his cold voice echoed. The warning sound has already told you that the end of greed is destruction. No, I misspoke. You trash don't even have the qualification to be greedy, yet you want to gain benefits from me. In your next life, don't be human. It's too tiring for you. Just go be a pig. As Wen Yu's voice grew louder, his killing intent also intensified. Finally, he suddenly exerted force in his legs and raised the slaughter knife directly at these professionals. Run! It was unknown who among them finally reacted, realizing that this super-strong individual was not preparing to negotiate or compromise, but was directly launching a massacre, shouting crazily. This shout finally awakened most of the professionals. Some crazily retreated while others, far from Wen Yu, directly took out the teleportation jade and escaped from the treasure land. However, some were blinded by greed or mistakenly believed they had the strength to battle Wen Yu, charging fiercely towards him. The bloody massacre thus commenced. Wen Yu wielded the steel knife and charged towards the closest professional. First, it was as if a call from hell. Before this professional could draw his weapon, the steel knife in Wen Yu's hand was already resting at his neck. The immense force directly severed the head from the body, and then, second, another level 2 professional had already reached Wen Yu's back. But this individual, who had clearly just advanced to level 2, didn't even have the qualification to draw a blade in front of Wen Yu, getting directly cleaved in half. Save me, save me. Being cut in half wasn't enough to kill this professional immediately, but the sensation of nearing death was even more terrifying, so horrifying that this professional began to wail loudly. The wails startled the remaining individuals. Those who had wanted to attack Wen Yu immediately halted in their tracks and then turned to flee. But it was already too late. Don't rush to run. You're the third, the call from hell echoed in the ears of the slowest professional, followed by intense pain as a steel knife pierced directly through his chest from behind, causing him to scream out in agony. Unfortunately, Wen Yu had no intention of showing mercy. Seeing another professional in panic pulling out the teleportation jade, Wen Yu sprang forward, and with a steel knife still lodged in one professional, he thrust it again, directly impaling this professional. The two professionals facing each other were lifted into the air by Wen Yu. Fourth, with a forceful twist of his right hand on the steel knife, a hole the size of a head was opened in both professionals, with one already dead and the other spitting blood, staring vacantly at Wen Yu. With a kick, Wen Yu crushed the head of the living professional and then chased after the remaining fleeing individuals. "You all leave, down!" Wen Yu's roar echoed through the sky. Ahead, more and more professionals attracted by the Pandora's box surrounded Wen Yu, 5th, 6th, 7th, 12th. As Wen Yu's speed gradually increased, so did his speed in killing. Until suddenly, someone caught the steel knife in his hand. Oh! Wen Yu hadn't reached a killing frenzy yet. Upon seeing the strong individual suddenly appear, he took 2 steps back. The one who caught Wen Yu's steel knife was a young man in military uniform. Interesting sequence. Wen Yu looked at the military man with a half-smile. With neat short hair and a straight posture, it was clear he was a professional soldier. Behind him stood 2 similarly dressed professionals. And behind the 3, a large group of people stared at Wen Yu in fear, as if looking at a monster. The military man looked at the corpses littered on the ground, then at the blood-stained Wen Yu, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, Sequence 29, don't you think your actions have gone too far? These people were already trying to flee, why not let them go? Ha, a do-gooder! Wen Yu's indifferent mocking laughter rang out, ignoring the military man's questioning and directly beheading the corpses on the ground. Picking up a head from the ground, Wen Yu directly said to the military man, "Since you can catch my knife, you naturally have the qualification to participate in this competition. Follow me." After saying that, Wen Yu began to collect the heads on the ground. The military man, also known as Sequence 29, looked at Wen Yu with rage but didn't move. Just now, receiving Wen Yu's blade had already left his right hand numb, and his soul trembled violently, even now still struggling to control his bodily reactions. "By the way, help me carry a few. With so many, I can't manage them all." Directly handing the heads of 3 individuals to the military man, under the increasingly unpleasant expression on the military man's face, Wen Yu forcibly stuffed them into his arms. "Let's go." Wen Yu took a string of heads and walked towards the place he had just separated from the one-eyed creature. When Wen Yu arrived at the place, the one-eyed creature was gnawing hungrily on the corpses on the ground. The blood and flesh of professionals had a stronger effect on the growth of the mutated beast. So even though most of the corpses on the ground were of level 1 professionals, they still had a strengthening effect on the one-eyed creature. "Let's see 1, 2, 327. Enough." Hearing Wen Yu's indifferent tone as he counted the corpses on the ground, the military man finally couldn't hold back. "You're truly a madman." Hearing the military man's furious yet mocking tone, Wen Yu turned his head and coldly looked at him. "You're mistaken. According to your logic, I'm a powerful madman. Note that being powerful is the key." After a slight pause, Wen Yu continued, "Looking at you, you must be a soldier. Given that you could take my blow, I didn't kill you, but don't ever try to challenge my bottom line. As for those on the ground, it's not that I killed them. They died because of their own greed. And now, I need to say a few words. You should stay far away from me and quietly listen until I finish. At this distance, you must know that your life isn't guaranteed." As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, 2 teammates behind Sequence 29 pulled him away, dragging the military-clad man into the crowd of professionals that was growing by the minute. Wen Yu calculated the time and directly took out the Pandora's box from his pocket. Upon seeing the exquisite and luxurious small box, the surrounding professionals' eyes lit up as they became restless. "Hee, let me give everyone a piece of advice before you get excited. Take a look at the corpses on the ground." Wen Yu's threatening voice echoed, and with all his might, a huge sound reverberated across the open space, causing the weaker professionals to feel dizzy. Once these words were said, combined with Wen Yu's overpowering presence, the professionals below fell silent. "Well, if you all have this attitude, then we can have a good chat. First, let me mention my own strength. You may have witnessed it just now. Even those who haven't seen it can tell something from the heads of these 27 people. So this treasure box, I'm taking it for the first time." As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, he immediately opened the Pandora's box. A huge beam of light shot up into the sky from the Pandora's box, spreading far and wide. The brilliance of the light was so dazzling that even the survivors of Demon Island could see it. In the distance, the professionals who hadn't made it to Wen Yu's vicinity in time quickly accelerated their pace. As the light flashed, Wen Yu looked directly into the Pandora's box. Inside the box, 10 level 2 attributeless magic crystals were neatly arranged. Calmly surveying everyone, Wen Yu took out the magic crystals from the box and quickly absorbed them in his hand. Beside him, the one-eyed man growled fiercely at the crowd not far away. "Whoever dares to step forward will be taken down." This was a threat from the one-eyed man. Given the one-eyed man's size, his intimidation factor was even stronger than Wen Yu's. "Captain, should we go?" the teammate behind the military-clad man whispered. The military-clad man lowered his head and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let's wait a bit. Among the people around, there hasn't been a real strong opponent yet, and we won't gain anything by approaching. However, if this guy wants to continue holding onto the Pandora's box, the three of us will have to meet with him." A fierce glint flashed in the military-clad man's eyes. Entering the treasure land was all about treasures. Now that things had developed to this point, even with the military-clad man's character, he wouldn't go easy on a competitor. Moreover, on his own, he might not be a match for that person, but with the two teammates, it was hard to say. Many people shared this thought. Everyone was eager to move, but they all worried whether Wen Yu's thunderous strike would be directed at them. Thus, the scene fell into a strange stalemate. Until Wen Yu finished absorbing the magic crystals, his physical quality had already increased to 47 points. Below, there was still no reaction. With a disdainful smile, Wen Yu closed the Pandora's box. A string of clear text appeared in the air above the Pandora's box. The blood-red large characters were clearly visible to anyone within 100 meters. Time until next activation, 2956, number of times activated. Once, under the rules of the treasure land, this string of text was expressed in a way that people from various countries could understand. Ahem! When you coughed heavily twice, pulling everyone's attention from the text above the Pandora's box back to himself. "Thank you all for allowing me to open the magic box. I won't say more than that. Now I will place this treasure right here." After saying this, Wen Yu placed the Pandora's box on top of the pile of corpses at his feet. Then he and the one-eyed man retreated 10 meters away. Seeing the unattended Pandora's box shimmering with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, someone finally couldn't resist the temptation. It was a black man, a peak-level professional. His face was painted with bizarre face paint, and the moment he saw Wen Yu retreat, he shot toward the magic box like a cheetah. As he got closer to the magic box, his eyes were filled with hope and excitement, even revealing his white teeth in a smile. However, what the black man awaited was not the magic box, but a steel knife covered in blood. In a battle-ready state, Wen Yu saw the black man charge toward the magic box. With his far superior physical quality, the black man's movements appeared to be in slow motion. As Wen Yu exerted his strength, everyone could only see a shadow flash by, and then the charging black man was pinned to the ground by Wen Yu's foot like a nail. The area on the black man's chest that was stepped on by Wen Yu caved in directly, and then the sharp steel knife plunged down, the fierce force causing the ground below the black man's head to explode. The black man's head had vanished as if struck by a heavy hammer. Tusk, some friends are really impatient. I hadn't even finished speaking, and you're already thinking about taking the treasure. That's not acceptable." Wen Yu's teasing voice rang out, followed by an even more chilling tone. "I'll leave this here. If you can take it, then it's yours. If you can't take it, your life is mine. Let's see who dares to take it." The scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone was intimidated by Wen Yu's overwhelming strength and terrifying killing intent. Until more and more professionals surrounded him, and the real strong ones began to appear. "Get lost, trash!" With a loud roar and a pain scream, a figure swiftly flew toward Wen Yu, only to be dodged by Wen Yu. The person flying toward Wen Yu was a professional, but unfortunately that was not his will. This person had been kicked away by someone else. The force was so great that it even caused the flying professional to stop breathing midair. "Just now, I think I heard someone say something, but I didn't quite catch it. Could the guy in front repeat that?" Accompanied by a mocking voice, a figure slowly walked through the crowd and appeared in front of Wen Yu. This was a young man about the same age as Wen Yu, but unlike him, this man was extremely sturdy, his thick arms nearly as thick as Wen Yu's thighs. Looking at the man in front of him, Wen Yu directly pointed at the Pandora's box not far away, then pointed at the man who appeared and bluntly said something that was sure to frustrate. "You want the box? You're not worthy. Get lost." The smile on the sturdy man's face instantly vanished, and he stared intensely at Wen Yu's face, before, like a brown bear, he directly swung a fist at Wen Yu. As the punch rushed past, Wen Yu vanished without a trace. A mocking voice sounded from beside him. "See, I told you to get lost, but you didn't listen. Not listening to my words has a hefty price." The blade flashed, and the head of the robust man soared into the sky, blood gushing out like a fountain from his neck. With a thud, the robust man's body fell to the ground. This practitioner's physical quality was around 25 points, and he was killed by Wen Yu with a single strike. The one-eyed creature caught a whiff of the food's aroma and immediately rushed to the corpse, tearing into it with great enthusiasm. "Useless trash, you really make me sick." Wen Yu looked at the body on the ground and couldn't help but criticize. It couldn't really be called criticism, as Wen Yu's voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. "I give you all a piece of advice. Those with a physical quality below 30 points don't come up here to seek death. You're not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of killing until my hands are sore." The practitioners present hadn't yet recovered from the shocking scene of the instant kill. Seeing the once dominant practitioner now treated like a chicken, with Wen Yu having beheaded him, they all stared in amazement. This sturdy man, who had just casually kicked another practitioner to death, was at least 20 points in physical quality, yet he went to the afterlife so cleanly. Then many quickly reacted. The light of the teleportation jade began to flicker. These were the smart ones, first-level practitioners, who saw the battle and certainly no longer held any illusions. To obtain treasures, one must first be alive. When the flickering light settled, the survivors present were less than half of those who had originally gathered. However, without exception, all were second-level practitioners. The scene gradually quieted down, and everyone silently studied the time on the Pandora's box, quietly calculating their plans. Just as Wen Yu silently stared at the remaining time on the Pandora's box, which was 2018. Boom, a tremendous rumbling sound echoed. Wen Yu just reacted and turned to look in the direction of the sound. A man in a white shirt was already standing not far from the Pandora's box. With short hair like needles, a resolute face, around 25 years old, he curiously surveyed the Pandora's box from a distance, seemingly as if he had been standing there all along. The previous sound was merely the wind generated from this figure's sprinting. His speed was faster than anyone Wen Yu had ever seen. "Did you open the box for the first time?" An indifferent voice came from the man in white, but everyone present could hear the pride in his tone. That tone and demeanor seemed to say, "You all are trash, I don't even care about you." Wen Yu nodded solemnly. This person in front of him required Wen Yu to be fully alert solely based on his speed. According to Wen Yu's estimate, the speed this person had just displayed must be at least over 80 points in physical quality to barely reach. "Then, did you also kill these people on the ground?" The man in white glanced at Wen Yu, saw him nodding again, and immediately smiled. "Good kill. These trash dared to covet my things. You've done me a favor. For this, I forgive you for opening the Pandora's box. You can leave. I won't kill you. This is my gift to you, Chu Xiling. No need to thank me." Hearing this person's words, Wen Yu instead smiled. "Chu Xiling, right? Just for letting me hear a joke, I forgive you for offending me. You can leave. I won't kill you. This is my gift to you, Wen Yu. No need to thank me." Chu Xiling's expression instantly turned cold until a deep voice echoed, "Hee, this is interesting." Chu Xiling's smile grew wider until he burst into manic laughter. Then the laughter abruptly stopped, and Chu Xiling calmly said to Wen Yu, "What's your sequence? What number are you?" Most people nearby were puzzled by this question, but the man in military uniform not far away and the two cloaked in black robes hidden in the crowd tightened their hearts. The newcomer was also a sequence. From Chu Xiling's displayed speed, Wen Yu had already guessed that this person was certainly one of the sequences, and he said directly, "Definitely higher than yours." "Oh, so you are number 2, as the Treasure Land Guardian said. What a coincidence, truly a coincidence." Chu Xiling murmured, then suddenly, pale flames ignited all over his body. In a flash, a fiery fist appeared right in front of Wen Yu. Only then did Chu Xiling's words echo in Wen Yu's ears. "Killing you means I become number 2. The tremendous speed brought massive kinetic energy, and with a loud crack in the air, Wen Yu and Chu Xiling were already entangled in a fierce battle. To most observers, the fight between the two was merely a blur of black and white shadows entangled together, their speed too fast for most practitioners present to capture their figures. Even the one-eyed creature that stood aside, unharmed, was unable to intervene. Until the two fighters suddenly separated, Wen Yu stepping back 3 paces, while Chu Xiling was directly sent flying by Wen Yu's massive power, and judging by his dazed gaze, it was clear he had sustained significant soul damage. This clash favored Wen Yu, if not for the white flames still clinging to him. Forcefully extinguishing the burning flames on him, Wen Yu's expression darkened completely. This Chu Xiling had a physical quality nearly 20 points lower than Wen Yu in combat state. However, his skills were extremely powerful. First was a skill that could amplify his speed. From Wen Yu's observations during their fight, this skill doubled Chu Xiling's speed. Moreover, the flames on Chu Xiling were clearly an S-rank ability or above, with tremendous destructive capability. This was evident from the varying degrees of burns on Wen Yu's body. While evaluating Chu Xiling's combat strength flashed through Wen Yu's mind, noticing Chu Xiling's vacant and confused gaze, which clearly indicated the soul shock was still at play. Wen Yu drew his blade and charged at the swaying Chu Xiling, aiming a strike at his head. Seized the opportunity to take his life. This was a life-and-death battle, not a series of friendly sparring matches. In battle, results must emerge, even dividing life from death. With Chu Xiling's speed, if this guy got his hands on the Pandora's box and ran rampant across Demon Island, Wen Yu had no confidence whatsoever in reclaiming the Pandora's box from him. Hearing the sharp whistle in his ears, Chu Xiling's muddled mind was suddenly stimulated to a brief clarity by Wen Yu's killing intent. At that moment, he clenched his right fist tightly and struck out towards Wen Yu's position from a distance. A condensed fireball rushed directly towards Wen Yu, and as Wen Yu slashed with his knife to disperse the fireball, Chu Xiling had already darted to the back of the crowd. Still let this guy get away. Wen Yu sighed inwardly and had no intention of pursuing him, instead returning his sword to a spot not far from Pandora's box. Although there was a difference in combat power, it wasn't a complete suppression. However, Chu Xiling's speed left Wen Yu helpless. Not far behind the crowd, standing on a large tree, Chu Xiling had already shaken off the dizziness and pain caused by the soul strike, looking grimly at Wen Yu, who was guarding near Pandora's box. Since childhood, he had practiced martial arts under his master's guidance and had never feared anyone in a fight. Especially after the apocalypse began, his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to acquire 2 S-rank skills and successfully earn the title of Sequence 7. He originally thought he was the protagonist and the pride of this era, but unexpectedly in this treasure land, he had received a harsh lesson from Wen Yu. This world has never lacked people who possess both luck and strength. The battle between Wen Yu and Chu Xiling seemed to take a long time, but to onlookers, only a few seconds had passed. Looking at Wen Yu, who was still blocking the area next to Pandora's box despite being covered in scars, and then at Chu Xiling, who had no injuries but was running far away with a grim expression, it became clear in their hearts. It was the man with the big dog who won. Then, a flash of teleportation light came again. A large number of practitioners whose physical attributes hadn't reached 20 points were directly teleported out of the treasure land. After witnessing the battle between Wen Yu and Chu Xiling, these people suddenly understood. This competition only belonged to a few, and the weak couldn't even get a ticket to enter. The number of people left was dwindling, but many who were still coming ashore were far from Wen Yu's position and had yet to reach there. At this moment, in the center of Demon Island, Sun Ruixing awkwardly dodged the steel knife that sliced past him from behind, then raised his shield to block the massive foot that kicked towards him. A tremendous force erupted at the shield, and the already battered wooden shield was instantly shattered by the immense impact. Then, Sun Ruixing was kicked away by his opponent. "You damn thing, how dare you disrupt my good time? You really don't know when to die. It's a pity that little woman got away. I am going to flay you alive today." With the sound of anger ringing out, Sun Ruixing barely straightened his body and looked at the practitioner across from him, who resembled a bear. He was a burly white man, and under the rules of the treasure land, different languages were directly translated into each practitioner's native language. Thus, Sun Ruixing could hear the killing intent and anger in the burly man's words. Just a moment ago, Sun Ruixing was on his way to find Pandora's box when he unexpectedly ran into this white giant who was assaulting a petite female practitioner. Given Sun Ruixing's character, he had no hesitation and charged forward to fight with the burly man. Unfortunately, Sun Ruixing was a first-level practitioner, while this man was at the second level. The woman had already seized the opportunity and teleported out of the treasure land, leaving Sun Ruixing alone to face this raging giant bear. By now, Sun Ruixing's shield had been shattered by this second-level practitioner, and he had lost all ability to resist. Barely picking up the only remaining steel knife, he realized that the main weapon of a shield warrior was not the steel knife at all. As he watched the burly man approach him step by step with a ferocious expression, Sun Ruixing was about to make a desperate last stand when, behind the giant, a massive sword light flashed. The burly man had no time to react and was directly sliced in half by this sword light, his insides and intestines spilling to the ground. The power of the sword light had not yet dissipated, gliding past Sun Ruixing's ear and slicing towards the nearby forest. With a booming sound, several trees that first came into contact with the sword light were instantly shattered by its tremendous force. At this moment, a figure clad in heavy armor slowly walked in front of Sun Ruixing. This person looked like a hero straight out of a medieval movie. With a chiseled face, bright blue eyes, and a head of shining golden short hair that radiated a faint light in the mottled sunlight. The heavy full-body armor he wore was not just for show, as each step he took resonated like an earthquake. A massive two-handed sword was hoisted over his shoulder. The sword light just now had emanated from this deadly weapon. Seeing the figure before him, Sun Ruixing sat down abruptly on the ground. He was frightened, and the feeling of the sword light brushing past him made him realize how close he had come to death. Sun Ruixing deeply lowered his head, panting heavily, as if he dared not look directly at the knight radiating light, until a hand wrapped in steel reached out in front of him. "Friend, can you still move?" A warm and magnetic voice sounded. The warmth and charm in the words caused Sun Ruixing, as a fellow man, to have a slight tremor in his heart. It was evident how powerful the charisma of this person was. Sun Ruixing stared blankly at the man in front of him, whose face was adorned with a gentle smile. After hesitating for a moment, he extended his hand to the knight. A strong force came, and he was immediately pulled up by the knight. "Here, this is for you." As the knight removed his gauntlet, a ring identical in design to the one on Wen Yu's hand was revealed. The knight swiped his hand over the ring, and a bottle of intermediate healing potion appeared in his hand, which he then stuffed into Sun Ruixing's hand. "Drink it." Sun Ruixing looked at the item in his hand that he could not afford to exchange, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Aren't you going to kill me?" "Why would I kill you? We are competitors here, and besides, you are stronger than me." Sun Ruixing directly voiced the common viewpoint. The knight looked seriously at Sun Ruixing, and his bright eyes even caused Sun Ruixing to momentarily lose focus. As the magnetic voice resonated, the knight slowly spoke, "What you said is reality, but it is not correct. People like you should live and should become stronger, while the likes of that person just now should die. That is the correct perspective. I may not be able to change everyone's perspective, but I can uphold my own. So, drink the potion and follow me. I cannot protect you forever, but in this treasure land, as long as I'm here, you won't die. This is a knight's resolve and promise." "Thank you." After hearing the knight's words, Sun Ruixing smiled broadly. He was someone just like himself, someone with persistence and belief. He was a true knight. Tilting his head back, Sun Ruixing drank the intermediate healing potion, and the wounds on his body healed rapidly at a visible speed. Then he directly extended his right hand. "My name is Sun Ruixing. I am Chinese." The knight smiled brightly, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth, and his armored right hand grasped Sun Ruixing's outstretched hand. "My name is William. I am British, sequence 18. At Pandora's box, the standoff continued. Watching the blood-red countdown above the magic box getting shorter, some people slowly began to think, "Hey, the guy standing in the tree at the back, why don't we join forces to take down the one with the big dog? We can split the treasures in the treasure land, how about that?" The first to speak was a teammate of the man in military uniform. He was a person with a sharp face and a thin body. His scruffy appearance instantly dragged down the image of the military uniform he wore. Although he was skinny, his bright eyes proved that this guy was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Chu Xiling glanced disdainfully at the three men in military uniforms and said in a proud tone, "What are you guys? You think you're worthy to cooperate with me?" Although he had just suffered a slight setback from Wen Yu, his proud personality and confidence in his strength were not something that could change just like that. Sequence 29 was about to lose his temper, but was pulled back by the muscular man behind him. Monkey signaled to Sequence 29, then turned to Chu Xiling and said, "We three are super soldiers affiliated with the military. This one here is our captain for this operation, ranking third among the super soldiers, and he is also Sequence 29. My friend, believe my words, the three of us combined are definitely not weaker than you." Monkey's words not only revealed their status and strength, but also indirectly threatened Chu Xiling. Hearing Monkey's introduction, Chu Xiling was somewhat surprised. Even with Chu Xiling's pride, he wouldn't underestimate Sequence 29. Being part of a sequence meant that one's strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, Sequence 29 had two other teammates with him. If the three of them were of similar strength, their combat power would indeed be stronger than his. Pride does not equate to a lack of brains. So Chu Xiling simply weighed the situation and nodded towards Monkey. "All right, we will temporarily cooperate. After we drive off that Wen Yu, we can discuss the ownership of the magic box." Upon hearing that a simple alliance had been formed, Wen Yu chuckled. "All right, the so-called alliance has been formed, so let's get started. But who will go first?" As soon as these words came out, the four in the alliance fell silent. "You go first. Your big guy looks strong and should be a meat shield, so let the meat shield go first." Chu Xiling immediately said to the three military men. This was pure mockery. Since when does a big person mean they are a warrior, and a small person means they are an assassin, while someone dressed mysteriously is a mage? Did they think this was a game? Hearing the words from Wen Yu and Chu Xiling, Monkey fell silent. From the beginning, after hearing the rules of the treasure land, an alliance among strong individuals was fundamentally impossible to achieve. Monkey had wanted to ally with Chu Xiling simply because he saw Chu Xiling as easier to deceive compared to Wen Yu. Unfortunately, this trick had long been played out. Even Chu Xiling understood what alliances were for. An alliance is just a deceptive trick where dangerous allies go first and the benefits are kept for oneself. No alliance? Then let's wait. Seeing the silent alliance of four, Wen Yu directly spat out a phrase, continuing to stay quietly at the spot closest to the magic box. The time above the magic box had already reached the last 10 minutes. Unfortunately, looking at the current situation, no one could move towards Pandora's box. The next ownership of Pandora's box was shrouded in uncertainty. Time passed quietly until the countdown reached 1 minute. Damn it, a bunch of cowards! Chu Xiling glanced at the professionals below who were discussing but not making any moves and cursed fiercely. Just during the last engagement, he had hit Wen Yu at least 7 or 8 times, yet Wen Yu had endured it. And he had only been hit once before the battle was decided. This left Chu Xiling hesitant to act. He could discern the gap in combat power, but once the scene fell into chaos, there would be room to unleash his speed. As long as there was no direct confrontation in this competitive mode, speed would determine everything. Unfortunately, the professionals below weren't moving at all. Aren't you going? If you don't go now, this guy will open it again. Chu Xiling shouted loudly but received a scornful look in return. You think you're so great. Why don't you go? Why are you just complaining? Damn it, if you guys won't go, why not teleport out of the treasure land? What are you waiting for? As soon as he said this, even Wen Yu laughed. What are they waiting for? Of course, they held the same thought as you. They would wait to see what you would do. This was also the reason Wen Yu had waited until now. As long as there were no idiots, absolutely no one would be willing to be the first to take the plunge. Pandora's box could never escape his control. He didn't say anything else to provoke them, as he knew that he was currently the target of everyone's attention. If he made any move, he would definitely attract everyone's attacks. He didn't have the confidence to take those attacks. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the time dwindled, someone finally couldn't control their greed. The first to make a move was a patch of ground about 10 meters away from the magic box. The soil on the ground gently caved in a bit. If it weren't for Wen Yu's physical attributes being above level 2, he wouldn't have noticed this slight abnormality. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. With a loud bang, Wen Yu dashed forward with all his strength, picked up the Pandora's box from the ground, and then fiercely swung his steel knife at the abnormal spot. A splash of blood erupted, and a figure staggeringly revealed itself. It was a person wrapped in black cloth from head to toe, dressed like a ninja from a TV drama. This person stared blankly at Wen Yu, his face filled with disbelief, then collapsed to the ground. That previous slash had already cut the ninja's throat, and Wen Yu's actions finally awakened the seemingly stagnant situation. For others, letting Wen Yu open the magic box again was absolutely unacceptable. So attacks followed one after another. The first to launch an attack was a man in a black robe among the crowd. This person had always been extremely low-key, so when he initiated the attack, it naturally caught everyone off guard. He lightly waved his hands and a faint silver light flashed. The gesture was aimed directly at the direction where Wen Yu stood. Space Wall A rank, active skill, creates a transparent area. The power of space fills the area with resistance, causing any creature attempting to penetrate this area to be oppressed by the space. Silent yet incredibly powerful. This was the power of Sequence 23, Space Controller. Wen Yu felt a sense of stagnation before him, as if he were wrapped in a quagmire and his speed suddenly slowed. Then a ball of white flame came crashing down. This was an attack from Chu Xiling, Lord's Flame S-Rank, active ability. White flames that burn everything. A simple skill description, but no one could underestimate an S-Rank ability. The massive flames were torn apart by Wen Yu, but the burning sensation on his body made him realize he was still injured. One-eyed, go kill that one who slows us down quickly. Fortunately, Wen Yu was never alone. Just as One-Eyed was about to pounce on Chu Xiling, after hearing Wen Yu's command, he turned around and charged towards the black-robed man in the crowd. The onlookers who had gathered around Sequence 23, upon seeing One-Eyed's enormous body rushing in, immediately panicked and scattered, directly exposing Sequence 23's figure. A faint smile appeared on the face of Sequence 23, hidden beneath the black robe. To kill me, you brought a dog? I'm afraid it's not enough. Then, a violent and twisted force erupted directly from Sequence 23's body, eerie yet powerful. Control S-Rank, active ability, a basic application of spatial abilities that directly manipulates surrounding objects. The nearby professionals who hadn't run far were suddenly pulled back by a massive force, and then a dozen human bodies came crashing down towards One-Eyed. But that wasn't the end. With another wave of Sequence 23's hand, a large tree was uprooted by sheer force. Sequence 23's right hand rotated slightly, and the tree spun like a top, fiercely charging at One-Eyed. Roar, with One-Eyed's agonizing howl, although he dodged the initial body strikes, he could not avoid the incoming tree. An S-rank ability was absolutely not something one could easily withstand. One-Eyed's back was instantly lacerated, but the injured One-Eyed had truly entered a combat state. Watching One-Eyed's eyes grow redder and his killing intent intensify, Sequence 23 waved his hands again. The ground seemed to tremble under Sequence 23's ability. The ground within a 10-meter radius around him began to shake violently, and then a large amount of sand was directly whipped up. Under Sequence 23's control, every grain of dust became like a bullet, and a miniature sandstorm swept One-Eyed into its midst. The sound of flesh tearing was incessant. At this moment, Sequence 23 finally took a slight breath. Active abilities consume stamina, especially S-rank abilities. With Sequence 23's physical constitution of over 40 points, even he couldn't help but break a sweat. Only then did Sequence 23 look towards where Wen Yu was. At this moment, Wen Yu was in an extremely disheveled state. When Wen Yu split the flames and commanded One-Eyed to deal with Sequence 23, the crisis was far from over. The attack launched by Chu Xiling was merely a special application of the Lord's Flame ability, directly condensing the Lord's Flame, which then came crashing down like a fireball from a distance. Chu Xiling absolutely did not want to approach Wen Yu. In fact, no one wanted to get close to Wen Yu, even the attacks they launched were all long-range. And Chu Xiling's ability setup was definitely not primarily for long-range, so the Lord's Flame Fireball was just an appetizer. As the fireball extinguished, a loud explosion echoed. A bullet as long as a palm hurtled towards Wen Yu's forehead. The bullet came from Sequence 29's teammate, the muscular man in military uniform. At this moment, the muscular man held a peculiar heavy sniper rifle over 2 meters long, and from the smoking muzzle, the previous shot had been fired from this gun. Wen Yu struggled to turn his head while raising a steel knife as quickly as possible to block it. The sharp sound of impact and friction rang out, and then half of the steel knife flew into the air. Wen Yu covered the right side of his face, blood dripping through his fingers. With a face full of killing intent, he glared at the trio in military uniforms while moving irregularly. Although Wen Yu had deflected the previous shot, the bullet still mangled the right side of his face. Fortunately, he wasn't shot in the head. As Wen Yu moved, a large number of bullets or long-range attacks struck empty space. Occasionally, a few hit Wen Yu but did no significant harm. These attacks were nothing compared to that modified sniper rifle. They were simply trash. Chu Xiling, standing on a tree, seriously stared at the muscular man in military uniform, with killing intent slowly rising in his eyes. In any battle, snipers will always be the primary target of the enemy's single-unit strikes. And Chu Xiling and the trio in military uniforms were definitely enemies, not allies. There were quite a few around who shared this sentiment. Feeling the murderous glares surrounding him, the monkey sneered disdainfully. The spatial ring on his finger flashed. A massive Gatling gun appeared directly in the monkey's hand, and its ferocious appearance and the belt of ammunition still in the spatial ring immediately diminished most of the hostility directed at him. This gun had also been modified. Putting down the Gatling gun, the monkey pulled out 2 submachine guns, each nearly 1.5 meters long, from the spatial ring. At this moment, the monkey's seemingly small body transformed into one comparable to Rambo's imposing stature. This was a super firepower specialist trained specifically by the military, based on the sharpshooter profession in the apocalypse. The massive barrels would give the bullets tremendous initial velocity, and the weight and recoil that would daunt ordinary people posed no issue for professionals. It was easy to foresee that when the monkey unleashed full firepower, the 30-meter radius around him would truly become a death zone. At that moment, Wen Yu had barely run out of the control range of the space wall, and just as the muzzle flash from the muscular man in military uniform lit up again, Wen Yu dodged with his irregular movements. Without skill coordination, the sniper rifle's deterrent power against a powerhouse like Wen Yu was significantly diminished. Ignoring the attacks aimed at him, Wen Yu directly pulled out the magic box and opened Pandora's box for the second time. As Wen Yu opened Pandora's box, the attacks surrounding him gradually dissipated. The brief encounter had lasted less than a minute, and the powerful attacks had come to an end the moment Wen Yu opened the box. Attacking the box holder was a tacit agreement and a struggle for dominance. Once the box holder withstood the onslaught from all directions and opened the box, any further attacks would be considered an act of enmity. No one wanted to become enemies with a super strong individual like Wen Yu. Wen Yu also understood this unspoken agreement. "Return my dog," he said lightly to the black-robed man who had appeared before everyone. The black-robed man gave a bitter smile, waved his hands, and the raging mini-sandstorm slowly dissipated, revealing the bloodied figure of the one-eyed beast. "Woo!" The one-eyed beast let out a low growl, filled with killing intent as it stared at the black-robed man. The previous attack was merely a flesh wound for the one-eyed beast. After its Destiny Fight ability had activated, the increase in physical prowess was not significant enough to allow it to break through the sandstorm. "Come back, one-eyed," Wen Yu simply issued the command and took a deep look at the trio in military uniforms. This trio was the strongest threat and had the greatest power among everyone present. Taking a breath, Wen Yu directly assessed the items within the box. What appeared in this round of the box was still a magic crystal. As a hard currency in the apocalypse, calling magic crystals treasures is not an exaggeration. 10 level 2 magic crystals, unlike the last time, these magic crystals were all of the beast attribute. Taking out the magic crystals and leaving the box in place, Wen Yu slowly began to retreat. As Wen Yu stepped back, the professionals behind him immediately made way, creating a large open space for him. Everyone understood the situation at hand. Wen Yu was the strongest in individual combat. Chu Xiling and the black-robed man were next in power. However, in terms of overall combat capability, the military trio was actually the strongest. These were also the few individuals qualified to contest for the treasure box. As Wen Yu retreated to a safe distance, he directly exited the combat state. Seeing the little soul beast on Wen Yu's shoulder, the military trio's eyes flickered. Exchanging glances, the monkey whispered, "Isn't that the profession of number 1? Sequence 29 nodded lightly. "However, its combat ability is significantly stronger than number 1. I mean the individual's combat capability, though the spirit pet seems to hold it back a bit." No one had seen the terrifying form of the one-eyed beast when its Destiny Fight ability fully erupted. Judging by the current display of its power, it indeed seemed to be holding back Wen Yu. "Well then, the ability for soul strikes is also present," the monkey muttered quietly, then shivered. The power of soul strikes was something the monkey had personally experienced. Overall strength is somewhat stronger than number 1, but compared to the Lord of War, it's far behind. Currently in the treasure land, this person has the strongest individual power. If the 3 of us were to fight him, we would have an 80% chance of winning. The next time the box opens, we will take action. Be prepared." With Sequence 29's words, the monkey and the burly man nodded slightly. The next contest would not be as trivial as the current skirmish. Wen Yu directly recalled the one-eyed beast into the soul realm space while feeding the magic crystals to the little soul beast one by one. Once the 10 beast attribute magic crystals were fed, the soul beast's physical prowess had increased to 15 points. In combat mode, Wen Yu's physical prowess was 62 points. With a 3rd-level power, he stood tall among the crowd, but unfortunately it wasn't overwhelming. This also meant that the next time Wen Yu took action, he would face priority attacks from everyone. After all, enough was enough. Seeing the soul beast absorb all the magic crystals, Wen Yu immediately entered combat mode, simultaneously enhancing the one-eyed beast's powerful healing ability. The gruesome wounds on his face quickly stopped bleeding. At the healing rate, by the time the 3rd box could be opened, Wen Yu's injuries would be fully healed. The scene fell into silence once more, with onlookers occasionally using teleportation, Jade to leave or walking directly into the nearby woods. Perhaps sensing that there was no room for their intervention regarding Pandora's box, or maybe waiting for an opportunity from the sidelines, soon only a few dozen people remained. "I actually have a suggestion. I wonder if you all would like to hear it." The first to speak was the black-robed man. His words were directed at Wen Yu and the other strong individuals. Before anyone could respond, the black-robed man continued. "Look, there are only a few of us capable of competing for the treasure box, while the others, to put it bluntly, are just a pack of waiting predators. If we fight to the death, those benefits will go to that group. This isn't acceptable. So," before the black-robed man could finish his sentence, he directly took action against the nearby professionals who had not yet left. The twisted power erupted once again, directly sweeping up several slightly weaker professionals beside him. Suddenly, those airborne professionals collided harshly against one another. The power of an S-rank ability caused the professionals to appear like victims of a car crash. Some with stronger bodies were twisted beyond recognition, while the weaker ones exploded on impact. Only then did the black-robed man say the rest, "So let's clean them up first. What do you all think?" Wen Yu shifted his gaze to the black-robed man and couldn't help but feel a chill at the pathological smile on his face. Where there is darkness, there is light. Just as there are good people like son Ruixing, there are also perverse madmen who delight in killing. What the black-robed man said was not without reason, but with Demon Island being so vast, many who had retreated into the woods instead of teleporting away, was it truly possible to kill them all? This was impossible. Even if a few agreed, the result would be a united attack against them all. Once such a situation arose, the outcome would be uncertain. With Wen Yu's strength, he wouldn't dare claim he could face nearly 100 level 2 professionals at once. Turning the slaughter knife towards the surrounding weaklings was merely this person's way of satisfying his bloodlust. Seeing Wen Yu and the others remain silent, the black-robed man smirked. If you aren't going to kill them, then I will. But I believe none of you would dare to act against me for these weaklings, right? The black-robed man looked intently at the others. Sequence 29 was about to act, but was stopped by the monkey. Not worth it. Seeing the monkey shake his head at him, Sequence 29 relaxed his tightly clenched fist and nodded slightly. The pride and sense of duty of a soldier made Sequence 29 unable to ignore the bullying of the weak, but in the mindset of a soldier, achieving the goal was the priority. The current goal was Pandora's box. The black-robed man saw that the military trio had stopped moving and slightly nodded his head before directly pursuing them into the woods. When the others witnessed the black-robed man going for the kill, they had already fled. Are you guys just going to ignore this? Sequence 29 looked at Wen Yu and Chu Xiling with disdain. Wen Yu scoffed and didn't bother to respond to such foolish questions. Instead, Chu Xiling replied, "If you're capable, then you go ahead. Stop pretending to be compassionate here." Heh, with the apocalypse upon us, you cold-blooded monsters have gained such strength. This world is really unfair. This power of mine is earned through my own hard work. That's what fair means. Do I need you to teach me how to handle things? And besides, with that skin you're wearing, you're not in a position to educate me. What a waste of those clothes. You, what, not satisfied, want to settle it with a fight? Let's see who benefits from it. When you stood a distance away, observing the increasingly heated argument between Chu Xiling and Sequence 29. However, neither seemed inclined to take action, and he couldn't help but shake his head. They were bickering like this, truly idle. Wen Yu decided to ignore their childish debate over right and wrong and directly walked toward the nearby corpse. He picked up an E-level steel knife from the dead body and found a shady spot to sit cross-legged and rest his mind. There was a slight tingling sensation at his wound, indicating that his injury was healing well. In his mind, he was also simulating the combat capabilities of the military trio. First was the sniper. Their damage output was terrifying. If it weren't for Wen Yu's quick reaction, he would undoubtedly have met a fate of being shot in the head. In any future combat, this person would be the primary target for elimination. Looking at the monkey's weaponry, it was clear this was a powerful, heavy firepower user. From Wen Yu's past life experience, this kind of person plays a role in fire suppression and protecting important figures from close proximity in squad combat scenarios. The sniper would definitely be a priority protection target in their team. The monkey could also be used for powerful assaults. The killing potential of all the weapons on their body was beyond what anyone present could hope to match. Then there was Sequence 29, possibly a sharp dagger. From their brief encounter last time, when you could feel that this was a close combat type powerhouse. Their role in the team would be to entangle and control. If a fight broke out, Sequence 29 would take Wen Yu head-on, while the monkey would provide fire support, and the strongman would be responsible for delivering lethal strikes. It was a remarkably perfect combat combination, which was precisely what troubled Wen Yu. This is not easy to deal with. When Yu squinted his eyes, glancing at the still quarreling Chu Xiling and Sequence 29, a thoughtful look passing through his eyes. Chu Xiling is also a tough nut to crack. If he gets his hands on the treasure chest, no one will be able to catch up to him. And that strange black-robed man from earlier, his abilities might even allow him to control Pandora's box directly. These people are all big troubles. With just Wen Yu alone, it would be a delusion to try and monopolize the upcoming Pandora's box. Unless, Wen Yu narrowed his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. I wonder if this will work. Let's give it a try. Hey, you're Chu Xiling, right? I have a proposal for you. I'm not sure if you want to hear it. As soon as Wen Yu spoke, Chu Xiling immediately ended the spat with Sequence 29. Speak, he coldly spat out a single word which drew a sigh from Wen Yu. It seemed this guy had made his arrogant attitude part of his daily routine. How about we two join? Before Wen Yu could finish the word join, a loud bang attracted everyone's attention. The sound came from the nearby woods, with the sound echoing a second and then a third bang followed, until a figure stumbled out, and before getting closer, the person was already shouting loudly, "Help me! Quickly, help me. Wen Yu's heart tightened as the figure that appeared in front of everyone was none other than Sequence 23. His face no longer bore the calm yet somewhat insane expression from earlier. Instead, it was replaced by fear and a twisted grimace. Just as Wen Yu was about to make a move, a massive sword ray filled everyone's sight. The silver light flickered. It was as beautiful as a crescent moon. But hidden behind it was unparalleled killing intent. "It's over!" Sequence 23 had just turned his head when he saw the blinding silver light. Before he could express any thoughts, he was struck by the massive sword ray. This time, the sound produced wasn't a rumble, but a crack, akin to the sound of bones and flesh being torn apart. Sequence 23 was instantly shredded to pieces by this sword ray. Wen Yu's steps halted, narrowing his eyes as he quietly watched the blood mist erupt and the imposing figure approaching with a thunderous presence. Dressed in heavy armor that carried a sense of gravitas, wielding a giant double-handed sword that sparkled with cold light, with golden hair and a handsome face. But what attracted Wen Yu's attention even more was the power of the skill just displayed. This person's physical qualities were even higher than Wen Yu's in combat mode. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was a Tier 3 professional. Behind this man was a figure Wen Yu was quite familiar with, Sun Ruixing. "Wen Yu, my brother." Sun Ruixing saw Wen Yu and greeted him with a slightly awkward expression. To Sun Ruixing, he felt that he was on the same side as Wen Yu, yet now he was standing behind the enemy. Wen Yu nodded at Sun Ruixing, not caring about the little details. "Who is this person?" Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring about Sun Ruixing. Before Sun Ruixing could respond, the armored man had already taken the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is William, and I am from the United Kingdom. I sincerely apologize. I could not overlook the beast's indiscriminate killing of innocents outside, as the Knight's Code compelled me to act. I hope it hasn't caused any trouble for everyone." William performed a very standard knightly salute to the people present, but the words coming from him, along with this retro gesture, made Wen Yu feel uncomfortable all over. Actually, you might have some small troubles for killing him." Wen Yu hesitated slightly, feeling that while this William was strange, he seemed like someone open to communication, so he began to express his thoughts. "Did you see that guy over there pretending to be impressive in the tree?" Wen Yu pointed toward Chu Xiling not far away. "I'm sorry, what does pretending to be impressive mean?" William looked at Wen Yu with puzzled eyes full of confusion. This made Wen Yu feel quite awkward. "Forget about that term, it's not the main point, the key is. The key point is that the guy's speed has over 80 points, while the person you killed had deceleration abilities and now he's dead. So, no one can control that guy's speed. Once he gets his hands on the Pandora's box, none of us will be able to catch up." Wen Yu spread his hands after speaking. "What do we do now?" After hearing Wen Yu's words, Chu Xiling's face instantly turned ashen, while the three members of Sequence 29 looked at Wen Yu with a half-smile, glancing over at William, eagerly awaiting his choice. William looked at Wen Yu very seriously and directly expressed his viewpoint. "Why do we have to fight for it? Actually, the few of us here can share it evenly. Each person can open it once, right?" "Heh." Wen Yu gave a dry laugh and said nothing. On the contrary, Chu Xiling, who was the furthest from the treasure box, suddenly brightened. "I agree." As the weakest among the four factions, this proposal was hugely beneficial to him. "You agree to what?" Chu Xiling's words were met with a furious shout from Wen Yu. Wen Yu finally understood why Sun Ruixing was entangled with William. These two were simply like-minded. They were both idealists. Wen Yu slightly increased the distance from William and directly spoke to the three members of Sequence 29, who were lost in thought not far away. "Let's team up and take them down. You open it once and I'll open it once." Seeing Wen Yu's serious expression as he looked at them, Sequence 29 scoffed. "We agree to the Knight's suggestion. Each person opens it once. However, since we are more people, I won't ask for more. You three can each open it once, and we need to open it twice in total." After saying this, they completely ignored Wen Yu's grim face and stared intently at William. If a problem can be solved with words, it's best not to fight. Because once a fight breaks out, if any accidents occur, the consequences are something they can't bear. William pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "That's not acceptable. The three of you can only open it once, and that person called Chu Xiling has to wait until we three have opened it twice before he can open it once. That's my final bottom line. If you don't agree," with that, the knight crossed his giant sword in front of his chest. "Let's fight!" William had already assessed the strength comparison of the various factions present just from their simple conversation. Although he adhered to the Knight's Code, he understood another principle. To achieve his own ideals and walk his own path, strength is the most crucial element. For a treasure like the Pandora's box, even the most upright person would not back down. The scene immediately fell into an eerie silence as everyone contemplated the feasibility of the knight's proposal. The first to speak up was Chu Xiling. "I agree." Chu Xiling, with a gloomy expression, surveyed the others back and forth, saying bitterly. He had no choice but to agree. In fact, given Chu Xiling's strength, if it weren't for his incredible speed, he would have been eliminated long ago. Now, the knight's proposal at least allowed Chu Xiling to gain something. Wen Yu remained silent, and upon seeing that Chu Xiling had agreed, he immediately turned his gaze to the trio in military uniforms. "Okay, we agree too." The 3 members of Sequence 29 had also given their answer. This trio seemed strong, but they had a weakness that could easily be exploited. Once faced with a siege by 2 of the 3 people present, their trio would undoubtedly have no chance of survival. "Ha!" Wen Yu let out a heavy sigh. Right now, if Wen Yu dared to say no, he would definitely be swept out by the joint forces of the 3 factions. He hadn't expected the situation to change so dramatically due to the appearance of a righteous super strongman. "Okay, who goes first?" The quiet 30 minutes slowly passed. When the countdown above the Pandora's box reached 0, no battle occurred. Everyone present had already agreed to the knight's proposal. In a situation where everyone could benefit, no one was willing to actively provoke a life-or-death battle. That would be irrational and unprofitable. In the woods outside the Pandora's box, the jackals, who had been waiting with anticipation, saw that the strongest had reached a peace agreement, and some were immediately disappointed and used the teleportation jade to leave the treasure land. However, some with special means did not give up. "This time I'll go." William stepped forward and directly walked towards the Pandora's box. Wen Yu, Chu Xiling, and the military trio slowly moved forward, sealing off all of William's escape routes. This was not about starting a fight, it was merely precautionary. As the treasure box shimmered, a vial of potion appeared in William's hand. William took a quick glance, then stored the potion in his spatial ring, leaving the treasure box in place and turning to walk towards a nearby empty area. The 4 forces formed a square, tightly surrounding the Pandora's box. "Next round, it's our turn." The 3 members of Sequence 29 simply reminded the others, and upon seeing that William and Wen Yu both nodded, they felt slightly relieved and exhaled. What they feared was that the current obvious strongest, William, would turn against them for profit. Fortunately, William's character was quite reliable. By the way, if anyone thinks that by the time it's their turn, it will be the last opportunity to open the Pandora's box, they can use the teleportation jade to leave, and the opening order will directly pass to the next person. Wen Yu reminded them. However, it was of no use. It was like gambling, the treasure was alluring, and everyone failed to see the concealed crisis behind the magic box, the unknown second trial. Wen Yu himself would not choose to give up when it was his turn. This was the greed inherent in human nature, unchangeable. The others nodded perfunctorily, clearly indicating that under the current circumstances, the second trial was already a foregone conclusion. As the next 30 minutes passed, Sequence 29 directly walked towards the treasure box. Behind them, the muscular man in military attire pulled out a giant sniper rifle from his spatial ring. Meanwhile, the monkey also took out 2 handguns that looked like hand cannons from his spatial ring. The light flashed again as Sequence 29 took their items and walked back into formation. Above the Pandora's box, large blood-red characters clearly marked, opening count 4 times. "Next round, it's my turn." Another 30 minutes passed, and Wen Yu walked directly towards the Pandora's box. As the light dissipated, a golden card appeared in Wen Yu's hand. After initially placing the card into his spatial ring, Wen Yu set down the treasure box and stepped back slowly to a safe distance, carefully examining his latest acquisition. As Wen Yu stared at the golden card, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. "Beep, Roger's treasure discovered. Please select the type of treasure." "Ding, treasure from Roger has been discovered. Please select the type of treasure." "Equipment items, professional skills, magic crystal points. Please choose one from the 3. "I choose magic crystal points." Wen Yu did not hesitate and directly thought of his choice. "Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 dark attribute magic crystals and 20,000 points. The points will be automatically issued. Please check." As the prompt sound faded, Wen Yu looked around and saw that everyone present was not paying attention to him. He immediately exited the battle state and summoned the one-eyed creature. "Keep an eye on them." He quietly gave the command to the one-eyed creature and took out the magic crystals from the spatial ring, feeding them to the little soul beast one by one. Seeing the giant figure of the one-eyed creature, the few people present looked at Wen Yu with confusion. Wen Yu did not intend to attract their attention. He just wanted to feed the little soul beast magic crystals, which required him to exit the battle state. Once the little soul beast appeared, it would surely draw everyone's gaze, so he might as well do it openly. "What if I want to enhance my strength?" The few people watched as Wen Yu continuously took out magic crystals and stuffed them into the soul beast's body. Chu Xiling and William looked puzzled, but the three from sequence 29 had serious expressions. Number 3, that guy has gotten stronger again. Should we take action now? A gleam of cruelty flashed in the monkey's eyes. Their understanding of the soul master profession made it clear to them that the enhancement of the soul beast was also an enhancement for the soul master himself. No need. Anyone who acts first will be besieged. Hold on to this and use it when necessary. After sequence 29 finished speaking, he directly handed an item to the monkey. Get ready. That guy called when you definitely won't be satisfied with the current distribution. I estimate there will be a fight soon. Don't let your guard down. Sequence 29 whispered. This statement hit right on Wen Yu's thoughts. Now 5 rounds had already passed, and with an unknown number of rounds remaining, each time Pandora's box opened, it would decrease by 1. Wen Yu used all the treasures to enhance his strength, aiming for an explosive moment in a while, which wouldn't be too far off. From the very beginning, Wen Yu disagreed with William's principle of average distribution. What fairness is there? The so-called average distribution is merely a compromise forced under the balance of various strengths. Wen Yu's goal was to break this balance and reap more benefits for himself. Another 30 minutes passed. This time it was Chu Xiling's turn. Seeing Chu Xiling directly take out a large handful of magic crystals from the treasure chest, Wen Yu's eyes lit up. Just as Wen Yu was about to take action, William on his right quietly raised his dual swords. William had seen through Wen Yu's intentions. Wen Yu immediately stiffened, turned to William, smiled faintly, and looked at Chu Xiling, who was absorbing the magic crystals one by one with a strange expression. These magic crystals were enough to raise Chu Xiling's physical quality to the peak of level 2. There might even be some left over. His speed would also reach as high as 100 points. After the soul beast absorbed the magic crystals, Wen Yu's physical quality in battle state was 72 points. That was definitely not inferior to William, but he could not catch up to Chu Xiling. So now was not the right time for Wen Yu to take action. 1 against 5 was not a winning chance. Calming his nervous emotions, Wen Yu quietly closed his eyes. The giant one-eyed creature stood guard silently in front of Wen Yu. Behind the one-eyed creature, where no one could see, Wen Yu's right index finger slowly tapped the ground. Another 30 minutes passed, and this time it was William's turn to open the magic box. Wen Yu did not see what treasure appeared, but from William's expression, he could tell that William had gained quite a lot this round. Is it about to start? Wen Yu lightly shrugged and relaxed his body a little. After 30 minutes, sequence 29 opened the magic box again, and this was the 8th time the magic box had been opened. Sequence 29 glanced around and paused slightly on Wen Yu. Then he walked into the midst of his teammates. Then another 30 minutes passed. The atmosphere in the air grew increasingly tense. Everyone knew that the number of times Pandora's box could be opened was definitely running low. With each opening, the quality of the treasures increased, and everyone's heart surged with other thoughts. Those were greed and desire. Wen Yu opened the magic box, carefully examining the items before him, his eyes glinting briefly. He placed the magic box back down, looking at the number of openings displayed on top of Pandora's box. 9 times opened. Taking a few steps back, he directly handed the item in his hand to the one-eyed creature. This was something that looked like a lump of flesh. Essence of Flesh and Blood S-rank item contains a massive amount of essence of flesh and blood. After consumption, it will directly raise the user's physical quality by 50 points. If the user reaches the limit at this level, they will automatically advance and a new skill will appear. Essence of Flesh and Blood. Essence of Flesh and Blood S-rank, passive skill. Mysterious powers fill the host's body, making your body invulnerable and greatly reducing pain perception. When the body suffers wounds exceeding half its total, the ability of Essence of Flesh and Blood will become ineffective, resulting in the host's death. Don't be timid, just go for it. Heads and such really don't matter. When Yu obtained the Essence of Flesh and Blood, he immediately realized that the magic box could no longer be opened by anyone else, no one at all, because the items that appeared now were simply too powerful. While the physical quality increase from the Essence of Flesh and Blood was secondary, the ability of this item was definitely a perfect match for the one-eyed creature at 100%. All along, the one-eyed creature's combat capability, under the enhancement of the Destiny Fight ability, was extremely terrifying. However, restricted by injuries and the threat of death, the true terror of the Destiny Fight ability could not be fully unleashed. This ability would ensure that as long as the one-eyed creature had more than half of its body left, it would possess terrifying combat power, and at that point, the one-eyed creature's Destiny Fight ability would fully explode. The one-eyed creature was a bit confused by Wen Yu handing over this lump of flesh, sniffing it slightly. A fragrant scent rushed into the one-eyed creature's nose, making every cell in its body roar. "Eat it, eat it!" The one-eyed creature's eyes slowly turned red, and under the immense desire it had no resistance at all, directly swallowing the lump of flesh in one bite. Then the advancement of the mutated beast clearly appeared before everyone's eyes. The one-eyed creature's body first trembled, then the sound of bones shattering echoed. It was as if a chicken had been crushed by a heavy truck. The sound of bones exploding was incessant, sending chills down everyone's spine. The one-eyed beast opened its mouth wide, emitting a piercing wail. The pain in its voice was unmistakably clear. As the sound of bones cracking grew more intense, the one-eyed creature's size also expanded, 2.5 meters tall, then 3 meters, and finally stopping at 4 meters tall. But this was just the beginning. His spirit pet is evolving. With the monkey's exclamation, a loud gunshot rang out. It was a sniper shot from the muscular man. However, even before the one-eyed creature had completed its transformation, Wen Yu had already recalled it back into the soul realm space, so the muscular man's shot missed. "Oh, you all know the one-eyed creature is my spirit pet. Have you heard this title before, or have you seen anyone with the same occupation as mine?" Wen Yu's face was full of smiles as he seriously sized up the 3 members of Sequence 29 while his body made small movements. This was a good habit when facing a sniper. "It doesn't matter, but have you forgotten our agreement just now?" Wen Yu's teasing voice echoed in the ears of Sequence 29. Just moments ago, Wen Yu had gently tapped the ground, actually sending Morse code to the 3 members of Sequence 29. As soldiers and not ordinary ones, the 3 of them surely understood this. As for how Wen Yu could use Morse code, this was a useful means of communication and deception in the apocalypse. Having been a cannon fodder in his previous life, Wen Yu naturally had his reasons. It turned out that Wen Yu's speculation was correct. The 3 members of Sequence 29 indeed understood and clearly replied to Wen Yu's request. The alliance was for Wen Yu to hold off William while the 3 of them drove Chu Xiling away. Then they would join forces to deal with William. Originally, they were supposed to take action before the next magic box opened, but now it was no longer necessary. "We have no choice but to act. The situation has changed a bit." The 3 members of Sequence 29 frowned tightly, looking seriously at Wen Yu. "Then does that mean we no longer need to ally?" Wen Yu's smile grew even more intense. Sequence 29 nodded seriously and directly took out a pair of fierce claw gauntlets from their spatial ring. At the same time, the muscular man's sniper rifle fired again. Wen Yu simply sidestepped. A visible sniper rifle is easy to dodge, and a bullet out in the open isn't much of a threat. With a deep glance at everyone present, Wen Yu dashed into the woods, evading their line of sight. "What's going on?" William looked at the 3 members of Sequence 29, his brows furrowing tightly. He had witnessed the one-eyed creature's advancement, but his absolute confidence in his own strength made William not consider the one-eyed creature and Wen Yu as significant threats. Instead, it was Sequence 29 that took the first action, which left William feeling a bit annoyed. This meant the breakdown of their cooperation agreement. Chu Xiling also furrowed his brows, looking at the 3 members of Sequence 29. "This might be a bit troublesome. I hope this is just my illusion." One of the members from Sequence 29 whispered an explanation to the others. A special ability allowed Sequence 29 to sense an extremely strong life-and-death crisis from the one-eyed creature. "It's not an illusion." As soon as the words left the mouth of Sequence 29, a mocking voice echoed from the woods. "And just now you made a mistake. The situation has changed. Significantly, to the point where there's no longer a need for an alliance." Then the figure that Wen Yu had just left reappeared before everyone. Behind him was a massive dog over 4 meters tall, covered in dark gray fur with bristles like steel needles. In a very short time, the one-eyed creature had completed its advancement. This also meant that the moment of betrayal had finally arrived. As the one-eyed creature closed in, the danger signals in Sequence 29's mind grew stronger. This was the effect of the skill. Sequence 29. Military Super Soldier Project Number 3. Name, Jiang Wentao, Level 2 Professional. Occupation, Fighter. Skill 1, Beast Instinct A rank, Passive Ability, an extraordinary combat instinct that maximizes your ability to predict danger. Skill 2, Unarmed Combat B rank, Passive Ability. When unarmed or wielding weapons like gauntlets, it provides the host with additional damage capabilities. These 2 abilities are simple, but when combined with Jiang Wentao's title as the National Military District Fighting Competition Champion, they become incredibly formidable. In fact, this kind of person surpasses even the so-called masters of martial arts in unarmed killing abilities. Such individuals represent the pinnacle of close combat capabilities for humanity in peacetime. The death signal that had just been sent to Jiang Wentao came from the Beast Instinct ability. Every step the one-eyed creature took brought Jiang Wentao closer to the presence of death. "Big Bear, try shooting that big dog." Big Bear, referring to the muscular man, directly aimed at Wen Yu and fired a shot. Wen Yu tilted his head slightly, the bullet glided past him and hit the one-eyed creature squarely. Given the modified sniper rifle's lethality, it was enough to inflict damage on the one-eyed creature, which had a current physical quality of 78 points. It was as if a hammer weighing 10,000 pounds had struck the one-eyed creature, causing its body to stumble, swaying for a few seconds before standing firm again. The one-eyed creature's abdomen was left with a terrifying gash from the sniper rifle. "Does it hurt?" Wen Yu asked without looking back. No feeling at all," came the one-eyed creature's response. The few people not far away gaped in disbelief at the one-eyed creature's injured body. The wound was grotesque and terrifying, but it seemed as if the sniper bullet had struck not flesh and blood, but a stone sculpture. The one-eyed creature's waist was blasted away, clearly exposing its organs. Yet even the organs flickered with an eerie gray light, and even the ruptured blood vessels had turned an ashen white. Blood continuously flowed from the severed vessels, but strangely, it did not spill out. It seemed to be manipulated by some mysterious force, forming a thin line in the air, squeezing back into the other end, rejoining the body's blood circulation. This was the ability derived from the chapter of Flesh and Blood, a powerful S-rank ability effect that left the one-eyed creature with no weaknesses, even enhancing its internal organ defenses to be no different from its skin. Has the Destiny fight taken effect? Woof, the effect is very strong. Can you calculate how much it has increased? Woof, about a quarter. Wen Yu calculated secretly. That means his physical quality has exceeded 100 points. Then, are you ready for battle? Woof, everything is ready, awaiting the big boss's orders. Haha, talking to you is really interesting. Now the experienced driver is ready to take the wheel. Woof, woof, woof. The experienced driver is ready to take off. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. You should say that to them, but they can't understand. Woo-woo. The one-eyed dog immediately drooped its head and stopped barking. Seeing the confused and foolish gazes from those around him, Wen Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem! Wen Yu calmly cleared his throat and said with a smile, "Let me translate for you. What my dog means is, the treasure box belongs to my master. Whoever is unconvinced will face death. All right, let's start with the sniper. This can be considered payback for your repeated life-threatening attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed dog charged forward. A fierce, bloody wind blew towards Jiang Wentao, who felt the murderous intent from the one-eyed dog so strongly that it made his whole body tremble. The primal instinct constantly reminded Jiang Wentao, "Run. You will die." However, he still had teammates behind him, so Jiang Wentao clenched his fists and charged forward without hesitation. Clearly, as a level 2 professional, Jiang Wentao had a physical quality of less than 50 points. It was apparent that the primal instinct ability wasn't enough to bridge the gap of more than double the physical quality. It was clear that Jiang Wentao couldn't withstand the one-eyed dog's attack. He was defeated. His seemingly strong body was like a rag doll in front of the one-eyed dog, being swatted away with a single paw. Before Jiang Wentao hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the sound of gunfire erupted. Jiang Wentao's block was not entirely ineffective. In the brief moment of contact between the one-eyed dog and Jiang Wentao, the monkey was ready to attack. The modified Gatling in his hand roared to life, the sound of the motor revving up. Then a rain of bullets poured down. 9 rounds struck the one-eyed dog wildly. Although it could only inflict slight damage, the immense stopping power caused the one-eyed dog to stagger and halt its charge. Then the final member of the trio, Big Bear, launched an attack. The gunfire resounded like a grenade explosion. Explosive round C-rank, active ability, inflicts additional damage to the bullets on the firearm and creates an explosion effect upon contact with the target. Only one bullet can be enhanced at a time. After being modified by firearms experts and support-type professionals, combined with the professional's skill abilities, this strike had devastating power. The sniper bullet hit the one-eyed dog squarely in the head. The one-eyed dog's skull could not withstand such a tremendous impact, and half of its head was blown apart. Bone fragments and flesh splattered everywhere. Even the large, hideous dog eye rolled a couple of times and landed right at the monkey's feet. But it wasn't over. A flame enveloped the one-eyed dog's head. This was the skill's effect. Flames and smoke surrounded the one-eyed dog's body, cutting off everyone's line of sight. The monkey sighed in relief, raised an eyebrow, and looked mockingly at Wen Yu. "Is your dog not so impressive?" The mocking words came out of the monkey's mouth, but Wen Yu didn't react at all. Calmly lighting a cigarette, Wen Yu looked with a smile at the area where the one-eyed dog was enveloped in smoke. "This one is quite serious. Not just serious, it was extremely severe. This was already a fatal injury, deadly enough to boost the one-eyed dog's physical quality directly to over 200 points. And a physical quality over 200 points was already at level 4 strength. As the smoke cleared, the terrifying appearance of the one-eyed dog came into view. Half of its head had vanished, and the gray and white brain matter was clearly exposed to the air. However, the one-eyed dog did not fall. Instead, it extended its crimson tongue and licked the brain matter that had fallen on its face. "Still alive? How can it still be alive?" the monkey exclaimed in shock. "Hey, let my dog have some fun." As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, the one-eyed dog's figure disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already standing in the place where the monkey had been, and the monkey was directly sent flying away by the one-eyed dog's charge. The sound of cracking bones filled the air. The monkey's body was as if it had been run over by a truck, its bones broken in who knows how many places, collapsing on the ground, motionless. At this moment, a fierce sound and shockwave erupted from where the one-eyed dog had just been. The one-eyed dog's speed had surpassed the speed of sound. Among the trio, only Big Bear was still standing. Watching the one-eyed dog stare at him without expression, cold sweat dripped endlessly down Big Bear's forehead. He quickly raised his sniper rifle, pressing it directly against the one-eyed dog's forehead. Then, a scream rang out as the one-eyed dog bit down, crushing Big Bear's left hand along with the sniper rifle. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wentao and the other two had completely lost their fighting capability. "Kill them!" Wen Yu exhaled a smoke ring and issued the command. The one-eyed dog revealed an extremely ugly smile towards Big Bear, the grin pulling at the wound on its head, causing the brain matter inside to twitch, making one nauseous just to look at it. Then its large mouth lunged towards Big Bear. Crack! A sound rang out, but it wasn't the sound of Big Bear's head bursting. The one-eyed dog's mouth clamped down on a semi-transparent light barrier. Brilliant light shield, a rank item. After activation, a protective shield is deployed around oneself, immune to damage below level 5, lasting for 10 minutes. During the defense period, one cannot attack from within the brilliant light shield. The one-eyed dog stared blankly at the giant egg appearing in front of it and bit down again. Still couldn't break through. While the one-eyed dog struggled against the light barrier, Big Bear tore open a scroll. Team gathering scroll small B-rank item, teleports pre-designated teammates to oneself with a maximum of 5 people. As light flashed, Zhang Wentao and the oblivious monkey appeared inside the light barrier. Zhang Wentao quickly opened the spatial ring, took out a vial of red glowing potion, pried open the monkey's mouth, and poured it in. This potion, which Wen Yu had never seen before, must definitely be a high-level healing potion based on the monkey's wound healing speed. After that, Zhang Wentao took out a bottle of glowing red potion and handed it to Big Bear. Then he took out another bottle of the same healing potion. "Damn, they are so rich!" Wen Yu looked at the 3 people curled up inside the light barrier, continuously taking medicine, and his eyes twitched. This is the military's financial power. As a high-ranking soldier, they had access to all sorts of items. Looking at the small spatial rings of the 3, Wen Yu couldn't even begin to guess how many life-saving items were inside. With each bottle of potion they drank, their injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. Even Big Bear's severed hand was slowly regrowing. Seeing that Monkey had already regained consciousness, Zhang Wentao said solemnly, "Take those things out." Monkey glanced at the single eye in front of him that was gnawing at the brilliant light shield, then looked at Wen Yu in the distance who was smoking, and at Chu Xiling and William, both looking serious and not daring to move. His hand went directly to the spatial ring. "Damn it!" Wen Yu cursed bitterly as he watched the items Monkey pulled out. What Monkey took out was nothing else but a large pile of sci-fi-looking cylindrical objects, and coincidentally, Wen Yu recognized these things. These were plasma grenades developed by the military, capable of delivering devastating blows to creatures below level 2. In the future, these would be sold as conventional weapons to survivors. A single one could instantly kill creatures below level 2, and Wen Yu couldn't be sure if the single eye could withstand the self-detonation of at least a few hundred grenades. This was an outright threat. Zhang Wentao's calm voice rang out. "You tell your dog not to bite. This light barrier will disappear in 10 minutes. After saying that, Zhang Wentao picked up a plasma grenade from the ground, pressing his thumb directly on the safety of the grenade. "We are surrendering, so we won't participate in the contention for Pandora's box, but we don't want to die." These things are called plasma grenades. Given the number of grenades on the ground, creatures below level 4 can't escape the killing range of the grenades. "If you want to kill us, we don't mind taking your dog down with us." Wen Yu took a heavy breath and directly commanded the single eye, "Come back and bring the box with you." Under Zhang Wentao's threat of mutual destruction, Wen Yu would definitely not take the risk of losing the single eye by forcibly killing a few people. And you, when you directly glanced at Chu Xiling and William. Chu Xiling shook his head with a bitter expression, having completely lost hope after witnessing the power displayed by the single eye. As long as Wen Yu had the intention to kill, Chu Xiling would definitely not survive a second in the hands of the single eye. This was also why Chu Xiling hadn't run away yet. Whether he could survive didn't depend on whether he ran, but on whether Wen Yu wanted to kill him. William stared seriously at the battered single eye and then at Wen Yu. After comparing his own strength for a moment, he gently shook his head. I won't aim for Pandora's box anymore, but I will stay here until the second phase of the treasure land opens. That's not too much to ask, right? When you directly picked up the Pandora's box that the single eye was holding in its mouth and nodded at the others. That's not too much. In fact, the opening of the second phase of the treasure land is already a settled matter. I don't mind if you wait a bit longer. But, when you glanced at Chu Xiling and William, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. You don't have any methods for mutual destruction, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, the single eye moved violently, its 200-plus physical prowess fully unleashed, and in an instant it tackled the unprepared Chu Xiling to the ground. What are you doing? Chu Xiling was knocked down by the single eye, shouting in panic, but death did not strike him. When you walked over leisurely, squatting down beside Chu Xiling and looking at him seriously. I'm asking for your ticket money. Did you think I would let you follow me into the second phase for free? After saying that, Wen Yu extended his right hand. Hand over the level 2 magic crystals you didn't absorb completely. Consider it your ticket and more so your life-saving money. You, what about me? Chu Xiling was rendered speechless. I'm not that greedy. Level 2 magic crystals are of no use to you but are useful to me. Given such a good opportunity, if it were you, you wouldn't let it go, right? Wen Yu grinned at Chu Xiling, but Chu Xiling certainly wouldn't think that Wen Yu was being friendly. Taking a deep breath, he knew without thinking that his life was far more important than the level 2 magic crystals. Tell your dog to step aside and I'll give it. Okay. Wen Yu waved his hand and the single eye stepped back a step, releasing Chu Xiling. Chu Xiling touched his spatial ring, and a large number of level 2 magic crystals immediately fell to the ground. All yours. The tone was filled with arrogance. If someone didn't know the situation, they might think Chu Xiling was bestowing Wen Yu with a gift. Even Wen Yu didn't quite understand what was left for Chu Xiling to be arrogant about. But would Wen Yu get angry? Of course not. Who would go against magic crystals? Wen Yu directly picked up the magic crystals from the ground and counted them briefly. All right. He smiled and nodded at Chu Xiling. Chu Xiling took out a total of 58 level 2 magic crystals. It seemed that during Chu Xiling's 6th opening of Pandora's box, there were at least 100 level 2 magic crystals. So, what about William's 7th opening? Knight, it's your turn. Give me what you gained from your 7th opening. This time, there was no smile left on Wen Yu's face. William looked seriously at Wen Yu and slowly shook his head. These are my gains. The knight directly pulled out a doll from his spatial ring. Substitute Death Doll S-rank item. When subjected to a fatal blow, this item activates and completely restores all injuries on the host. This is the property of this item. I won't give it to you even if I have to use it myself. Wen Yu sized up William for a long time before speaking. Let's trade for something else. Consider it your ticket money and also giving my dog and Chu Xiling a face. William pondered for a moment and then directly took out a bottle of potion from his spatial ring. High-level healing potion requires 2,000 points for exchange. The key point is you can't exchange it yourself. Is that enough? Sure, Wen Yu didn't hesitate at all. With William, he was just trying to squeeze out whatever he could, because such a person is highly unlikely to accept threats. And Wen Yu also didn't want to stir up trouble if he could get his hands on the magic box. Hey, something doesn't seem right, does it? Why am I the only one pulling out so many items? This isn't fair. Behind him, Chu Xiling called out in dissatisfaction as he saw Wen Yu only take a potion from William. If you're weak, don't talk, Wen Yu directly retorted, cutting off Chu Xiling's words. Chu Xiling immediately turned pale, realizing that at this point he was indeed the weakest. Wen Yu took the advanced healing potion from William and placed it into his spatial ring, then walked over to Jiang Wentao and the others. Give me a bottle of that red potion, will you? This isn't a life-or-death situation, it's just a ticket to the second stage. That's not too much to ask, right? Without saying a word, Jiang Wentao directly pulled a bottle of red potion from his spatial ring and handed it to Wen Yu. Jiang Wentao had plenty of potions, clearly showing that Wen Yu was simply curious about them. As Wen Yu received the red potion, a prompt sounded in his mind. Advanced Healing Potion Modified. Based on the Advanced Healing Potion, various trace elements and special mutated plant ingredients have been added, greatly enhancing the healing effect and granting the ability of rebirth of severed limbs. This reflected the military's deep reserves. The military not only has a vast number of professionals and firearms, but even more terrifying is its scientific research capabilities. As the strongest power on Earth, Huaxia's military could play some extraordinary cards. All right, everyone, if you want to take a look at the scenery of Demon Island, there's definitely still time. If you want to see me opening treasures here, that's fine too. After all, once I take your money, when you will definitely deliver. Sequence 29, you can also take back your grenades. They look quite scary. Since I promised to take you to the second stage, I will absolutely not change that. As for promises, when you have never broken a promise before. Calmly delivering a declaration only a victor would make, when you began to examine the wounds on the one-eyed creature. In contrast, the others remained motionless upon hearing Wen Yu's words, and Jiang Wentao did not retrieve the plasma grenade either. This was a precaution, but also a form of self-protection. The wound on the one-eyed creature was quite terrifying. A significant portion of its head was gone, and even part of its brain matter had been blasted away. However, under the ability of the blood and flesh chapter, wounds that would be fatal to ordinary creatures only caused the one-eyed creature slight discomfort. Gently touching the brain matter of the one-eyed creature, Wen Yu felt no softness typical of other biological beings. Instead, it felt like touching the creature's skin. The blood and flesh chapter was truly bizarre and terrifying. The creature's second ability, enhanced healing, was at work. As the wound healed, the creature's physical condition continuously declined. In fact, if the other 5 had seen through the one-eyed creature's abilities, they would have definitely qualified to battle Wen Yu. William could entangle the one-eyed creature, and then Chu Xiling and Jiang Wentao could work together to kill it. In that situation, Wen Yu could only run away. Unfortunately, no one knew the one-eyed creature's skills. The massive one-eyed creature lay at Wen Yu's feet, and as it leveled up, its size increased, making it taller than Wen Yu even while lying down. Wen Yu kept playing with the Pandora's box, with his peripheral vision scanning the people present and the other figures fading in and out among the trees. Is destruction the price of greed? Wen Yu had not let the enormous reward cloud his mind, and this phrase came to his mind. But who can resist such a tremendous temptation? Minutes passed quickly. As the timer above the Pandora's box hit 0, Wen Yu directly opened the magic box. As the light faded, when Wen Yu picked up the scroll lying quietly in the box, he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. A prompt flashed in his mind. Fury of the Inferno SS level, active ability, ignite the black demonic flames, bringing fear and destruction to everything in the world. An elemental ability, similar to Chu Xiling's Lord's Flame ability, but just looking at the skill level, its power was definitely a tier above Lord's Flame. Wen Yu's hand holding the scroll trembled slightly. An SS-level ability, this was a level he had never been qualified to touch in either of his lives. It belonged only to legendary status. Trying to maintain a normal demeanor, Wen Yu pretended to be calm and placed the skill scroll into his spatial ring. This ability still belonged to the one-eyed creature. The one-eyed creature's attack method was somewhat ordinary, but the ability of Fury of the Inferno made its attacks more bizarre and unpredictable. What treasure is that? In the distance, Chu Xiling couldn't help but ask as he eyed the glowing scroll with envy. Wen Yu scanned all present and saw curiosity in everyone's eyes, then spoke up. It's a hidden job change scroll. Upon hearing it was a hidden job change scroll, both Chu Xiling and William immediately lost interest. Instead, Jiang Wentao's eyes brightened. If possible, I'd like to represent the military to buy the scroll from you. You set the price. Believe me, the military is quite generous in such matters. Haha. No need for that. This scroll has great use for me. Wen Yu chuckled and directly refused. Jiang Wentao didn't say anything more, perhaps realizing Wen Yu was brushing him off, or maybe the military didn't have much need for a hidden job change scroll given its strength. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. It was time to open the treasure chest again. In the distance, figures emerged, all looking to enter the second stage of the trial to reap some benefits. Wen Yu took the Pandora's box, which was counting down, took a deep breath, and directly opened the magic box for the 11th time. Inside the treasure box appeared a pair of black half-finger gloves. The gloves seemed to be made of leather, very soft, and felt extremely comfortable. As Wen Yu gently picked up the gloves, a prompt sounded in his mind. Weapon. Touch of Greed, claw-type weapon. Level, special weapon cannot be rated. In its normal state, Touch of Greed is a pair of black half-finger gloves, but during combat, the host can control it with their will, transforming the gloves into black claws, with claw lengths ranging from 10 cm to 100 cm. Special Ability 1. Compatibility. The unique material allows Touch of Greed to be highly compatible with the host, as if it were part of the host's body, and can add various abilities of the host. Special Ability 2. Growth. As the host's level increases, the strength of Touch of Greed and the sharpness of the claws will also increase. Special Ability 3, Greed. The power of greed envelops the claws. Each time they inflict damage on an enemy, they will absorb the enemy's vitality, restoring the host's injuries and stamina. Wen Yu's expression was unpredictable. It wasn't the touch of greed that dissatisfied Wen Yu. In fact, he was extremely pleased with the touch of greed. This was a piece of equipment without a rank. No rank meant it was a treasure similar to the Book of Darkness. However, Wen Yu had already sensed the chilling malice from the treasure land, just based on the 3 items Wen Yu had obtained. The chapter of Flesh and Blood, the fury of the Inferno, and the touch of greed, he felt that this treasure land was practically a blessed ground. But to have such items appear at this time was simply unimaginable to Wen Yu. Even an 8th-level professional would be ecstatic to obtain these items. Unless that so-called second stage, the more one gains, the more one must pay. This was a principle Wen Yu had always believed in. Nothing comes without a price. Yet now, what had he paid? Nothing at all. There was no danger, no crisis, and it couldn't even be described as difficult. It was too easy. Everything was too effortless, too simple. As Wen Yu looked at the Pandora's box in front of him, he increasingly felt that this small object, which had caused a transformation in his strength, was like a super bomb. Once it exploded, everyone in the treasure land would surely be reduced to ashes. Ha! Letting out a heavy sigh, Wen Yu turned to look at the few people beside him, then at the forest that hid an unknown number of professionals. The situation may not be good, Wen Yu said with a bitter smile to William and the others. What happened? Is the quality of the treasure not good? Did the Pandora's box trick you? The one speaking was Chu Xiling, wearing a face of schadenfreude. Wen Yu wanted to put down the Pandora's box and teleport out of the treasure land directly, but after thinking for a moment, he held on to it again. What if, just what if, there were more treasures? What would their rank be? SSS rank. Or even something of a higher rank that Wen Yu had never even heard of. After weighing the options for a long time, the greed and luck in Wen Yu's eyes became more intense. Behind greed lies destruction. However, when wealth and power were laid bare before Wen Yu's eyes, it was impossible for him not to be moved. Let's open it one more time. What if there really is something? What if, now, even if there was an abyss in front of Wen Yu, he would step forward without hesitation? Hey, what's going on? Seeing Wen Yu's conflicted expression, even William had a look of curiosity on his face. Nothing. Wen Yu shook his head simply and stuffed the magic box into his arms. After all, he couldn't resist the lure of power. 30 minutes passed quietly as Wen Yu wore a serious expression. The time to open the Pandora's box had come again, but this time, Wen Yu did not directly open the Pandora's box. I'll briefly share my speculation. As his voice rang out, Wen Yu exited the combat status and began to absorb the magic crystals knocked out from Chu Xiling's hands. This might be the last opening. If there is something this time, I will take it and teleport out directly. The Pandora's box will be given to you. After these words, the other 4 immediately brightened up. Meanwhile, Wen Yu had absorbed 6 level 2 magic crystals, raising his physical attribute to 50 points, reaching the peak of level 2. Then, he fed the remaining 52 magic crystals one by one into the little soul beast's mouth and spoke again. Remember that saying? Behind greed lies destruction. After carefully surveying the surroundings, apart from William, who seemed to be pondering, the other 4 completely chose to ignore Wen Yu's words. Brother, son, Wen Yu turned directly to look at son Ruixing, who appeared almost invisible behind William. What's wrong? Son Ruixing looked at Wen Yu with curiosity. Even you wouldn't choose to teleport out right now, would you? Son Ruixing carefully studied Wen Yu, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded earnestly. Actually, I have my own selfish motives. I also want to become stronger. I believe the second stage may yield some rewards. That is also greed, right? Well, since even you think that way, I don't need to say anything else. Even the moral model Wen Yu had met, son Ruixing, thought this way. The others who stayed would not have different ideas. It was useless to say anything more. Wen Yu had already sensed the enormous crisis hidden in the second stage. He originally wanted to advise these weaker individuals without strength not to throw away their lives for nothing. Such a thing wouldn't affect him, and it would only take a sentence to do so, which Wen Yu didn't mind. However, upon reflecting, if he were in their situation, he wouldn't give up either. Get ready. Seeing Wen Yu's serious expression, the other 4 immediately understood what he was trying to convey. It wasn't that the treasure was bad, but rather that the treasure was too good. So good that it made Wen Yu think, with so many benefits, it definitely won't be given to me for free. Jiang Wentao said nothing, and directly instructed the monkey to pick up the plasma grenades on the ground, and then took out the claw gauntlets that had already been placed in the spatial ring. William also silently prepared for battle. Only Chu Xiling was still shouting. What do you mean? What are you saying? If you're not opening the treasure box, hurry up and get out. The little soul beast absorbed 50 magic crystals, raising its physical attribute to 50 points, also at the peak of level 2. When you carefully placed the remaining 2 level 2 magic crystals into the spatial ring and cautiously picked up the Pandora's box. Prepare! With Wen Yu's loud shout, he forcefully opened the Pandora's box. Nothing happened. Wen Yu's heart jolted. There was no glow of treasures, no treasures at all. The box was completely empty. What's going on? Is it done opening? Seeing Wen Yu open the Pandora's box, but not witnessing the usual huge white beam of light, Chu Xiling's face immediately fell in disappointment. It's done. Wen Yu's face was extremely grim as he quickly took out the teleportation jade from the spatial ring and crushed it. At the same time, he silently chanted for teleportation, but nothing happened. The first stage had already ended, and the teleportation jade was ineffective. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the Demon Island. I warned you all, behind greed lies destruction, right? This voice was familiar to Wen Yu. It was the guardian of the treasure land, but you only saw the treasure and couldn't see the crisis. The crisis has never come from within you humans. Then let me take you to see what true crisis, true destruction, and true despair are. Welcome to the second stage of the treasure land trial. Welcome to my world. As the voice of the treasure land guardian faded away, a huge white light enveloped the entire Demon Island. Wen Yu suddenly felt his body being pulled by a tremendous force, continuously flying upward, higher and higher, until the entire view of Demon Island appeared before Wen Yu's eyes, until Demon Island became just a small dot, until Wen Yu lost consciousness. Plop! A large amount of bone-chilling cold water poured down on him. With Wen Yu's physical condition, he would normally not care about what they called cold water on Earth. But this time, it was different. The so-called cold water was far colder than any cold water on Earth. Wen Yu immediately jolted awake and jumped directly from the ground. Before he could even react, a more chilling voice came through. Number 22,956, the cannon Fodder regiment you lead attempted to escape during the war, so we have placed your entire regiment under 30 days of confinement. I believe you have deeply recognized your mistake. Now return to your barracks and fulfill your mission. A strange language echoed, but surprisingly, Wen Yu could understand the meaning of the words. As the voice faded, a sudden light appeared in the darkness. It was the door of the confinement room. Wen Yu took a deep breath, then began to survey his surroundings. In the small, dim room, there was trash and clutter everywhere, and the foul-smelling sewage on the ground even submerged Wen Yu's feet. He carefully sensed the power within him. Fortunately, the power was still there, and the little soul beast was still floating around his ears in a daze. He then plunged his consciousness into the second soul realm, and a massive one-eyed figure immediately appeared before Wen Yu. He looked around and noticed that nothing was missing from his spirit pet and spatial ring. Wen Yu took a deep breath and followed the direction of the light, walking straight out. Outside the door stood a tall figure proudly. Number 22,956, follow me. I will take you back to the barracks. Wen Yu immediately nodded and exhaled. Fortunately, I didn't have to find the barracks myself. That would have truly been a trap for me. Seeing that the trial also resolved his troubles, Wen Yu carefully examined the figure in front of him. About 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles, indicating that this person possessed great strength. Judging by the proportions and appearance, he resembled a Western Caucasian, the only difference being his head full of shining silver hair. Wen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't forget the last words from the treasure land guardian. Welcome to my world. Your world? The confusion in Wen Yu's eyes flashed away. Sir, may I ask where this is? I seem to have forgotten some things. Wen Yu feigned pain as he inquired. The silver-haired man hesitated briefly in his steps, then slowly replied. Well, the taste of confinement is not pleasant, right? The silver-haired man said lightly, but Wen Yu could still detect some disdain, schadenfreude, and even a touch of empathy in his tone. Let me remind you, this is Shanlan Star, Silver Moon Holy City in the 3rd Legion's military camp. As the commander of the 94th Cannon Fodder Regiment under the 3rd Legion, you not only failed to lead the charge during last month's battle, but also tried to escape at night, and were captured by our law enforcement team and put into confinement. By the way, you little 2nd and 3rd-tier brats still think that once you leave the holy city, you can stride toward a beautiful tomorrow? Ridiculous! With slightly sarcastic words, the silver-haired man recounted the events leading up to this moment, which only left Wen Yu more confused. Shanlan Star, Silver Moon Holy City, 3rd Legion, Wen Yu muttered in a barely audible voice. All right, we're here, go in. After walking for about 10 minutes, the silver-haired man stopped, then stepped aside, revealing a simple barrack before Wen Yu. Oh, and remember, this time, considering you are first-time offenders and that there is a severe shortage of personnel, we have specially given you some leniency. If this were 10 years ago, any instance of desertion would have resulted in execution without mercy. Next time, you won't be so lucky. After finishing his warning, the silver-haired man turned and left, leaving Wen Yu deep in thought. This is really not good, Wen Yu sighed and shook his head. Although he didn't fully understand what Shanlan's star, Silver Moon Holy City, or the Third Legion meant, he understood what a cannon fodder was. Living a second life, he didn't expect to become cannon fodder during the trial. Forget it, I won't think about it. The information is still too limited to deduce what this trial truly means. Wen Yu stepped forward and entered the barrack. As Wen Yu stepped into the barrack, the once noisy room instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Wen Yu as if they had found their organization, letting out a sigh of relief. As the strongest among them, Wen Yu held that kind of influence. William, Chu Xiling, Jiang Wentao, Sun Ruixing, and even Sun Yashin were crowded in the barrack. This place housed all the remaining people of Demon Island. After all, humans are social animals. Seeing so many of his kind, especially a few strong ones, relieved some of the heavy weight on Wen Yu's heart. What happened? Did you all come out of the confinement room too? Yeah. As Wen Yu asked, Jiang Wentao, the one closest to him, nodded directly. Wen Yu noticed that most people looked panic-stricken. Only a few remained relatively calm, unable to resist rubbing their foreheads. Although Wen Yu had never served in the army, he had been cannon fodder. Staying calm and being willing to fight hard was the guarantee for cannon fodder to survive. Many people here might not survive this trial. Wen Yu directly sat beside Jiang Wentao and asked, "Did you gather any news? I only know that this place is called Shanlan Star, and we are currently in the military camp of the Third Legion in Silver Moon Holy City. We are cannon fodder." Jiang Wentao nodded and replied, "I have gathered a bit more information than you. This is not Earth, and everyone on this planet has silver hair. But curiously, they don't have the slightest suspicion about our hair color and skin tone. So I estimate that we must be in a constructed space." "Yeah," Wen Yu replied softly. When it comes to gathering information, Jiang Wentao and his group were the experts. And do you know what time it is now? What? Wen Yu looked at Jiang Wentao in confusion. Now it is the 1765th year since the establishment of the Silver Moon Dynasty, 368 years since the apocalypse began, and also the 27th year since the Silver Moon Holy City was surrounded by demonic creatures. In this world, the only living beings left are in the Silver Moon Holy City. Everywhere else, all life forms have been wiped out by the demonic clan, turning those places into dead zones. This place is referred to by the people of this world as the last Bastion. Wen Yu's expression became serious. Demonic clan, huh? Yeah, Jiang Wentao nodded solemnly. Wen Yu pondered for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "The apocalypse crisis that erupted here is the same as on Earth, right?" "That's right." Jiang Wentao looked at Wen Yu with certainty. Wen Yu instantly understood. The military knows a lot of things. They might even know more than he, a cannon fodder-level reborn person. Jiang Wentao then asked, "As a sequence, you should know what the demonic clan is, right?" "Yes, of course. As long as you know. It seems that this time, we shouldn't be competing with each other anymore. The real enemy has appeared. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Wentao, Sequence 29, Military Super Soldier Project Number No. 3. Next to me are my comrades, respectively No. 8 and No. 10. I'm Wen Yu, Sequence 2. Is there any other intelligence?" Jiang Wentao hesitated for a moment before sharing the remaining information. "The battle has entered a decisive phase, and there has been almost no pause in the fighting. The situation is quite dire for Shanlan Star. I'm afraid we'll be sent out to die? He. Upon hearing Jiang Wentao's words, Wen Yu instead laughed. "If it's about dying, don't worry, I'm here. I may not be good at anything else, but I excel at being cannon fodder." Seeing Jiang Wentao's puzzled expression, Wen Yu smiled mysteriously and chose not to elaborate. Bang! The frail door of the barracks was kicked open, and a silver-haired man entered the somewhat crowded barracks first. "Trash!" As the man uttered this curse, a wave of sound crashed over, leaving Wen Yu's body numb. This man's physical quality was at least level 5 or higher. If Wen Yu felt this way, it was needless to say how the others fared. The weakest among them was immediately struck by the man's voice, bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground without knowing if they were alive or dead. Humph! With another heavy snort, the silver-haired man deliberately lowered his volume this time, avoiding causing any further incidents. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varshi, the captain of the 5th Brigade of the 3rd Legion of Silver Moon Holy City. From today onward, you have escaped the fate of being cannon fodder. You have now become the vanguard regiment of my 5th Brigade. To put it simply, you've gone from low-level cannon fodder to high-level cannon fodder. Now you have 30 minutes to go out for a meal, form a line, and return to our defense line with me, contributing your strength for the Silver Moon clan. Those who do not return in 30 minutes will face military punishment. Believe me, the taste of military discipline will be more unforgettable than 30 days of confinement." After finishing his words, Varshi immediately walked out the door. The noise in the barracks erupted. "What? Cannon fodder? What exactly is going on with this trial?" This person was clueless, not knowing what had transpired on the way back to the barracks with the guide. "No way are we going to fight. Isn't this a competitive treasure land?" This one was stubborn, really thinking treasure land meant whatever it said. "Fighting is fine, as long as it's not against those few perverts. I'm not afraid of anything." This one was confident in their own strength. "Big trouble." Zhang Wentao's face turned pale. He spoke to Wen Yu. "The so-called Vanguard Regiment faces enemies that are completely different from the Cannon Fodder Regiment." Not far away, Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin also approached Wen Yu. "What should we do, brother Wen Yu?" Sun Yashin was clearly at a loss. "I don't know." Wen Yu shook his head directly. "What to do? If I had a solution, I would have run away long ago. What else can I do?" "Oh right, where's Zhang Pengfei?" "Brother Fei has long been teleported out of the treasure land. Looks like he got lucky. Let's go. We'll have a meal first, then line up at the door. For now, we can only take it one step at a time." From Varshi's earlier behavior, it was evident that here, level 5s were everywhere, level 6s were abundant, and 7s and 8s were not even considered experts. The disparity in strength left everyone feeling like puppets, unable to resist at all. At the entrance of the barracks, a large pot had been set up, though no one knew when. As the de facto officer, Wen Yu was, of course, the first to get his meal. The so-called meal was actually a bowl of dark, viscous meat soup. Just by taking a whiff, one could smell the strange odor inside. Enduring the nausea, Wen Yu drank it, and his expression brightened. Although this meat soup was hard to swallow, it contained quite a bit of energy. Wen Yu immediately felt a warmth in his body, and the fatigue he felt dissipated significantly. After everyone finished drinking the meat soup, not long afterward, Varshi returned before them. Follow me." He nodded with an air of arrogance, seemingly satisfied with Wen Yu and the others' mental state, then turned to lead the group of nearly 100 cannon fodder toward the towering city walls in the distance. Only then did Wen Yu have the time to examine the so-called last bastion of the Silver Moon clan. Wen Yu couldn't estimate the size of the entire bastion, but just looking at the distant, seemingly sky-reaching walls, he could roughly gauge the scale of the entire bastion. It was quite large, even surpassing the city of Beijing. However, on the wide streets, the passers-by were few, and more than half of the shops along the road were already abandoned. Even those that weren't abandoned had about 80% closed. Perhaps it was due to being near a military camp and close to the battlefield, making it hard to do business. Or maybe the population of the Silver Moon clan had decreased to a point where it could no longer support its own economy and trade activities. Genocide? This word suddenly appeared in Wen Yu's mind, then he firmly suppressed it. Although he didn't know how many people the Silver Moon clan had, the grandeur of the city walls and the intricate nature of the buildings along the road were enough to show that the Silver Moon clan was a relatively prosperous race. How could they be so badly beaten by the demonic clan? It shouldn't be, right? Wen Yu suddenly felt that this trial might not be as simple as he had imagined. As Wen Yu and his group slowly approached the city wall, the magnificent structure gradually revealed its full form. Its height was beyond Wen Yu's estimation. He could only see that at the midsection of the wall, a wisp of cloud was forming. The wall was covered in mottled scars and bloodstains, with many areas displaying uneven colors. That was due to repairs made later. This wall has protected our clansmen for a full 27 years. Unfortunately, no matter how grand a structure is, it cannot withstand the aftermath of battles between 10th-level professionals and 10th-level demonic clans. We have made many efforts to repair it, but it has been in vain. It is on the verge of collapse, maybe today, maybe a month from now. Who knows? Valshi's words, filled with melancholy, instantly struck a chord with Wen Yu. Ordinary officers would never share such things with foot soldiers, and these were certainly matters that all soldiers were aware of. Even Wen Yu, currently in the role of cannon fodder, was no exception, unless this person was their guide for the trial. Valshi has a problem, right? Zhang Wentao's whispered words reached Wen Yu's ears, but the volume was a bit too loud, enough for Valshi not far in front to hear. However, Valshi showed no reaction. "There is a problem," Wen Yu replied emphatically. "Let's go up the wall. I will designate your combat zones." When they reached the base of the wall, guided by Valshi, everyone stood on a massive platform. Valshi pressed several buttons directly on the platform, and a loud mechanical rumble filled the air as the enormous platform shot upwards. Let me briefly introduce the current combat situation. Currently, our Silver Moon clan is facing a serious problem of insufficient manpower, and the demonic clan's offensive is becoming increasingly fierce. Therefore, you need to hold your positions in your designated zones for 3 days to earn a brief rest. The combat zones I have assigned to you mostly consist of first-tier and second-tier demonic creatures, with only a small portion being third-tier demonic creatures. Moreover, at the center of the combat zone, there is an exchange stone pillar that will guarantee your supplies. Remember, all your equipment, food, and even drinking water must be purchased through the exchange stone pillar. Once I send you up, there will be no so-called logistical support. Do you understand? Understood. A scattered chorus of voices responded. Upon hearing Valshi's words, everyone began to discuss among themselves. Isn't this just handing us points? We have the advantage of the city wall. As long as we kill some first-tier monsters, won't our strength increase rapidly? Right, with some high-level experts holding the front, we can just pick up the scraps behind them. This treasure land is really treating us well, bringing us warmth. Hearing the laughter from behind, when you snorted in disdain. These people likely had no understanding of what demonic creatures truly were. They really thought that the so-called demonic creatures were merely fabricated by the treasure land to serve as easy targets for points. Demonic creatures certainly offered no warmth. Later, you all follow me. We need to stick together and not get separated, understand? When you said to Sun Ruixing, Sun Yashin, and Jiang Wentao behind him, this trial will not be easy. Upon hearing Wen Yu's serious words, Jiang Wentao silently nodded. By the way, old Sun, call the knight over and bring Chu Xiling as well. Wen Yu thought for a moment and decided to pull over the two strong individuals, William and Chu Xiling. Having experienced the demonic disaster in his previous life, Wen Yu understood the situation they were about to face. This would be an extremely challenging war, and war was not a place for individual heroism. At least with Wen Yu's current strength, he couldn't afford to act that way. We've arrived. As the platform slowly slowed down, Wen Yu and the others came to a stop at least 500 meters above the ground. This is the defense area at the base of the city wall. Thankfully, the demonic creatures have not launched an attack yet. You all hurry inside. As Valshi's words fell, a massive archway opened in front of the city wall. Inside were the decaying corpses, nearing the point of putrefaction. See that? Valshi pointed to a body that had been gnawed to a pitiful state. The corpse was nothing but a skeleton now, but the remnants of silver hair on its head still made everyone recognize its identity. This can be considered your predecessor. He was the captain of the former Vanguard Regiment of our 5th Brigade. Now, I officially announce that you have become the new Vanguard Regiment of the 5th Brigade. This is your defense area. 3 days from now, there will be new personnel to replace you. Your task is to survive for 3 days. Good luck. As Valshi's words finished, he gave everyone a deep look before turning and leaving. With Valshi's departure, the city wall closed once again. Now, apart from the entrance 500 meters above the ground, there was no other way out. When you briefly surveyed the internal environment of the city wall, the internal space was over 10 meters high and large enough to accommodate nearly 100 people, with a shining exchange stone pillar in the center. Except for the front, the walls were all dark and foreboding. Well designed, Jiang Wentao behind him spoke lightly. This defensive line is meant to alleviate the pressure on the upper city wall. Looking at the size of the opening, oversized creatures cannot enter. The battlefield environment is adequate, and I suspect there are other means to restrict creatures above Tier 3 from entering, effectively serving as a training ground. However, given the current situation, the Silver Moon clan's war potential has already been completely exhausted. This place is likely a dead zone. Right, hearing Jiang Wentao's words when you nodded. A place more for training than defense had seen so many deaths, which was enough to show the dire situation of the Silver Moon clan. What could the trial mission be? It can't just be guarding this place for 3 days, right? Wen Yu expressed his confusion. That wouldn't be the case. If there are no creatures above Tier 3 in these 3 days, I have a way to hold on. I just feel it won't be that simple. William interjected. Seeing William's confident expression, Wen Yu understood that William also had some hidden trump cards. Knowing William's personality, he was not one to boast unnecessarily. Did Sun Ruixing just talk to you about my proposal? What do you think? William looked at Wen Yu seriously and asked. That's also what I wanted to discuss with you. I believe that as long as we all work together, we can definitely complete this trial together. Why do we have to split into smaller teams? Well, then forget it. Wen Yu looked at William's expression and immediately understood his choice. Those who have not experienced a demonic disaster would never know how terrifying it is. Moreover, William might not understand an ancient Chinese saying, "It's not the godlike opponent you should fear, but the pig-like teammates." And you? He turned to face Chu Xiling, who was standing alone at the side. Chu Xiling wore an expression full of pride. "I can handle it myself, you don't need to worry." "All right, you are all great." When you felt helpless towards these guys, one a saintly figure and the other absurdly proud, yet their strength was sufficient. "So, old Sun, what about you?" When you asked Sun Ruixing, who appeared hesitant. I plan to stay with William. Sorry, Brother Wen Yu, but I think William's ideas and methods suit me better. Son Ruixing quickly made up his mind. Wen Yu nodded, feeling no sense of betrayal in his heart. It was merely a choice, hardly deserving the term betrayal. Furthermore, Son Ruixing could hardly be considered his subordinate. If you guys can't hold up later, come find me, but don't bring anyone else. Remember, we don't accept others. Trust me, they are doomed. Wen Yu said with an indifferent expression. Although I don't quite agree with your words, I still appreciate your kindness. William performed a standard knightly salute to Wen Yu, then moved to the back to organize his team. With William's strength, there were indeed quite a few people wanting to cling to him. Soon, William gathered a large crowd of misfits and began delivering a speech about love and justice. Wen Yu could only listen to a few sentences before losing interest and turned to the people behind him. Jiang Wentao, along with 3 others, Sun Yashin and himself. Well, the quality is passable, but the quantity is a bit dismal. Especially Sun Yashin, who was just a filler. If it weren't for the fact that this foolish kid had some connection with him, Wen Yu would have kicked him out of the team long ago. Then let's have a brief strategy meeting. Wen Yu awkwardly looked at the few people in front of him. This time it seemed, he was the captain. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, all staring at him seriously, even Jiang Wentao's rigid military posture made Wen Yu's face feel hot. Never mind, I'll briefly explain what I know, then let Jiang Wentao arrange the strategy. Okay, Jiang Wentao nodded seriously. The horror of a demonic disaster lies in their numbers. I estimate that when the battle occurs, there won't even be space for our feet here. The quality is also crucial. Ordinary demonic creatures are nearly equivalent in strength to practitioners of the same level, and the strong races within the demonic clan are exceptionally terrifying. Once Wen Yu finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Is that all? Jiang Wentao asked, his face full of inquiry. That's it, Wen Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Thankfully, due to Jiang Wentao's character, he wouldn't mock Wen Yu. Now I'll simply designate the battle plan. Jiang Wentao directly squatted down, using his finger to draw in the dirt. Our 5 positions should be near the exchange stone pillar and against the wall. This will reduce the defensive area, right here. Jiang Wentao pointed out a spot not far away. This position is very close to William and the others, which has its pros and cons. The advantage is that they can help us share the burden of many demonic creatures, but the downside is that they are a huge target, so there will be a lot of demonic creatures coming from that direction. This spot is good. As for disadvantages, they don't really exist. Trust me, once the battle starts, you'll find that the density of demonic creatures in the entire space is essentially the same. As Wen Yu finished speaking, Jiang Wentao paused slightly, then nodded. Then our battle position will be here. Now I'll assign the positions. Wen Yu, you let your dog lead the team at the front. Is that okay? Wen Yu nodded. Then you stand on the right, I'll stand on the left. The monkey will be below me and this little brother. My name is Sun. Yashin, okay? Brother Yashin will stand below Wen Yu. Big Bear will be in the center of our circle for fire support. Each person should keep a distance of about 3 meters to give Big Bear enough field of fire. If Brother Yashin can't hold on, make sure to shout out loud, and the monkey will provide you with ample fire support. That should do for now. We don't know how long this battle will last. I have some supplies to give you in advance. As Jiang Wentao finished speaking, he took out a bottle of green potion. Stamina recovery potion small. Quickly restores stamina, making you feel invigorated and ready to fight for 300 rounds. This description is a bit awkward. It's something the researchers added themselves. If you can't hold out, just use it. I have plenty of potions and such. When Yu and Sun Yashin took the potion, Jiang Wentao handed over and examined it carefully. Then Wen Yu casually stashed it in his spatial ring. Although the touch of greed had effects for healing injuries and restoring stamina, who knew how much it could recover? Besides, if it's someone else's, why not take it if it's free? That should do for now. Let's go occupy a position. After saying that, Jiang Wentao got up and walked towards William and the others. At this moment, William's pre-battle mobilization had already concluded, and he was arranging the defense zone for everyone. Seeing William managing it so expertly, even when you had to admit that this guy's quality was astonishingly high. A true social elite and pillar of society. Noticing that Wen Yu and the others had taken their pre-designated positions, William nodded to Wen Yu and then handed this section of the defense line to them. Wen Yu directly activated his second soul realm and summoned the Cyclops. We might be entering battle soon, so be prepared. He lightly instructed the Cyclops before turning toward the exchange stone pillar. When he opened Roger's treasure earlier, he had received 20,000 points, which was enough for class changing. In the face of a demonic disaster, when you would absolutely not have any luck-based mentality, every bit of strength gained was a good thing. Check points. Remaining points. 20,056. Select promotion trial. Ding, scanning. Current host's physical condition is 50 points, reaching the second peak. Ding, detecting that the host's profession is Soul Master. Scanning the Soul Beast's physical condition. Scanning complete. The Soul Beast's current physical condition is 50 points, also at the second peak. Promotion conditions met. Ding, deducting 5,000 points, promotion trial starting. With a flash of white light, Wenyu's figure vanished instantly. The white light attracted most people's attention, and a faint ripple appeared in William's eyes. Has that person reached level 3 too? Meanwhile, a hint of jealousy and tension flashed in Chu Xiling's eyes. In the trial space, it was still the same formula, still the same taste. There was basically no difference from the level 2 trial space, except that the space was a bit larger. A prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding, the upgrade challenge will begin in 30 seconds. Please prepare, challenger. Wenyu entered a combat state and silently picked up a steel knife. With another flash of white light, a large snake nearly 1 meter thick appeared in the challenge space. The cold, cruel eyes of the snake stared intently at Wenyu, revealing a predatory aura that sent chills down his spine. However, this was useless in front of Wenyu. With over double the physical attributes, he could easily crush this snake. It should be known that snakes are not known for their physical attributes. As blood splattered everywhere, the head of the level 3 mutated snake flew far away. Snake blood sprayed onto the ground of the trial space, making a sizzling sound, and the snake's blood was highly toxic. So, a dead snake is a good snake, Wenyu said calmly on the surface, but deep down, he still felt a bit of disgust towards such long and slippery creatures. I won't use such creatures as spirit pets in the future. Wenyu seemed to recall some terrifying events from the past, causing him to shiver. As the severed snake body on the ground gradually stopped twitching, the prompt sound rang again. Ding, congratulations to the challenger for successfully completing the challenge. The upgrade begins. As the prompt sound faded away, a golden light beam shone directly on Wenyu and his little soul beast. Feeling the warm aura enveloping him, it felt as if a shackle had been unlocked, and a sense of relaxation spread throughout his body. Turning to examine his little soul beast, Wenyu discovered that as his level increased, the form of the little soul beast was also changing. Originally round, it seemed to have been elongated and became oval, resembling an egg. As Wenyu observed, 2 small gaps suddenly appeared on the little soul beast's body. As the gaps widened, 2 small dots flashing with black light emerged. It was as if the little soul beast had grown eyes. As the little soul beast bumped against Wenyu's cheek again and again, a weak spiritual fluctuation entered Wenyu's mind. Master, master. Like a child that hadn't grown up, the little soul beast could only repeatedly call out, Master. Wenyu gently patted the little soul beast on his shoulder. Feeling the master's affection, the little soul beast gradually quieted down, and the 2 eyes that had appeared on its body slowly closed. In no time, it had completely disappeared. What will it turn into? Wenyu murmured to himself. Seeing the little soul beast's changes, Wenyu grew increasingly excited about higher-level little soul beasts in the future. After observing the little soul beast, Wenyu then checked the prompt that appeared after his upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the challenger for successfully completing the challenge. You have advanced to a level 3 professional. The physical attributes of a level 3 professional can only be enhanced through level 3 magic crystals, with a physical attribute cap of 200 points. Level 2 and level 3 magic crystals are now available for exchange, with an exchange ratio of 10:1. Ding, due to the special nature of the Soul Master profession, the challenger has not obtained any skills. Ding, congratulations to the challenger's Soul Beast for advancing to level 3, raising its physical attribute cap to 200 points. Current Soul Beast attributes, dual attributes of Beast and Dark, and has acquired a 3rd skill. Dark Step B grade, passive skill, grants the power of darkness, enhancing the host's speed by 20%. Ding, the host has unlocked the 3rd soul realm and can contract a 3rd spirit pet. Please note, forcibly contracting a spirit pet's success rate depends on the strength gap between both parties. Spirit pets that actively seek a contract have a 100% success rate, but pets that exceed the host's current level cannot be contracted. Ding, after a failed contract, the ability to contract cannot be used again for 3 days. Ding, if a contracted spirit pet dies, the host will experience severe soul shock, and the soul realm will enter a state of collapse. High-quality magic crystals can be used to nurture the soul realm. Only after nurturing can you contract the next spirit pet. With the prompt sound fading from his mind, the entire upgrade process was complete. In a short time, when you had already become a level 3 professional. Dark Step, if that's the case. Since the magic crystals used to enhance the soul beast included some dark attribute magic crystals, it wasn't surprising that a dark attribute skill appeared. However, similar rare magic crystals like Dark Attribute and Light Attribute do not have exchanges available at the Exchange Stone Pillar. Most skills produced from such crystals are quite powerful. Unfortunately, Dark Step clearly did not belong to this category and conflicted with the effect of speed. When Yu pondered over the items he possessed and considered all his skills again before finally making a decision. As the teleportation light flashed, Wen Yu reappeared next to the Exchange Stone Pillar. "Done!" William looked at Wen Yu with interest. Wen Yu nodded to William but didn't say anything more. He turned his head and continued to check the Exchange Stone Pillar. Since he had reached level 3 and just obtained so many treasures, Wen Yu needed to organize his and the Cyclops' abilities well. Exchange skill Forget Scroll. Ding, exchange successful, spent 1,000 points, remaining points 14,056. Holding the skill Forget Scroll in his hand, Wen Yu tore it open immediately. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, a faint smile appeared on Wen Yu's lips. Just as I thought. Ding, due to the host's profession being a special one, the exclusive skill Soul Realm cannot be forgotten. Please choose another skill. Ding, due to the special nature of the Soul Master profession, the host may choose to forget the skills of the Spirit Pet. Choose the Speed C grade passive skill from the Soul Beast. Ding, skill Forget Successful. A black light enveloped the Soul Beast and quickly disappeared. The speed skill on the Soul Beast had already been washed away. When Yu opened the spatial ring and took out the S-rank skill, Void, obtained from the treasure land in HL Town. He tore open the scroll with both hands, and the prompt sound rang out once more. Ding, due to the special nature of the host's profession, it is not possible to gain skills again, but you can add skills to your Spirit Pet. Please specify which Spirit Pet needs the skill added. Specify the Soul Beast. As the light of the phasing skill scroll flashed by, it directly landed on the little Soul Beast. The little Soul Beast instantly transformed into a black egg emitting white light, its body still twitching constantly. Does it hurt? When you thought that using the skill scroll would cause pain, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Master! The mental fluctuations from the little Soul Beast only carried these two words, but emotionally, the little Soul Beast was undoubtedly excited and joyful at this moment. As long as it doesn't hurt, that's good. Due to his profession as a Soul Master, Wen Yu's bond with the little Soul Beast had already surpassed a mere master-servant relationship. He even felt that the little Soul Beast was as dear to him as his own child. After a short while, the little Soul Beast had completed the skill replacement. Soul Beast, Level 3, Physical Quality 50 points. Skill 1, Soul Strike S-Rank. Skill 2, Phasing S-Rank. Skill 3, Dark Step B-Rank. These were the little Soul Beast's general capabilities at present. Then, when Yu turned his gaze to the one-eyed creature. "Come here." With a casual call, the one-eyed creature immediately trotted over eagerly. With its intelligence, the one-eyed creature had already figured out what Wen Yu was doing, and being called over now would definitely bring great benefits. Seeing the one-eyed creature sitting right in front of him, hissing and sticking out its tongue with a face full of flattery, Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, remember what the big boss told you. Stick with me and you'll have everything." Woof! I knew the big boss was the best. Wen Yu immediately stopped joking with the one-eyed creature and spent 1,000 points to exchange for a skill Forgetting Scroll. Following the same procedure, he erased the second skill, Strong Healing B-Rank, from the one-eyed creature and immediately tore off Fury of the Inferno SS level. As the skill replacement was completed, the one-eyed creature let out a howl, and as its cries grew louder, its whole body ignited with black demonic flames. The one-eyed creature rolled on the ground in agony, and the fury of the Inferno immediately set fire to the corpses that had yet to be cleaned up. In the blink of an eye, the bodies touched by the flames were entirely consumed by the demonic fire. But that wasn't the end. Even after the bodies were burned away, the remaining flames continued to burn on the ground. Fortunately, the material of the city walls was definitely beyond what a level 3 one-eyed creature could damage. Once the fuel was gone, the demonic flames quickly vanished, leaving only a charred mark on the ground. The surrounding professionals immediately retreated far away upon witnessing this scene. However, even at a distance of more than 20 meters, they could still feel the heat radiating from the one-eyed creature. Suddenly, the demonic flames on the one-eyed creature vanished without warning. Before Wen Yu could move closer to check on the one-eyed creature's condition, its body sprang up from the ground as if it were equipped with springs. Woof, 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 the one-eyed creature howled as it dashed back and forth in the entire space, until the one-eyed creature opened its mouth wide. A massive black fire pillar erupted from the one-eyed creature's mouth. The fire pillar shot directly at the wall, and the immense heat made all the professionals present feel as if they were in a large fire pit. The flames spewed out for nearly 10 seconds before finally coming to a stop. Burp! The one-eyed creature let out a loud belch, with a few remnants of flames dropping from its mouth, bouncing on the ground for a long time before reluctantly extinguishing. How does it feel, seeing the one-eyed creature gradually adapting to the fury of the Inferno skill when you couldn't help but ask? Woof! It feels incredibly strong. Seeing the one-eyed creature grinning widely, clearly satisfied with this ability when you nodded in agreement. One-eyed creature, level 3, physical quality 78 points. Skill 1, Destiny Fight S. Skill 2, Fury of the Inferno SS. Skill 3, Chapter of Flesh and Blood S. After reorganizing the one-eyed creature's capabilities, Wen Yu was surprised to find that its abilities were simply monstrous. With 3 high-level abilities as a foundation, the one-eyed creature could even compete with level 4 beings. It's important to know that the physical quality between level 3 and level 4 beings differs by more than double, and the one-eyed creature would undoubtedly become the sharpest war blade in Wen Yu's hands in the future. After sorting out the spirit pet's abilities, Wen Yu directly opened the spatial ring. His consciousness swept through it, and aside from some smoke, food, drinking water, and other daily necessities, there were a few useful items. First was the fragment of the Book of Darkness. Wen Yu had never used this item before, but it seemed that the fragment had absorbed enough soul power and could now release the curse upon it. However, such a thing could harm both others and oneself. Aside from Wen Yu, even the one-eyed creature would be cursed, so using it would still depend on the situation. Next was a mutated vine from Birch Forest Town. This item was of no use at the moment. Finally, there were several potions. One was a rage potion that could be used to save a life in dire situations. As for the side effects, it could only be left to fate. Another was a potion for restoring stamina. The rest included a high-level healing potion and a military-modified healing potion. The last item was the Touch of Greed. This was the item that would provide the most help at present. Directly taking it out from the spatial ring, when you put on the Touch of Greed, it felt cold and comfortable. There were no other sensations at all. It felt as if his hand had always possessed this pair of half-finger gloves. Experiencing the feeling of merging with the weapon as a special mental fluctuation emerged, Wen Yu was able to control the Touch of Greed freely. With a thought, the Touch of Greed suddenly changed. The positions of its 5 fingers rapidly elongated, and in the blink of an eye, 5 sharp spikes jutted out. Then, under Wen Yu's will, the 5 spikes lengthened and shortened, changing at an incredible speed. Ignoring the astonished and envious gazes of others, Wen Yu directly called out to son Ruixing not far away. "Come, take your steel knife and give it a try." Son Ruixing had an eager expression, and without saying a word, raised the steel knife and struck it towards the Touch of Greed with all his might. Ding! A clear metallic clashing sound echoed, and son Ruixing was jolted by the immense recoil, causing his hands to feel numb. Once he barely adapted to the recoil, he struck the steel knife at the Touch of Greed again. A clear dent the size of a mung bean appeared on the steel knife, while the Touch of Greed in Wen Yu's hand remained completely unscathed. Well, the sharpness and toughness should be comparable to a D-rank weapon. Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction, then entered a combat state. Phasing. Using this newly acquired ability directly, Wen Yu's entire body became a blur, and then he forcefully clawed at the exchange stone pillar with his claws. It was as if the two were not in the same space-time. As they intercrossed, Wen Yu merely felt a slight drain of his stamina, and both the Touch of Greed and the exchange stone pillar remained intact. What a S-rank ability! Seeing the effect of the phasing skill, Wen Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. When ordinary people first acquire this ability, they typically think of it as a life-saving skill, using the phasing effect to evade enemy attacks. But Wen Yu did not think that way. Phasing! Once again, using the phasing ability this time, Wen Yu only phased out his right hand. As expected, I can phase out a part of my body, then it can be used like this. Wen Yu immediately thought of an attack method based on phasing. By phasing, he could insert the Touch of Greed directly into the opponent's body and THEN Chinese letter the phasing state. Just thinking about it made Wen Yu grin widely. This is equivalent to an attack ability that ignores all of the enemy's defensive measures, provided his stamina is sufficient. Check points. Ding, remaining points 13,056. Exchange for a D-level protective suit. Ding, exchange successful. Remaining points 12,056. A D-level protective suit actually requires 1,000 points, when you couldn't help but frown. After all, in battles between strong individuals, protective suits can easily be torn apart like rags. However, one must not underestimate the importance of protective suits. Protective suits are defensive items that prevent high-level professionals from being overwhelmed by massive waves of cannon fodder. Without the protection of a protective suit, Relying solely on human physical defense, even low-level demonic creatures can inflict damage on professionals if they lack defensive skills. As long as damage is inflicted, there is a possibility of being killed, and the number of the demonic clan, when you recalled the scenes of the demonic disaster from his previous life and couldn't help but shiver. That kind of quantity is insufficient to describe. After a simple consideration, when you open the exchange stone pillar again, select Weapon, exchange for an E-level shield. Ding, exchange successful, remaining points, 11,856. This feature was newly opened for third-tier professionals. To meet various weapon needs, after reaching Tier 3, professionals can exchange for different types of weapons. Perhaps in the eyes of the Sovereign, a third-tier professional has just barely stepped out of the novice ranks. This is for you. Consider it a compensation for your steel knife. When you glanced at son Ruixing, who was without a shield, and tossed the E-level shield to him. Although son Ruixing was a first-tier professional and couldn't exchange for E-level equipment, as long as someone gave him a weapon, regardless of its level, as long as he could wield it, he could use it. The E-level steel knife earlier was also picked up by son Ruixing from a corpse. However, son Ruixing felt somewhat awkward, looking at Wen Yu, hesitating for a long time before accepting the shield. After all, son Ruixing's previous behavior was indeed somewhat uncouth. Even if Wen Yu didn't mind, son Ruixing's character still made him feel guilty. Wen Yu ignored son Ruixing's conflicted feelings and once again focused on his consumption actions. Check the exchange price for level 3 attributeless magic crystals. Ding, level 3 attributeless magic crystal, exchange price is 2,000 points. Hearing this price, Wen Yu's face twitched violently. Damn, that's really black. He smacked his lips and began to think carefully. Killing demonic creatures below level 1 yields 1-10 points. Level 1 yields 10-100 points. Level 2 yields 100-1,000 points. And level 3 yields 1,000-10,000 points, right? As Wen Yu calculated, he suddenly discovered that points didn't seem so hard to obtain after all. However, since the Demon Realm Gate on Earth had not yet opened, relying solely on zombies and mutated beasts wouldn't provide too many points. Then, if killing demonic creatures in this trial grants points, Wen Yu frowned, the difficulty is likely quite high. The rewards and risks are definitely proportional. Shaking his head, he cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind. When no battles are occurring, everything is unknown and thinking about it is pointless. Moreover, Wen Yu wasn't the intelligent type. Exchange for 5 level 3 attributeless magic crystals. Ding, exchange successful. Picking up the 5 level 3 magic crystals from the pillar, Wen Yu quickly absorbed them, raising his physical quality to 52.5 points. In battle mode, it became 102.5 points. It seems that, for the Soul Master profession, the greatest boost to my strength actually comes from battle mode. Wen Yu developed a new perspective on his profession. Simply considering the Soul Master as a summoner is absolutely a huge misunderstanding. If I cultivate soul beasts, then I will become the most powerful in battle mode. This way, I wouldn't have the disadvantage of traditional summoners being weak in terms of personal strength. Looking at the remaining 1856 points, Wen Yu clenched his teeth. Damn it, what use is this little bit of points to you? Wen Yu's spending habits were very irrational. Exchange for 10 high-protein energy bars, 100 compressed purified water packets, 10 powerful adrenaline shots, and also give me 10 packs of hemostatic bandages. With a wave of his hand, Wen Yu quickly spent all his points, leaving the surrounding professionals dumbfounded. Until a faint voice came. Wen Yu, why don't you exchange for some level 2 magic crystals to boost our strength, or exchange for some bullets? I already have all of these items you're getting. The speaker was Jiang Wentao. Wen Yu frowned, thinking for a long time before realizing. Right now, it seemed he had formed a small team, and within that team were 3 big spenders from the military. What he had exchanged for, he didn't believe that Jiang Wentao's elite battle squad didn't have. I forgot, really forgot. I'm used to being alone. Wen Yu chuckled and readily admitted his mistake. He directly pulled out the remaining 2 level 2 magic crystals and tossed them to Jiang Wentao. Here, you can use them. I don't need them anymore. Jiang Wentao took the 2 level 2 magic crystals and directly handed them to Sun Yashin. You can use them. It wasn't that Jiang Wentao was selfless. If it were Wen Yu, he would do the same distribution. This is the barrel principle. Sun Yashin hesitated for a moment before accepting the goodwill from the others. As Wen Yu transformed all of his potential into strength, this transformation in power could be considered complete. There was no need to pay attention to the surprised gazes of others. Even Wen Yu himself was shocked by the increase in his strength. After the enhancement, Wen Yu's own power had reached the mid-level of Tier 3, and combined with his terrifying skills, he was absolutely not afraid of any creature in Tier 3. Not to mention the one-eyed, with its current strength, after this trial ended, it could definitely return directly to M City to find trouble with Simba. The premise, of course, was that this trial ended smoothly. When you always had a bad premonition in his heart, and this premonition stemmed from the speed of his power increase. Too fast, too strong, and too easy. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, when you swaggered back to Jiang Wentao and the others with the one-eyed. Level 3, and I saw you just used several skill scrolls also. Jiang Wentao pouted and pointed at the touch of greed in Wen Yu's hand. Yes, my power has increased significantly. Speaking of which, you guys have certainly latched onto my thigh this time, Wen Yu said half-jokingly. Jiang Wentao didn't show any displeasure. After all, what Wen Yu said was, to some extent, true. But there were still things that needed to be said. Don't say it like that. Just by looking at you, it's obvious you have a certain understanding of the demonic clan. Although our military has obtained information about the demonic clan from various channels, we can only roughly speculate about what the demonic clan is, what they look like, their strength, and their numbers. But you are different. If you didn't have a relatively clear understanding of the demonic clan, you absolutely wouldn't have teamed up with us. Jiang Wentao paused for a moment, looking carefully at Wen Yu. Now we are all in the same boat. I hope you can speak honestly. This time, do you have any confidence? Wen Yu shook his head directly. From my calculations, this battle may be very difficult. Moreover, I'm worried that this isn't the final checkpoint of this trial. Jiang Wentao fell silent. Wen Yu handed a cigarette to Jiang Wentao and the others, quietly taking a puff. Jiang Wentao blew out a large smoke ring, turned his head, and looked at Wen Yu seriously. Actually, I think you're quite good. You have no forces or attachments. Why not join the military? With your strength, you could definitely show off in the military. If you get a bit stronger, you might even be able to earn the title of the second war god in the military. Wen Yu was a bit surprised. War god? Yes, in our military, the strongest among the entire army is referred to as such. Compared to the super soldiers produced by our super soldier project, the current strength of the Lord of War is indeed at a crushing level. Jiang Wentao paused slightly and smiled bitterly. In fact, your current strength should be not far from that of the Lord of War. Wen Yu was a bit tempted and directly asked, "What do I need to give up?" There is never any love or hatred without reason. As a soldier, of course, you must obey the arrangements of your superiors. Jiang Wentao said very seriously, "That's not acceptable. What you said amounts to giving me a nominal title and then making me work hard. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Wen Yu's tone immediately turned a bit displeased. Jiang Wentao laughed. "Don't think that the so-called super soldier and war god are just empty titles. In the military, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the benefits derived will also be greater. In fact, compared to the Lord of War, I admire you more. The Lord of War has consumed countless resources from the military to reach this point. You have become so strong solely relying on yourself. If you coupled that with the resources and weapons provided by the military, you could definitely become the top human being in the military, in the entire nation, or even the whole world. This isn't a joke. In fact, the military is already planning to do this, just that the candidate hasn't been determined yet." Wen Yu pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons, and after a while shook his head. No matter how strong one becomes, ultimately one is still bound by others. This won't work. "Well, then forget it." Jiang Wentao's response instead surprised Wen Yu. "Hey," Wen Yu directly pushed Jiang Wentao. "You're giving up this easily. You're not planning to go back to the military and leak my information to have them send someone to assassinate me, right?" "Why would we want to assassinate you?" Jiang Wentao first questioned in confusion, and after a moment realized Wen Yu's concerns and smiled while shaking his head. "Speaking of which, you guys really underestimate the military's mind. In the eyes of the military, a person like me shouldn't be seen as a threat. With strong personal power, unrestrained, even with a bad mindset, turning against humanity and society are all considered unstable factors. Would the military and government allow such people to live in this world?" Jiang Wentao's words made Wen Yu a bit confused. After all, in the eyes of many people, the military belongs to the ruling class, high and mighty, and with great power they would naturally control everything in their hands. So you people completely misunderstand the thoughts of the higher-ups. I'm not criticizing you, but during peacetime, if you entered politics, you would definitely end up as a grassroots for life. Jiang Wentao first cracked a joke, and then explained the current military mindset. First, you should understand that at any time, whether in peacetime or during the apocalypse, the only thing that can influence high-level decisions is one thing: interest. Take yourself as an example. Do you think the higher-ups want to kill you? What can they gain? When you thought for a moment and uncertainly said, "Eradicating an unstable factor." Yes, let's say that's what the military can achieve. So how many strong lives does the military need to pay? Someone of your level, about 10 lives should suffice, Wen Yu said with great certainty. Then, suppose the military doesn't actively provoke you, would you actively become enemies with the military? When Yu shook his head directly. Not to mention the vast number of professionals in the military, as long as Wen Yu could withstand the bombardment of nuclear weapons, he would never actively provoke the military. See, this problem isn't difficult to solve, is it? You do your thing, we do ours, and we don't interfere with each other, how nice. And many times, we even have the possibility of cooperation. For example, the military needs to complete a task, but the army lacks personnel. Hiring you lone walkers to complete the task and offering you high rewards, would you do it? Damn, when you said affirmatively, such a beneficial opportunity was something when you had no reason to refuse. Look, this is the military's attitude towards powerful lone rangers like you. Normally, there's no interaction, but when they need you, they issue high-reward missions. This kind of cooperative relationship is what the military desires. You have to understand that for the higher-ups, it's better to talk things out than to fight. Once you start fighting, there are too many unpredictable factors. If we really anger a super strong individual and they come to hunt our troops every few days, wouldn't we be in trouble? So, the saying goes, harmony brings wealth, Jiang Wentao chuckled. When you pondered over Jiang Wentao's words, and it seemed to make sense. What about those guys establishing bases and claiming dominance outside? Those are even easier to deal with. We provide weapons and magic crystals by their population. Do you think they wouldn't agree? After all, for those local tyrants, ordinary people might be a burden, but in the military's hands, they're completely different. If a gathering place loses its population, can it still be called a gathering place? Once the population drops to a certain level, their big boss won't even be considered a force anymore, at most just the captain of a battle team. By that time, if they need something they're lacking, let's see what price they'll pay. Just look at the Lone Ranger. Jiang Wentao looked at Wen Yu with a smile, but his words made Wen Yu feel as if he was touching a whole new world. This world was one where brains mattered more than brawn, using transactions, wealth, and exploiting human greed and selfishness to directly undermine the roots of a power. And without bloodshed. What if there's a force that is very strong, strong enough to the point that even the military is wary of it? When you simply wanted to see the military's stance towards people like him who drifted outside the system. Then that's a good thing, Jiang Wentao said with certainty, and he was extremely serious. The military values facts. The high-ranking officers in the army never believe that they can end this apocalypse on their own, especially knowing that humanity's greatest enemy has yet to appear. The emergence of a powerful force not only alleviates pressure on the military, but also adds an extra layer of security for humanity's survival. The military, especially our current leader, Lin Haifeng, sees things from a different perspective than we do. Commander Lin considers these issues from the standpoint of all humanity. In fact, I admire Commander Lin. He always has a saying on his lips. When the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? When every human in the world is dead, who will this commander of Huaxia's 5 major military districts be showing off to? When you mulled over the phrase, when the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? And shook his head after a moment. Discussing the entire humanity was too big of a topic for Wen Yu. He simply wanted to survive well in the apocalypse. By the way, are you really not considering joining the military? Jiang Wentao probed again. I'll consider it when the opportunity arises. For now, let's forget about it. Wen Yu replied with a smile. I estimate that within a few days, the military should be able to capture Beijing City. When there's a chance, you can come find me in Beijing City as a friend. Wen Yu nodded. By the way, how do you know all this? Aren't you just a foot soldier? Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Jiang Wentao simply smiled and didn't answer, but the monkey behind him interjected. The captain is not just a foot soldier. He used to be from our country's most mysterious special forces, executing missions that even involved infiltration and intelligence. How could someone who's a super soldier, even more special than an agent, not understand these things? Wen Yu fell silent, as he truly couldn't comprehend the world of elites. Come on, let's eat something. Seeing nearly 100 professionals sitting idle for almost half a day, most couldn't bear their hunger any longer. In the barracks, although they had a simple bowl of meat soup, the food distributed to each person was hardly substantial. When you took out the high-protein energy bars he had just exchanged and shared them with Jiang Wentao and the other 3. By the way, how much ammunition do you have left? Wen Yu asked Jiang Wentao. The monkey immediately showed Wen Yu the spatial ring on his hand. E-level spatial ring, 333 in size, full of ammunition and weapons. With full firepower, we could wipe this small place clean 100 times over. Big Bear and the captain still have some of my ammunition? Then I can rest easy. The spatial ring solved the issue of carrying super firepower ammunition for the military, greatly enhancing the combat potential of this profession. From this aspect, it can also be seen that there are no trash professions, only trash professionals. While chewing on the tasteless, rubbery energy bars, when you seriously watched William not far away, directing personnel to toss the corpses from the battlefield. "Hey, Knight, aren't you going to eat something?" Wen Yu joked. "I'm not hungry yet." William displayed a perfectly standard smile at Wen Yu. "And you? I'm not eating your junk." As soon as Chu Xiling finished speaking, he took out a piece of jerky from his spatial ring and began to chew on it heartily. "These two guys are quite interesting," Jiang Wentao teased. Wen Yu rolled his eyes. "Those two are definitely off their rockers." Just as the professionals on site were eating and moving corpses, at the nearest exit of the city wall, two familiar professionals used all their strength to throw the corpses far away. The corpses arced through the air on a parabolic trajectory, free-falling from 500 meters, and in the blink of an eye became a small black dot in their line of sight. As they turned their heads, the corpses had just hit the ground outside the city, so they naturally didn't notice that as the corpses approached the ground, they appeared to crash into the water, creating ripples. With the ripples spreading, the scene below began to reveal its true form. Below, a mass of strange creatures was rapidly advancing towards the city wall. This was a vast illusion-type ability. It enveloped the entire demonic clan army in illusion for the purpose of a surprise attack. The demonic clan's plan was successful because, even now, the Silver Moon clan had not issued a warning of enemy attack. "Brother Wang, what do you think this trial is about?" The speaker, a seasoned professional, pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Brother Wang. Brother Wang carefully examined the cigarette in his hand. It was from Red Pagoda Mountain. Before the apocalypse, Brother Wang would have scoffed at this brand of cigarettes, but now, he treasured the cigarette and tucked it into the lining of his protective suit, then spoke. "What else could it be? Have you ever played a game?" "Of course I have. This trial is just like a dungeon in a game. Now we need to defend the city, let me tell you," Brother Wang said mysteriously. "Did you see that guy with the big dog?" Brother Wang gestured in Wen Yu's direction. "All we need to do is follow that guy. Whatever he does, we do because he's the strongest here. Who knows, we might even be able to cling to the thigh of a strong man. Do you understand?" After finishing his words with a sense of superiority, Brother Wang took out a partially smoked cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Hey, why aren't you talking?" It wasn't until he had taken several puffs that Brother Wang noticed something was off. It had been almost a minute, and the person beside him hadn't reacted at all. Looking at his teammate in confusion, he saw the person just staring blankly at him, mouth agape, unable to say anything. "Hey, what's wrong?" Brother Wang asked, then scrutinized the person closely. The fear and despair in his teammate's eyes were palpable, and his face was visibly paling. The experiences from the apocalypse made Brother Wang react immediately. "Enemy attack. Enemy attack." Brother Wang opened his mouth and shouted, then quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from his teammate. But it was too late. A pale yellow, rope-like object suddenly shot out from his teammate's body, and then the front end abruptly opened, revealing a sharp spike. Before anyone could react, the spike pierced through Brother Wang's skull. Facing everyone, Brother Wang lost the strength to move forward, making unintelligible sounds until the spike transformed again. Like petals unfurling, the spike that pierced Brother Wang's skull slowly opened, and a tremendous force caused his head to explode, blood and brains splattering everywhere. As the spike fully opened, a pale red eye appeared at the end of the fleshy appendage. With a brutal, bloodthirsty gaze, it swept over everyone. "Prepare for battle!" William was the first to react, swinging his great sword as a massive sword light cleaved toward the fleshy appendage, but it swiftly dodged. In an instant, the fleshy appendage disappeared from everyone's sight. "They're coming!" When Yu squinted, looking at the vast open space outside the city. Outside, the illusion dissipated, and under Wen Yu's third-tier professional strength, he clearly saw a mass of dark creatures rushing toward Silver Moon Holy City. The number was simply overwhelming. Just then, a loud alarm bell rang. This was the warning signal for Silver Moon Holy City detecting an enemy attack. As the bell fell silent, a dense noise of friction filled everyone's ears. This was the sound of demonic creatures climbing the walls. As everyone drew their weapons, cautiously looking toward the entrance of the city wall, the previously vanished fleshy whip reappeared in front of them. With cold, piercing eyes, the fleshy whip grew longer, and a figure slowly climbed up. It was a creature resembling a salamander, over a meter tall and more than 6 meters long, completely hairless, with a smooth, pale yellow body that looked slimy from a distance. Its massive tail was lined with sharp, terrifying barbs. Its round, plump head had no eyes, and the fleshy whip was its tongue as well as its sensory organ. "Die!" With William's furious shout, the sword light swept out again. But it was ineffective. The immense force struck the salamander demon beast, causing a burst of light to glow from the creature. The power of the sword was completely neutralized by the creature's defensive skill. Hiss, as the creature emitted an unintelligible sound, its massive body lunged at William. The first demonic creature climbing the city wall actually had third-tier strength. "Should we help?" Jiang Wentao quickly asked Wen Yu. "Big Bear, shoot to assist William, the rest prepare for battle," Wen Yu said seriously. Just as Wen Yu's words fell, at least 30 slightly thinner fleshy whips appeared at the city wall entrance. This was the demonic creatures, both in quantity and quality, completely overwhelming the human professionals. As numerous second-tier salamander demon beasts emerged, the battle erupted. For these beings that only knew slaughter and destruction, no words were needed. The first to confront the demonic creatures were William's team. With the strongest combat power in the team, William, entangled by a third-tier creature, these professionals faced over 30 second-tier salamander demon beasts. Their battle power was only about 50-50. The brutal battle began. In just a few seconds, casualties appeared on both sides. The first to fall was a low-level second-tier professional. This person was smashed to pieces by the tail of a salamander demon beast, and then the thunderous sound of a sniper rifle rang out. Before the demon beast that killed the professional could act again, it was shot in the head by Big Bear's sniper rifle. Big Bear quickly reloaded, taking less than a second, and fired again. With a bang, yet another demon beast was taken down. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. As the deafening hisses continued, the demonic reinforcements soon appeared at the city wall entrance. Countless small, dark-skinned creatures about 1.5 meters tall, with jagged fangs bared, charged forward madly. Like a massive wave, they crashed against the professionals' defenses. The second-tier professionals in front of Wen Yu could not withstand the overwhelming tide of demonic creatures, and their defenses were torn apart. Run, the more dire the situation, the more the baser instincts of humanity erupted. When the first professional began to retreat, the line of defense collapsed instantly. Everyone exerted all their strength to run toward Wen Yu's direction, where he stood as the current strongest, the guardian angel in the eyes of these cowards. "These idiots," Jiang Wentao cursed as he watched the professionals scatter in panic. In a battlefield, especially one dominated by cold weapons, fleeing does not guarantee survival. Exposing one's back to the enemy often leads to quicker death. Thus, less than half of the professionals managed to escape from the countless salamander demon beasts flying around. In just a brief encounter, over 20 professionals lost their lives, while their gains consisted of merely 10 salamander demon beasts and a small number of first-tier black-skinned demon creatures. Most of these were taken down by Big Bear's sniper rifle. That's why these trash don't even deserve to be saved. Wen Yu stared at the surging demonic creatures, and with a thought, the touch of greed in his hand extended to its maximum length. 10 sharp claws gleaming with cold light aimed directly at the fleeing professionals and struck out. Slash! The closest professional, who had just felt a moment of joy from escaping death, was torn to shreds by Wen Yu in an instant. "Brother Wen Yu, what are you doing? They are humans!" Sun Yashin, stationed behind him, couldn't help but shout as he saw Wen Yu turning his blade toward the professionals. "Fool, use your brain. Can't you see that the soldiers haven't said a word?" Wen Yu snorted coldly, and as he swung the touch of greed again, empowered by over 100 points of physical attributes, a gust of wind erupted, instantly shredding the approaching black-skinned demon creature and simultaneously severing the head of a nearby professional. This time everyone understood Wen Yu's intention. "Stay away, I don't offer protection here." "Wen Yu, what are you doing?" This time it was William, who was entangled with a third-tier salamander demon beast, speaking up. His tone clearly conveyed his anger. "Hee, what do you think I'm doing? My formation is set. If these trash disrupt it, we'll all die. So," as he spoke, Wen Yu's voice became heavier, "if you approach our combat zone, I'll start a massacre. If you want to survive, brace yourselves against this wave of demonic creatures." Just as Wen Yu finished speaking, another type of demonic creature appeared at the entrance of the city wall. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, with thick muscular legs resembling those of humans, but atop its neck was an enormous bull head. Wen Yu's heart sank heavily. Bull demons, one of the main combat races of the demonic clan. Their numbers are considerable, and their combat power is not low. That's a rough description of this race. When they say considerable numbers, it roughly matches the population of humans in the apocalypse. When they mention not low combat power, it means that every bull demon possesses the combat capabilities of a professional of the same level, with the top-tier ones being equivalent to the human race ranking. With just this type of demonic creature alone, they can stand toe-to-toe with the human race. Prepare for battle. Hearing Wen Yu's tone and looking at the demonic creatures that had already covered most of the battlefield, the members of the squad understood that the real battle was about to begin. As the professionals in the front lines rapidly crumbled, the overwhelming tide of demonic creatures surged toward the back of the battlefield. Among those who narrowly escaped, the professionals were also on high alert at the rear of the battlefield. The first to initiate an attack was the modified Gatling held by Monkey. The motor had been spinning for less than a second, yet a storm of metal had already ruthlessly torn into the group of demonic creatures. Most first-tier black-skinned demon creatures simply could not withstand the impact of the bullets, instantly being shredded into a cloud of blood mist. As Monkey swept the Gatling back and forth in a systematic manner, large swathes of demonic creatures were directly wiped out. This is the power of firearms in warfare. However, this was not merely a contest between cold and hot weapons. It was a war between professionals and demonic creatures. With a heavy sound echoing, all the demonic creatures looked as if they had been injected with energy, their eyes suddenly glowing red. The once skinny bodies of the black-skinned demons appeared pumped up as their muscles swelled. Furious Battle Roar A-level active ability emits a deep sound wave that enhances the combat power of nearby allies, lasting for 10 minutes. After the effect ends, stamina will be severely depleted. As the sound wave surged through, a bull demon nearly 4 meters high climbed up the city wall. "Big Bear, that third-tier one is yours. Monkey, conserve your bullets," When You simply stated. The firepower of the Gatling was indeed powerful, but the consumption of bullets was alarmingly fast. Even if Monkey's spatial ring was filled with 9 bullets, it wouldn't last for more than a few minutes. And this battle was definitely not going to end quickly. As Monkey stowed the Gatling and switched to 2 giant submachine guns, the original firepower suppression was immediately shattered. The demonic creatures surged fearlessly toward the professionals. The one-eyed demon at the forefront bit down and crushed the head of the first black-skinned demon creature that charged at it. Then, claws ablaze with terrifying black flames swung out, the flames on its claws crackling like whips, striking out directly. This attack had a wide range and extremely high damage capability. The twisted black flames would turn any demonic creature they touched into a burning pillar of fire, reduced to ashes in less than 3 seconds. As soon as the one-eyed demon made contact with the demonic creatures, it signified that everyone, including Wen Yu, began to face the threat of the demonic creatures head-on. As Wen Yu watched the frail black-skinned demon creatures rushing up ahead, he quickly waved his hands. The touch of greed felt like an extension of his own body, tearing through several black-skinned demon creatures in front. However, the gaps left were quickly filled by more demonic creatures from behind. Though these first-tier little guys could hardly threaten Wen Yu, they posed a significant danger to the weaker second-tier professionals. Their sharp fangs were enough to rip through the E-level protective gear worn by second-tier professionals. The cannon fodder tactic proved its worth at this moment. Second-tier professionals cornered by the demonic creatures had to slow their pace slightly, only to be met by the sharp fangs of the black-skinned demons. Then the black-skinned demons would cling on and latch onto the professionals. This simple delay slowed the professionals down even more, leading to more black-skinned demons biting at them. This was a death cycle. Within this onslaught, solitary professionals had no means of resistance. Once bitten, it was death. By the time the black-skinned demons let go of their hold on a professional, only tangled hair and bones would remain on the ground. At this moment, casualties among the second-tier professionals began to rise sharply. Originally, nearly 100 second-tier professionals had been reduced to half in a short amount of time. In the distance, William was entangled with a level 3 salamander demon beast and saw this scene, causing his heart to feel like it was about to burst. With fierce determination, William unleashed all his power as a Sequence 18. A massive sword light swept towards the level 3 salamander demon beast. Although it was blocked by the defensive glow emanating from the creature, it was easy to see that compared to the beginning, this glow had significantly weakened, and the sword light was merely one of William's basic skills. William, profession, Iron Knight. Skill 1, Moon/Rank B active skill, unleashes a massive sword light with an attack power equal to the host's weapon attack power with a maximum range of 10 meters. This was the only damaging skill William possessed. However, this ability alone didn't fully represent William's strength. Under the immense external pressure, William directly used his second skill, Skill 2. Majesty of the King S-Rank, active ability. After activating this ability for 10 minutes, all attributes double, and after 10 minutes, the skill effect ends without any negative status effects. With the explosion of Majesty of the King, William's physical attributes soared to a terrifying height of over 150 points. The great sword swung down, far more powerful than the previous sword light, striking the salamander demon beast fiercely. William slashed out a sword, not even glancing at the result caused by his skill, and immediately turned to walk towards the struggling professionals behind him. Behind him, the salamander demon beast had been cleaved in two by the sword light. With the unleashing of William's level 3 combat power, The professionals who had been beaten to a pulp by the demonic creatures seemed to find their backbone, charging towards William with newfound strength, while those who lacked capability were also rescued by him. After William reorganized the defensive line of over 20 surviving professionals, his third ability began to show remarkable effects. Skill 3, Iron will rank B, passive ability. As stamina declines, the rate of stamina recovery increases. This seemingly ineffective ability was a remedy in the midst of grueling battles. It was because of the existence of Skill 3 that William could swing his endless moon slashes like a bulldozer. Moreover, judging from William's expression, his stamina was still very sufficient. As Wen Yu unleashed the touch of greed from his hands, shredding several black-skinned demonic creatures in front of him, a gunshot rang out from behind. A salamander demon beast, hidden among the group of black-skinned demonic creatures, had just extended its tongue when Big Bear shot it in the head. Then Big Bear quickly reloaded and took another shot at the level 3 bull demon with its legs shattered not far away. The pitiful level 3 demonic creature barely let out a frenzied battle roar before Big Bear's sniper rifle sent it back to hell. With the death of the only 2 level 3 demonic creatures in the battlefield, the battle reached a stalemate. Demonic creatures continued to pour in from the entrance of the city wall, with only a few second-tier demonic creatures among them. The rest were all first-tier cannon fodder. Although they weren't strong, their sheer numbers still posed significant pressure on all the professionals present. In Wen Yu's team, the one who first felt the pressure was the weakest, Sun Yashin. "Wen Yu, I can barely hold on." After Sun Yashin exploded a first-tier demonic creature with a punch, he was tightly ensnared by a second-tier black-skinned demonic creature. Seeing numerous black-skinned creatures with disgusting yellow teeth lunging towards him, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Monkey!" With Jiang Wentao's command, Monkey fired one-handed while quickly pulling out a plasma grenade with the other. He pressed the safety, waited nearly 2 seconds, and then hurled the grenade in Sun Yashin's direction. The grenade exploded midair. Blue arcs of electricity crackled at Sun Yashin's waist, but the lethal range just narrowly avoided him. Sun Yashin gasped for air, and before he could express his gratitude, he was once again thrown into the fray. "Damn it!" Having just cleared the demonic creatures in front of him, Wen Yu finally took a moment to observe the battlefield and realized that Sun Yashin was indeed a huge liability. Just after Monkey had freed Sun Yashin, he found himself surrounded by demonic creatures once again, while Monkey simply had no time to care about Sun Yashin's situation. In front of Monkey, a bull demon over 3 meters tall charged at him like a miniature tank. Big Bear, responsible for fire support, had just rescued Jiang Wentao and was watching as the bull demon seized the moment when Monkey was reloading to rush in. Reinforcements were already too late. Seeing the bull demon's rapid charge, Monkey's eyes hardened. He quickly switched weapons, and the 2 submachine guns disappeared from his hands, replaced by 2 sci-fi-style hand cannons. Boom, boom, 2 explosive sounds rang out. The bull demon's head burst apart instantly, but before Monkey could even make a dodging motion, the bull demon's massive body slammed into him. The bull demon's weight, coupled with its charging speed, sent Monkey flying. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A large gap suddenly appeared in the defensive line. One-eyed. "Clean up the scraps." Seeing the imminent crisis before him, Wen Yu commanded. One-eyed heard Wen Yu's order and immediately opened its mouth. The fury of the Inferno began to brew within One-eyed. In less than 3 seconds, a massive pillar of fire erupted, sweeping madly towards the demonic creatures ahead. The black flames, like a natural disaster, completely cleared all demonic creatures in front of One-eyed. The residual flames surged out of the city wall entrance, flying farther and farther into the sky before slowly dissipating. After One-eyed finished spewing the fire pillar, its entire body ignited with fury of the Inferno. Its figure flashed, ignoring formations, and directly charged into the group of demonic creatures beside Wen Yu, starting a bloody rampage. Seeing that there were no longer demonic creatures beside One-eyed, Wen Yu swung his claw and directly shredded the black-skinned demonic creature beside Sun Yashin, then picked up the blood-stained Sun Yashin and threw him behind. "Shrink the formation?" Jiang Wentao observed One-eyed charging out of formation, attracting most of the demonic creatures. He punched and killed the demonic creatures in front of him before retreating, positioning himself right beside Wen Yu at the forefront. Behind the two, Monkey pulled out a healing potion and downed it, rapidly recovering from his injuries. He then retrieved the demon-modified submachine gun once again. With this round of One-eyed's outburst, the imminent collapse of the formation was alleviated. However, due to One-eyed's departure, Wen Yu and the others had to repeatedly tighten their formation, protecting the weaker Sun Yashin and Big Bear behind them. As the battle progressed, When Yu continued to adapt to the changes in his own strength. Firstly, he tested the ability of phasing, finding it particularly strange. The enemies surrounding him were mostly of cannon fodder level, so when Yu only lightly probed the defensive capabilities of phasing. He watched as enemy attacks passed through his body harmlessly, creating an absurd feeling within him. As for the speed boost from the ability of Shadow Step, when Yu didn't even have the mood to experiment. He and his companions were completely surrounded by these low-level demonic creatures, and there was no need for mobility. They just needed to kill and tear apart these monsters. The focus was on the touch of greed. As the battle went on, Wen Yu's stamina was constantly being consumed, but the ability of Touch of Greed allowed him to feel as if he could fight for another 300 rounds. The battle had been going on for half an hour, and at this time, the Silver Moon clan was slowly revealing its ferocity. With a violent upheaval, the entire city wall seemed to be undergoing the baptism of a 10-point earthquake. The cause of all this was the Silver Moon clan's war weapon attacks. Countless beams of silver light roared out, violently striking at the endless tide of demonic creatures outside the city. Each beam of silver light directly created craters nearly 100 meters in diameter upon impact. The kill radius was so immense that low-level demonic creatures within a kilometer were directly shaken to death. In the span of a round of concentrated fire, a large empty area was blown out from the group of demonic creatures. The battlefield where Wen Yu was located fell into a brief pause due to the intense sounds and vibrations. Before anyone could react, another round of explosions erupted. "Quickly, quickly!" Wen Yu shouted loudly to all the surviving professionals. 2 rounds of weapon fire had directly cut off the demonic disaster. This brief moment was precious for everyone entrenched in the battlefield. At this moment, Wen Yu unleashed all his strength. His body moved rapidly. Although his physical quality did not show significant improvement after advancing to level 3, the ability of Shadow Step greatly boosted Wen Yu's mobility. He quickly moved into the midst of the surrounding demonic creatures, wielding the Touch of Greed and starting to harvest the monsters nearby. The one-eyed monster also unleashed all its power. With the fury of the Inferno, the one-eyed creature's group-killing capability was terrifying. As the fury of the Inferno rose from the one-eyed creature, the immense heat caused everyone to glance over involuntarily. Needless to say, the demonic creatures near the one-eyed monster felt it too. The one-eyed monster fully accelerated, burrowing into the mass of demonic creatures, incinerating everything in its path to ashes. In another area, William was equally fierce, his giant sword sweeping across, sending sword light scattering everywhere, clearing a significant portion of the battlefield. As several strong professionals unleashed their might, and with the demonic creatures lacking reinforcements, those within the battlefield were rapidly exterminated. When the one-eyed monster finally bit off the head of the last salamander demon beast, this battle was temporarily concluded. When Yu turned his gaze towards the city wall, the artillery of the Silver Moon clan had not yet ceased, but the tide of demonic creatures was clearly nearing its end. The demonic creatures, fearless of death, knowing that there were no reinforcements behind them, continued to launch suicidal attacks against the city wall, and they were directly taken down by various weapons on the wall. Watching as the remaining demonic creatures were killed by the wall's armaments, Wen Yu shifted his focus to the spoils on the ground. He walked directly to the side of the slain level 3 bull demon, sliced open its skull, and extracted the magic crystal inside. The magic crystals from the demonic clan were of high quality. Once he exited the combat state, he fed the bull demon's magic crystal to the little soul beast. The one-eyed monster rushed over to the corpse of the dead level 3 bull demon and began tearing into the flesh. The blood and flesh of the demonic clan had even stronger evolutionary effects on mutated beasts than the flesh of professionals. Seeing Wen Yu's actions, all the professionals immediately reacted, starting to dig up the corpses. Wen Yu showed no airs of a master and hurriedly scoured the battlefield for magic crystals. Some magic crystals required digging, but those monsters killed by the one-eyed monster's fury of the Inferno could be picked up directly without any effort. It was evident that, in the face of profit, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited to the highest level. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield was cleared of corpses by the surviving professionals. When Yu counted the magic crystals in his hands, smiling broadly. Within a short time, over 1,000 demonic creatures had died in this battlefield. When Yu took one level 3 magic crystal, William took another, leaving nearly 100 level 2 magic crystals, with the rest being level 1. This battle had brought substantial rewards to all who survived. Seeing that most were quietly absorbing their magic crystals, Wen Yu directly approached the exchange stone pillar. First, He exchanged his magic crystals for 5 level 3 magic crystals, absorbed them, and raised his physical quality to 55 points. Then he checked his points. Ding, remaining points 27,568, close to 30,000 points. More than half of them came from the one-eyed monster. From this battle, it was clear that Wen Yu had underestimated the one-eyed monster's strength. The fury of the Inferno was indeed an SS-level ability, elevating the one-eyed monster's group combat capability to a terrifying level. Exchange for 13 level 3 attributeless magic crystals. With Wen Yu finishing the absorption of the magic crystals, his physical quality rose to 61.5 points. After briefly adapting to this change in strength, Wen Yu returned to the side of Jiang Wentao and the others. This battle not only benefited Wen Yu, but after absorbing the magic crystals, Jiang Wentao's physical quality had also reached the peak of level 2. The same was true for the monkey and big bear. When they saw Wen Yu finish using the exchange stone pillar, they immediately stepped forward to prepare for advancement. The recent battle had provided enough points for all of them to level up. "How are you?" Wen Yu turned back to Sun Yashin and asked. Sun Yashin showed a slightly bitter smile. "After drinking the potion from Jiang Wentao, my injuries are healed, but my strength hasn't improved enough." Sun Yashin's voice grew softer as he realized he had held Wen Yu back. "Go on, exchange all the points for magic crystals. Whatever you can gain in strength is what you get." Wen Yu said to Sun Yashin, then turned and leaned against the corner to rest. "Something still feels off." Reflecting briefly on the battle, Wen Yu had new insights regarding the second stage trial of the treasure land. While Wen Yu was deep in thought, all the practitioners present gathered in front of the exchange stone pillar, and flashes of teleportation light appeared from time to time. This was the mark of the promotion challenge. In the first battle of entering the treasure land, both Chu Xiling and Jiang Wentao directly advanced to third-level practitioners. The rest of the group, even if they did not level up, earned a considerable amount of points and significantly enhanced their physical qualities. "What's wrong? You look troubled," a calm voice came from beside him. Wen Yu opened his eyes and looked at the person asking. It was William. "Nothing," Wen Yu replied dismissively. "Do you have something to say?" "I wanted to suggest that the remaining practitioners should unite. You should have seen the battle just now. It posed no threat to the two of us at the third level, but it was a significant threat to the second-level practitioners. I believe that if we unite, we can all survive this trial." William directly sat next to Wen Yu and spoke to him. Wen Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. He wasn't contemplating William's suggestion. Rather, he was considering the nature of this trial. "Don't you think that this trial is overly simple for us too?" "Humph," William snorted heavily. "The simplicity you're referring to is based on the fact that over half of the practitioners have died. You think it's simple, but I feel that based on the intensity of the recent battle, no one can withstand continuous attacks for 3 days without rest." There was a hint of anger in William's words. This was his dissatisfaction with Wen Yu. With Wen Yu's strength, if he had fully unleashed his power, there would have been no need for so many to die. Wen Yu slowly shook his head, showing no response to William's frustration. The recent battle was on an entirely different level compared to the demonic disaster in Wen Yu's memories. In his previous life, the demonic disasters Wen Yu experienced, both in scale and duration, were far more intense than this one. According to the available information, this was already the demonic clan's all-out attack on the Silver Moon clan, but what Wen Yu saw was merely a petty skirmish. "Something still feels off," Wen Yu's frown deepened. The brief battle felt to him like a game. If this was truly the trial, it barely counted as despair or destruction for Wen Yu. This was merely the treasure land guardian handing out points. Just as Wen Yu was seriously contemplating the meaning of this trial, the walls behind him suddenly began to shake. As the walls trembled, the black bricks slowly parted, and the entrance through which Wen Yu and the others had entered was now opened. Varshi's massive figure appeared before everyone. "The task has changed." As Varshi's low voice echoed, Wen Yu's right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. "I'll give you 30 minutes to sort out the gains from this battle, then I will come to get you." After giving a brief explanation, Varshi's figure once again disappeared behind the wall. "What's going on?" William furrowed his brows, looking at the spot where Varshi vanished. Wen Yu's sense of unease grew stronger. "I'm afraid the real trial task is about to begin." After Varshi finished speaking, Wen Yu understood that the battle just now was merely the first wave of tests, or perhaps a wave of benefits. Eliminate the weak while making the strong even stronger. Although I don't know what the next task will be, uniting is definitely necessary. After hearing Varshi's words, Wen Yu spoke directly to William. "Yeah," William also sensed Wen Yu's tension and nodded in agreement. 30 minutes passed in a flash. All practitioners had already transformed the gains from the recent battle into strength. Under William's organization, all practitioners quietly awaited the task that Varshi had mentioned. The wall opened once more, and Varshi's figure slowly walked in. "Follow me." After saying a simple sentence, Varshi turned and walked directly onto the lift inside the wall. Wenyu was the first to follow. As the mechanical rumbling sounded, the stone platform lowered Wenyu and the others down from the wall. "This way." Waving his hand, Varshi led Wenyu and the others towards the center of the Silver Moon Holy City. Under Varshi's guidance, the full view of Silver Moon Holy City was revealed for the first time to everyone. Exquisite and magnificent buildings stood tall, but upon closer inspection, one could find that most of these structures had signs of damage and scratches. Even more surprising was the fact that even though it was the afternoon, there were no pedestrians on the streets. The entire city felt like a dead city. "Have you noticed that apart from the guide and this Varshi in front of us, we haven't seen anyone else so far?" Jiang Wentao's voice rang out behind Wenyu. Wenyu nodded. Logically, even if the Silver Moon clan was being thoroughly defeated, it shouldn't be this desolate. It seems this space is undoubtedly an illusion. "And there are some strange aspects," Jiang Wentao continued. Oh, Wenyu perked up his ears. "If this is indeed an illusion, then based on our recent defeat of the demonic creatures, we shouldn't be able to earn points, and the exchange stone pillar shouldn't appear. Those demonic creatures must be real," Wenyu stated with absolute certainty. Jiang Wentao chuckled. "I never said they were fake. What I mean is that the demonic creatures we encountered that interacted with us are real. They are likely raised or enslaved by the Treasure Land Guardian, and their numbers must be limited. According to the military's information, the Treasure Land and the demonic creatures are in a hostile relationship. If each Treasure Land Guardian could enslave a large number of demonic creatures, why would they bother to arrange a human race ranking or create a treasure land? The recent battle was merely a little trick to make the strong stronger and the weak eliminated. This time, it's likely that the real trial has begun. Given the scale of this trial, the upcoming battles won't be easy." Wenyu nodded in agreement. "Follow me." After walking for about an hour, Varshi stopped in front of an ordinary residence and waved his hand to Wenyu and the others, leading the way inside. The residence was small, and as nearly 40 practitioners entered, it quickly became cramped. You and you four come with me, the others wait here." Varshi pointed at Wenyu, William, Chu Xiling, and Jiang Wentao, then walked straight into a side room. Wenyu and the other three exchanged glances before following Varshi into the inner room. The 4 individuals who had been named were all of the sequence. As soon as Wenyu entered, he immediately spotted a beautiful woman standing in the room. With silver hair and blue eyes, she looked like an elf straight out of a movie, nearly 1.8 meters tall, her long legs subtly visible beneath her white dress, making it hard for anyone not to swallow hard. At second glance, Wenyu noticed the swaddled bundle in the woman's arms. The bundle was emitting a series of crying sounds. Before he could take a closer look, his view was completely blocked by Varshi's massive frame. Slap! A large hand came down heavily on Wenyu's forehead, and in the face of Varshi's overwhelming strength, Wenyu felt his eyes darken for a moment. "Soldier, what are you looking at? This is our noble princess consort of the Silver Moon clan. If it weren't for the urgent military situation, you wouldn't even get to see her face." "Damn it!" Wenyu cursed in his heart. That slap was truly unjust. He could guarantee he absolutely did not steal a glance at the princess consort's long legs. Seeing Wenyu's embarrassment, Chu Xiling behind him burst into loud laughter. Smack! Another crisp sound echoed in the room. Unfortunately, Chu Xiling didn't have Wenyu's physical resilience and plopped down onto the ground, unable to gather himself for a long time. "All right, Varshi, are these the warriors you brought?" A clear voice rang out, as melodious as a lark. It made Wenyu's heart tremble, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to the princess consort. Fortunately, Wenyu's little movements went unnoticed by Varshi. "Yes, my lady." Upon hearing the princess consort's words, Varshi turned around and bowed respectfully, replying, "Very well then, Varshi, please explain the details of this operation. I will be waiting for you warriors in the tunnels. We depart when it gets dark." The princess consort nodded at Wenyu and the others before walking out through a small door behind her. "All right, everyone." As soon as the princess consort left, Varshi immediately reverted to his usual proud and domineering demeanor. "Let me give a brief introduction to this mission. First, let's talk about the current situation of the Silver Moon clan." No sooner had he finished speaking than Varshi's expression changed, and he spoke in a robotic manner, slowly detailing the current situation. Wenyu's heart stirred. He instantly understood that it was no longer Varshi speaking, but rather the Treasure Land Guardian. The Silver Moon Holy City has persisted for 27 years during the demonic disaster, and now it is facing its final phase. The Silver Moon clan ultimately could not defeat the demonic clan. Just yesterday, the upper battlefield has already determined the victor. Silver Moon Clan Sequence 1 has perished, and Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 are facing over 30 10th level ancient demons with no chance of victory. To preserve the last ember of our Silver Moon Clan, you have been bestowed a glorious mission. Protect the Princess Consort and the fourth prince as you travel to a location 10 days east. The Sovereign has established a refuge there. This is your ultimate trial task. When you immediately swallowed hard. Do you understand? As soon as the words fell, Varshi reverted to his authoritative demeanor and shouted at Wen Yu and the others. We understand, the group quickly replied. Very good, you are responsible for informing the people outside about this mission. In 3 hours, I will return to take you to the assembly point. After Varshi finished speaking, he walked out, leaving Wen Yu and the others looking at each other in confusion. Haha, this guardian is quite direct. This is your ultimate trial task. Damn it, I can see that for myself. Chu Xiling exclaimed angrily as soon as Varshi left. It seemed this guy had a deep grudge about taking that unjustified slap. I think it's better to speak it out than to guess around, Wen Yu said. Then, do you have any plans? William asked the others. Wen Yu directly replied, What plan? It's just an escort mission. If gods get in the way, we kill gods. If Buddhas get in the way, we kill Buddhas. If we can't kill, we'll die. What plan can there be? William seemed to contemplate Wen Yu's suggestion seriously, then nodded decisively. You're right, I'll go out and organize the rest of the people, William said before turning and leaving the room. Let's go find a place to rest as well, Wen Yu said, heading outside. Wait, the voice came from Chu Xiling. This time I want to cooperate with you. Seeing Chu Xiling hesitantly open his mouth, Wen Yu scoffed. You need to understand, it's not about who follows whom right now. We all have to follow that so-called Princess Consort. She leaves, we leave. She stops, we stop. Everyone is in this together. Now you realize I'm the strong one? When Yu finished speaking without acknowledging Chu Xiling's embarrassed expression and walked out of the room. Outside, William was explaining the mission to others. Seeing Wen Yu and the others come out, Big Bear, Monkey, and Sun Yashin immediately gathered towards Wen Yu's position. Jiang Wentao was detailing the escort task to the group, while Wen Yu squinted his eyes, carefully recalling the words of the Treasure Land Guardian. The refuge established by the Sovereign? If all of this is just a trial scenario, that's one thing. But if all of this has truly happened, then what kind of role does the so-called Sovereign play in the apocalypse? And also, based on the appearance of the Treasure Land Guardian, Shan Lan Star evidently has a strong connection with this Guardian. What exactly is the Treasure Land Guardian? These things were beyond Wen Yu's understanding in his previous life. But now, as he encountered more and more, he felt increasingly confused about the truth of the Earth's apocalypse. Blood Moon, Demon Realm Gate, Demonic Clan, Exchange Stone Pillar, Sovereign, Treasure Land Guardian. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. With Varshi's arrival, everyone concluded their discussions and stood up. Follow me, Varshi commanded before heading outside. Wen Yu and the others promptly followed. As they followed Varshi through the winding alleys, they soon arrived at a rundown residential house. Varshi walked straight in and stopped in a place resembling a warehouse. You can go in now. The Princess Consort and the fourth prince are inside. After leaving the city, protect the Princess Consort and the fourth prince. Varshi paused. I hope you can survive. Hope you can survive? Varshi's words carried a sense of desolation, causing Wen Yu to feel a bit disoriented, unsure whether this was a virtual character or a real existence. As Varshi gradually moved away, Wen Yu led the way into the warehouse. Although it was called a warehouse, Wen Yu estimated that this was actually an escape route. The winding tunnel seemed to lead to an unknown destination, with lights illuminating both sides of the tunnel, giving it no sense of darkness. The ventilation in the tunnel was excellent, and as Wen Yu and the others moved deeper, there was no feeling of stuffiness at all. In less than 5 minutes, Wen Yu saw a graceful figure in white in the distance. The ones they were escorting this time, Princess Consort and the fourth prince. Varshi has left, right? The Princess Consort said directly upon seeing Wen Yu and his group. Wen Yu nodded. The hope of the Silver Moon Clan is entrusted to you brave warriors. The Princess Consort smiled sweetly at Wen Yu and the others, causing Wen Yu to momentarily lose his focus. Fortunately, the professionals who managed to survive to this point in the team were not foolish and did not develop any wicked thoughts. After all, everyone knew that this seemingly fragile woman and the child in her arms were the lifeline for all. We will follow the Princess Consort's arrangements. Wen Yu saluted the Princess Consort with a military gesture he learned from Varshi. The Princess Consort nodded and led everyone forward into the tunnel. As the light at the exit grew brighter, it wasn't long before the group emerged from the tunnel. The exit of the tunnel was at the foot of a mountain. The Silver Moon Holy City was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, with this mountain serving as a natural defense. Eastward, according to the speed of a level 2 professional, it's about a 10-day journey to our destination. The Princess Consort pointed eastward and addressed everyone. During the journey ahead, I ask you brave warriors to protect me and the child. Fina thanks you all here. Fina, huh? When you silently repeated the name in his heart, it was a pleasant name. By the way, my lord, when you directly activated the second soul realm and summoned the Cyclops. If you and the prince ride my summoned creature, it should be faster, right? Fina smiled slightly at Wenyu, but her words didn't bring him joy. Thank you for the warrior's kind suggestion, but the fourth prince is too young. I worry he can't withstand the violent jolts. Well, that reason was valid. This completely blocked Wenyu's possibility of taking a shortcut. Hey, that's a pretty deep strategy you have there. Once your dog picks up speed, I doubt any level 2 professional could keep up. Chu Xiling, behind him, whispered to Wenyu. Wenyu responded with a big eye roll. If we can finish this task sooner, I don't care if they live or die, but it seems we still have to go step by step. Let's go. Fina smiled at everyone and took the lead toward the east. The pace wasn't slow. Judging by Fina's speed, this woman likely had a physical fitness level of around 30. And since she was carrying a child, even the lowest fitness individual among the professionals could easily keep up with her pace. This also meant that the demonic creatures could keep up. Do you know? Shanlan Star used to be a beautiful planet with more than 80% of its land covered by jungles. I can feel the greatness of this planet from the leftover data I have. At that time, countless creatures lived on Shanlan Star. We, the Silver Moon Clan, were just one of them. Every member of the Silver Moon Clan loved peace and longed for nature. Back then, every household would raise a few Dilu beasts. You haven't seen Dilu beasts, right? Wenyu slowly shook his head. I only saw them in videos. Those little creatures are about this tall. Fina gestured casually about half a meter. They look like little fluffy balls with big sparkling eyes, and they have 2 little wings that can't fly. Every time a family had a newborn, they would go to the market to buy a Dilu beast as a companion for the child. Fina became increasingly animated as she spoke. Once, this place was called Yalu Forest, which produced a lot of a plant we referred to as the Tree of Hope. The fruit of the Tree of Hope was the most consumed food by the Silver Moon Clan. According to the data, mature trees of hope can reach over 30 meters tall, and the fruit produced each year is enough to feed 100 adults for a year. Just the fruit produced by this forest could sustain all the Silver Moon Clan members. Moreover, in the past, there were hundreds of thousands of species living in this jungle. It said that there were creatures flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and running on the ground. My God, I can't even imagine how many lives existed on Shanlan Star. Back then, the sky was blue, you could see the stars at night, and the moon was silver. Fina's voice grew increasingly somber because all the group could see now was endless yellow sand. The apocalypse had destroyed all beauty. I'm sorry I said too much. Fina smiled apologetically. I've spent my whole life in Silver Moon Holy City and have never left the city. My understanding of the outside world is limited to video materials. I didn't expect that the first time I left the city, what I saw was a bit different from what I had seen in the materials. Fina's words were filled with sadness. When you looked at Fina seriously, this woman, seemingly dignified, was merely acting out of decorum. In essence, she was not much different from a little girl who had never experienced society. Let's go. Regarding Fina's emotions, when you couldn't think of any comforting words and could only remind her to face the reality before her. Okay. Hearing Wenyu's words, Fina immediately retracted her earlier demeanor and resumed her role as the princess consort. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, only a group of dozens continued to move further away. After less than 5 hours, the sky had completely darkened. Princess Consort Fina, let's set up camp here, Wenyu said to Fina. Although Wenyu was eager to complete this task quickly, seeing Fina covered in sweat made him understand that as long as Fina and the little prince were present, the speed of the task could not increase. What was said to be a 10-day journey would truly take 10 days, only slower and not faster. Okay. With Fina's response, William and Jiang Wentao immediately began directing everyone to get busy. Under the command of Jiang Wentao and the powerful mobility of the professionals, a simple campsite was quickly set up. The blood moon in the sky emitted an ominous red glow, casting a strange and twisted feeling over the entire Shanlan Star. For Wenyu and the others, the blood moon provided excellent visibility for the group of professionals, eliminating the need for a fire for illumination. Big Bear, go keep watch! With Jiang Wentao's command, Big Bear walked off into the distance. This was exactly the kind of task Jiang Wentao and the others were best suited for. Want something to eat? Wenyu sat next to Fina and pulled out an energy bar from his spatial ring, offering it to her. No, thanks. Fina shook her head and took out some jerky, chewing it elegantly. Wenyu shrugged and stuffed the food into his mouth. Although it didn't taste great, the energy bar contained a significant amount of energy, enough to replenish half a day's consumption from Wen Yu's activities. With a one-eyed creature lying against the wind, Wen Yu leaned against its body. The warm touch allowed Wen Yu to temporarily forget the worries brought by the task. As his thoughts drifted further away and his consciousness blurred, he gradually fell into a light sleep. At this moment, in Silver Moon Holy City, with Wen Yu and the others' departure, the vast fortress fell into dead silence. Even the once relentless and overwhelming group of demonic creatures had disappeared. After all, this was just an illusion, merely a trial. Once the trialist had gone far away, what meaning did the illusion left behind hold? As the moonlight grew denser, a sudden change occurred above the nearly 10,000-meter-high city walls. First, beams of light appeared out of thin air above the walls, then the space seemed to tear apart as a blurry figure emerged from midair. Covered in blood, this person's extraordinary stature could not be concealed. Nearly 2 meters tall, they wore a set of tattered silver battle armor. Their hair, a mess of silver, shimmered with a faint glow, but unfortunately it was stained with thick blood. Finally failed. Like a murmured dream, the simple words revealed confusion, despair, and even a sense of relief. As the voice fell, the person's body crumbled like building blocks and slowly turned to ash, dissipating into the air. Within the torn space, endless black light continuously eroded the edges of the space, until a large, scaled hand stretched out from the void. Sharp claws seemed ready to crush the space, and with a powerful grip, the hand swung out. At that moment, space seemed to lose all meaning. The violent energy shockwaves tore apart the space, shattered the 10,000-meter-high city walls, and demolished much of Silver Moon Holy City. The power of a single punch was like a natural disaster descending. A violent sandstorm engulfed the entire Silver Moon Holy City. Amidst the swirling yellow sand and energy fluctuations, a small, thin figure stood quietly at the horizon. As grains of sand hit this person like bullets, they passed right through, merely leaving ripples across their body. Not even the owner of the destructive hand noticed this silver-haired young man. Father! Everything happening before him seemed unrelated to the silver-haired young man who just floated in midair, staring blankly at the place where the previous figure had vanished. After a while, the silver-haired young man shook his head, his body slowly dissipating into the air. "I'm sorry, Father. The inheritance crystal only contained these records. I can't even remember what you look like." As the sandstorm in Silver Moon Holy City slowly dissipated. Originally outside the city walls, dozens of terrifying and grotesque figures appeared out of nowhere. With a canine-like demonic creature sniffing the ground for scents, dozens of demonic creatures scattered, rushing towards Wen Yu and the others. By their speed, they were all level 3 or above demonic creatures. Wen Yu, who had been in a light sleep, was startled awake by the low growl of the one-eyed creature. "What's going on?" Wen Yu squinted his eyes at the professional standing in front of the one-eyed creature. "Big boss Wen Yu, you finally woke up." Wen Yu recognized this professional somewhat. Although not particularly strong, he had excellent survival skills. During the battle on the city walls, he was the first to dive behind William, and after the fight, he hadn't sustained much injury. "Big boss Wen Yu, I just had a bad premonition. There's danger approaching us from the direction of Silver Moon Holy City. You have that kind of skill?" Wen Yu narrowed his eyes and pulled out a watch from his spatial ring. Only 3 hours had passed since they set up camp. The professional was sweating profusely, frequently glancing back towards Silver Moon Holy City, speaking urgently. "Big boss Wen Yu, the feeling of danger is getting stronger. We should leave quickly. What's your skill?" Wen Yu frowned, not out of disbelief, but because a brief rest was insufficient to offset the exhaustion from the daytime battle. If everyone stumbled forward in a daze, it was safer to rest properly here. Danger Prediction B rank, passive skill, can roughly sense where danger is coming from and its level, only active outside of combat. The danger level from the direction of Silver Moon Holy City is the highest. "Get people, we..." Before Wen Yu could finish his sentence, a massive rumbling sound erupted from the direction of Silver Moon Holy City. From this distance, it was clear to see the towering 10,000-meter-high city walls suddenly collapse, a massive cloud of dust rising into the sky, surpassing even a nuclear bomb's mushroom cloud. Even from their camping position, they could feel a noticeable tremor. This time, without Wen Yu needing to say anything, everyone jumped up, staring blankly at the Silver Moon Holy City, which was about to be obliterated. "Run! Run!" With Wen Yu's shout, all the professionals quickly gathered their belongings and ran eastward. Wen Yu, along with Princess Consort Fina, led the way at the front. "Is the Silver Moon Holy City really gone?" Wen Yu still found it hard to believe. The sight of the 10,000-meter-high walls collapsing before everyone was truly shocking. "Yes," Princess Consort Fina replied darkly. Actually, since yesterday, the fate of Silver Moon City was already sealed. Once the strongest of the Silver Moon clan, the #1 in the ranking, fell in battle, the Silver Moon clan had no hope of struggle left. Now that Silver Moon Holy City has fallen, an endless stream of pursuers will come to intercept us. I hope everyone can fulfill their mission and preserve the last spark for Shanlan Star. Thank you. Fina's words carried a sense of sadness, yet there was an unexplainable determination behind them. When you understood that all the difficulties in the treasure land likely stemmed from this very aspect. By the way, what's your name? When you turned his head towards the person who had just issued a warning to him. My name is Bastion, and I'm from Thailand. It was then that when you noticed this person's slightly dark skin. Under the night sky, he hadn't paid attention to his appearance before. Do you still feel any danger now? Yes, although it has weakened a lot, there's still intense danger coming from behind. No, it's not just from behind. Danger is coming from all directions. When you pondered for a moment and then said directly, you lead the way now, just avoid any major mistakes in direction, and we'll head straight to the area of least danger. Stay close to the Princess Consort. Basong nodded and then led the group towards the northeast. Behind them, Jiang Wentao was chasing after Big Bear and the monkey he had sent out to scout. Is Silver Moon City gone? When you nodded. From now on, it's up to us. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, the group of dozens moved faster, as if Fina also sensed the approaching danger and slightly quickened her pace. In the area where Wen Yu's group had previously camped, a large, scaly hand snatched up some leftover food from the camp and sniffed it with its massive nostrils. As the hand waved forcefully, several demonic creatures behind it immediately accelerated, heading in the direction of Wen Yu and the others. Wen Yu, big boss, the crisis signal from behind is particularly strong. Hearing Basong's loud warning from the front, Wen Yu immediately shouted, "Stop! Everyone stop and prepare for battle!" Not knowing the enemy's strength or numbers, all Wen Yu could do was unite everyone to face this crisis together. Upon hearing Wen Yu's command, all the professionals halted, and even Fina was pulled back by Basong. Not far away, through the swirling yellow dust, several figures gradually approached. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them, Wen Yu narrowed his eyes, calmly observing the demonic clan that was pursuing them. One bull demon held a massive battle axe, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent as it stared at Wen Yu and the others. 2 giant spider-like demonic creatures, nearly a meter tall, emitted wisps of green smoke from their bodies. A humanoid demonic creature covered in bone spurs had a fierce skeletal armor that shimmered coldly, with sharp spikes on its forehead flickering with a faint red flame. And the most familiar of them all stood at the front, a creature covered in scales with 4 thick arms and a mouth full of fangs. This was an ancient demon. "Jie, finally I've caught you little bugs," the piercing voice came from the ancient demon, and then the 5 demonic creatures charged straight at Wen Yu and the others. "Take Fina and run!" Wen Yu turned and shouted at Basong, who was beside Fina. Then he charged directly towards the ancient demon with the one-eyed creature. From the running speed of the 5 demonic creatures, it was clear that all of them possessed level 3 strength, especially the ancient demon charging at the front. Its immense power created an explosion of sand and dust with each step it took. If these guys managed to break into the crowd, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and Fina, the one they were protecting, would definitely have no chance of escape. Upon hearing Wen Yu's command, Basong scooped up Fina and sprinted towards the northeast. The professionals behind them were thrown into chaos. Unable to gauge the strength of the demonic creatures, they found themselves at a loss for whether to fight or flee. All level 3 and below, go protect Princess Consort Fina. Big Bear, provide cover from behind. Monkey, stick close to Princess Consort and ensure her safety. I'll handle 1 spider, William. You take down that bony creature and choose Xiling, deal with that bull demon. Hurry, in this crucial moment. It was still Jiang Wentao who swiftly issued commands. The professionals sprung into action, while William and the others immediately charged towards the demonic creatures. At this moment, when you had already engaged the ancient demon's sharp claws unleashed a fierce wind as they came down toward Wen Yu. This claw strike was too fast. The moment Wen Yu saw the ancient demon strike, he realized that the final task's difficulty exceeded everyone's expectations. At least 150 points of physical fitness were needed. And with the racial advantage of the ancient demon, this particular creature's actual physical fitness even reached over 300 points. This was a being capable of instantaneously killing all professionals, Wen Yu included. Phasing, Wen Yu had no time to evade the ancient demon's attack and could only activate his phasing ability. The sharp claw swiped down at Wen Yu's head, and he felt his body twitching. Although the attack was completely evaded by the phasing ability, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. This strike took away nearly half of Wen Yu's stamina. The touch of greed in his hand was unleashed as he slammed it against the ancient demon's body. Ding, ding! It sounded like metal clashing. No breach. The sharpness of the touch of greed failed to tear through the ancient demon's protective scales. Hoo-hoo! A sharp shriek echoed near Wen Yu's ear. A fierce glint flashed in Wen Yu's eyes as the phasing ability activated once again. The ancient demon's tail swept past Wen Yu's head, and at the same time, Wen Yu's right hand, bolstered by the phasing ability, successfully broke through the ancient demon's outer defense. Ayo! The ancient demon howled violently, and demonic blood splattered from its chest. Wen Yu's strike had opened a large wound on the ancient demon's chest. Bang! In a fit of anger, the ancient demon kicked Wen Yu hard in the chest. This time, Wen Yu did not waste what little stamina he had left by trying to evade the ancient demon's attack with his phasing ability. Because another figure, shrouded in green smoke, was already pouncing toward Wen Yu. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wen Yu yelled at the one-eyed creature. One-eyed, kill the ancient demon! That previous exchange had only taken a few seconds. Under such brief contact, the one-eyed creature had not even had the chance to attack. Upon hearing Wen Yu's roar, the one-eyed creature leaped towards the ancient demon, but was immediately swatted away by the ancient demon. Ayo! The one-eyed creature let out a tragic cry, tumbling through the air twice before crashing to the ground. A large chunk of flesh missing from where the ancient demon had struck. Blood Meat chapter activated, and the Destiny fight commenced. Roar! As the one-eyed demon steadied itself, it immediately let out a roar, the fury of the Inferno brewing in its mouth. A black fire pillar shot directly towards the ancient demon that was about to charge at Wen Yu, slightly pushing back its figure. The one-eyed demon used all its strength in its limbs and charged at the ancient demon once more. But it was knocked back again by the ancient demon. The one-eyed demon, not heavily injured, stood in front of the ancient demon with no power to resist. The ancient demon narrowed its eyes, looking at the one-eyed demon who had once again gotten back up. Jai, so it turns out you are the strongest. A strange, twisted voice came from the ancient demon's mouth. It licked its lips, tilted its head slightly, glanced at Wen Yu who was entangled with a spider-like demonic creature, then turned its head back to seriously stare at the one-eyed demon's grayish-white, plaster-like wounds. Then let's take you down first. As soon as the ancient demon finished speaking, a large amount of dust suddenly rose from its feet, and its entire body, like a cannonball, charged directly at the one-eyed demon. A massive shadow loomed over the one-eyed demon, accompanied by a fist full of power. Boom! The one-eyed demon's head was as if it had been hit directly by a missile, instantly exploding. The ground beneath burst into a large cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's view. Only the sounds of fists hitting flesh could be heard from the battlefield between the one-eyed demon and the ancient demon. Hang in there, hang in there. Hearing the sounds of the battle between the one-eyed demon and the ancient demon, Wen Yu felt a pang in his heart but immediately pushed it to the back of his mind. Wen Yu could only pray that the one-eyed demon could withstand the ancient demon's attacks because, besides the one-eyed demon, no one else was a match for that ancient demon. Zai! A stream of green liquid poured down on Wen Yu, but he managed to dodge it. The touch of greed in his hand extended to a meter long, and he exerted force in his legs, charging towards the position of the spider demon. Ding! Wen Yu's right hand swung the touch of greed down, but it was blocked by the spider demon's sharp claws. Seeing the confusion flash in the spider demon's light green eyes, Wen Yu struck out again with his left hand. This strike caught the spider demon, who was deeply affected by the soul strike, off guard. Shred! The sound of flesh being cut echoed. The spider demon's massive abdomen was sliced open by the touch of greed, and its bloody, stinking innards spilled everywhere. E. The piercing scream made Wen Yu's vision blur for a moment. Sonic interference B-level, active ability, emits a piercing sound wave that disrupts the enemy's ability to act. This skill was quite similar to the soul strike. Of course, as the victim, Wen Yu's mood at this moment was definitely not good. Just as Wen Yu's vision blurred, the intense pain broke the spider demon free from the soul strike. Its injuries had already reached a deadly level. The spider demon, clearly experienced in battle, didn't rush to inflict additional wounds on Wen Yu. Instead, it quickly retreated using its 8 long legs. At the same time, the spider demon activated another ability. Rebirth of Severed Limbs, a level, active ability, consumes a large amount of stamina to heal all wounds and can even regrow lost organs. A stream of green slime secreted from the spider demon's wounds, and as the slime hardened, it eventually formed into the shape of internal organs. The extremely grotesque and terrifying wounds on its exterior rapidly recovered. In less than 3 seconds, the spider demon's injuries had completely healed. At this moment, Wen Yu had just arrived beside the spider demon. Green liquid sprayed out once more. Venom Spray E-level, active ability. Toxic creatures love to use this move. It's a very ordinary ability, but the skill level doesn't determine everything. This ability in the hands of the spider demon was clearly very fitting, when you didn't dare to let even a drop of this liquid touch him and turned to dodge the venom. Then the spider demon's 8 long legs retreated again, its mouth opened wide, and the venom sprayed out once more. In this brief skirmish, when you had already noticed that the spider demon's physical capabilities were similar to his own. However, he had just been injured, while the spider demon had 8 long legs. This was also a kind of racial advantage. The spider demon's mobility was significantly stronger than Wen Yu's at that moment. Even with the speed boost from Shadow Step, he could only barely keep up with the spider demon. Bang! In the distance, a burst of flames lit up. Big Bear had found a sniping position and started providing fire support. This shot was aimed at William's opponent. After the gunshot, when Yu finally glanced around the battlefield, Chu Xiling was spinning in circles with the Bull Demon. The Bull Demon's physical attributes were over 30 points stronger than Chu Xiling's, but Chu Xiling was faster. In this area, no winner could be determined in a short time. Meanwhile, Jiang Wentao had already been pressing down his opponent. Jiang Wentao's opponent was the weakest among the 5 demonic creatures, possibly just a recently promoted level 3 demonic creature. But its skill combinations and battle experience were clearly much worse than Jiang Wentao. The toughest opponent was William. William's foe was the fearsome Bone Demon, whose red flame on its forehead flickered, causing a big fire circle to erupt with every flash. William had originally donned heavy armor, but at this moment it had instead become an obstacle. The steel armor had perfect thermal conductivity. William felt as though he were a shrimp placed in an oven, with steam rising all over his body. Big Bear's shot struck directly at the Bone Demon's chest. The skeleton structure at the Bone Demon's chest exploded, revealing its pitch-black body beneath the bone armor. Bang! Another shot was fired, still aimed at the Bone Demon. Roar! A roar erupted from the Bone Demon's mouth, transforming into a fierce wave of air that sent the recently advanced William flying. Sonic Boom B-level, active skill, releases a violent sound wave from the mouth. The longer the charging time, the stronger the damage. The red light on the Bone Demon's head flashed again. Rejection Fire Circle B-level, active ability, centers around the host's body, launching a fire circle that has strong damage capability and can repel enemies within range. The Bone Demon's physical attributes hovered around 150 points. As William fought against it, he had already activated the Majesty of the King's skill, but he still wasn't a match. William was blasted away by 2 successive repulsion abilities, struggling on the ground for a while before barely getting back up. Bang! This was Big Bear's 3rd shot. This shot forcefully blew apart the bone armor on the demon's head, sending black blood flying everywhere. This strike was quite fatal. The Bone Demon couldn't even control its own body, kneeling on one knee. A series of unintelligible sounds came from the Bone Demon's throat. It was like 2 iron plates rubbing against each other, making everyone present feel a shiver of disgust. Heh. The black blood from its head flowed down continuously from the wound, and the remaining pitch-black right eye stared fixedly at the recently risen William. The coldness and brutality in its eye were unmistakable. For the demonic clan. For the demonic clan? The Bone Demon's body suddenly swelled up. Then its entire bone armor flipped outward, as if its body was adorned with steel blades. Exploding Bone Technique, a rank active skill. A talent ability of the Bone Demon clan, mastered only by a few elites. It sacrifices everything in pursuit of ultimate lethality. The bone armor self-destructs, causing fatal damage to all surrounding enemies. Once the bone armor explodes, the host dies instantly. Boom! A cruel yet beautiful firework erupted at the location of the Bone Demon. Sharp bone armor flew everywhere, and William was within the lethal range of the exploding Bone Technique. Clang! Clang! First came the crisp sound of impact, which was the sound of William's heavy armor colliding with the bone blades. Then it transformed into the sound of flesh being torn apart. As the dust settled at the battlefield between William and the Bone Demon, the bone armor on the Bone Demon had vanished, replaced by a small, pitch-black figure. This figure lay motionless on the ground, clearly devoid of life. The Bone Demon was dead. Not far away, William's figure appeared in everyone's view. No, it could no longer be considered William, but merely the skeleton of William. The steel armor and flesh on the front of William had been cleanly shaved off. The internal organs were cut to shreds. A red light enveloped William's body. Substitute Death Doll S-rank item. This item activates when the host suffers a fatal blow, completely restoring all injuries on the host. With the consumption of a precious S-rank item, William's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing speed. In no time he was fully restored. Hugh! William directly crawled out from his shattered armor, half kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. I died once. A sense of fear and dread surfaced in William's heart. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed again. Big Bear was continuously providing fire support, this time targeting Jiang Wentao's opponent. The spider demon, already in a pitiful state after being ravaged by Jiang Wentao, was directly killed by a shot from Big Bear. Seeing his opponent had died, Jiang Wentao had no time to catch his breath and rushed towards Chu Xiling's position. Seeing this, William bit down hard on his tongue, calming his mind, and pushed his body towards Wen Yu's location for support. The battlefield situation became clear, except for the one-eyed and ancient demon's positions. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from the one-eyed body. The one-eyed was sent flying 10 meters away, its massive body kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the one-eyed was in a dire state. Its head had completely disappeared, and there was not a single piece of intact flesh left on its body. According to normal perception, with such fatal injuries, the ancient demon should have long ceased its attacks. However, the ancient demon continued to ravage the one-eyed, for it had learned of the one-eyed's ability. Touch perception S-rank, passive ability. Making contact with the opponent reveals their profession and skill information. Ki, are you still thinking of enhancing your power by increasing your injuries to defeat me? Ki, you really underestimate my ancient demon clan. Well then, let me see, yes, this ability. The ancient demon directly stuffed a finger into its mouth, then clenched its jaws tightly. Its sharp teeth crushed the scales on its hand, and black blood spewed out, transforming into a black light on the ancient demon's hand. The black light, carrying a mysterious aura, shot into the one-eyed at an incredible speed. Demon Blood Seal S-rank, active ability. Using the blood of the ancient demon as a conduit, it seals one of the opponent's abilities. At the same time, only one Demon Blood Seal can be in effect. This was undoubtedly a sealing ability, and the skill chosen by the ancient demon was the one-eyed's destiny fight. What will you do now? Ki. Accompanied by the strange laughter, the ancient demon sent another punch towards the one-eyed's waist. Without the enhancement of the destiny fight, the one-eyed could not withstand such a powerful blow, and its waist exploded on the spot. If it weren't for a shred of flesh still connecting, and if the flesh would not have reinforced the internal organ's defensive ability, the one-eyed would have certainly perished on the spot. Big boss, save me? A faint mental wave reached Wen Yu's mind, causing his expression to change instantly. He immediately activated the second soul realm. Boom, the ancient demon's punch struck the location of the one-eyed, but there was already nothing there. Ki, this is the power of the soul realm. The ability of touch perception allowed the ancient demon to perceive everything. With a kick, it sent the spider demon flying, and a massive sword light sliced through the spider demon's body, resulting in its demise under the cooperation of Wen Yu and William. Behind the two, the bull demon was also on the verge of collapse under the assault of Jiang Wentao and Chu Xiling. As his consciousness entered the soul realm space, the one-eyed's grievous injuries began healing continuously, while the one-eyed conveyed the recent battle situation to Wen Yu through mental waves. Get back here, you fool! In the swirling dust, the ancient demon's furious voice rang out. The bull demon immediately shook off Chu Xiling and quickly approached the ancient demon's position. What did you do just now? The ancient demon's voice was hoarse yet resounding. Moo! The bull demon trembled as it stood beside the ancient demon, murmuring in a language that Wen Yu and the others could not understand. So you did nothing, ki. Then why don't you go die? As the ancient demon's voice grew louder, the violent killing intent was so palpable that even Wen Yu and others could distinctly hear it. Crack! With a crisp snapping sound, the ancient demon grabbed the sharp horn on the bull demon's head with one hand, while the other 3 hands held the bull demon's body and twisted forcefully. The immense power directly snapped the bull demon's head. Ki, such trash is unworthy of being called a demonic clan. As a member of the ancient demon clan, I have the right to deal with those who embarrass us. A sinister grin spread across the ancient demon's face, but to Wen Yu and the others, it only intensified their fear. With the loss of the one-eyed's combat power, there was simply no comparison between the ancient demon and the 5 in the field. Everyone fell silent instantly. The ancient demon walked step by step towards them, the pressure it brought growing stronger with each step. Spirit Pet Empowerment, Destiny Fight. It didn't succeed. The ancient demon's Demon Blood Seal rendered the Spirit Pet Empowerment ineffective. Spirit Pet Empowerment, Flesh and Blood Chapter. As a mysterious force swept over Wen Yu's body, he suddenly felt some indescribable changes occurring within him. Taking out a stamina recovery potion small from the spatial ring, he gulped it down, feeling the stamina he had just lost rapidly returning. Wen Yu then pulled out the rage potion. A slightly bitter taste spread in his mouth, followed by an unparalleled sense of power. In combat mode, thanks to the enhancement from the Rage Potion, Wenyu's physical capabilities shot up to 224 points. The touch of greed rapidly elongated, and Wenyu slowly walked towards the position of the ancient demon. Kill him or be killed. There was no compromise. Even if the power gap was vast, there was no yielding. Behind him, William and Jiang Wentao kept pace. Damn it, I'm really insane. To fight a monster that could crush me with a fart, this is just ridiculous. Chu Xiling cursed under his breath, but after hesitating for less than a second, he gritted his teeth and directly followed Wenyu and the others. The few people present, including those who had already protected Fina from harm, inevitably faced life and death against this ancient demon. Often in battles, even if defeat is certain, one must still struggle to achieve a result. Where could they run to? The first to launch an attack was Big Bear, the one farthest from the ancient demon. Bang! The bullets, enhanced by skills, aimed at the ancient demon's head. Kala! A shattering sound echoed. The scales on the ancient demon's head were directly shattered by Big Bear's sniper rifle, revealing the purplish flesh beneath the scales. But that was all. Touching the wound on its head, the ancient demon oozed a bit of blood. Jai, really an interesting toy? The killing intent filled the ancient demon's pitch-black eyes. Then its figure flashed. The target of its attack was none other than the strongest present, Wenyu. Its sharp claws slashed down, the wind it generated felt like knives, stinging Wenyu's cheeks. Wenyu immediately activated his phasing ability, dodging the ancient demon's head-on strike. The cost was rapid depletion of stamina, but it was not over yet. The attack points of the ancient demon were simply too numerous. The touch of greed in Wenyu's hand barely made contact with the ancient demon's body before being swatted away by the ancient demon, only leaving a few minor scratches on the demon's scales. Bang! The gunfire rang out again. This shot still targeted the ancient demon's head. Big Bear activated his second ability. 2.1 line B grade, active ability. After activation, the accuracy of long-range attacks is significantly increased within 1 minute. Cooling time is 24 hours. This ability, in the hands of someone who didn't know how to use a gun, could turn them into a sharpshooter, let alone Big Bear, who was already a marksman. The place Big Bear aimed at was the wound on the ancient demon's forehead. If one shot couldn't cause significant damage, then how about 2 shots? 3 shots? At this moment, the sniper rifle in Big Bear's hands became the most powerful firepower point among all present. Roar. Bastard! The bullet struck right at the ancient demon's forehead wound. Flesh and blood splattered from the wound, and this time, the ancient demon could no longer claim that Big Bear's sniper rifle was a toy. First, I'll take care of you. With its battle experience, the ancient demon immediately recognized the greatest source of danger, and swiftly flicked its tail towards Jiang Wentao, who was behind it. The sharp tip of its tail slashed through Jiang Wentao's body, and due to the immense disparity in physical capabilities, Jiang Wentao was like a rag doll, his legs severed cleanly. His body uncontrollably fell forward, and with his right hand, he managed to grab onto the ancient demon's ankle. The ancient demon was about to turn and charge towards Big Bear's location when Jiang Wentao's obstruction caused it to stumble slightly. Bang! Another shot rang out. The target remained the ancient demon's forehead. This strike hit the exposed skull of the ancient demon, producing a harsh grinding sound, and subsequently the bullet was deflected away. However, cracks had already appeared on the ancient demon's skull. Go die! The ancient demon sensed the danger and let out a furious roar, using its right foot to directly fling Jiang Wentao away. Ding! A crisp clanging sound echoed. This was the sound of William's heavy sword striking the ancient demon. The damage was minimal, but enough to make the ancient demon stagger slightly. Behind the ancient demon, a figure engulfed in white flames punched the demon in the back. The White Lord's flame burned on the ancient demon for less than a second before being extinguished by the demonic energy surrounding it. At this moment, everyone understood the strategy to deal with the ancient demon. As long as they could entangle the ancient demon, Big Bear's sniper rifle would be enough to shatter its skull. Thus, even if William and Chu Xiling couldn't harm the ancient demon, they still charged forward without hesitation. You trash! Die for me! The ancient demon was enraged, roaring as it unleashed its third skill. Demonic Energy, Eruption, a grade, active ability. Chaotic demonic energy erupts with the host's body as the center, unleashing tremendous force that tears everything around it apart. The black shockwave surged directly from the ancient demon's body, and William, who was directly opposite, was instantly hit by the demonic energy shockwave. Like a tiny straw, William's body was blasted away, soaring 10 meters into the air before crashing down, lying motionless on the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead. Chu Xiling, however, was exceptionally clever. Seeing that the ancient demon was about to erupt, he turned and fled quickly. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the ancient demon's ability. Chu Xiling was so close to escaping the edge of the demonic energy eruption, but was still grazed by the residual shockwave at his waist. A sound of cracking filled the air, and then Chu Xiling's body twisted in an eerie manner. Though he wasn't torn in half, his vertebrae were completely shattered by the demonic energy, leaving him groaning in pain on the ground. Bang! Big Bear's gun fired again. The effect of this shot was already very apparent. With the sound of bones shattering, the ancient demon's skull instantly cracked open, and a torrent of blood flowed down from the bullet hole on its forehead. Roar! This time, the ancient demon no longer wasted words, its killing intent surging wildly as it fiercely fixed its gaze on the direction of Big Bear. But a figure stood between the ancient demon and Big Bear. Then, the touch of greed aimed at the ancient demon's head, swiftly reaching out to grab. Ding! Wen Yu's touch of greed made direct contact with the ancient demon's right forelimb, causing the ancient demon to momentarily pause, a subtle effect of the soul strike. However, without the physical damage to tear through the ancient demon's scales, the effect of the soul strike was extremely weak. Then, the ancient demon's left forelimb slammed directly into Wen Yu. The immense force caused Wen Yu's protective suit to explode, tearing open his chest in the process. Grayish-white blood and flesh splattered everywhere, making Wen Yu's wound look horrifying, but in reality it had no impact on his combat capability. Phasing, the phasing ability quietly activated, allowing Wen Yu's phasing right hand to penetrate the ancient demon's barriers and directly reach inside its head. The ancient demon's eyes instantly narrowed. Boom, a deafening sound erupted. This was the explosion of demonic energy. Before Wen Yu could deactivate his phasing state, he was hit head-on by the explosion of demonic energy. As dust and demonic energy exploded everywhere, Wen Yu's corporeal body, not in a phasing state, was blasted far away. All the flesh on the front of his body that defended against the explosion was obliterated, not even leaving any internal organs intact. Bang! Gunfire rang out again, but this time with no obstructions, the bullet was dodged by the ancient demon. The gap in physical attributes between Big Bear and the ancient demon was too vast. If it weren't for everyone risking their lives to distract the ancient demon, even with skill enhancements, Big Bear's bullets wouldn't hit their mark. Die! As the word die stretched endlessly, the ancient demon fully unleashed its speed. Boom! Another explosion sounded. This was the noise of the ancient demon colliding with Wen Yu. The ancient demon stumbled in its steps, while Wen Yu was violently thrown out. In midair, Wen Yu's internal organs had even begun to fall out. Bang! Another shot fired. Seizing the opportunity with the ancient demon momentarily stopped, Big Bear took his chance. This shot deeply penetrated the ancient demon's mind. From the bullet hole, a stream of white viscous liquid slowly flowed out. This was the ancient demon's brain matter. However, the anatomical structure of the demonic clan differs from that of the human race. Even though the brain was injured internally, the ancient demon still retained its combat capability. The ancient demon's consciousness was somewhat dazed. The injury on its forehead, while not fatal, was undoubtedly severe. The ancient demon staggered, then quickly stabilized its body. Roar, accompanied by a fierce howl, the ancient demon rushed towards Big Bear's sniping position. Nearby, Wen Yu staggered to his feet, but he had no strength left to intercept the ancient demon. Under the effects of the blood and flesh chapter, while Wen Yu was not dead and his pain perception was dulled, the severe injuries to his internal organs, large-scale muscle loss, and significant skeletal damage caused his combat capability to plummet. Bang! Another shot, but it missed. The high-speed moving ancient demon evaded Big Bear's shot, reloading, aiming, shooting. The fluidity of his action proved Big Bear's combat prowess. Bang! Watching the ancient demon draw closer, Big Bear remained calm. He fired again. The close-range sniping still missed. The ancient demon's speed was too fast. At full speed, the ancient demon even surpassed the limits of Big Bear's dynamic tracking ability. Bang! This time, the bullet flew into the sky. In front of Big Bear, the massive demonic claw forcefully gripped the gun's muzzle, and with the ancient demon exerting strength, even the enhanced weapon couldn't withstand such force. The gun barrel dented and warped, and with the ancient demon exerting force, the barrel snapped. Swish! A sound of wind arose as the ancient demon's long and sharp tail coiled around Big Bear's neck. Then the ancient demon's tail tightened, directly pulling Big Bear into the air. "You are very good, very good." A hoarse voice emerged from the ancient demon's mouth, followed by its serpent-like tail tightening. The ancient demon attempted to strangle Big Bear to death. Woo-woo! A whimpering sound rang out as Big Bear's face visibly turned purple, and not far away, Wen Yu collapsed to the ground once more. The only one still able to move, Wen Yu had no way to provide further support to Big Bear. "I will squeeze your head off, turn your skull into a wine cup, feed your body to the dogs, and then bind your soul to eternally immerse you in pain and torment." A voice filled with hatred resonated. Just moments ago, this insignificant being had almost killed it. The wound on the ancient demon's forehead gradually stopped bleeding, with even the bullet lodged in its skull being slowly pushed out. The ancient demon clan was born for battle. Their racial advantages were truly terrifying. Big Bear grasped the ancient demon's tail tightly, trying to relieve the pressure around his neck. However, it was futile. The difference in physical attributes was too great. "Luckily, let it be this way." Big Bear glanced at Wen Yu, who was barely approaching, then at Jiang Wentao, who was struggling in the distance, and finally looked at the snarling ancient demon up close as an object slipped quietly from his right-hand sleeve. Ding! A crisp mechanical sound echoed. A cylindrical metal tube fell to the ground, and a beep-beep-beep sound emerged with red lights flashing on it. The ancient demon squinted its eyes, fixated on the small object that had fallen. Then, boom! A violent blue light filled the space between Big Bear and the ancient demon. But that wasn't the end. As the plasma grenade Big Bear threw exploded, it triggered more grenades on the ground. Big Bear had made preparations in advance, filling the area with plasma bombs. As the power of the plasma grenade erupted, blue lights burst forth violently, accompanied by the crackling explosion sounds that obliterated everything nearby. Wen Yu quietly halted his steps, seriously watching the blue fireworks blooming before him. With his left hand sweeping through the spatial ring, a bottle of healing potion appeared in Wen Yu's hand. As he drank the slightly sweet healing potion, his injuries began to heal slowly. Under the effects of the blood and flesh chapter and the healing potion, lost bones and shredded flesh continuously regenerated. After downing another bottle, in about a minute, his injuries had recovered to around 80%. As the grand fireworks display finally came to an end. With dust settling, a large pit appeared before Wen Yu, and at the edges of the pit, some sand had already crystallized due to the power of the plasma grenades. In the center of the pit, a battered figure lay on the ground, screaming incessantly. "Bastard, bastard, I'm going to kill you, kill you!" That was the ancient demon. Big Bear had already been reduced to ashes, no bones left. Wen Yu slowly walked to the edge of the pit, carefully observing the writhing figure not far away. The ancient demon's lower body had disappeared, and a massive wound at the waist was charred by the heat generated from the plasma grenade explosion. Its forearms had completely collapsed. The scales on the upper body were shattered, revealing the organs inside. The face was unrecognizable, blown to bits. Despite suffering such immense injuries, the ancient demon was still alive. Its eyes could no longer see, but the ancient demon continued to emit piercing screams, while the demonic energy around its body surged wildly. This was a demonic energy explosion. In a short period, the ancient demon had unleashed up to 5 bursts of demonic energy in succession, and it was still going, but this was just a dying struggle. Pop! The crisp sound of a lighter igniting echoed as Wen Yu lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke drifted upwards, shrouding Wen Yu's face in a haze, making it indistinct. As its stamina was heavily depleted, the power of the demonic energy explosion grew weaker and weaker until it eventually disappeared. The ancient demon's screams gradually faded away, leaving only ragged breaths in the end. Quietly extinguishing the cigarette, Wen Yu walked step by step towards the ancient demon. The severely damaged ancient demon heard the footsteps and immediately cried out loudly. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. You've won, I surrender. I can control demonic creatures, I'm of great use. I am willing to submit to you. Please spare me." The ancient demon's voice no longer held the previous coldness and brutality, only a desperate plea like a drowning dog. "Oh," Wen Yu replied lightly, but it seemed to give the ancient demon a glimmer of hope for survival. "I can control demonic creatures. I can give you intelligence. I'm willing to be your slave, your lackey. I'm willing to do whatever you ask. Turns out you are also afraid of death." Wen Yu's deep voice rang out, but it was drowned out by wave after wave of the ancient demon's pleas. What? The ancient demon didn't hear Wen Yu's words clearly and asked again. "I said go die." Wen Yu's roar erupted as he stepped forward, the touch of greed in his hand, enhanced by its phasing ability, directly plunged into the ancient demon's head. No, accompanied by the ancient demon's shrill howl, Wen Yu directly dispelled the phasing state of the touch of greed. The touch of greed seemed to have rooted directly in the ancient demon's head. With the enhancement of the phasing ability, it ignored defenses. This kind of attack was a contest of the material strength of both sides. The claws of the touch of greed were equivalent to a D-grade weapon, while the brain matter inside the ancient demon's head could not possibly be stronger than a D-grade weapon. Thus, the one to sustain injury was the ancient demon. As Wen Yu's right hand exerted tremendous force, a sharp, grating sound rang out. This was the sound of the touch of greed's claws scraping against the ancient demon's skull. When you slowly moved the touch of greed, exerting all his strength to inflict the maximum damage and the greatest pain, the ancient demon's cries grew weaker and fainter beneath him. When you gradually withdrew the touch of greed, and the ancient demon's head had already been reduced to a mushy state. This time, even with the body of the ancient demon clan, it was dead beyond redemption. A low sigh escaped Wen Yu's lips as he looked at the ancient demon's mangled body and then at the surrounding yellow sand. After a while, Wen Yu shook his head and directly extracted the magic crystal from the ancient demon's head, exiting the battle state, and immediately fed it to the little soul beast. The magic crystal from the ancient demon held immense power. It took the little soul beast quite a while to fully digest it. Wen Yu silently sensed that just a single magic crystal from the ancient demon had raised the little soul beast's physical quality from 50.5 to 55.5 points. Moreover, with Wen Yu's own physical quality at a solid 61.5 points, once entering battle mode, Wen Yu could unleash a physical quality of 117 points. Turning around once more, he carefully searched the ground. After a while, Wen Yu dug out a spatial ring from the sand. This belonged to Big Bear. From the spatial ring, Wen Yu pulled out 3 cigarettes, ignited one, and planted it in the center of the sand pit. Then he turned and walked towards William and the others. Dead? Seeing Wen Yu slowly approaching, Jiang Wentao struggled to open his eyes and asked, "Yes, dead." Although Wen Yu didn't know who Jiang Wentao was referring to, it didn't matter anymore. "Oh," Jiang Wentao responded lightly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Perhaps, for these professional soldiers, especially the elite often sent on special missions, death was a common occurrence. Wen Yu then turned his head to assess Jiang Wentao's injuries. His legs had disappeared, but given the physical quality of a professional, this was not fatal. With strong muscle strength, the blood loss was considerably less than that of an ordinary person. The other injuries were not serious, except for his severely twisted hands. These injuries were caused when the ancient demon had flung Jiang Wentao away. The twisted hands prevented Jiang Wentao from retrieving the healing potions from the spatial ring. Wen Yu directly took a healing potion from Big Bear's spatial ring and poured it into Jiang Wentao's mouth. In less than a minute, Jiang Wentao's hands could perform simple movements again. Jiang Wentao opened the spatial ring, took out a healing potion, and drank it directly. As the healing potion took effect, Jiang Wentao's severed leg began to regenerate slowly. "This is Big Bear's spatial ring. I'll return it to you. Get me some more healing potions. I need to check on the others." Jiang Wentao held Big Bear's ring in his hand and slipped it onto his left hand. He then took out 5 healing potions from the spatial ring and handed them to Wen Yu. Wen Yu took the potions and headed towards William's direction. In the distance, William's body lay motionless, and as Wen Yu approached, he realized that William's injuries were horrendous. He had been blasted by the ancient demon's demonic energy explosion, leaving his entire front mangled and unrecognizable. If Wen Yu hadn't witnessed this battle, he would never have believed that the person lying on the ground was that handsome knight. Wen Yu pressed his finger against William's neck, feeling a faint pulse. William was still alive. Under the effect of the healing potion, as long as he wasn't dead, there was hope for salvation. Wen Yu opened a healing potion with great effort, finally locating William's mouth on his bloodied face. With all his strength, he pried William's mouth open, and a stream of blood gushed out. He poured the healing potion inside, hesitated for a moment, then poured in another bottle. The healing potion quickly took effect, and William, lying motionless on the ground, twitched slightly. "Ah-hoo!" A long sound came from William's mouth, and he had regained consciousness. "Thank you," a faint voice emerged from William, accompanied by a spurt of dark blood. Wen Yu placed another bottle of healing potion beside William and turned to walk towards the writhing Chu Xiling not far away. Wen Yu sat down on the sandy ground and lit a cigarette. Nearby, Chu Xiling's waist emitted a series of creaking sounds. This was the sound of bones healing under the effect of the healing potion. "Want a smoke?" Wen Yu directly offered the cigarette to Chu Xiling. "Help me light it." Due to the spinal injury, Chu Xiling was paralyzed and unable to control his hands. Wen Yu shoved the cigarette into Chu Xiling's mouth and lit another for himself. "Who?" Chu Xiling exhaled a cloud of smoke and asked Wen Yu, "What happened earlier?" Chu Xiling had fallen in the direction behind the ancient demon and did not see the scene of Big Bear's self-detonation. "Big Bear is dead. He heavily injured the ancient demon before dying and then told me to kill it." "He's a real man." Chu Xiling's response was somewhat heavy, mixed with a bit of admiration. "Not just a man, but also an excellent soldier." The voice came from Jiang Wentao, who was approaching from not far away. "Let's hurry and leave. I'm afraid something else might happen on Princess Consort Fina's side," Jiang Wentao said to Wen Yu. In a short time, Jiang Wentao's legs had grown back. It seemed he had consumed quite a bit of healing potion. "Let's go." When Yu extinguished his cigarette, hoisted the fallen Chu Xiling onto his shoulder and said, "You carry William and let's move." After taking 2 steps, he turned back to Jiang Wentao and asked, "Which direction did they go?" It was no wonder when Yu was confused. Under the sky filled with yellow sand, after the fierce battle, his sense of direction had completely vanished. Jiang Wentao took out a device the size of a smartphone from his spatial ring, pressed the display while saying to Wen Yu, "The monkey has a tracking device on him. I can find them, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wentao quickly reached William's side, scooped him up, and headed east. In the midst of the yellow sand, a group was slowly moving towards the east. It was Princess Consort Fina and the others. "Brother Monkey, do you think Wen Yu and the others?" Sun Yashin hesitated and didn't finish his sentence. It was understandable for Sun Yashin to have such worries, considering he had only seen a few terrifying demonic creatures and their charging momentum, which was enough to frighten someone of his level. Monkey frowned and said, "Stop thinking about that random stuff. Stay in your position and protect Princess Consort Fina." With the absence of powerhouses above level 3, the task of commanding the group fell to Monkey. "Okay," Sun Yashin replied and moved to stand behind Princess Consort Fina. This position was specifically arranged by Monkey for Sun Yashin, showing care for the little guy. "Stop, stop, there's danger ahead, prepare to fight." Basong, who was at the front, immediately called out, brandishing his steel knife. His previous performance had made everyone trust Basong's judgment completely. "Everyone, stand in your preset positions," Monkey shouted from the back, quickly pulling out 2 demon-modified submachine guns and moving to the front to stand beside Basong, asking, "What's going on? Why bring us this way when we know there's danger ahead?" Basong smiled bitterly. "This direction is the least dangerous." Monkey fell silent on the spot, but he took out 1 plasma grenade after another and handed them to the several professionals in the front row. "If monsters appear, throw them immediately. I have plenty." As a firepower specialist, Monkey was equipped with more plasma bombs than even Big Bear. Not far away, 7 figures emerged from the sea of yellow sand. Roar, roar. With a few unidentifiable howls, the 7 demonic creatures charged forward. The first to open fire was the hot weapon in Monkey's hands. "Didida, didida!" The rhythmic sound of gunfire rang out, and the battle between the 7 demonic creatures and the professionals commenced. Under Jiang Wentao's guidance, Wen Yu and the others rushed to where Princess Consort Fina was located as quickly as possible. After all, in this perilous environment, not having their protection target nearby always caused unease. "Just a little north." As Jiang Wentao spoke, the group slightly adjusted their course. With Jiang Wentao's generous support, both William and Chu Xiling's injuries had fully healed. After walking for about 2 minutes, an explosion of a plasma grenade and the roars of humans and demonic creatures suddenly echoed ahead. Wen Yu's expression changed immediately. "We're under attack, hurry." As Wen Yu was about to take action, he felt his strength drained by more than half, causing him to stagger. "Trouble! The effect of the rage potion has worn off." Wen Yu frowned, feeling that in his current combat state, he had less than 60 points of physical quality, and he grew anxious. This level was barely past level 3, and given the current situation, it was hardly considered powerful combat capability. William noticed Wen Yu's condition and quickly passed by him while unleashing the majesty of the king. With a physical quality of over 150 points, and the giant sword in William's hand, even without full heavy armor, the aura he exuded was extremely impressive. Like a supercar racing through the yellow sand, William's figure vanished from Wen Yu's sight in an instant. "I'm going ahead too," Chu Xiling said calmly, activating his speed ability and closely following William. Only Jiang Wentao and Wen Yu remained, exchanging wry smiles. This was the benefit of having teammates. They didn't have to bear all the pressure alone. Provided, of course, that the teammates were strong enough. By the time Wen Yu and Jiang Wentao arrived at the battlefield one after the other, the battle had almost come to an end. In fact, it was proven that Basong's danger-sensing ability was indeed reliable. The incoming demonic creatures were not strong at all. The 7 demonic creatures, although all level 3, had physical qualities just over 50 points, and there were no troublesome higher-level species among them. These creatures could hardly beat Monkey in a one-on-one fight. Under the combined attacks of dozens of professionals, before William even arrived to provide support, the battle was basically over. Wen Yu and Jiang Wentao walked into the crowd and saw Monkey counting the casualties. Although the 7 demonic creatures were somewhat weak, they still had the strength of 3rd tier, and their desperate struggles posed a tremendous threat to 2nd tier professionals. 13 people died. After a moment's hesitation, Monkey sighed and took out a bottle of intermediate healing potion from his spatial ring, drinking it in one go. In the recent battle, Monkey had fought against 2 third-tier demonic creatures and sustained some injuries. You guys are back. Monkey turned around to see Wen Yu and Jiang Wentao had already joined the crowd. Where's Big Bear? Fallen in battle. Understood. Monkey responded briefly, a trace of loneliness involuntarily appearing on his face before quickly disappearing. You're back, that's good. 7 demonic creatures appeared just now, but fortunately, they didn't harm Princess Consort Fina. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Wentao patted Monkey's shoulder and turned to organize everyone to clean up the battlefield. When you walked over to Princess Consort Fina's side. During the recent battle, Sun Yashin, Sun Ruixing, and Bastion had tightly protected Princess Consort Fina. The strength of the demonic creatures wasn't that strong, and all professionals understood one principle. If anything happened to Princess Consort Fina or the prince, this trial would be deemed a failure, and no one wanted to experience the consequences of failure. Thus, Princess Consort Fina was tightly protected amidst the professionals, which indirectly protected Sun Yashin, Sun Ruixing, and others. Seeing Wen Yu's tattered protective gear, Sun Yashin couldn't help but shiver. If Wen Yu was so disheveled, the strength of the demonic creatures just now was definitely beyond their imagination. Brother Wen Yu, I'm glad you're okay. After hesitating for a while, Sun Yashin couldn't help but say something. Wen Yu nodded at Sun Yashin. This kid had a bit of a delusional complex when they first met, but as he experienced more, he gradually became more normal. Unfortunately, sometimes too much is as bad as too little. It seems that Sun Yashin's character has been somewhat shaken by the series of strong opponents. Ignoring the gazes of a few people, Wen Yu directly addressed Princess Consort Fina. Your Highness, the level of danger in the situation has exceeded expectations. Therefore, we need to move quickly. It might be very arduous. I hope Princess Consort Fina can understand. Princess Consort Fina didn't throw a tantrum typical of those in higher positions and nodded in agreement. Thank you, brave warriors. Hearing Fina's response, Wen Yu turned to Basong and said, continue to sense and find a relatively safe direction. We need to move quickly. Basong nodded and pointed toward a location slightly to the west. That direction has relatively lower danger, but there are still certain risks. Yes, it should be about the same level of danger as those 7 demonic creatures. Let's move quickly. After hearing Basong's words, Wen Yu shouted loudly to the remaining professionals. They had just finished a battle, and although tired, no one complained. Taking one more step meant being closer to completing the mission. Everyone understood this logic. Underneath the vast sky of yellow sand, the scorching sun hung high. The group of disheveled people walked slower and slower. The environment of Shanlan Star was somewhat similar to Earth. However, the invasion of the demonic clan had drastically changed Shanlan Star's ecological environment. Just like now, with the physical qualities of professionals, even tossing someone into the Sahara Desert wouldn't be considered dangerous. Unfortunately, the current Shanlan Star was different. This land filled with yellow sand had an extremely high temperature. When you wiped the sweat off his forehead. The temperature is too high. With a sigh, when you turned to look back. Everyone, including William and the third-tier professionals, seemed to be moving like zombies. Princess Consort Fina had already been hoisted onto William's shoulder. Meanwhile, the 4th prince was in Chu Xiling's arms, wearing a light blue jade pendant that protected him from the scorching heat. This was taken out from Princess Consort Fina's spatial ring earlier in the morning. Stop! Everyone stop! Wen Yu shouted loudly from the front, waking the confused crowd. Thud! At Wen Yu's command, the weakest few at the back directly collapsed to the ground. We can't go any further. No one expected this cursed place to be so hot. If we keep going, the physical exhaustion will be too great. If we encounter demonic creatures, we might even lose the strength to fight back. Jiang Wentao's dry lips moved as he spoke to Wen Yu in a hoarse voice. Yes, we need to find a shaded area to hide. I never expected that the difficulty of this mission lies not only in the pursuing demonic creatures, but also in this hellish weather. Wen Yu cursed angrily, the high temperature making him somewhat irritable. Let's head over there, find a cave to rest for a while, and we can set out again at night. Jiang Wentao suggested, that's the only option. Wen Yu nodded and turned to walk toward a rugged area not far away. For now, it was most suitable for Wen Yu to scout ahead. After all, his stamina was still sufficient. After setting up a simple camp, William gently placed Princess Consort Fina on the ground and then handed her a bottle of water. Thank you. Princess Consort Fina performed a standard noble salute from Shanlan Star to William, then took the 4th prince from Chu Xiling's hands and sipped water slowly. It is my honor, your highness. William's etiquette was even more impeccable. The actions between these two made Chu Xiling chuckle from the side. Fortunately, Chu Xiling wasn't really foolish. Upon seeing William and Fina looking at him, he awkwardly chuckled a couple of times and turned to walk toward Wen Yu and Jiang Wentao, who were discussing the next course of action and the biggest problem they faced right now: supplies. The supply of resources, whether it was food, water, or even healing potions, was in a state of scarcity, and this was only the first day of the mission. What was even more terrifying was that the exchange stone pillars, which were commonly found on Earth, had completely disappeared here. This was a very frightening situation. Just imagine, without healing potions, the harsh environment could turn minor injuries into serious ones, leading to death. How many healing potions and food do you have left? Wen Yu was the first to ask Jiang Wentao. I still have more than 10 intermediate healing potions modified, but they are of little use to third-tier professionals. I have 8 advanced healing potions modified. Although Jiang Wentao and the others were rich beyond measure, resources were not infinite. Where's the food and water? Not much of either, after all. Who would have thought this broken place has no exchange stone pillar? Jiang Wentao said with a bitter smile to Wen Yu. Can we last 10 days? It's tough, but if some people die off. Jiang Wentao wasn't cruel. Given the current situation, it was impossible to avoid casualties. Chu Xiling, who was behind them, overheard their conversation and hesitantly said, I still have some food. In the current situation, everyone needed to work together, so Chu Xiling naturally wouldn't hoard supplies. All right, got it. After hearing their responses, Wen Yu sighed and nodded. Only those who have been leaders would understand how immense this pressure was. Let's rest first. We'll travel at night and rest during the day. This way we can save some water resources. Food issues could be tolerated, even the issue of healing potions could be overlooked, but water was absolutely essential. Having given the order, Wen Yu turned to Princess Consort Fina. She should know what's going on with the current state of the exchange stone pillars. This planet has already been abandoned by the sovereign. Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Princess Consort Fina spoke directly. This was the reason for the large-scale disappearance of the exchange stone pillars. Wen Yu hesitated for a moment, then seriously stared into Princess Consort Fina's eyes and asked, Then, what exactly is this so-called sovereign? Fina shook her head and didn't say anything. Wen Yu understood, it was likely a situation where the permissions and strength were insufficient. Take a good rest, he said, greeting her before standing up and returning to his spot. First, he sent his consciousness into the second soul realm. The injury on the one-eyed creature was healing, but the damage was severe. It might take a whole day for a complete recovery. As for Wen Yu himself, due to the negative effects of the rage potion, his strength was only half of what it originally was. Currently, the team was at its weakest. He tested the one-eyed creature's destiny fight ability again. With the death of the ancient demon, the effects of the demon blood seal had been lifted. This was, without a doubt, the only good news of the day. With the destiny fight ability at his side, Wen Yu at least had the qualification to fight for his life. Narrowing his eyes, Wen Yu gradually fell into a state of light slumber. As the sun slowly set, the night enveloped Shanlan's star. Brother Wen Yu, the sun has set and the temperature has dropped. We should get going. It was son Ruixing who woke Wen Yu. Oh, ah! Wen Yu was still a bit dazed. The effects of the rage potion were not only about his strength being halved, it also drained a lot of energy from the professionals. Let's go. Wen Yu rubbed his face vigorously to clear his head. Not far away, all the professionals were already geared up to set out. Under the night sky, Shanlan's star had no beauty to speak of. It was nothing but sand, and more sand, nothing but yellowish dirt. After a whole day of trekking, everyone had started to notice a few things. Shanlan's star was lifeless, like an old man in twilight growing ever closer to death. Wen Yu didn't know whether it was due to the drastic changes in the ecological environment or the invasion of the demon realm. These factors were not important to the group of professionals. Though the reasons behind the situation didn't need to be considered, the environment still had a significant impact on everyone. On the flat sandy terrain, there was not a single shred of cover. If the demonic creatures spotted them, escape would be impossible. Not to mention that they could not see any water sources or exchange stone pillars. Sometimes, they couldn't even discern the direction. Fortunately, Princess Consort Fina was clearly prepared, reminding everyone to adjust their direction from time to time. Otherwise, the 10-day journey would undoubtedly be prolonged indefinitely. In this desolate desert, waves of demonic creature attacks came crashing down. Wen Yu tore apart the demonic creature in front of him with great effort. The halved physical condition made it difficult for Wen Yu to face this creature with 70 points of physical strength. Fortunately, the number of demonic creatures this time was not many, only 3. As Wen Yu shredded the creature before him, William and Chu Xiling had also resolved their battles. However, the sudden attack of 3 third-tier demonic creatures still left 1 low-level second-tier professional injured. Basong's ability could sense danger from a distance, but it was not infallible. When the three demonic creatures buried themselves under the sand, Basong couldn't sense the enemy's direction at all. Wen Yu approached the injured professional, carefully assessing his wounds. The injury was not serious, which meant it wasn't fatal. He had merely lost a leg. "Brother Wen Yu, help me, please help me." The look of hope in this person's eyes as he gazed at Wen Yu was palpable. Throughout this journey, everyone could see that Wen Yu was not the selfish type, cold-hearted and ruthless. In situations within his capacity, he was willing to assist others. Perhaps a bottle of advanced healing potion capable of rebirthing severed limbs could be allocated to him. This was the source of his hope. "I have a potion, drink this." The one who spoke was William. What William produced was not a military-modified healing potion, but an ordinary advanced healing potion. Although it didn't have the rebirth of severed limbs effect, it could completely alleviate the symptoms of blood loss from the wound. However, Wen Yu intercepted William's hand as he offered it. "There's no saving him." A cold voice came from Wen Yu then. The touch of greed directly swept across this person's neck. "What are you doing?" William's shout drew everyone's attention. He glanced at the potion in William's hand, then at the professional lying on the ground, and finally, everyone turned their eyes to Wen Yu, whose hands were still dripping with blood. Confusion and panic appeared on most faces. "His leg is broken. This will severely affect our ability to act." Wen Yu's voice rose slightly. "And we don't have enough potions." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, William laughed in anger. "Not enough doesn't mean none. Is it not worth it to trade a broken potion for a human life? Moreover, I've already given him the potion. Even if his leg is broken, I can carry him." William's words only ignited Wen Yu's fury. "If you carry him, then who will fight?" Wen Yu fiercely grasped William's collar and reprimanded him loudly. "What the hell do you understand? Do you even know what the situation is right now?" "You don't understand anything. Do you even know what the situation is right now?" Wen Yu's saliva splattered everywhere in the air. "You're really an idiot. I just don't understand how you've survived until now. Do you even realize what we're facing? It's all third-tier demonic creatures. Third tier, that's third tier, just like this guy." Wen Yu pointed at the fallen professional lying on the ground. "He couldn't even take one hit. He can't even buy us time. All he does is waste our food and water, waste our healing potions, and waste your energy, which is our powerful combat capability. What's the point of him being alive? How many days have we been walking? Tell me how many days?" William's face turned pale, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "1 day. How many days do we need to walk? 10 days, that's 10 days. How many people died on the first day? How many healing potions did we consume? How many demonic creatures did we kill? Tell me, tell me." William fell completely silent this time. "You tell me, how can I save him? What reason do I have to save him?" When you let go of his hands and faced the silent crowd not far away, speaking loudly. "I'm telling you clearly right now, aside from a few limited individuals, the rest of you, unless you show outstanding performance and prove your worth, you will not receive treatment if you are injured. Getting injured, especially injuries that affect your ability to move, is equivalent to death. Falling behind means death. Hesitating in battle means death. If you want to survive, then fight for your lives. Keep moving." When you commanded loudly, and the entire team moved further away in a stifling atmosphere. "It's not good for you to say that." The only one who could speak such words to the current Wen Yu was Jiang Wentao. "Yeah." Wen Yu nodded in response. He then explained, "I know it's not ideal and it may cause some dissent, but if I don't say it, things won't get better. Do you really want to waste a healing potion? I'm not a very smart person. I prefer things to be simple and direct. You can see it too. In the current situation, aside from a few individuals, the rest are simply burdens." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he fell silent. Jiang Wentao patted Wen Yu on the shoulder and spoke. "Don't worry, those with strength will stand on your side. As for those without strength and value," as Jiang Wentao said this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, "they definitely won't dare to do anything. However, considering the current situation, you are still the visible leader. It's ultimately not good for you to say these things, so from now on, let me handle it." When Yu looked at Jiang Wentao in surprise and slowly nodded. Jiang Wentao was intelligent, strong, and had great organizational skills. Most importantly, he had a very strong overall perspective. It's not an exaggeration to say that if Wen Yu wasn't the strongest, Jiang Wentao might even be more suitable to lead this small team. Following the most suitable way for everyone to move forward, they rested at sunrise and worked at sunset. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In a place filled with yellow sand, a large dog slowly walked forward, carrying Fina, the princess consort. In 3 days, the injury on the one-eyed creature had fully healed under the treatment in the Soul Realm space. Behind the one-eyed creature, a group of scarred professionals moved like zombies. During these 3 days, under Basong's guidance, they hadn't encountered any major dangers. Of course, major dangers here referred to the perspective of Wen Yu and the other strong individuals. From the number of people, it could be seen that after experiencing several waves of attacks from demonic creatures, the number of professionals had dwindled to less than 20. Of course, this wasn't entirely bad. Firstly, everyone's food and drinking water had been secured, enough to sustain them for more than 10 days. Secondly, after eliminating a large number of weak individuals, what remained were all powerful elites. Although everyone was injured, their overall combat capability was actually stronger than before. Sometimes, having many people means a larger target, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Seeing the sun rise higher and the temperature rising rapidly, Wen Yu shouted loudly, "Stop!" With Wen Yu's command, the entire team slowly came to a halt. "Basong, Basong, big boss, I'm here." Basong quickly ran over from a distance. Although Basong was not very strong, his abilities were absolutely helpful, so even though he had sustained some injuries during these 3 days, Wen Yu didn't mind giving him a bottle of intermediate healing potion. "Find a safe place for us to camp." With a calm response, Basong immediately activated his danger prediction ability. "This way." With a point from Basong, the entire team began to move towards the northeast. The camping site was chosen by Basong in a pile of rubble. "Big boss, how about this place? Not bad, right?" Basong said with a flattering expression. "Yeah." Wen Yu nodded, quite satisfied with the location. The stone piles could block the wind and sun, and there were enough obstacles within to obscure the view of distant demonic creatures, providing some negligible concealment. They set up camp directly beneath a strange stone that resembled an umbrella, and when Yu found, Jiang went out to start counting their supplies. "We have enough food and drinking water. The healing potions aren't too many. There are still 6 bottles of intermediate healing potions left, and the high-level healing potions haven't been consumed much either, still having 6 bottles left. However, the ammunition in the monkey's hands is running low, and that's the troublesome part," Jiang Wentao said to Wen Yu, which made Wen Yu frown. When facing third-tier demonic creatures, the firearms in the monkey's hands weren't very effective, but they played a role in fire suppression and disrupting the enemy. Under the monkey's superb skills, the submachine gun seemed to have a slowing effect, but there would always come a day when the bullets ran out. "Huh, it's only been 3 days and it's already like this." Wen Yu rubbed his forehead hard, feeling somewhat irritated by the dire situation. And Jiang Wentao hesitated for a moment. Seeing the frustrated expression on Wen Yu's face, he thought for a moment before deciding to speak up. "And this place feels a bit off." "What's wrong?" Jiang Wentao's words made Wen Yu pause in surprise. In the current situation, Wen Yu placed significant importance on Jiang Wentao's words. "This is my ability, Beast Instinct A-Rank passive ability, an extraordinary combat instinct that allows you to foresee danger to the utmost extent." Jiang Wentao briefly explained the effects of this ability to Wen Yu and continued, "When I approached this pile of rubble earlier, my ability kept warning me that there was danger inside, but—" Jiang Wentao gave a bitter smile and continued, "All along, this ability has only helped me react quickly when facing opponents and simply predict their combat capabilities. Perhaps the pressure has been too much these days." Wen Yu simply responded and turned to walk towards Basong's location. Although Jiang Wentao suggested it might be due to his pressure, Wen Yu absolutely did not think so. As a mere cannon fodder, the most important factor for survival is caution. "Basong, can you sense again if there's any danger in this area?" Seeing Wen Yu's furrowed brow and serious expression, Basong closed his eyes. After a while, Basong opened his eyes and shook his head at Wen Yu. "There's still no danger. What's wrong, big boss Wen Yu?" Wen Yu stared intently into Basong's eyes and after a moment shook his head. Basong's gaze was sincere, indicating he was not lying. Besides, there was no reason for Basong to lie. "It's nothing." After 3 days of interaction, Wen Yu still had great trust in Basong's judgment. Moreover, whether they could find such a good camping spot after going out was still uncertain. It might be better to rest here for a day. "Let's rest well." Wen Yu nodded at Basong and turned to walk towards the spot where Princess Consort Fina was located not far away. "How do you feel?" Wen Yu asked in a low voice. The journey over the past few days had been quite tough for the delicate Fina, while the fourth prince seemed to have some unknown power protecting him, still staring with his big round eyes at Wen Yu, looking quite energetic. "There's no major issue, but I appreciate all the warriors' concern." After saying this, Fina took out some food and water from her spatial ring and began to eat. "And you?" This question was directed at William, who was responsible for protecting Fina, and his tone was not particularly pleasant. "I'm not dead," William retorted back. During these past few days, Wen Yu had implemented a policy of clearing out the unnecessary, so William naturally did not have a good expression about it. On the other hand, son Ruixing spoke up to Wen Yu. "Brother Wen Yu, you've worked hard these days." Everyone could see Wen Yu's efforts. Although his methods were somewhat extreme, it was undeniable that it was the best choice for everyone's safety. Sun Ruixing was also someone responsible for protecting Princess Consort Fina. These two individuals were upright and responsible for such matters, so Wen Yu felt extremely at ease. He replied blandly to Sun Ruixing. "By the way, Big Boss Wen Yu, I want to discuss something with you." The voice came from Basong, who was walking over from a short distance away. "What is it?" Wen Yu looked at Basong with confusion. "It's nothing, just wanted to show you something." As soon as he finished speaking, Basong took out something from his pocket. It was a cylindrical plasma grenade, and he had already disengaged the safety. The cylindrical plasma grenade's warning light was flashing red, and combined with Basong's earnest expression, it created a bizarre scene. "Enemy attack!" Before Wen Yu could finish his sentence, he grabbed Basong's right hand holding the grenade and positioned his body directly between Basong, or rather, the grenade and Princess Consort Fina. William reacted swiftly, immediately tackling both Princess Consort Fina and the fourth prince down beneath him. At the same time, Sun Ruixing firmly placed his shield in front of Princess Consort Fina. In the blink of an eye, a blue light erupted from Basong's hand. Everyone's figures were instantly engulfed by the blue light. Simultaneously, the surrounding stones began to tremble incessantly. "Run out!" Just as Wen Yu shouted "enemy attack," Jiang Wentao had already reacted, quickly rushing towards Princess Consort Fina after the grenade exploded. The power of the plasma grenade was mostly blocked by Wen Yu. However, something capable of dealing massive damage to second-tier professionals would naturally not have a good outcome when endured by Wen Yu with his flesh and blood. As the blue light flashed, Basong, who was opposite Wen Yu, had turned into a charred, indistinguishable mass, exuding a burnt smell mixed with the scent of cooked flesh. Wen Yu's body trembled violently, then he knelt down, directly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The front of Wen Yu's body was already charred and unrecognizable from the explosion of the plasma grenade. Fortunately, Wen Yu's sacrifice was not in vain. Behind him, William and the others suffered minimal injuries, with Sun Ruixing's arm getting burned and William sustaining a minor leg injury, but neither affected their ability to move. Under the protection of several people, neither Fina nor the little prince had a scratch on them. "Damn it!" Seeing Wen Yu's horrific injuries, Jiang Wentao couldn't help but curse, quickly helping Wen Yu up and following closely behind William, who was carrying Princess Consort Fina as they ran out of the rubble. The surrounding professionals reacted quickly. When the plasma grenade exploded, they had already left the pile of rubble. The bizarre situation just now, combined with the incessant shaking of the surrounding stones, made everyone realize that this location was definitely not safe. Jiang Wentao carried Wen Yu out of the rubble and quickly took out a healing potion from his spatial ring. "Hurry up and drink this." Wen Yu's consciousness remained clear. Although his injuries were severe, a mere plasma bomb wouldn't take the life of a third-tier professional. He directly drank the healing potion from Jiang Wentao's hand, and the wounds began to heal rapidly, allowing Wen Yu to let out a long sigh of relief. "Basong is probably under some kind of control. The place he brought us to might also be a dangerous area. Also, quickly collect all the plasma grenades from everyone around. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have handed this kind of thing to them." Having just been injured by the plasma grenade filled Wen Yu with resentment. When the enemy has the ability to control their own professionals, the danger of the plasma grenade was undoubtedly significant. Jiang Wentao nodded at Wen Yu and immediately turned around to retrieve the plasma grenades from everyone. There were still quite a few plasma grenades in the hands of the monkeys. The original intention of distributing them to everyone was to enhance their firepower, but who would have guessed it would almost become a death warrant for everyone? No one could be blamed for this. Nobody had expected that there were demonic creatures with such abilities. As Wen Yu's injuries healed, Sun Ruixing and William also applied ointment to their wounds and bandaged them. The depletion of healing potions forced everyone to resort to primitive methods for treating minor injuries. The one-eyed guard, who was tasked with standing watch outside, quickly ran to Wen Yu's side, staring intently at the trembling stones in front of him, emitting soft woo sounds. The one-eyed guard sensed danger. Wen Yu stared seriously at the pile of stones shaking in front of them and shouted to everyone, "Run, get out of here." This place was eerie and unpredictable, and for some unknown reason the enemy had yet to appear. Since that was the case, Wen Yu saw no reason to wait in this uncertain environment for danger that could come from nowhere. "Ki, run! Where do you think you can run to?" An evil, sharp voice echoed from above the umbrella-shaped stones where the group was camping. Just as the voice faded away, everyone felt the ground tremble, and then a deep gray light curtain enveloped the pile of stones, trapping everyone inside. Twilight Barrier S-Rank Active Ability. controls the power of darkness to create a gray light curtain that forms an isolated space, prohibiting entry and exit. As the swirling sand and dust hit the light curtain, it immediately emitted a series of crackling explosion sounds, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. This thing clearly possessed offensive capabilities, and no one was willing to step forward to experience it firsthand. "By the way, are you satisfied with the gift I just gave you?" As the unknown demonic creature spoke, the crowd immediately stirred. One of the professionals behind them drew a steel knife and swung it fiercely at his teammate. The sudden attack left everyone unable to react in time. Blood sprayed out, and the unexpected assault resulted in the immediate death of the struck professional. "Don't kill him, hold him down." The voice came from none other than Princess Consort Fina. Chu Xiling's flaming fist had just struck in front of the professional when he heard Fina's words. The flames instantly extinguished, and he transformed his fist into a claw, using his superior physical strength to disarm the professional. At that moment, Fina's explanation followed. "This is the Nightmare Demon clan's innate ability, mental control rank, active ability. It can only control a creature that is one level lower than itself, and can only control one weak-minded unit at a time. If he is killed, the Nightmare Demon's ability can be activated again." When you nodded silently, which explained why only Bastion had launched a suicidal attack back then. Ki, indeed worthy of being the Silver Moon clan that has fought against our demonic clan for so many years. What a pity, what a pity. After finishing this sentence, the figure of the Nightmare Demon slowly emerged from above the umbrella-shaped stone pillar. It was a humanoid creature draped in a black robe, slightly frail, with hands that, visible beneath the robe, were riddled with wrinkles, resembling dead tree bark. The head outside appeared shrouded in dark mist, unclear, with only 2 green dots glowing ominously. Even a level 2 professional would feel a mental shock when eyeing the Nightmare Demon's eyes. "Hey, by the way, why do you always take so long?" The Nightmare Demon opened its mouth again, but this time it was not speaking to Wen Yu and the others, but rather to the pile of stones below it. "It's not that. I don't want to be quick. It's just, I can't move fast." A deep, heavy voice echoed from the stones below the Nightmare Demon. In the stunned gaze of the crowd, the umbrella-shaped stone pillar suddenly transformed. The trembling stones around rapidly flew toward the umbrella-shaped stones and firmly adhered to them. As the stones gathered more and more, the umbrella-shaped stone quickly enlarged, and in a short while a gigantic figure appeared before everyone. It was a yellowish stone giant, standing nearly 20 meters tall, looking down at everyone on the ground. And the Nightmare Demon stood on the stone giant's shoulder. Seeing the towering stone creature before him, Wen Yu's heart sank further. The pressure from these 2 demonic creatures was even comparable to that of the ancient demon. Ki. The Nightmare Demon's eerie laughter resounded once again. "I heard that fool Balor was killed by you. Well done, that fool dared to look down on me just because of his ancient demon status." Tusk, bringing along a few lackeys and thinking he could accomplish this task alone. "I must say intelligence is indeed a wonderful thing. It's better for brainless things to die quickly. You are cursing me for being brainless." The stone demon below murmured in a low tone without any emotional fluctuations. "Fool, I was talking about Balor, not you. You see, you're cursing me for being foolish again. I'm not stupid, just responding, a bit slowly." The Nightmare Demon wisely ended this conversation. "Let me introduce myself briefly. I am Races from the great Nightmare Demon clan. I have come to take all your lives." Ki, so do you prefer to die or die? Or die?" As Races finished speaking, a massive fireball shot directly toward everyone. Fire Explosion Technique B rank, active ability. A massive fireball launched at any target will produce a violent explosion. As Races unleashed the Fire Explosion Technique, the Stone Demon beneath it also initiated its attack. The Stone Demon's method of attack was very simple: take large steps and smash down with its fist. It was a straightforward attack, but combined with its enormous size and brutal strength, it made it clear that it was an unbeatable force. This is the advantage of large creatures. Generally speaking, the bigger the size, the stronger the power. With the Stone Demon's immense strength, a fist the size of a car slammed down on the spot where everyone had been standing. A violent cloud of dust erupted, and 2 deafening booms sounded. One was from the Fire Explosion Technique, and the other was from the Stone Demon's heavy strike. The collaboration between the Stone Demon and the Nightmare Demon was perfectly synchronized, and the 2 attacks completely covered everyone's presence. As the dust cloud rose, a figure carrying Princess Consort Fina charged directly out of the dust. It was William. As William emerged first, figures scattered in all directions. Among the current professionals, there were no weaklings or fools. Faced with these 2 artillery-like creatures, spreading out was the best option. When the dust settled, Only 2 massive craters and 3 corpses remained. Yay! With the strange laughter of the nightmare demon, Wen Yu's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Because in the large pit on the ground there was a corpse belonging to a person controlled by the nightmare demon. William, stay by Fina's side? William's reaction was swift. Seeing the corpse, he immediately understood the situation. He quickly raised his giant sword and pulled Princess Consort Fina away step by step from the location of the nightmare demon and the stone demon. All level 2 professionals, spread out. The farther apart you are from each other, the better. If you see someone approaching for no reason, control them immediately. This was the battle order given by Jiang Wentao. It was also the best way to counter the mental control of the nightmare demon. The nightmare demon closed its eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings. Then, a strange mental fluctuation surged directly towards Princess Consort Fina. Ka-cha, a crisp sound echoed. A crack suddenly appeared on the ornament around Princess Consort Fina's neck. Oh, there's a mental attack defense item, no wonder. The nightmare demon had just attempted to control Princess Consort Fina, but was blocked by the item. It doesn't matter. After all, mental control doesn't have much effect on the current battlefield, so let's just crush them with brute strength. As the nightmare demon's voice fell, the stone demon below began to slowly charge toward Wen Yu and the one-eyed creature. Charge D-rank, active ability. Charge towards the target at an extremely fast speed. It was a very ordinary ability, but when applied to the stone demon, even the simplest attack could have devastating effects. Just like now, Wen Yu felt as if a mountain was madly pressing toward him. Wen Yu and the one-eyed creature quickly dodged to the left and right, avoiding the stone demon's attack. Then, a huge fireball appeared in front of Wen Yu. Void Shift. He activated his Void Shift ability, allowing the massive fireball to pass through him and explode behind him. The heat wave and shockwave flew everywhere, but fortunately, Wen Yu remained in a void state, suffering only a significant loss of stamina without sustaining further injuries. As the demonic creatures launched their attack, the personnel responsible for fighting the demonic creatures also directed their attacks at the massive body of the stone demon. Only Jiang Wentao, Chu Xiling, Wen Yu, and the one-eyed creature were able to participate in the battle. The first to launch an attack was the one-eyed creature. Fury of the Inferno erupted forth, and a massive pillar of fire sprayed directly onto the stone demon's foot. The immense force caused the stone demon to stagger. But that wasn't all. The fury of the Inferno clung to the stone demon's body and kept burning, quickly melting its leg. Boom. The fire explosion technique was unleashed, aimed directly at the one-eyed creature. However, the one-eyed creature showed no intention of dodging. A red light flashed, and the one-eyed creature's battered figure appeared before the nightmare demon. Destiny Fight ability activated. The enhancement in physical attributes made the fury of the Inferno even more ferocious. Black demonic flames ignited on the one-eyed creature, charging wildly toward the stone demon and the nightmare demon. Yay, this is getting interesting. The nightmare demon let out a sinister laugh. As the laughter faded, the stone demon underwent a transformation. Although the stone demon appeared clumsy, it was far from being as heavy as one might think during battle. Moreover, the abilities of the Stone Demon clan were quite peculiar. Rock Body S-Rank, passive ability. Your body will be formed from solid rock, retaining only a core. The location of the core can be freely designated by the host, and injuries to the body are completely inconsequential for you. You can also freely absorb nearby rocks or sand to reconstruct your body. And on the current battlefield, there was no shortage of sand everywhere. In less than a second, the Stone Demon's body was completely restored. And that wasn't all. The Stone Demon directly activated its third ability. Split A-Rank, active ability. Disperse your body into several independent units. The strength of the split units is determined by the number of splits. As the 20-meter-tall body of the Stone Demon shattered, dozens of 2-meter-tall little stone demons emerged. Then these little stone demons rushed toward Chu Xiling and the others nearby. Only a 5-meter-tall stone demon remained on the spot. Jiang Wentao smashed a little stone demon in front of him, watching as the little stone demons scattered but quickly fused back together, unable to hold back a curse. These little things could actually regenerate endlessly. Moreover, there were dozens of stone demons, each possessing around 20 points of physical attributes. The swarm of little stone demons quickly pounced on the advancing Chu Xiling and Jiang Wentao. Although their strength was not formidable, their infinite resurrection ability left the two helpless. At that moment, the one-eyed creature had already engaged in battle with the stone demon. The one-eyed creature's claws dug into the stone demon, crushing a good portion of its body while the fury of the Inferno rapidly spread. Boom! A red light flashed. The nightmare demon unleashed another fire explosion technique, sending the one-eyed creature flying. In the brief moment the one-eyed creature was blasted away, the stone demon managed to extinguish the fury of the Inferno on its body and reformed itself. Whoosh! A whistling sound rang out as Wen Yu, from a distance, exerted force with his legs and jumped over 10 meters. He aimed the touch of greed from his right hand at the nightmare demon on the stone demon. With a bang, Wen Yu's attack was barely blocked by the stone demon's right hand. After the split, the stone demon's physical attributes significantly decreased, now only around 50 points. At the same time, the one-eyed creature charged in again. With the combined efforts of Wen Yu and the one-eyed creature, the stone demon and nightmare demon found themselves at a disadvantage. In an instant, flames and cold light filled the battlefield where Wen Yu stood. Meanwhile, Zhang Wentao and the others saw some subtle changes in their position. The little stone demons that were originally surrounding Zhang Wentao and Chu Xiling quickly scattered, leaving only 5 that entwined the two. The others rushed toward the nearby onlookers. However, little stone demons with 20 points of physical attributes could be considered weak even to the onlooking professionals nearby. Except for the immortal body being a bit troublesome. William swung his massive sword light, quickly clearing the surrounding little stone demons. He looked toward the battlefield where the one-eyed creature and Wen Yu were ruthlessly attacking the stone demon, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. The stone demon's physical attributes in its complete state were around 150 points. By splitting into so many small units, it effectively reduced its own power, making this move completely unreasonable. At the same time, Wen Yu, who was entangled with the stone demon and nightmare demon, was also puzzled about the stone demon's reasoning for such actions. Fortunately, he thought no more of it. A ruthless light surged in the corner of Wen Yu's eyes. Without sealing the one-eyed creature's destiny fight ability, the 2 demonic creatures in front of him wouldn't last long. The 2 demonic creatures had also noticed that the balance of victory was tipping towards the humans, yet they had no intention of retreating. A pillar of fire enveloped the stone demon's body, and the nightmare demon that was originally perched on the stone demon's shoulder immediately jumped down, only to be ensnared by Wen Yu. The touch of greed swiftly tore at the nightmare demon's black robe, revealing its deep gray skin underneath. With a single claw, it shattered one of the nightmare demon's arms, while dodging the oncoming blazing explosion technique with its phasing ability. The nightmare demon's power was around 100, but its close combat ability was rather poor. If nothing unexpected happened, it would soon perish at Wen Yu's hands. Behind them, the stone demon, under the onslaught of the fury of the Inferno, had no power to counterattack and was directly reduced to dust scattered on the ground. Your companions are dead, it's your turn now. Wen Yu thrust the touch of greed into the nightmare demon's body, exerting force to widen the wound. Large amounts of gray liquid, the nightmare demon's blood spurted out from within. Cough, cough. The nightmare demon coughed twice, its eyes flickering with green light, a sign of impending death. Are you so sure that my companions are dead? A weak yet mocking voice came from the nightmare demon. Don't forget what your mission is and what our mission is. Wen Yu's eyes narrowed instantly, withdrawing the touch of greed from the nightmare demon's body and shifting his gaze towards the direction of Princess Consort Fina. The nightmare demon had already collapsed on the ground, utterly lifeless. However, the scene that unfolded in the distance made Wen Yu's eyes widen in horror. At the moment the stone demon and nightmare demon separated, several little stone demons rushing towards William suddenly underwent a change. All of the little stone demons suddenly collapsed to the ground, and then the sand in front of William began to ripple. Before William could react, in less than a second, the enormous figure of the stone demon had appeared right in front of him. Standing 20 meters tall, it blocked out the sun in front of William and Fina. This body contained all the power of the stone demon. Then, a fist the size of a car slammed down towards Princess Consort Fina. From the very beginning, the nightmare demon and stone demon never intended to kill everyone. That was unrealistic. After all, even the ancient demon Balor had fallen to these people. Although the nightmare demon ridiculed ancient demon Balor, it was well aware of Balor's strength. Their target had always been Fina and the 4th prince. From the moment they controlled Bastion to self-destruct, their first target was always to kill everyone. This undoubtedly created an illusion for everyone present, that the 2 demonic creatures aimed to wipe out all. When the stone demon executed its split, its core had already left and entered a little stone demon charging towards William. This was the final goal of the nightmare demon from the beginning until now, with a determination to die, to eliminate Princess Consort Fina and the 4th prince. The enormous fist, blocking out the sun, slammed down on the spot where Princess Consort Fina stood in less than a second. William had no time to unleash the majesty of the king. The tremendous force surged onto his sword blade to block the stone demon's punch. The nearly doubled physical disparity sent William flying far away, his bones shattered beyond counting. However, the stone demon's assault had not ended, and Princess Consort Fina was now without protection. Boom! Another punch. At this moment, life and death hung in the balance. If hit, it meant mission failure, and the consequence of failing the mission was unbearable for everyone. The determination in Princess Consort Fina's eyes flickered. With one hand, she suddenly emitted a glow, and at that moment, a massive sand fist collided with a delicate white hand. A flash of white light passed. Both Princess Consort Fina and the stone demon vanished. Only the fourth prince, who was left behind, was crying uncontrollably. Princess Consort Fina was also a professional, and what she had just activated was her ability. Death Battle A-grade, active ability. Enter into an unknown small space with the enemy. The effect of this skill will be lifted after 10 minutes. But the user and the target can only survive one. If both survive after 10 minutes, the space will close permanently. It can only be cast on a single target. When you staggered to the spot where Princess Consort Fina had been, staring blankly at the fourth prince left alone on the ground. "Is it over? Is this it?" a desperate voice echoed, and it came from Chu Xiling, who had just arrived. Wen Yu's lips moved incessantly, yet he couldn't utter a word. Both demonic creatures had vanished, the battle had been won. But no one could smile. Princess Consort Fina was gone. The people present did not know what Princess Consort Fina's ability truly was, but given the current situation, it seemed that Princess Consort Fina was in grave danger. Despair began to spread uncontrollably. "It's not over, it's not over," Wen Yu roared while clutching the fourth prince tightly. "Princess Consort Fina is gone, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's dead. We wait. We wait right here." Wen Yu spoke firmly to everyone. However, despair filled everyone's eyes. What Wen Yu said was merely a possibility. "And we still have the fourth prince." This sentence came from Jiang Wentao. "The focus of the mission is to preserve the last spark for Shan Landstar. In my view, Princess Consort Fina is not important. The fourth prince is the most crucial." This statement was logical, at least more reasonable than what Wen Yu had said. 10 minutes passed in a flash. A flash of white light suddenly appeared in the original clearing, and then an enormous figure appeared before everyone. It was the stone demon. "Kill it!" Wen Yu issued orders to the one-eyed, then turned away, unable to bear to look at the mangled mass on the ground. From the remnants of the fabric, it was undoubtedly Princess Consort Fina. The battle between the one-eyed and the stone demon erupted directly, with the stone demon's massive body being directly slammed away by the one-eyed. Besides that, no one else intervened in this battle of monsters. I'm sorry. William, who was nearby downing healing potions, stared blankly at the unrecognizable form of Fina, tears slowly rolling down his cheeks. This was not William's fault. Everyone knew that, but he couldn't overcome this mental hurdle. "Ha ha!" Wen Yu gasped heavily, directly handing the fourth prince over to William. "From now on, your mission is him. He is your life as well as everyone's life." William trembled as he embraced the fourth prince, tears pooling in his eyes. He nodded shakily at Wen Yu and slowly walked towards the mangled mass. Gently picking up the spatial ring that gleamed with silver light from the bloodied flesh, William knelt on one knee. Humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, soul. When faced with a formidable enemy, unafraid and fearless, resolute in loyalty and righteousness, worthy of the divine, loyal and upright, willing to die rather than yield. Protecting the weak, with no violation of heavenly principles. I swear to treat the weak kindly. I swear to courageously resist oppression. I swear to fight against all wrongs. I swear to fight for those unarmed. I swear to help anyone who seeks my aid. I swear not to harm any woman. I swear to assist my brother knights. I swear to treat my friends sincerely. I swear to remain loyal to those I love until death. I swear to protect the fourth prince's life with my own. Even if there are countless difficulties ahead, even if the path is strewn with thorns, honor is my life. William's right hand rested on the fourth prince's forehead, lingering for almost 10 seconds before he slowly stood up. This was a knight's promise and determination to guard with one's life. In the distance, the battle between the one-eyed being and the stone demon was reaching a conclusion. The massive size of the stone demon brought unparalleled strength. Unfortunately, the stone demon's speed was truly lacking. Under the enhancement of the Destiny Fight ability, the one-eyed being's physical prowess surged to over 200 points, and even the terrifying wounds inflicted had no impact on its combat ability. Even though the stone demon endlessly split off little stone demons to disrupt the one-eyed being's line of sight and attempt to escape its attack range, the one-eyed being saw through it, and the fury of the Inferno instantly annihilated the split-off little stone demon. The claws, engulfed in black flames, ruthlessly expanded the wounds on the stone demon's body. The black flames raged and roars echoed endlessly. This was the stone demon's lament as it faced its death. Finally, the dust settled. The stone demon, its body solidified from earth and rock, was directly reduced to ashes by the one-eyed being, leaving behind only a magic crystal. The one-eyed being held the magic crystal in its mouth and slowly returned to Wen Yu's position. Picking up the magic crystal, Wen Yu retracted the one-eyed being back into the soul realm space. Looking at the surrounding faces full of despair, Wen Yu sighed. Let's find a place to rest for a bit, think about our next steps. The death of Princess Consort Fina, along with Bastiong's demise, was a huge loss for the team. This meant that the journey ahead could only be a hard charge. In a cave, this was the temporary resting place that everyone had spent nearly 4 hours to find. Wen Yu stared blankly at the fourth prince in William's hands, unsure of what to think next. Not just Wen Yu, but everyone around sat quietly, their faces filled with pessimism and despair. The difficulty of the second stage was too great. Now, merely 4 days in, nearly 80% of the 100 adventurers had already perished. Even more terrifying was that Princess Consort Fina, the very target of their mission, had also been slaughtered by demonic creatures. By the way, Knight, don't you have Princess Consort Fina's spatial ring? Let's see what's inside. Breaking the silence first was Jiang Wentao, the chief steward of the team. William hesitated a moment but still took out the silver-white spatial ring of Princess Consort Fina and tossed it to Jiang Wentao. Wen Yu, come look together. Oh, Wen Yu slightly reacted, then stood up and walked over to Jiang Wentao. In fact, Wen Yu himself was also in a daze. Jiang Wentao's statement that the ultimate goal of the mission is to protect the fourth prince, not Fina, had some merit, but what if? What if the mission had already failed? Everyone would be trapped in this hopeless dead end, awaiting the arrival of death. Moreover, a tragic death by hunger, thirst, or despair. Suicide. My judgment wasn't wrong. Jiang Wentao took out a radar and nodded affirmatively at everyone. Hearing Jiang Wentao's words, Wen Yu's eyes instantly brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the radar from Jiang Wentao's hands. The radar pointed to a location slightly to the northeast. According to the journey, it was just where Princess Consort Fina mentioned the sovereign had established a refuge. This is the radar. The indicated location is our destination. Everyone, we have not lost. We still have hope. Wen Yu's voice involuntarily rose a bit, successfully drawing everyone's attention to the radar in his hands. As long as we protect the fourth prince and reach our destination safely, we will succeed. We can return to Earth. We can leave this damned treasure land trial. Brothers, we still have hope. As the leader, Wen Yu had to give a morale-boosting speech. Unfortunately, Wen Yu really wasn't cut out for this. Moreover, the continuous deaths had already filled some people with despair. Wen Yu, big boss, I have something to say. A hesitant voice broke through, coming from an injured adventurer. Go ahead. Wen Yu looked at the person and replied coldly, his tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of softness. Though Wen Yu was not accustomed to being in a position of power, he still understood some things. The current situation could no longer be treated with sheer pressure or dictatorship. That would cause the already unstable team to collapse entirely. I can't hold on anymore. A low, desperate voice emerged from the adventurer's lips. I don't want to go on anymore. I can't go on. I want to stay here even if the mission fails. Silence fell over the room. This was the behavior of a coward. So, are you waiting for us to resolve this trial for you? And you are placing your hope on us, is that right? Wen Yu's icy voice rang out. Those familiar with Wen Yu knew that he had already taken a lethal stance. I'm sorry, I can't go on anymore. I'm sorry, big brother Wen Yu, I'm sorry. Before Wen Yu could react, another familiar voice, tinged with tears, resounded. It was Sun Yashin. Before Wen Yu could respond, another voice emerged. Big boss Wen Yu, us people can't withstand the demonic creatures at all. Just as you said, we can't even stop them, and we've only made it this far because of your strength. We all understand that. But our lives are outside, with not even a shred of guarantee. We face death at any moment. In your eyes, the third-tier demonic creatures that can be killed at will are, to us, the god of death. I don't want to move forward either. It's not that I'm cowardly, but I simply can't find any meaning in going forward. There really is no meaning. Just let us go, I beg you. When you looked around, all the secondary professionals were silent. Hee, that's right, that's right. When Yu turned his head, trying hard to conceal the anger in his eyes. As the anger gradually dissipated, what followed was a deep sense of powerlessness. They were absolutely correct. In fact, some of these people didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Taking them along was completely meaningless. Is there anyone else with this idea? Wen Yu's cold voice echoed back and forth in the cave. Then one hand after another was raised. There were a total of 12 hands. This was all the secondary professionals except for the monkey and Sun Ruixing. The touch of greed in Wen Yu's hand slowly extended, and a fierce killing intent surged forth. However, What met when you were 12 pairs of resolute eyes? Are you not afraid of death? Are you not afraid of death? You fear the demonic creatures, don't you fear me? When you roared at everyone. Yes, we are afraid of death. It's because we are afraid of death that we raised our hands. To Wen Yu's response was surprisingly Sun Yashin. Brother Wen, we are certainly afraid that you will kill us, but we are even more afraid of despair. Every time you say it's time to set out, we know someone will die. Who is it? It definitely won't be you third-level professionals. You have healing potions, you have power, but what do we have? We have nothing, and we can only wait for death to come again and again. Every time we set out, we think about how many will die this time and who will be the one. Brother Wen, do you understand that feeling? The reason we survive is purely based on luck. It's because the demonic creatures haven't charged in our direction that we are still alive. It feels like someone is pointing a gun at my head, and I don't know if there are bullets in it. Just listening to the click-click of the empty gun, every time we are attacked, I am shaking. Death is not terrifying, waiting for death is what's terrifying. I'm sorry our courage has been worn away. Looking at Sun Yashin's tearful and desperate eyes, Wen Yu suddenly felt disinterested. Different levels bring different thoughts. What he thought about was how to complete the task, while these secondary professionals were only thinking about how to survive. The apocalypse is often more cruel to the weak. Forget it, let's just forget it. Wen Yu sighed as he retracted his claws. He turned to Jiang Wentao and said, "Leave them some food." After saying this, Wen Yu immediately walked to a corner and quietly rested. "Thank you." Thankful voices rose and fell. They chose to tie their lives to Wen Yu and the others. This is the tragedy of the weak. They don't even have the ability to control their own fate, only able to passively endure the consequences. But in the eyes of stronger beings, wasn't Wen Yu also a weakling? The night spread. In the silent night, a few lonely figures strolled through the swirling yellow sand. Wen Yu, Jiang Wentao, Chu Xiling, William the Monkey, and Sun Ruixing, plus the fourth prince in William's arms, 7 people. This was the remaining escort team. The decrease in numbers does not mean a reduction in burden. In fact, as long as they were still carrying the fourth prince, everyone's burden would not lighten. The speed of the group remained within a range acceptable for the fourth prince. Although slow, it was resolute. Having just experienced the turmoil from other professionals, the atmosphere among the few people was indescribably heavy. "Thank you, you did well. You didn't point the butcher's knife at the weak." The one who spoke was William, Wen Yu scoffed. "It's not because of some virtue, it's just that I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty by killing these pitiful creatures." To Wen Yu's response was William's affirming voice. "No, you know the reason. You're not a good person, but you are a person." Wen Yu remained silent. In fact, even in Wen Yu's heart, he had to admit that facing pairs of desperate eyes, his heart trembled. They were right. What he could casually kill for them was an invincible existence. Since that's the case, why do they force themselves to keep going? Bringing them along does not enhance the team's combat effectiveness. Instead, it only leads to more deaths. This is meaningless to Wen Yu. Wen Yu could treat them as cannon fodder, but they would not consider themselves as such. Everyone has selfish thoughts. Every person's ideas are different. Enough with the talking. I know what kind of person I am. Let's keep moving. Wen Yu loudly told the remaining few. Chu Xiling came over and comforted Wen Yu. "Actually, it's not all bad. Without them, the combat environment can be a bit cleaner." Hearing Chu Xiling's jest, Wen Yu patted Chu Xiling's shoulder. "If we lose them, our pressure will only increase." "Stop it." Chu Xiling playfully pushed Wen Yu. "You talk as if they have some use." Wen Yu chuckled and remained silent. "By the way, brother Sun, why did you come along too?" This was what puzzled Wen Yu. The monkey's power couldn't be assessed by physical attributes, so it was fine for him to keep up. But Sun Ruixing was different. With a physical fitness around 30, Sun Ruixing was constantly facing the threat of death. Sun Ruixing chuckled. "I just wanted to come along and see if I could be of any use." Wen Yu looked at Sun Ruixing seriously and nodded. In Sun Ruixing's eyes, Wen Yu saw determination. Sun Ruixing had long since disregarded life and death, just like everyone now escorting the fourth prince. "Your quality really impresses me. If you get the chance, come find me in London. I will recommend you to join the Knight Association." William looked at Sun Ruixing seriously, but his words made everyone burst into laughter. "A knight, speaking of which, does your Knight Association even exist in the apocalypse?" Chu Xiling teased William. "It exists. Where there are knights, there is a Knight Association," William said seriously. Then he changed the subject. "Using your Chinese words, I am currently the president of the Knight Association, and Brother Sun is our first member and also the vice president. Come on, I'm a chivalrous man from China." Amidst the laughter, Sun Ruixing's cheerful retort rang out. In this environment filled with crises, everyone's relationships quickly drew closer. "All right, enough joking. Some demonic spawn are coming up ahead. Let's deal with them first." In the distance, several figures flickered into view. The battle ended quickly. Not every demonic creature possesses the power of ancient demons or stone demons. Most are merely weaklings that have just reached the third tier. After extracting the magic crystals from the demonic beasts' heads, Wen Yu absorbed them directly. The continuous battles had significantly improved the physical quality of the third-tier professionals. Wen Yu's physical quality still stood at 61.5 points, while all the spoils were given to the little soul beast, raising its physical quality to 60 points. Meanwhile, the one-eyed creature, after consuming a large number of demonic corpses, had its physical quality boosted to 93 points. This was the advantage of mutated beasts. Their evolution does not require magic crystals, just corpses. While the corpses of demonic creatures are extremely toxic to humans, mutated beasts welcome them with open arms. Beside them, Zhang Wentao, William, and Chu Xiling were also absorbing magic crystals. It was a pity for the monkey and son Ruixing, who, having entered the final trial phase, had seen no increase in strength whatsoever. After organizing their battle gains, the group quickly left the area and moved toward the location indicated by the radar. Under the yellow sand of Shanlan Star, it was cold and brutal. As black demonic blood sprayed everywhere, Wen Yu coldly tore the nearby demonic creature in half and then vented his depression and fear on the beast beneath him. "All right, Wen Yu, the battle is over." Zhang Wentao wiped the blood off his face and stepped forward to grab Wen Yu. Who? Wen Yu gasped heavily, kicking the blurred flesh and blood on the ground twice, then turned to look at everyone. All 7 people and 1 dog were present. This was a miracle after 5 days of relentless fighting. However, everyone had to face a problem next. The healing potions had all been used up. This was apparent just by looking at the bandages on everyone. "Let's keep moving." Wen Yu nodded to the others and led the way toward the eastern direction. Since Bastion had died in battle 5 days earlier, the group had been moving in a straight line toward their destination. Under this circumstance, they encountered endless demonic beasts. The intensity of the battles over 5 days was too high, even leaving Wen Yu with a feeling of suffocation. But this was not the end. In the distance, accompanied by an incomprehensible roar, nearly 10 demonic beasts charged toward the group quickly. "I have a feeling we're going to die here." Facing the varying strengths of the demonic creatures, Chu Xiling forced a bitter smile. At such times, only Chu Xiling would say something so thoughtless. "Fight!" With Wen Yu's roar, William tightly held the 4th prince in his arms, closely following the others. Another fierce battle began. As he tore apart a demonic creature with a physical quality just over 50 points, the demonic blood obscured Wen Yu's vision. Listening to the wind rushing past him, Wen Yu activated his phasing ability and directly ripped apart a demonic creature that had attacked from his side. After killing 2 demonic beasts, the battle was over. Mainly because the one-eyed creature was too powerful, most of the demonic creatures had been killed by it alone. "Something's not right, Wen Yu, something's wrong, these demonic creatures have no points." Hearing Zhang Wentao's anxious voice, Wen Yu's heart sank immediately. What did no points mean? Before Wen Yu could figure out the answer, the corpses of the demonic creatures on the ground began to change. Like sand, the dead demonic creatures scattered across the ground, no longer showing their original menacing appearance. These things were not demonic creatures. In the distance, 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly approached. The tall figure was a massive bone demon standing 4 meters high, covered in menacing bone spikes, clearly demonstrating the terror of this creature. The shorter one was a silver-white skeletal frame. There was not a shred of flesh on it, and the skeletal frame shimmered with a faint silver light, while a ball of black flame constantly flickered within its terrifying skull. Roar, a horrifying howl erupted from behind the group. Then came a series of intense rumbling sounds. From behind, a salamander demon beast, a spider demon, and a bull demon slowly approached the group. Wen Yu and the others were surrounded by demonic creatures. Looking at the 5 demonic beasts surrounding them, Wen Yu's heart sank heavily. From the aura alone, it was clear that these 5 demonic creatures were far stronger than the trash they had encountered over the past few days. This also meant that this battle would be extremely brutal. "Monkey, Chu Xiling, Zhang Wentao, you 3 hold off the demonic creatures behind. The ones in front are for me and the one-eyed creature to handle." After speaking, Wen Yu looked seriously at William and son Ruixing. "You 2 are responsible for protecting the 4th prince. This time, no matter what happens, the 4th prince cannot die." William solemnly nodded and directly hoisted the 4th prince onto his back, raising his huge sword. Then, before Wen Yu could finish his sentence, the silver skeleton in front initiated an attack first. As the skeleton raised its hands, the sand on the ground began to tremble. Condensation Summoning Technique S-Rank, Active Ability. A mysterious power controls the surrounding materials, solidifying them into the shape of living creatures at the host's will to attack the enemy. With the activation of the condensation summoning technique, the sand on the ground quickly congealed, and nearly 100 puppets resembling the 4-meter-tall bone demon stood upright. Jai, 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 jai! The bone demon let out a couple of creepy laughs and walked straight into the puppets created by the condensation summoning technique. Identical. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into the ocean, becoming indistinguishable. Wen Yu's expression changed instantly. The power of the puppets was undoubtedly insignificant, but what was terrifying was that inside, there was a bone demon with a physical quality of at least 150 points. The nearly 100 puppets provided the best cover for this bone demon. This was not the end. As the silver skeleton waved its hand again, a magic formation glowing with black light appeared out of nowhere. Terrifying howls erupted from the magic formation, and then a massive claw emerged. Contracted summoning a rank active ability. Sign a contract with a creature allowing for instant summoning. The contracted creature appears for 10 minutes. Additionally, when the contracted creature appears, the host's physical quality drops by 90%. As the creature in the magic formation struggled to crawl out, a deep sense of fear enveloped everyone present. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, with sharp claws, its deep black fur shimmered with faint magical patterns. 3 ferocious dog heads roared madly, and a foul odor rushed toward them. Even more terrifying, it was a 4th-tier demonic creature. Change tactics, Jiang Wentao's deep voice rang out. Brother Sun, you're not participating in this battle. Just run to the right as far as you can. Sun Ruixing understood that in a fight of this level, he had no room to intervene. He wasn't really foolish. He nodded and ran to the right. There were no demonic creatures there, nor were there any chasing after him. All the demonic creatures had only one target, the 4th prince, who was in William's arms. Soon we need to charge forward together. When you and William protect the 4th prince and charge out to kill that skeleton. Chu Xiling and I will make a path for you two and act as bait. You two should conserve your strength, hold back that hellhound. As for the opponents behind, Jiang Wentao glanced deeply at the monkey, his eyes filled with unspeakable emotions. Monkey, I'm sorry. Jiang Wentao gloomily articulated his strategy. This was probably the best choice he could think of in a short time. According to Wen Yu's earlier tactics, the bone demon among the puppets could definitely use surprise attacks to take out William or Wen Yu. Nearly 100 puppets formed a barrier that Wen Yu and William couldn't simply bypass. The roles of Chu Xiling and Jiang Wentao were to charge ahead and act as bait to draw the bone demon's attacks and clear a path for the two of them. Thus, the 3 demonic creatures behind became the monkey's opponents alone. Although the monkey's profession and combat system were suited to dealing with multiple enemies, and although the monkey's combat quality was very high, the monkey's own strength could not be measured by levels. However, with a lack of ammunition, facing 3 third-tier demonic creatures on his own as a 2nd-tier professional, the outcome was already predetermined. Understood, Captain. The monkey quietly saluted and drew 2 handguns, charging toward the demonic creatures behind him. Action, Jiang Wentao shouted, seemingly wanting to vent all his frustrations, and he charged rapidly toward the group of puppets in front of him. Wen Yu forced down the tremor in his heart, grabbed the stunned William, and followed closely behind Jiang Wentao and Chu Xiling. At the front, Jiang Wentao and Chu Xiling had already engaged with the puppet group. The hard claw gauntlets struck out quickly, directly smashing the puppet in front, while a loud explosion echoed from the position of Jiang Wentao's fist. This was a skill Jiang Wentao obtained at level 3. Explosive Fist C-grade active ability. The power of Explosive Fist shattered the puppet, and at the same time the shockwave sent several other puppets flying. Physical qualities are around 20 points. Jiang Wentao's urgent voice conveyed intelligence to the few people behind him. At the same time, Chu Xiling behind him ignited flames on his fists and quickly eliminated several puppets in front, clearing a path for William and Wen Yu. At this moment, the one-eyed creature was engaged in a fierce battle with the summoned 3-headed hellhound. The battle between the two presented a one-sided scene. Even though the one-eyed creature had very powerful skills, the over 1-fold difference in physical quality allowed the hellhound to send it flying. Then the 3-headed hellhound ignored the people caught in the puppet group and lunged at the one-eyed creature once again. Ga ga! A sound of bones grinding was heard, followed by a strange voice coming from the silver-white skeleton's mouth. You stupid beast, come back and eliminate the target, the silver-white skeleton roared, its voice sounding somewhat hollow. Wen Yu's heart tightened. If the 3-headed hellhound turned its target to them, it would lead to a bloody massacre. However, the situation changed slightly. The 3-headed hellhound's charge toward the one-eyed creature slowly halted, and it directed a roar at the silver-white skeleton, while a massive fireball hurtled toward the silver-white skeleton. The giant fireball flew slowly, allowing the silver-white skeleton to dodge it easily. But the intense flickering of flames in the silver-white skeleton's mind showed that this situation was quite awkward for it. After spitting flames at its master, the three-headed hellhound disregarded everything else and lunged again at the now upright one-eyed creature. Clearly, this three-headed hellhound did not obey its master's commands. Moreover, it seemed to need a recharge of its intelligence. This might also be one of the awkward aspects of traditional summoners. Contracted creatures have a certain backlash risk. Damn it! The silver-white skeleton cursed in a low voice and attacked again. Hardening Technique C-Grade Active Ability enhances the defensive capabilities of summoned creatures' surfaces. This spell was cast on the creatures summoned by its condensation summoning technique. A black light flashed, and although the puppets appeared unchanged on the surface, the professionals trapped in the encirclement could feel that these things had hardened considerably. Die! Jiang Wentao shouted angrily, launching another explosive fist, sending the puppet before him flying far away. Unfortunately, the space in front of him was immediately filled by a continuous stream of puppets. Damn it, when will this end? Chu Xiling cursed angrily, condensing a massive fireball and smashing it toward a nearby location. Of course, it's never-ending. The voice that spoke was the silver-white skeleton. Then the silver-white skeleton waved its hand again. The ground began to tremble. This was condensation summoning technique. Once again, nearly 100 puppets stood up under the eerie, piercing laughter of the silver-white skeleton. Endless. When Yu darkened his expression and directly crushed a puppet, but there were simply too many of them. The four of them felt as if they were trapped in a quagmire, unable to advance or retreat. What should we do? Behind them, William swung his moon slash quickly, clearing a large area of puppets in front of him. Then another batch of puppets stood up. These things could not be eliminated. This time, even Jiang Wentao had no good solution. William, can you throw me over? Looking at the silver-white skeleton that was constantly flexing its power in the distance, when Yu suddenly thought of an idea. William assessed the silver-white skeleton and shook his head. No, it's too far, William replied to Wen Yu. Then what if I join in? It was Chu Xiling who spoke. Chu Xiling also understood Wen Yu's intention. Let's do it consecutively. We'll send Wen Yu over. Wen Yu and William exchanged glances and nodded directly. At the same time that Wen Yu was engaged in battle, the monkey was fulfilling his final mission. This was a death sentence, and Jiang Wentao, who had given the order, understood it. Wen Yu, who was listening, understood it. Even Chu Xiling understood it. The monkey naturally understood as well. However, some things must be done by someone, even if they know it is a certain death. For the monkey, this was an order and a responsibility. So when three demonic creatures charged from behind, what faced them was a true warrior. A warrior who disregarded life and death entirely, a true soldier bearing honor and belief. The first to launch an attack was the monkey. A plasma grenade flew directly into the midst of the three demonic creatures. Boom! The explosion sounded. Blue electric arcs scattered in all directions. The relatively agile bull demon and spider demon quickly retreated from the explosion zone. Unfortunately, the four short-legged salamander demon beasts could not escape. A plasma grenade capable of inflicting fatal damage on second-tier creatures was not something one could easily endure. One salamander demon beast was instantly stunned by the electric shock, its skin flipping outwards to reveal large areas of crimson flesh. This instead provoked the brutal nature of the demonic creatures. The salamander demon beast, enduring excruciating pain, quickly charged at the monkey. Bang, bang! Gunshots rang out, aimed at the fastest charging spider demon. A distance of less than 20 meters was undoubtedly a guaranteed hit for the monkey. But for the spider demon, this was also within attack range. A green single eye aimed directly at the monkey, unleashing a torrent of venom. The monkey executed a standard tactical maneuver to dodge this attack, then fired 2 more shots. 4 consecutive shots directly pummeled the spider demon into a grotesque state. The spider demon lay on the ground, twitching, unable to rise. However, this was an unfair contest. Before the monkey could regain his footing, the bull demon had already lunged in front of him. A massive bull horn pierced through the monkey's abdomen, and the bull demon let out a ferocious roar, hoisting the monkey high into the air. Blood gushed from the bull demon's horn, instantly splattering across its face. The purple tongue licked at the incessantly flowing blood. The bull demon was ecstatic. It had been a long time since the bull demon had tasted such delicious blood. Excited, the bull demon let out a violent bellow, then forcefully twisted its neck, attempting to fling the monkey away and simultaneously widen the wound on the monkey's abdomen. But it failed. The bull demon curiously glanced at the little figure hanging from its head, only to see a dark gun barrel. With all its might, the monkey's left hand anchored his body, ignoring the massive wound on his abdomen. Anyway, this level of injury is already beyond saving without treatment, right? The monkey thought to himself. Then, the right hand's hand cannon was pressed directly against the size of a bowl of the bull demon's eye. Bang, bang, bang. 6 consecutive gunshots. This was the last bullet in the monkey's pistol. The demon-enhanced firearm's power was certainly not to be underestimated. The first bullet directly shattered the bull demon's eye. The bull demon let out a furious roar, its right hand gripping the monkey's legs tightly, while it crazily yanked downwards. The bull demon's strength far surpassed that of the monkey. Under such immense force, the monkey's wound was further exacerbated, and intestines and internal organs spilled out. If nothing unexpected happened, the monkey would be split in two by the bull horn. However, the subsequent bullets had already been fired. The monkey's abilities were simple and straightforward. Precision F-grade passive increases accuracy of long-range attacks. Firepower enhancement C-grade passive increases the lethality of firearms. Just 2 simple abilities, but the level of the abilities does not represent their power. The second bullet exploded against the bull demon's nose, creating a massive blood crater. The third shot struck the bull demon in the eye area. The bullet crazily burrowed into the wound made by the first shot. Then came the 4th, 5th, and 6th shots. The bull demon's right hand gradually lost its strength. Then it collapsed backward onto the ground. The bull demon's brain matter had been blasted to bits by the bullets, and it certainly did not possess the ancient demon's formidable vitality. Cough, cough. Still hanging on the bull demon's head, the monkey coughed violently, a stream of blood foam spraying from his mouth. This wound must have hit the heart, he mused. The internal organs flowing outside did not concern the monkey. After all, death was inevitable. However, the wound near his heart caused him some pain. In the sandstorm-filled Shan Land Star, the sky was a deep gray. I wonder how much the benefits for my family will be. Will it be enough for the kid to grow up? The monkey looked at the gray sky, thinking of his wife and child. With the monkey's rank and designation, his family had naturally been retrieved by the military. Unfortunately, when the monkey set out, the troops responsible for picking up his family had not yet returned. It's been 3 years since I last saw that baby. I really want to see you all one more time. A scarlet tongue slowly stretched into the monkey's wound. The immense force made the monkey feel as if his heart was about to be ripped out. Slightly turning his head, he caught sight of the salamander demon beast with its flesh-colored skin. Right, the mission isn't over yet. The pain interrupted the monkey's memories. With great effort, he managed to pull out a plasma grenade. The salamander demon beast did not recognize this object, so it completely ignored the monkey's desperate movements. The monkey pressed the safety lever, and as his hand awkwardly brushed across the spatial ring, plasma grenades began tumbling out continuously. Hey, here's a gift for you. Wish you a happy death. Boom! Blue plasma surged and scattered, obliterating everything within range, including the 3 demonic creatures, including the monkey. Let's go according to this plan. Hurry, the monkey can't hold on much longer. Wen Yu's urgency was not without reason. In his eyes, the monkey definitely could not withstand the charge of 3 third-tier demonic creatures. The disparity in strength was simply too great. It's okay, Zhang Wentao's slightly hoarse voice came through. The monkey can absolutely withstand the 3 demonic creatures. He is my soldier, and the monkey has no precedent of mission failure. This time will be no different. Zhang Wentao spoke with great conviction. Boom! At that moment, a violent explosion roared. The sound of the explosion stirred the winds, causing Wen Yu's tattered protective suit to flap loudly. The 4 fell silent. Even though everyone knew that when Zhang Wentao's battle plan was issued, the monkey had already been close to death. However, when this scene truly unfolded, it still left everyone feeling uneasy. Let's begin. At least we need to eliminate these demonic spawns. Wen Yu broke the silence. 1, 2, 3, go. With William's loud shout, Chu Xiling, who was standing on William's hand, exerted force in her legs and leaped toward the silver-white skeleton. Wen Yu, as William called out, Wen Yu suddenly turned around and stepped on William's hand. Then, Wen Yu seemed to ride the clouds and quickly flew toward Chu Xiling's side. Meanwhile, Chu Xiling, who had landed a step earlier than Wen Yu, had already knocked down a large number of puppets around her, clearing a place for Wen Yu to land. Continue, Wen Yu directly told Chu Xiling, while tearing apart another puppet that came forward. In the distance, the silver-white skeleton's soul fire flashed, immediately understanding the thoughts of the professional fighters. Summoners fear close combat. Without saying a word, the silver-white skeleton turned and ran into the distance. Where the hell do you think you're going? Along with Wen Yu's loud shout, a figure quickly dashed past the group of puppets and launched a burst of sprinting toward the silver-white skeleton. Help me, help me. Now the silver-white skeleton was nervous. Not to mention its ability combination, just the fact that summoning a contracted creature had reduced its physical quality by 90% was enough to turn this third-tier demonic creature into a weakling. Unfortunately, the silver-white skeleton's cries for help went completely unanswered. In the group of puppets, the bone demon caught a glimpse of the panicked skeleton, and with a flash in its eyes, ignored the approaching silver-white skeleton and quietly walked toward William not far away. After experiencing the incident with Princess Consort Fina, William was naturally more cautious, continuously slashing with Moon Slash, working with Jiang Wentao to kill the dwindling puppets. As the contracted creature of the silver-white skeleton, the three-headed hellhound was locked in a fierce battle with the one-eyed creature. Under the enhancement of Blood Flesh Chapter and Destiny Fight ability, the one-eyed creature's physical quality had rapidly risen to level 4. Unfortunately, this three-headed hellhound was not easy to deal with either. The three heads continuously spewed intense energy waves while their injuries were healing rapidly. The battle between both sides fell into a stalemate. Hearing its master's cries for help, the three-headed hellhound didn't pay any attention, seemingly intent on determining the victor and loser with the one-eyed creature. This stupid dog didn't realize that if its master died, it would also be dragged back to the demon realm by the power of the contract, going back to where it came from. Damn it, this stupid dog is going to get me killed. The silver-white skeleton cursed its contracted beast while fleeing into the distance. Unfortunately, with its physical quality reduced by 90%, the skeleton was left with only a little over 10 points of physical quality. Under Wen, use physical quality of over 120 points, the silver-white skeleton was doomed. Touch of Greed directly sliced through the skeleton's spine, severing it in one strike. The silver-white skeleton fell to the ground, letting out a dreadful wail. Just as it was about to unleash the power of its contract summoning, Wen Yu crushed the skeleton's arm with a kick. With nowhere to escape, Wen Yu's right hand twisted the skeleton's fragile neck, while Touch of Greed reached into the skeleton's head, stirring it until the skeleton's soul fire was completely extinguished. The silver-white skeleton was dead. With the death of the silver-white skeleton, a black magic formation appeared out of thin air behind the three-headed hellhound, which was locked in a standstill with the one-eyed creature. A giant demonic claw reached out, grabbing the three-headed hellhound, attempting to drag this intellectually deficient dog back to the demon realm. The three-headed hellhound roared violently, and from its three heads, flames, venom, and ice surged forth, rampaging wildly around. The one-eyed creature was hit first, as it was bombarded by the violent energy flow, seemingly being peeled away layer by layer, visibly shrinking. Finally, when the energy flow calmed down, the one-eyed creature's figure reappeared. Its original height of 4 meters had shrunk significantly, its flesh completely vanishing, leaving its internal organs fully exposed. If it weren't for the Blood Flesh Chapter, the one-eyed creature would have been dead beyond recovery. However, such severe injuries were reaching the critical point of what the one-eyed creature could endure. Just as the one-eyed creature turned its head to support William in the distance, it staggered twice and finally fell to the ground. Even if the three-headed hellhound could hold on for another 3 seconds, the one-eyed creature wouldn't last. At the moment of the silver-white skeleton's death, in the group of puppets created by the condensation summoning technique, all the puppets quickly turned to sand and merged into the ground, completely disappearing without a trace. What happened? Where's the bone demon? William, with the fourth prince hanging around his neck and holding a large sword, asked Jiang Wentao, who was back-to-back with him. I don't see it here either. Jiang Wentao's voice came directly. Both of their perspectives encompassed everything within a 360-degree range. But there was no sign of the bone demon. It was as if the bone demon had completely vanished. Under your feet. Under your feet. In the distance, Wen Yu's voice echoed, sending chills down William's spine. The bone demon was right beneath them. The speed of sound transmission is about 340 meters per second, which is really not fast for a Tier 3 professional. In battles above Tier 3, relying on sound to convey urgent battle information is undoubtedly a fool's errand. Thus, Wen Yu's warning was too late. 2 enormous bone claws clutched William's feet, then fiercely pulled down. At that moment, Wen Yu's voice finally reached them. William had no time to think and immediately yanked down the fourth prince hanging around his neck, tossing him to Jiang Wentao. Then both the bone demon and William's figures plunged into the sand. Run, run! Wen Yu's second voice came, as she and Chu Xiling quickly dashed over. This was directed at Jiang Wentao. Jiang Wentao's reaction was definitely not slow. He immediately turned to leave the area, but a massive figure suddenly burst from the ground. Earth movement B-level, active ability. Can move through the earth, but movement speed is reduced by 90%. Jiang Wentao looked at the over 4-meter tall figure before him, cold sweat uncontrollably flowing down. What appeared before Jiang Wentao was the Bone Demon, and William was already nowhere to be seen. This scene seemed like it had just happened. Once again, it was at the moment when an intense battle was about to end. Once again, it was two people and a child facing a demonic creature. Once again, one person had already been eliminated by the demonic creature. But this time, Jiang Wentao had no means to protect the fourth prince, even if it meant sacrificing himself. In the distance, Wen Yu and Chu Xiling were rapidly approaching. They would reach this place in less than 5 seconds, but 5 seconds felt like an eternity. Just as the Bone Demon emerged from the ground and faced Jiang Wentao, its sharp claws had already pierced out. The tips of the Bone Demon's claws transformed swiftly into a sharp point and aimed directly at the fourth prince in Jiang Wentao's arms, thrusting forward fiercely. With the ancient demon boasting over 150 points in physical attributes, Jiang Wentao, with just over 50 points, simply couldn't react in time. Throughout the journey, Jiang Wentao's contributions in battle were not significant, as his physical capabilities were evident. Thus, Jiang Wentao could not evade this attack. This strike was a deadlock. Boom, the sound of the earth bursting forth echoed. Then came the sickening sound of claws piercing flesh. "Run!" The one who shouted this was William. The difficulty of traversing through the sand was very low. Even when dragged into it, William relied on his physical attributes of over 150 points, after activating the majesty of the king, to forcefully dig himself out. Without hesitation, he positioned himself between the Bone Demon and the fourth prince. Just moments before being dragged underground, William had already engaged in a brief skirmish with the Bone Demon. However, this couldn't be counted as a proper engagement since underground was the Bone Demon's territory. Now, on the surface, William was covered in wounds of various sizes, blood flowing continuously, the most terrifying being the perforating wounds caused by the Bone Demon. This strike had created a large hole in William's chest. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Jiang Wentao quickly retreated. Just as he turned to flee, intense combat broke out. The first to strike was William, who was left with barely half his life. Given William's current injuries, it was practically equivalent to a death sentence. So he ignored the bone spikes still embedded in his body and directly slashed at the Bone Demon in front of him with his sword. But what greeted William was the Bone Demon's cold sneer. Bone Control Technique B-Grade, Active Ability. Freely manipulate the bones in one's body to create various transformations. The earlier transformation of the Bone Demon's claws into bone spikes was achieved with this ability. Now, the Bone Demon's claws transformed yet again. The location was within William's body. The speed of the Bone Demon's claw transformation was definitely much faster than William's sword swing. Thus, a gruesome scene unfolded before Wen Yu and Chu Xiling. Bone spikes erupted from William's body as if flowers were blooming, instantly tearing apart his upper half. The giant sword he wielded slowed down considerably until, at last, it struck the Bone Demon's head, but it held no power. The Bone Demon slowly pulled out its right hand. A massive wound appeared in William's chest. This wound was so large it resembled a small window. Through it, one could even clearly see the sand scattering in the distance. A low, indifferent voice emerged from the Bone Demon, and then it slightly turned, chasing after Jiang Wentao and the fourth prince. This Bone Demon was intelligent. It naturally understood that engaging with these individuals held no meaning. As long as it could take down the fourth prince, all sacrifices would be rewarded. However, just as the Bone Demon intended to turn and leave, it was suddenly yanked back by a force from behind. "I'm not dead yet." As the words fell, a giant sword had already plunged into the Bone Demon's body. The sheer force and sharpness caused the Bone Demon's armor to shatter, and the sword successfully pierced through it. "I can perform that move too." A weak yet resolute voice came through, and then a white light flickered across the giant sword. Moon slash, moon slash, moon slash. 3 moon slashes erupted from the giant sword. 3 beams of light burst forth from the Bone Demon's body. "Ah! Ah!" A wretched roar escaped the Bone Demon's mouth. These 3 moon slashes completely severed the ancient demon's waist, and the Bone Demon was instantly split in 2. "Die, bastard, die!" The Bone Demon could not have imagined William's will was so steadfast that he could bring it down with him in death. This unexpected turn of events led directly to the Bone Demon's demise. As the ancient demon roared, its armor flipped outward. Exploding Bone Technique A-Grade, Active Skill, a Bone Demon clan innate ability, mastered by only a select few elites, sacrificing everything in pursuit of ultimate lethality. The self-destruction of the Bone Demon's innate armor deals fatal damage to all surrounding enemies. After self-detonation, the host dies instantly. As a powerful combat race within the demonic clan, the Bone Demon clan is known for its extreme ferocity. In its last moments, the Bone Demon recklessly initiated self-detonation. Wen Yu and Chu Xiling, who had just rushed to the bone demon's side, saw its movement and immediately turned to sprint sideways. This bone demon intended to take Wen Yu and Chu Xiling down with it. Meanwhile, William collapsed to the ground after the explosion, completely motionless. Boom! A violent explosion roared from afar. Wen Yu yanked Chu Xiling and forcefully tossed him forward. Just moments ago, they had reached the bone demon's side, so with their speed, escaping the bone demon's self-detonation was nearly impossible. Regardless of what happened, Wen Yu could not evade this large-scale self-detonation attack. At this moment, Wen Yu had two paths to take. First, drag Chu Xiling down with him. Second, use all his strength to throw Chu Xiling out, allowing him to survive while taking on the explosion. As for blocking Chu Xiling in front of him to absorb the explosion's damage, Wen Yu had considered it, but a mere human body couldn't possibly withstand such a powerful explosion. Just as Wen Yu flung Chu Xiling away, he immediately deactivated combat mode and activated the second soul realm, storing the one-eyed creature in the soul pet space. Simultaneously, he re-entered combat mode, enhanced his physical attributes with the blood and flesh chapter, and activated his phasing ability to burrow furiously underground. A wild storm raged, and the shockwave from the explosion rushed toward Wen Yu's hiding place. In a short time, Wen Yu barely managed to dig into the sand. The terrifying storm behind him, filled with countless bone shards, swiftly grazed his body. In his phasing state, Wen Yu felt his stamina deplete rapidly. As his strength dwindled, the storm before him still showed no signs of abating. Bone fragments flew towards Wen Yu, and he suddenly felt darkness envelop him, losing consciousness instantly. The fierce wind whipped against Wen Yu's face, and the large grains of sand brought him a hint of pain. As the pain registered, Wen Yu gradually regained consciousness. He felt a slight swaying beneath him. Wen Yu could tell he was being carried on someone's back. He slightly opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. He couldn't see anything. "I'm blind," Wen Yu rasped, and then felt a sharp pain in his throat. "Yes, your injuries are severe. In fact, I'm surprised you're still alive." Wen Yu recognized the voice of the person carrying him. It was son Ruixing. "Yeah, I can't feel anything anymore. It's like I'm paralyzed. From the looks of it, I'm mostly done for." Wen Yu carefully assessed his injuries and said jokingly, "Your lower body is completely gone, and you've lost at least half of your internal organs, including your heart. I didn't expect you to still be able to speak. To be honest, if it weren't for brother-son insisting on bringing you along, I wouldn't have cared about you like this." It was Chu Xiling who spoke this time. In fact, if it weren't for the power of the blood-flesh chapter, Wen Yu would have been dead for sure. Moreover, even now, Wen Yu remained in a combat state. Once that was lifted, without the support of the blood-flesh chapter, he would die on the spot. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, and thank you." If Wen Yu hadn't pushed Chu Xiling away at the last moment, Chu Xiling would likely be dead by now. "Better to lose one than two, and besides, I'm still alive, right? By the way, where's the fourth prince?" "He's with me," Chu Xiling replied. Aside from that, there were no other footsteps. "How long have I been unconscious?" "About a day," son Ruixing answered from beneath him. "Good, we must be close to our destination." "Yes. What about Jiang Wentao?" Chu Xiling and son Ruixing immediately fell silent. William and the monkey were definitely dead. After all, Wen Yu had seen how they died. However, Jiang Wentao must have escaped the range of the bone demon's self-explosion, as could be inferred from the fourth prince in Chu Xiling's arms. But now, only the footsteps of son Ruixing and Chu Xiling remained. "Yeah," Wen Yu murmured to himself, already understanding the answer. A day had passed, and it was impossible not to encounter demonic creatures. This was the experience Wen Yu had gained from his journey. And now the attitudes of the two had already said everything. It doesn't necessarily mean something happened. Old Jiang said he would lead the demonic creatures away and then come back to find us. Chu Xiling's voice grew heavier because Jiang Wentao had been gone for nearly 15 hours now. If he could come back, Jiang Wentao would have caught up long ago. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry to you all and especially to them," Wen Yu spoke in a low voice. "What's there to be sorry about?" Chu Xiling said nonchalantly. In truth, a person with a normal level of intelligence could understand why Wen Yu felt the need to apologize. The treasures were all taken by Wen Yu, but the cost was borne by everyone, and for this price, they had already given everything. Even though there was some greed involved, after going through brutal battles, it was enough for Wen Yu to say sorry and thank you to the fallen warriors. "Roar!" A fierce roar echoed from afar, growing closer. Chu Xiling heard the roar behind him and paused briefly. Then he quietly handed the fourth prince over to son Ruixing. "This time, it's my turn. The rest is up to brother, son. Take the fourth prince and get out. By the way, if I survive, I'll catch up." As soon as he finished speaking, white flames began to engulf Chu Xiling's entire being, and he quickly ran toward the source of the sound. He looked like a shooting star shimmering with white light. As Sun Ruixing moved at the fastest pace the fourth prince could manage, the sounds of intense battle echoed from the distance. Along with the fierce roars of demonic creatures and Chu Xiling's shouts, a loud bang followed by a wave of heat came next. Everything ended in a very short time, including the demonic creatures, including Chu Xiling. They all did well. At this point, when you could only say this, although it meant nothing to the dead, it somewhat eased his heart. Yes! When you, on Sun Ruixing's back, could feel him nod heavily, put me down. You should go alone with the fourth prince. At this rate, I'm only slowing you down. When you said seriously to Sun Ruixing, given Wen Yu's physical condition, burden didn't even begin to describe it. If it had been anyone else, Wen Yu would have undoubtedly abandoned them without hesitation. But now, the one carrying him was Sun Ruixing. Sun Ruixing said nothing and did not make any moves. He just continued walking forward with Wen Yu on his back, like a machine. Ahead lay their path to survival and hope. The scorching wind howled continuously as Sun Ruixing set down the water bottle he had in his mouth and brought it to Wen Yu's lips. Gulp, gulp, Wen Yu drank greedily, and the water he swallowed poured down the wound on his chest, directly trickling onto Sun Ruixing's back. You see, in this state, I can't even drink water. What use is it for you to carry me? Wen Yu's tone was very flat, as if he were advising Sun Ruixing to abandon the elderly in HL Town. Moreover, Wen Yu had said this many times along the way. He wasn't seeking death. Rather, if the mission was not accomplished, everyone would die, and those who had already died would have died in vain. Wen Yu didn't want to die, but he wasn't afraid of death, and right now, whether he lived or died was beyond his control, just as it was beyond Sun Ruixing's control. The only ones who could decide that were the unknown obstacles ahead, the demonic creatures that had yet to appear. No way, leaving you here, given your condition, you'd probably die from the heat by the next noon. With me around, at least I can help you find a shaded spot. And besides, I'm not like you, I won't abandon my companions. Wen Yu seriously chewed on Sun Ruixing's words, and after a while he suddenly burst into wild laughter. The laughter strained Wen Yu's injured trachea and respiratory system, turning into intense coughing. Cough, 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 companions, cough, cough. What qualification do you have to be my Wen Yu's companion? Wen Yu's words were cold and cruel. What qualifications do you have to be my companion? Your strength is so weak. Now that you see I'm not doing well, you come to try to get close to me? Sympathy, pity, or schadenfreude? I, Wen Yu, would rather die than have someone look at me with those eyes. Wen Yu's fierce words had just escaped his lips when he was choked by his injuries and coughed violently. However, Sun Ruixing still made no move. I don't know if what you said comes from your heart or if it's to make me abandon you, but no matter what, I will carry you to the end of this trial unless I can't walk anymore. This has nothing to do with anything else. It's simply what I should do, or rather, what I want to do. The calm voice from Sun Ruixing caused Wen Yu to quiet down. Thank you. Aside from that, nothing else mattered. Wen Yu, who had fainted, was jolted awake by a sudden shaking. What happened? Seeing nothing, Wen Yu could only feel himself being placed on the ground by Sun Ruixing, and then a soft object was placed into his arms. In his arms, the sound of a baby crying reached Wen Yu's ears, making him realize that it was the fourth prince. There are some things ahead, I'll take care of them. Sun Ruixing's tone was very resolute. Yeah, you should know that if you die, this mission will definitely fail. I understand, so I won't die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Ruixing had already walked ahead. Wen Yu quietly listened to the sounds coming from not far away. From the footsteps, there was only one demonic creature. However, during their journey, Wen Yu had never seen any of these demonic creatures at level 2. So the sound of a fierce battle soon erupted. There were roars from the demonic creatures, Sun Ruixing's muffled cries of pain, and the sound of a shield striking a demonic creature. There were even sounds of flesh tearing. Then everything fell silent. It's taken care of. Sun Ruixing's voice, trying to sound calm, reached Wen Yu, but he could tell it was just an act. Although Wen Yu couldn't exert any of his strength, his hearing hadn't suffered too much damage. Just now, the demonic creature had hit Sun Ruixing's body at least 3 times. A level 3 demonic creature hitting a level 2 Sun Ruixing 3 times. There's no healing potion left, right? Wen Yu asked. Sun Ruixing nodded and then realized that Wen Yu was now blind. There's none, just some bandages. Let me bandage my wounds first. Okay. Then the sound of bandages being wrapped around a wound could be heard, along with Sun Ruixing's muffled groans. Let's go. Sun Ruixing took the fourth prince from Wen Yu's arms, then pulled Wen Yu up and continued walking eastward. His steps were somewhat unsteady, but still resolute. The road ahead was not easy to traverse. Fortunately, they did not encounter too many demonic creatures. By too many, it meant only 3 waves. Over the course of 2 days, Sun Ruixing faced 3 waves of demonic creatures. 2 waves were avoided, and 1 wave was borne by Sun Ruixing. When you didn't know what Sun Ruixing's second skill was, but it must have been a very powerful ability. This ability had allowed Sun Ruixing to keep his life, just to keep 1 life. Puff! That was the sound Wen Yu made as he fell to the ground. Beside him, Sun Ruixing was gasping for breath. His injuries even made it hard for him to carry a weight of less than 100 pounds. You should walk on your own. This time it's really over. You should know that your body can't take it anymore. I know my limits. Besides, we're almost there, almost. Sun Ruixing's weak voice came through, and then he shakily grabbed Wen Yu, continuing to move forward. Wherever Sun Ruixing held him, there was a wet and slippery feeling, which was Sun Ruixing's blood. We're almost there, almost. Sun Ruixing's steps faltered, but he managed to stand upright again and continued walking forward. Hang in there, we're almost there. It was Wen Yu speaking. To talk about giving up now would be overly sentimental. All Wen Yu could do was cheer Sun Ruixing on, or rather, keep awakening Sun Ruixing's will to survive. By the way, tell me about your daughter. My daughter? Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Sun Ruixing's voice suddenly became more animated. My daughter is studying at Yanjing University. You wouldn't know, but she is the superstar of Birch Forest Town. My girl was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Birch Forest Town last year. On the day of her admission, even Li Quanan came to our house. Sun Ruixing spoke with excitement, as if reminiscing about the simple yet warm days of the past. Li Quanan is the town mayor. The mayor came to our house and gave me a reward of 100,000 yuan, saying I had educated her well. That was my reward. At that time I thought, I have worked hard my whole life. Raising a daughter isn't easy, and now I finally see a return on my investment. Then there's that prodigal woman. She took the 100,000 yuan out to gamble and lost everything. I was so mad that I almost divorced her right then and there. That prodigal woman. After saying this, Sun Ruixing suddenly fell silent. After the apocalypse, I went to my wife's family to find her. She was dead, turned into a zombie, and then I killed her. I was just angry at that time. I didn't really want to divorce her. I can be stubborn, and she was stubborn too. My daughter even advised me, saying that money can be earned again, but at that moment I couldn't see it clearly. Out of anger, I went to court to file for divorce. I still remember when my wife left, she made me a meal of dumplings. That day I happened to be driving, woke up early, ate a few dumplings, and then left. By the time I returned, my wife had gone back to her family's home. People don't know how to cherish what they have, only to realize what they lost when it's gone. I wanted to go back and find my wife, but I couldn't let go of my pride. Tell me, is pride really more important than a wife? I've been thinking about this for almost a year, and I finally figured it out, and then the apocalypse happened. It's a deserved fate, deserved. Sun Ruixing's voice grew quieter. Old son, Wen Yu shouted loudly in Sun Ruixing's ear. Old age makes people lose focus. Where was I just now? You still haven't told me your daughter's name. Let me think. Thud, Sun Ruixing collapsed directly to the ground. Up ahead, I can see the silver light, but I really can't go on. Wen Yu climbed over to Sun Ruixing's side with great effort, feeling Sun Ruixing's neck. It was all blood. Wen Yu didn't know the extent of Sun Ruixing's injuries, but just looking at the amount of blood lost, it was already a miracle that Sun Ruixing had managed to hold on until now. Fortunately, Sun Ruixing still had a faint pulse. With a strong pull, Wen Yu dragged the 4th prince, who was not far away, and laid him on his back. Then he crawled in the direction they had moved just moments ago. The scorching yellow sand continuously burned Wen Yu's remaining internal organs. Fortunately, due to the ability of the flesh and blood chapter, the toughness of his organs was extraordinary. Otherwise, just crawling would have been enough to cause them to fall out. Using only his hands to crawl, Wen Yu's speed wasn't fast, nearly just as fast as an ordinary person running at full speed. Moreover, he couldn't see, so he could only crawl towards what Sun Ruixing had described as the direction of the silver light based on his instincts. This was undoubtedly a torment, because Wen Yu had no way of knowing if he was going in the right direction. Even a slight deviation would mean death for everyone. It was possible that his efforts were in vain, but there was no choice. Just like Big Bear's resolute self-detonation. Just like the monkey who held off 3 third-tier demonic creatures on his own. Just like William's desperate counterattack. Just like Jiang Wentao and Chu Ziling's generous sacrifice. Just like Sun Ruixing, who, as a 2nd tier, stubbornly brought everyone's hopes to the brink of success. On the shattered Shanlan star, one person carried a child on his back, like a worm, moving forward with the will to survive and the hopes of all those who had sacrificed themselves. Then, Wen Yu felt warmth and hope. A warm sensation filled Wen Yu's entire body. Then, a white light gradually appeared before his eyes. The first thing he saw was the treasure land guardian, with silver hair, sitting high on a chair in front of him. When Yu slowly surveyed his surroundings, what caught his eye was a space the size of a soccer field, along with 7 figures enveloped in glowing orbs. "This is a light of healing, a reward for you, and thank you." The slightly melancholic words from the Treasure Land Guardian left Wen Yu speechless. "You don't need to thank me. You should thank those who protected you with their lives." Wen Yu had some guesses in his heart, and upon hearing the Treasure Land Guardian's words, he immediately understood. The Treasure Land Guardian sitting in the chair was the 4th Prince, the last hope of Shanlan Star. "Though all of this is fake, I still want to say thank you." Wen Yu nodded slightly. "Since everything is fake, does that mean the dead are just fake dead?" The 4th Prince slowly shook his head. "Real death, the environment and events, even my mother, are all fake, all illusions I created. But the demonic creatures are real, so death is also real." Wen Yu nodded. "Isn't it said that the Treasure Land Guardian cannot harm practitioners in any way? So what's going on now? Is this murder, or are you just messing with us?" The 4th Prince looked at Wen Yu with a very indifferent and calm gaze. "The trial has been prepared. The content and difficulty of the trial are automatically generated based on the practitioner's strength. My role is merely to guide and create illusions, just like I showed you the prologue of a movie. So for those who died, I'm sorry, but this is not my fault." Before the 4th Prince could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wen Yu's roar. "Then what's the use of saying thanks? People are dead. You should go thank hell." As soon as Wen Yu's roar ended, he pushed through the healing light and lunged towards the 4th Prince. Then he was gently pushed back by a soft force. "This isn't my fault, is it?" The 4th Prince's indifferent voice rang out. "I've already warned you, behind greed is destruction. You didn't believe it, and they didn't believe it. You all overestimated your strength. You think you are powerful, you believe you can look down on all crises, you even think you are far from death, but the mere 3rd-tier strength is far too weak compared to your opponents." "What is 3rd-tier strength? You don't truly understand how weak you are, how pitiful your confidence is. Your fearless attitude is, in fact, laughable. Now, all of this is about to end. You have already obtained the treasure, and someone else has paid the price for you. What is there to be angry about? It's not you who died." Wen Yu fell silent instantly. After a while he raised his head, his icy gaze fixed on the 4th Prince, and a smile cracked on his lips. "That's right. I got all the benefits, and someone paid the price for me. It really is perfect, truly perfect." Wen Yu slowly began to clap again and again, until his hands were covered in wounds, blood slowly oozing out, only to be perfectly healed by the light of healing, then split open again. "But right now I really want to kill you, I really do." The 4th Prince slowly shook his head. "In the Treasure Land you can't kill me, and I won't go outside, so overall I will live and you will live." "Yes, that's it," Wen Yu nodded in understanding. In the Treasure Land Guardian was an unbeatable existence. Slowly lowering his hands, Wen Yu quietly waited for the healing light to restore his wounds while canceling his combat state. The little soul beast seemed to sense its master's mood and quietly rubbed against Wen Yu's cheek. Feeling the little soul beast's spiritual waves, Wen Yu slowly closed his eyes. On the journey of 10 days, only 7 people remained in the healing light, and most of those who survived were cowards. Then Wen Yu thought of William and the others. "I succeeded. No, it should be that we succeeded. I'm sorry, although I know you can't hear this and it doesn't really matter, but I still want to say I'm sorry, thank you." Wen Yu silently spoke in his heart. It was hard to describe Wen Yu's feelings at this moment, a mix of relief for surviving and something more complex. Wen Yu felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he were suffocating, which was painful. And this light of healing couldn't cure it. After a while, the healing light slowly disappeared. Wen Yu quietly stood in place, experiencing the feeling of standing on his feet. "Did I succeed? Did I succeed? Was the mission completed? I don't have to die, I survived." Excited roars came from not far away. However, this scream sounded very jarring to Wen Yu. "Brother Wen Yu, you guys are amazing. I knew you could do it." Sun Yashin's excited voice came from behind, then he leaped onto Wen Yu's back, shaking him back and forth in an attempt to share the joy. "Amazing, huh?" Wen Yu turned his head with a smile and asked. "Totally amazing, totally amazing. Actually, I think you guys are even more amazing," Wen Yu uttered coldly, then a large hand directly squeezed Sun Yashin's neck. "You really can, truly, you all did well." Wen Yu's face was filled with a smile, but his sarcasm was as cold as ice, while he slowly increased his grip. "You've encountered opponents, haven't you? Faced demonic creatures, haven't you? Are you scared? Did you run for your lives? Did you scream?" The number of people in front of him did not match the number of professionals who stayed behind, indicating that they had also encountered their own dangers. "You see, when you said you wanted to stay behind and not continue forward, I did not blame you. But why do you feel entitled to enjoy the joy of victory? What gives you the right to survive? Why are you jumping around here? What gives you that look of success? Tell me why." "Why?" Wen Yu turned to the 4th Prince. The fourth prince raised his right hand slightly, and a tremendous force filled the hand that Wen Yu had clasped around Sun Yashan's wrist. A gentle yet powerful force surged through Wen Yu's hand, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on Sun Yashan. Sun Yashan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Wen Yu as if he were a monster before quickly scrambling away. Although the Treasure Land Guardian could not harm professionals, there were naturally countermeasures in place when professionals attempted to kill outside the trial. But that didn't matter. Why? Wen Yu asked again. The venue fell silent. The fourth prince looked at Wen Yu and said seriously, "By luck. What a damn good explanation, so it turns out the best among you is actually you. I admit it, really." Wen Yu nodded and scanned the entire area. In the escort team, only Sun Ruixing survived. This was within Wen Yu's expectations. Then there were still 5 trembling professionals left. "Ha!" Wen Yu exhaled a breath of foul air. "Don't be angry." Sun Ruixing approached and patted Wen Yu's shoulder, having noticed Wen Yu's poor state. "Ha!" Taking a deep breath as if that would help him relax a bit. "I'm not angry, just a little excited. So we succeeded, right?" "Yes," Sun Ruixing nodded. "It's really not a good feeling, really. This is the most unfeeling success I've ever experienced. I can't be happy at all." "I understand. Once we get out, we'll have a drink and sleep it off. I won't drink alone. I'll keep you company, but you pay." Wen Yu rolled his eyes. "Okay, I have points. Let's exchange them for 2 bottles of good wine." "So, have you all finished?" Looking at the professionals who showed no signs of excitement or enthusiasm, the fourth prince spoke. "Send us out, there's no point in staying here." Wen Yu said. The fourth prince nodded. "You don't want the rewards either." Wen Yu looked at the fourth prince and burst out laughing after a moment. "Rewards? Why wouldn't I want them?" Wen Yu had been in a bad mood earlier, so he hadn't thought of that aspect. But given the difficulty of the second stage, the rewards would certainly be substantial. "All right, start distributing the rewards." As soon as the fourth prince finished speaking, a box filled with a large number of magic crystals appeared before everyone. "Inside are level 2 magic crystals. This is the reward for you 5. After saying this, the fourth prince quietly glanced at Wen Yu. Just a glance made Wen Yu smile. It seemed the fourth prince didn't have a good opinion of these deserters either. "Old Sun, go ahead and absorb as much as you can," Wen Yu said to Sun Ruixing. Sun Ruixing looked at the 5 motionless individuals nearby, then glanced over at the fourth prince before walking forward. As one magic crystal after another disappeared into Sun Ruixing's hands, in a short span, Sun Ruixing's physical quality reached 50 points. Peak of level 2, seeing that Sun Ruixing had finished absorbing, Wen Yu turned to the 5 individuals who dared not move. "You should understand that these things do not belong to you, right?" Watching the ugly expressions on the faces of the 5, Wen Yu suddenly smiled. "Old Sun, bring that entire box of magic crystals back." Since there's no harm without comparison, after witnessing William and the others' gallantry, Sun Ruixing evidently had some thoughts about these people and didn't care about showing his compassion, decisively bringing the box back to Wen Yu. Without a shred of guilt, Wen Yu packed the remaining magic crystals back into his spatial ring. High above, the fourth prince nodded and spoke. "Since the rewards for you 5 have been distributed, you may leave." After saying this, without waiting for the 5 to respond, the fourth prince waved his hand, and in a flash of teleportation light, the 5 were sent out of the treasure land. "Next, let's distribute the rewards for you too." The fourth prince looked seriously at Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing, his eyes filled with a hint of hesitation. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled, as if self-mocking. "Consider yourselves lucky. I just happen to have something good on me, so I'll give it to you." A flash of white light passed, and a scroll appeared before Sun Ruixing. "This thing is yours. I hope you utilize it well." Sun Ruixing took the scroll, but before he could examine it, he was teleported away. In the treasure land, only Wen Yu and the fourth prince remained. "Is there anything you want to say?" After a moment of silence, it was Wen Yu who spoke first. "Yes," the fourth prince nodded. "What about the rewards you will receive next?" Wen Yu pondered for a moment and asked seriously, "Cannot say anything about the demonic clan and sovereign?" The fourth prince shook his head, saying nothing but already expressing his stance. After a while, the fourth prince spoke. "You are very good, really good. I've seen all your performances. Your human race is impressive. So giving this skill to you is not a disgrace to it." As soon as the fourth prince's voice fell, a scroll appeared out of thin air in front of Wen Yu. Wen Yu slowly took the scroll in his hand. Then, a deep prompt sound echoed in his mind. "Dark Divine Light SSS rank, active ability. Merge with darkness, control darkness, and even transform into darkness, then burst forth light in the darkness." This skill is divided into 2 parts, darkness and divine light. When the host skillfully masters the divine light, the dark divine light upgrades to race foundation level. Learning the dark divine light prerequisites. 1. The host's level must reach 5 or above. 2. The host must master a dark ability of S rank or above to learn the dark divine light skill, but can only use darkness. 3. The host must master a light ability of SS level or above to awaken the divine light. Light and darkness are one. This skill is unique. The skill you see here is the last remaining foundation of Shan Lan's star. It is of no use for me to keep it any longer, the fourth prince said slowly, sitting high above. When my father obtained this ability, the war was already nearing its end, and defeat was certain. Therefore, my father didn't use this ability, but instead had me bring it to the treasure land. This ability is very powerful. I hope you can use it to fight for a glimmer of hope for yourself or for all of you during the apocalypse. When you carefully pondered the fourth prince's words, and after a moment asked, "So, what exactly is the so-called race foundation level?" It's above SSS rank, the highest level. In fact, you already possess an item of this level. After the fourth prince finished speaking, when you suddenly understood. You mean this and this, right? When you first took out the fragment of the Book of Darkness, then pointed to the touch of greed on his hand. The fourth prince shook his head. The complete Book of Darkness belongs to the foundation level, but the touch of greed does not. The reason the touch of greed cannot be evaluated for its level is simply due to its growth potential. There are a total of 9 levels, from F level to SSS rank. However, the growth of the touch of greed has an upper limit. This weapon cannot reach the foundation level. The highest it can achieve is SSS rank. I see, when you nodded at the fourth prince. There's one last question. When you hesitated for a moment before asking, what happens if we fail the mission? The fourth prince nodded gently. If the mission fails, all demonic creatures will attack you together, rather than appearing in waves as they usually do. If under such circumstances you are lucky enough not to die, I will arrange a place for you, a peaceful place where there is no slaughter or disputes. There will be food and drink until you grow old and die, when you nodded slightly. And also, considering your outstanding performance in this treasure land, your ranking will not change. The fourth prince's statement was merely a formality. This was not unexpected for Wen Yu. Now you may leave. As the fourth prince's words fell, a flash of light transported Wen Yu, and a wave of dizziness hit him. When Wen Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself at the entrance of the hospital in CH Town. In front of him stood Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin. "Are you out?" Sun Ruixing stepped forward upon seeing Wen Yu's figure. Wen Yu nodded at Sun Ruixing and turned to glance at Sun Yashin, who stood with a conflicted expression. Wen Yu's gaze was cold and indifferent. It was exactly this kind of look that made Sun Yashin feel uneasy. After a moment, Sun Yashin forced a smile and said, "Brother Wen Yu, I'm sorry about what happened in the treasure land." Upon hearing Sun Yashin's words, the coldness in Wen Yu's eyes vanished instantly, and he replied with a hint of warmth. "It was also my fault. My mood was not great just now. I hope my actions did not hurt you. And I hope my behavior won't affect our relationship. After all, Yashin, we have fought side by side, and I do have some feelings for you. You don't mind what happened just now, do you?" After Wen Yu finished speaking, he immediately moved forward to wrap an arm around Sun Yashin's shoulder, looking earnestly at him. Little Sun, well, how should I put it? Regardless of what he thought in his heart right now, he could only show one expression. Hearing Wen Yu's soft words, the heavy stone in Sun Yashin's heart was instantly lifted, and he happily replied, "Brother Wen Yu, it's not intentional on my part. I was just scared. If you can forgive me, I would be overjoyed. How could I blame Brother Wen Yu?" As if he had found a pillar of support, Sun Yashin quickly regained his optimistic mindset, chattering away non-stop. Seeing the scene of Wen Yu and Sun Yashin appearing to be good brothers, only Sun Ruixing behind them silently sighed. Sun Ruixing knew very well what Wen Yu's temperament and mood were, things that Sun Yashin could not perceive. No matter how Sun Yashin responded to Wen Yu's words just now, the outcome would ultimately be the same. Wen Yu was a big shot. Sun Yashin would never be able to cling to him in this lifetime. Along the path towards Zhang Pengfei's gathering place, the three of them walked at a steady pace. By the way, what time is it now? When Yu finally realized that after entering the treasure land, more than 10 days had passed in the trial scene. He wondered if the time flow outside was the same as in the trial space. "Brother Wen Yu, it's now 2 in the afternoon." Sun Yashin, eager to talk more with Wen Yu, answered without even thinking. It was still Sun Ruixing who was experienced. He took out a watch and carefully looked at the date displayed on it. "The time flow is the same, but I can't be certain since this watch was brought into the treasure land by me." Wen Yu nodded, and only then did Sun Yashin understand what Wen Yu meant. Eager to show off, Sun Yashin immediately said, "Brother Wen Yu, just wait a moment. I'm going to check the store nearby." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yashin darted out like a rabbit. When you watched Sun Yashin's retreating figure, his gaze slowly becoming deep. "Wen Yu, he's just a child," Sun Ruixing said in a low voice from the side. "Yes, I know, and I understand your thoughts, but he's just a child. He may have done wrong in this matter, but it's not a grave error. At least it's not enough to die for. I did not intend to kill him. Wen Yu coldly turned his head and slowly walked forward. Unless there's a conflict of interests, I won't randomly kill anyone. Sun Ruixing sighed silently behind him. What Wen Yu thought now, and what he thought of Sun Yashin, even Sun Ruixing couldn't fathom. Brother Wen Yu, Sun Yashin, panting for breath, caught up to the two walking slowly toward the camp. I found the answer. The time flow has been the same for the past 10 days. Good job, Wen Yu said, unusually praising Sun Yashin. 10 days feels so long, Sun Ruixing sighed. Indeed. And most importantly, no one knows what the situation is like at the camp after more than 10 days. In the early stages of the apocalypse, 10 days is enough for many things to happen. Wen Yu spoke with deep sentiment. It is essential to know that only about 10 days have passed from the very start of the apocalypse to entering the treasure land. And for Wen Yu, this little time meant the transition of an ordinary person to a level 2 professional. Now, at this time, Wen Yu estimated that, while there shouldn't be any level 3 professionals in the gathering place, the number of level 2 professionals should have increased considerably. By the way, when we get back, I'll treat you to a drink. Don't forget about that. Wen Yu smiled at Sun Ruixing. Of course, treating the big customers is a good thing, Sun Ruixing teased. Sun Yashin, understanding this matter, didn't shout any bring me along type of remarks. Not far away, the shadow of the camp loomed into view. Finally home, Sun Yashin said fittingly. What is that? The guard standing at the camp entrance saw 3 figures approaching slowly from a distance. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It's little brother Tian. It's little brother Tian and big boss Wen Yu. Another guard, spotting Wen Yu and the others, affirmed immediately. You stay here and watch. I'll go tell Brother Tiger and Brother Fei. One of the guards hurriedly ran towards the center of the camp. The other guard, watching the 3 men approach, began to sweat nervously. Weren't they said to be dead? This is going to be trouble? They're back, they're back. As soon as he reached the camp entrance, Sun Yashin shouted loudly. The pressure from the treasure land trial and Wen Yu's attitude had weighed heavily on Sun Yashin. Big boss Wen Yu, little brother Tian, you've returned. The last remaining guard at the camp looked at Sun Yashin with a smile, but the awkwardness on his face made Wen Yu frown. There's been a change. That was Wen Yu's first reaction. Where's Brother Fei? Wen Yu stepped forward, staring seriously at the guard, who felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Fei will be out soon. All right, there's no need for Brother Fei to greet us. Big brother Wen Yu, let's go in first, take a shower, and have something to eat, Sun Yashin said, eager to get into the camp. Wait, the guard quickly stopped Sun Yashin. Sun Yashin looked at the guard in surprise, then slapped the guard on the forehead. Damn it, are you blind? It's me. How dare you stop me? Despite how humble Sun Yashin appeared in front of Wen Yu, he wouldn't let these low-level professionals push him around. The title of little brother Tian wasn't given lightly. The guard's head throbbed from the slap, yet he didn't take a step back and continued to stand his ground. However, in his eyes there was more mockery than fear. Little brother Tian, the guard rubbed his swollen forehead, speaking earnestly, you've been away for over 10 days and there have been some changes in the camp. Upon hearing this, the guard's tone became stiff. I called you little brother Tian out of respect for our past relationship, and this is just a formal matter. Little brother Tian, how about giving me some face so we can all save face? What do you think? Hearing the guard's words, both Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing frowned. This guard was quite confident. Sun Yashin also sensed the guard's tone, but he had just lost face to this guard. It's important to note that Sun Yashin was once the unquestionable number 2 in the camp. With lightning speed, Sun Yashin reached out his right hand and grabbed the guard by the neck. With nearly 30 points of physical fitness, Sun Yashin was far stronger than the guard, who had barely just crossed over 10 points. You, who do you think you are to ask for face from me? Sun Yashin raised his right hand, looking coldly at the guard, with an increasingly strong killing intent in his eyes. In front of Wen Yu, Sun Yashin was undoubtedly the weaker one, but in front of this newly promoted level 2 guard, he was an absolute powerhouse. Why should a strong person give face to a weak one? The pressure from Sun Yashin's grip increased, and the guard's face visibly turned purple as he desperately clawed at Sun Yashin's hand, trying to relieve the pressure on his neck. Unfortunately, it was completely ineffective. Tusk, little Tian, why is your temper still so bad? A familiar voice came from a distance. It was Zhang Pengfei. Brother Fei, how is it that in just a few days I was gone, your dogs have become so foolish? Sun Yashin didn't even glance at Zhang Pengfei and tightened his grip, causing the guard to roll his eyes back as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Enough, the voice came from a burly man beside Zhang Pengfei. The man swiftly moved his hands, and a transparent wind blade shot at Sun Yashin rapidly. The sound of the wind blade whistling made Sun Yashin narrow his eyes. This attack was no joke. At least from Sun Yashin's perspective, the attack power was significant. Immediately, Sun Yashin released his grip and threw a wave fist towards the wind blade. The impact of the wave fist collided with the wind blade, causing the wind blade to explode, while the power of the wave fist surged forth towards the burly man beside Zhang Pengfei. The burly man's eyes widened, watching as the wave fist was about to hit him on the forehead. Just then, a rough hand appeared in front of the burly man's head. The wave fist collided with the large hand, producing a loud bang. Once the sound settled, a slightly frail figure appeared in front of the burly man. "Brother Tiger." The burly man respectfully bent down slightly, quickly disregarding the wound on his forehead that had been torn by the residual shockwave, and stood behind Brother Tiger. "Brother Tiger, you've arrived." The one who spoke was actually Zhang Pengfei. He bowed respectfully to the frail middle-aged man and took a couple of steps back, standing behind him. Zhang Pengfei's attitude said it all. When you and the others finally took a good look at this suddenly appearing middle-aged man. He was around 40 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, with dark skin and dressed simply, appearing completely unremarkable. He looked just like an average middle-aged man you would ride the bus with daily during peacetime. However, the strength he had just exhibited should not be underestimated. Physical fitness probably around 50 points. I can't tell if he's at the peak of level 2 or at initial level 3. Sun Yashin is no match for him. In a short time, when you had roughly assessed the man's strength, "You are Sun Yashin?" A calm voice came from Brother Tiger. Sun Yashin nodded cautiously. The pressure coming from this man's strength was significant. Brother Tiger slowly walked up, carefully scrutinizing Sun Yashin a few times. Then he kicked down, and Sun Yashin stood still. Because the target of Brother Tiger's attack was not Sun Yashin, but the guard lying on the ground, unconscious. Like a watermelon, the guard's head was shattered by Brother Tiger's kick, splattering red and white all over the ground. "You blind dog, you deserve to die?" Brother Tiger spat on the headless corpse lying on the ground, then turned back to seriously look at Sun Yashin and Wen Yu. "This one should be Brother Wen Yu." Brother Tiger's expression changed, and he spoke to Wen Yu with a smile. "Yeah," Wen Yu nodded. "I've long heard of the great names of Brother Wen Yu and Little Brother Yashin. Welcome back from the treasure land." Like welcoming a returning son, Brother Tiger's smile showed none of the cruelty and brutality from earlier. He opened his arms and hugged Sun Yashin warmly. "Welcome home." "Welcome home." Seeing Brother Tiger's actions and tone, Sun Yashin was instantly confused. He originally thought there might be a big fight, but it ended up like this. Brother Tiger had already released his hold on Sun Yashin and was walking towards Wen Yu. "Brother Wen Yu, I've heard your name from Brother Fei for a long time. Now that we meet, you truly are outstanding. If my useless son had even half of Brother Wen Yu's strength, I wouldn't have to worry so much." Brother Tiger sighed, his eyes filled with sincerity and earnestness. His address to Wen Yu naturally shifted from Brother Wen Yu to Brother Wen. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Wenhu. Welcome back, little brother." Zhang Wenhu extended his right hand towards Wen Yu, a broad smile on his face. Wen Yu took a moment to size up Zhang Wenhu. To be honest, this action was quite impolite and carried serious undertones of provocation. However, Zhang Wenhu remained unfazed. In fact, the humility in his smile only deepened. Wen Yu slowly extended his right hand and grasped Zhang Wenhu's hand, which had been raised for nearly 10 seconds, giving it a gentle shake. "I will be staying here for a few days, and I hope Brother Tiger can take good care of me." Of course, Brother Tiger replied with a beaming smile. This made Wen Yu's evaluation of Zhang Wenhu rise even further. This truly was Brother Tiger, a smiling tiger. "Lindsay, arrange for the kitchen to prepare a meal and open a couple of bottles of good liquor. Today is a joyous occasion, as Brother Wen Yu and Brother Yashin have returned." Brother Tiger turned around and instructed a sturdy man not far away, gesturing respectfully for Wen Yu to follow, leading everyone towards the camp. It was as if this Brother Tiger was the leader of this camp, yet Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing could find no fault in this. "Truly a talent, really a talent." Sun Ruixing sighed and shook his head. With the developments thus far, Wen Yu and the others had understood what was happening. Brother Tiger and that Lindsay were both outsiders. After arriving at the camp, they naturally staged a power struggle. Whether through force or other means, the outcome was already determined. Zhang Pengfei had submitted, and the camp's leader had changed. That was the result. No matter the method used, it was clear that this so-called Brother Tiger far surpassed Zhang Pengfei in both temperament and strength. "Indeed a talent, but what does it have to do with us?" Wen Yu asked casually upon hearing Sun Ruixing's words. Sun Ruixing contemplated for a long time before shaking his head. "Not much of a relation at all. Whoever is the boss has to treat you with utmost respect." This was the truth. With Wen Yu's strength on display, everyone had to treat him with good food and drink, even if Wen Yu stated, "I want the position of the camp leader." Given Brother Tiger's demeanor, he would absolutely have no objections. "By the way, I will be resting here for 2 days before heading back to Mudanjiang City. Are you coming with me?" Wen Yu stated without looking back, his voice loud enough for those around to hear. "I'll go with you." The one speaking was naturally son Ruixing. Among these people, he was the only one Wen Yu would consider bringing along. After experiencing so much, Wen Yu had already recognized son Ruixing. He was a trustworthy comrade and a relatively competent teammate. After all, Wen Yu had high standards, and encountering someone like him made Wen Yu consider finding a teammate this time. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Wenhu's eyes flashed with relief and understanding. What Zhang Wenhu feared was Wen Yu seizing power. Given Zhang Wenhu's temperament, he would never underestimate anyone. When he saw Wen Yu for the first time, he understood that Wen Yu's strength far exceeded his expectations. Unmatched. Moreover, the information conveyed by Wen Yu's statement was definitely more than just this. It was still the small restaurant where the higher-ups dined, but this time there were some changes in personnel. The main seat was respectfully given to Wen Yu by Zhang Wenhu, with son Ruixing seated to Wen Yu's left and Zhang Wenhu to his right. When Yu glanced around, the former loyal subordinates of Zhang Pengfei were still present, but even if a few were missing, Wen Yu didn't mind much, because he hadn't really remembered their faces. In addition to Zhang Pengfei's former group, there was also Lindsay and a pale-faced young man. Looking at the young man's age, he seemed to be about the same as son Yashin. "Let me introduce this person. This is my good brother Li Shanlin, and this is my son Zhang Lifei." Seeing Lifei and brother Yashin are of similar age, but the difference in strength is too great. Zhang Wenhu joked with a smile and continued. "It's a rare joyous occasion today. Come, let's have a drink first. I'll drink to express my respect." After saying this, Zhang Wenhu raised his glass of white liquor and downed it in one go. Wen Yu took a light sip to put on a show. The liquor isn't bad." Wen Yu could tell the quality of the liquor. "Of course, this isn't me boasting. I brought this back from the countryside. It has been hidden for about 20 years, Zhang Wenhu said after finishing his drink. At the same time, Li Shanlin kept pouring drinks for son Ruixing. Under the adjustment of these two, the atmosphere became very warm. "By the way, Lifei, come, toast to your uncle Wen Yu." After 2 cups of liquor, Zhang Wenhu said to Zhang Lifei, "Uncle Wen Yu, I have long heard of your name. Let me toast you a cup." Hearing his father speak, Zhang Lifei immediately stood up, respectfully poured a drink for Wen Yu and downed it. Wen Yu felt it would be rude to refuse this group of smiling faces and took another sip. Then, Wen Yu raised his head and glanced at Zhang Pengfei beside him. "Brother Fei, what's going on? Can you explain? I'm still a bit confused here." As soon as Wen Yu said this, the previously lively dining table fell silent. "Let me explain it." Hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Wenhu immediately put down his glass. Wen Yu glanced at Zhang Pengfei, who was looking down, then looked at Zhang Wenhu waiting for his response and nodded. "Here's the thing. My son Lindsay and I, we are originally from the rural area under Che Town. After the apocalypse struck, I fortuitously obtained something, yes this." After Zhang Wenhu finished speaking, he directly took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Wen Yu. As Wen Yu took the parchment, the system's prompt sound appeared. "Enslavement contract S-rank item. This contract belongs to Zhang Wenhu. The contract will automatically disappear upon Zhang Wenhu's death. After signing your name on the parchment, you will be completely enslaved by the contract master, with a maximum enslavement limit of 10 individuals. Interesting stuff." After reading the item, Wen Yu immediately understood everything. "Brother Tiger, you are a smart man," Wen Yu exclaimed. When Zhang Wenhu took this item out to show Wen Yu, it meant that Zhang Wenhu would never use such a thing against Wen Yu. Moreover, although this item seemed powerful, it had many restrictions. Because any practitioner signing the contract would inevitably come into contact with the parchment, and once contact was made, they would understand precisely what this was. At that point, unless forced, they would definitely not sign this enslavement contract. And Wen Yu was definitely not someone Zhang Wenhu could force. Even with the entire camp combined, it wouldn't work. After hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Wenhu continued speaking. "You can roughly guess how I control this camp, right?" "Yeah," Wen Yu nodded. "Using force to compel them to sign the contract, and naturally I control the entire camp. It's that simple." Indeed, it was very simple. When brute force exceeds that of the opponent, force becomes the best way to solve problems. The so-called enslavement contract was merely an additional layer of assurance. "I wonder what you think about this, brother Wen Yu?" After hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Wenhu didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Wen Yu took a sip of white liquor. "What does Brother Tiger want me to think?" If you think that I, Zhang Wenhu, am unworthy of being this big boss, then I will take my people and leave tomorrow. I can directly cancel the enslavement contract, Zhang Wenhu said firmly. Oh, so Brother Tiger thinks highly of me. This has nothing to do with thinking highly or not. To be honest, I have my ways of assessing strength. The first time I saw you, Brother Wenyu, I already knew what was going on. Yeah, Wenyu nodded and said directly, then you can leave tomorrow. I'll take over as the big boss. As soon as Wenyu finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. All right, since Brother Wenyu wants to be the big boss, I will hand it over to you. Zhang Wenhu stood up, raised his glass, and toasted Wenyu. Wenyu raised his hand to Zhang Wenhu, smiling as he said, I was just joking, Brother Tiger, don't take it seriously. I'll be leaving here in a day or two. What do I need this little camp for? Haha, Brother Wenyu really knows how to joke. Hearing Wenyu's words, Zhang Wenhu laughed heartily. This laughter lifted the atmosphere, and the awkwardness created by Wenyu just moments before disappeared, restoring the original lively scene. By the way, I've long heard of your great name, Brother Wenyu. For this meeting, I prepared a small gift as a token of respect. After Zhang Wenhu finished speaking, he took something out of his spatial ring. Roar of the Giant Dragon, a rank item, a one-time use item that releases a powerful shockwave, crushing surrounding enemies. You're quite thoughtful, Brother Tiger. Wenyu smiled and placed the item into his spatial ring. The implication in Wenyu's earlier words was that he wanted some benefits. Otherwise, why would Wenyu make such a jealousy-inducing statement? Although Zhang Wenhu posed no threat to him, it was better to avoid trouble. Zhang Wenhu was indeed quick-witted and immediately understood the implication in Wenyu's words. Give me some benefits, otherwise you won't be able to be this big boss. Though it was said in jest, it was essentially a threat. For a time, the atmosphere was lively, with everyone getting along. Zyro Fei, where is Zyro Fei? Just when the room was lively, a sharp scream from a woman came from outside. Hearing this sound, Zhang Wenhu's eyes narrowed. And Wenyu recognized the owner of the voice. By Feifei, excuse me, I need to handle something. Zhang Lifei stood up upon hearing the commotion outside and nodded at Wenyu. Wait! The one speaking was Sun Yashin. That's Bai Feifei outside. Why not let her come in and sit for a while? I haven't seen my woman in a long time. Unfortunately, Sun Yashin's insistence was clearly lacking in force. Zhang Lifei let out a soft snicker, turned around, and walked out. Sun Yashin tightly clenched the glass in his hand, which could not withstand such immense force, shattering into pieces. Sitting in place, Sun Yashin paused slightly, then turned and walked out of the room. Clearly, this kid realized he was being cuckolded. Hee, brother, when you won't mind these childish tricks, right? Zhang Wenhu said with a chuckle. Wenyu directly shook his head and took a bite of food. Let them play with such matters themselves. Even the best officials have a hard time resolving family affairs. Right, Brother Tiger? Brother, Wenyu speaks well. Come, let me toast you. Amidst laughter, the atmosphere in the room did not change due to this trivial incident. Before long, a heated argument erupted outside, followed by a wave of intense energy fluctuations. Bang! With a loud crash, Sun Yashin burst through the wooden door of the partition, smashing in. The partition was small to begin with, and with Sun Yashin's crash, food flew everywhere, and it was clear that this gathering was about to be ruined. Fuck, I'll kill you! Sun Yashin's tone was filled with murderous intent and anger. Just as Sun Yashin finished speaking, a blue light shot out, carrying a bone-chilling cold, directly striking Sun Yashin's thigh. Sun Yashin's protective gear was instantly penetrated, and then the wound on his right leg was directly frozen. Sun Yashin, who had just intended to rush outside, lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. The outcome was clear. Sun Yashin couldn't defeat Zhang Lifei. As Sun Yashin seemed to want to charge forward like a big loach to fight Zhang Lifei, Zhang Wenhu shouted at Zhang Lifei, who stood outside. Enough. Take your woman and get lost. Hearing his dad say this, Zhang Lifei curled his lip and took Bai Feifei's hand, turning to leave the small restaurant. And Bai Feifei didn't even look at Sun Yashin on the ground. It was clear that Sun Yashin had been abandoned, just like Li Quanan had been in the past. Wenyu smacked his lips, genuinely sighing, "This woman is really a hot commodity." Next to him, Zhang Wenhu heard Wenyu's comments and chuckled. "This woman captivated my son the moment we arrived. She's indeed quite capable. Sai, I have a bit of selfishness too. My son likes her, and what can I do? I hope, brother, Wenyu can understand a father's struggles." The implication in these words was a hope that Wenyu wouldn't interfere in these messy matters. Wenyu pouted. He really didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. "Let's go, this drinking party is over. Brother, first arrange a place for brother Wenyu to rest," Zhang Wenhu said, leading Wenyu and Sun Ruixing outside. However, Sun Ruixing couldn't bear to see Sun Yashin lying helplessly on the ground, so he lifted Sun Yashin and followed Wenyu away. Wenyu walked slowly through the gathering place with Zhang Wenhu. It was obvious that Zhang Wenhu had some influence. The gathering place had not experienced any chaos due to the change in leadership. The streets were clean and life was orderly. After all, after Wen Yu defeated the Corpse King, the overall environment in Chehe town became quite friendly for the survivors. Brother Wen Yu, ever since I came here, I often hear Zhang Pengfei and the others talking about your great name. I knew that with your strength, you would never be defeated by a mere treasure land. The place where you used to live, I haven't touched it at all, and this room is yours from now on. When you come back tired from your adventures outside, you can rest here. Brother welcomes you with open arms. As Zhang Wenhu finished speaking, they had already arrived at the door of the room that Zhang Pengfei had arranged for Wen Yu. Zhang Wenhu opened the door and gestured for Wen Yu to enter. When Yu stepped inside and looked around, the environment in the room had not changed at all, and it was clear that it had been regularly cleaned. Brother is really thoughtful, Wen Yu nodded at Zhang Wenhu. Of course, Zhang Wenhu replied with a beaming smile. Then I'll head out first. By the way, please convey my apologies to that useless son of mine for Brother Yashin, Zhang Wenhu said without waiting for son Yashin's reaction and walked out. This person is truly not simple, Wen Yu couldn't help but admire. Not to mention his words and actions, just the arrangement of this room was done perfectly by Zhang Wenhu. In Wen Yu's absence, everything related to Wen Yu had been well preserved, not only to create a good relationship, but also to eliminate any potential issues that Wen Yu could find. The entire affair was impeccable. Only the issue with Bai Feifei had a slight flaw. According to Wen Yu's estimation, this was likely a typical case of being set up by others. Zhang Wenhu probably still had his head in the clouds, and Zhang Lifei would certainly receive a good scolding when he turned back. Let's leave tomorrow. This person's schemes are a bit frightening, son Ruixing said as he placed son Yashin on the sofa. Wen Yu nodded. When it came to schemes, Wen Yu definitely didn't consider himself strong. Thus, he disliked playing tricks on others or having others play tricks on him. There was no need for Wen Yu to interact too much with someone like Zhang Wenhu. Brother Wen Yu, son Yashin, who was lying on the sofa, spoke up. Wen Yu turned his head and carefully examined the wounds on son Yashin's body. That kid named Zhang Lifei probably has a physical quality of about 40 points, which is higher than yours. It's normal that you can't beat him. Plus, with your physical quality as a second-level professional, you won't need healing potions. You'll recover within a day? That's not what I'm talking about, Brother Wen Yu. I want to ask you to kill them. Son Yashin's words were filled with strong hatred. Wen Yu then observed son Yashin's face. It was full of despair, clearly indicating that the dual blow to his body and spirit had somewhat broken son Yashin. After all, he was still a child lacking social experience. But what did this have to do with Wen Yu? No way, Wen Yu decisively shook his head. Not to mention that Wen Yu didn't want to create more trouble. Based on Zhang Wenhu's attitude towards him and the nature of this matter, Wen Yu could not take action against them. Upon hearing Wen Yu's response, son Yashin got up, grabbed Wen Yu's hand, his eyes red, and said, "Brother Wen Yu, please, I'm begging you." Looking into son Yashin's tear-filled eyes, Wen Yu's heart suddenly felt disgusted. He was acting, son Yashin was acting. Wen Yu had always thought son Yashin was like a child, sometimes a bit foolish, sometimes a little insecure. But Wen Yu had overlooked one thing. How could a person like this become little brother Tian in the camp? How could he stand against Zhang Pengfei? At the age of 16 or 17, a child in peacetime could no longer be called a child. In the powerful flow of information on the internet, people of this age know what they should know and even what they shouldn't know. Seeing son Yashin's pleading gaze, Wen Yu suddenly felt disinterested. He simply released son Yashin's hand and turned to walk into the bedroom. There was no need to say anything else or get angry. Wen Yu just found it amusing. He had never considered son Yashin as one of his own. And son Yashin probably never saw him as brother Wen Yu in the way he claimed. Using his own strength was the fundamental purpose of this person. Where did the trust between people go? As Wen Yu muttered to himself, the bedroom door was slammed shut. "Ah, little Tian, what should I say about you?" Son Ruixing sighed and shook his head as he walked to another bedroom. It was clear that, based on son Ruixing's experience, he had noticed some clues. Leaving son Yashin alone with a grim expression sitting on the sofa, he glanced hatefully at the closed door of Wen Yu's room and whispered, "I've been putting on this act in front of you for so long, and you can't even help me with a small favor like this." As he spoke, the hatred in son Yashin's eyes grew stronger. It was simply unrealistic for him not to have resentment after just getting cuckolded and then getting beaten by the person who did it. However, after Wen Yu's rejection, this hatred began to intensify in son Yashin's heart, slowly shifting towards Wen Yu. Clearly, son Yashin selectively forgot all the help Wen Yu had given him during the treasure land trial phase. People are always like this. The saying, "a drop of kindness is repaid with a bucket of hatred," is not unfounded. And that Bai Feifei, that lousy bitch, and that Zhang Lifei, that scum, they all deserve to die. The hatred in Sun Yashan's heart intensified. Slowly closing his eyes, Sun Yashan fell into deep thought. After a while, he bitterly shook his head. Ultimately, it's my lack of strength that's the problem. There's really nothing I can do. Sun Yashan had a bit of cleverness, so a person like him wouldn't do something as foolish as hitting a stone with an egg. Now this hatred was firmly buried deep in his heart. Under the night sky, Che town was somewhat tranquil. The only benefit brought by the apocalypse might be this peace that leaned towards deathly silence. In the entire settlement, apart from a few guards on duty, everyone else had fallen into a deep sleep. For most people, it was just an ordinary night. However, in the apocalypse, unusual things always seem to happen. Deep within the mountains near Che town, as the mysterious blue giant eagle spread its wings and soared out to hunt for food, the ancient tree beneath it slowly opened its eyes. The once lush ancient tree now appeared as if it was on the verge of drying up. Its withered crown barely managed to support the growing weight of the giant eagle, and even its opened eyes had become increasingly murky. The remaining leaves fluttered mournfully in the wind. Occasionally a few would drift down. However, the ancient tree's sacrifice was not without reward. That reward was coming today. With the rustling of leaves reaching the distance, a few creatures, just second to the giant eagle, in the forest heard the signal emitted by the ancient tree. They quickly gathered in the direction of the ancient tree. Today they would kill the giant eagle. Most importantly, they aimed to destroy the, unbeknownst to the eagle that had gone far to hunt. A net had been laid, and the battle among mutated beasts was on the verge of breaking out. The bluish silhouette of the giant eagle flickered as it swiftly circled within its territory. But there was nothing. With the giant eagle's appetite and evolution speed, it had already devoured most of the large creatures within its domain. This also meant that tonight, the giant eagle would go to bed hungry, and it would need to expand its territory tomorrow. This territory would not only be limited to the mountains, but would also include the only gathering place in the town. Tomorrow I'll go hunt in the human race's gathering place. The giant eagle made up its mind. It looked down on those bipedal humans, considering it a trivial matter to hunt a few of them with its Tier 3 peak mutated beast strength. With its claws empty, the giant eagle flew back to its home, the crown of the ancient tree. Glancing at the ancient tree below, a flash of derision crossed the eagle's eyes. Although it knew that the ancient tree had already mutated, gained wisdom, and held deep hostility towards it, what did that matter? In the face of absolute power, everything was illusory. Quietly closing its eyes, the giant eagle entered a state of sleep. This way, it could effectively reduce energy consumption. While the giant eagle was quietly resting, a rustling sound reached its ears. Then, to the eagle's bewilderment, a mutated sheep emerged. Call, call! The giant eagle was excited. After an entire day without food had come right to its beak. This was truly a perfect day. Watching the mutated sheep, which stood nearly 2 meters tall, the giant eagle pounced. In the eyes of the mutated sheep, there was panic and confusion. Seeing the giant eagle pounce towards it, the mutated sheep turned to flee. Unfortunately, the strength gap between a Tier 2 mutated sheep and a Tier 3 giant eagle was far too great. When the giant eagle's claws grasped the mutated sheep, it meant that the eagle's dinner was served, and the life of the mutated sheep was nearing its end. But in the shadows where the eagle couldn't see, a determined glint flashed through the sheep's eyes. Boom! The mutated sheep's body puffed up and exploded violently. Bones and flesh splattered everywhere, but for a creature of this level, even self-detonation wouldn't cause significant harm to the giant eagle. Unfortunately, the mutated sheep's self-explosion was never meant for killing power. Toxic blood explosion Class A, active ability, self-destructing its body to produce toxic blood. Any creature contaminated by the toxic blood will suffer from a variety of curses including weakness, paralysis, and deceleration. This was the true intention of the mutated sheep, to weaken the Tier 3 giant eagle with its Tier 2 power. The giant eagle fell right into the trap. Abilities are diverse and unpredictable. In the apocalypse, one should never think that what appears to be cannon fodder is truly just cannon fodder. When a creature fights to the death, the potential damage it can cause is limitless. So, when the giant eagle thought it had found food, it unexpectedly suffered a significant weakening. The giant eagle's wings trembled, and its eyes briefly went blank. The curse's effect had already taken hold. This meant that the giant eagle had just consumed the appetizer prepared by the ancient tree, and the main course was already on the table. Roars rose and fell from all around. A massive shadow lunged towards the giant eagle. It was a mutated bear. Although the number of bears in the northeastern mountains was not high, they still existed. As a creature once high on the food chain of Earth, once mutated, its power was definitely not low. just like the Tier 3 big bear in front of the giant eagle. Heavy claws gleamed with a red light and then struck directly against the giant eagle's wing. Shattered Claw Class C, active ability. A simple yet deadly ability under the Tier 3 bear's strength inflicted tremendous damage to the giant eagle's body. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The giant eagle's blood was black, thick and viscous like oil, appearing evil and terrifying. The ancient tree's eyes quickly opened, and its roots, deeply buried in the soil, swiftly pulled out. Countless flying branches and roots whipped the giant eagle as if they were whips. The giant eagle was knocked off balance, and its injured wing couldn't support its massive body, causing it to plummet from a height of about 2 meters. Hit! This was the giant eagle's first reaction. How dare you harm me? This was the giant eagle's second reaction. Then a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. The giant eagle began its counterattack. Meanwhile, the creatures hidden in the jungle slowly started to surround. 1, 10, 100, all of them were Tier 2 or above. A small number of Tier 3 mutated beasts stood at the forefront. The scene fell into a silent stillness, with over 100 pairs of eyes of varying sizes coldly staring at the giant eagle on the ground, filled with a merciless killing intent. Seeing its once prey now reveal themselves, the giant eagle fell silent. This was a meticulously planned ambush. This was a trap set in its own nest. This was a coup against the overlord of this forest. Caw, the clear cry of the eagle spread far and wide. The giant eagle was not prepared to compromise. The chill emanating from its body surged wildly as the giant eagle aimed at the ancient tree behind it and launched a counterattack. The chill froze the surrounding soil and fallen leaves, simultaneously freezing the branches of the ancient tree that wound around itself. The overwhelming physical power erupted wildly, directly tearing apart the branches entwined around the giant eagle. In the eyes of the giant eagle, the madness intensified, and the black crystal on its forehead flashed rapidly. A pale blue stream of air shot towards the ancient tree. This was the essence of the cold air within the giant eagle's body. This was the giant eagle's most powerful move. It felt as if the space itself was frozen by the cold air. Creatures below Tier 4 had no chance of survival once struck, and the ancient tree was only Tier 3, and that too in a damaged state. The cold air struck the ancient tree at a visible speed. There were no massive energy fluctuations, nor was there any violent surge of cold air. What remained was a vividly lifelike ice sculpture of the ancient tree. As if it were a giant diamond tree, the ancient tree was completely frozen in this mountain forest. The breath of life gradually withered. The ancient tree had reached the end of its life. A flash of pleasure crossed the giant eagle's eyes. All of this was part of the ancient tree's plan, and the giant eagle naturally understood this. Thus, even if it expended tremendous energy, as long as it could kill the ancient tree, everything would be worth it. Meanwhile, the mutated beast swarm went wild the moment they saw the ancient tree's death. To the surrounding mutated beasts, the ancient tree was like a mother. Without its presence, none of the mutated beasts present could escape the giant eagle's perception. Therefore, the surrounding mutated beasts disregarded the disparity in strength and rushed forward, wanting to tear the giant eagle to shreds. The black crystal on the giant eagle's forehead continued to flicker, and then a black light erupted from the giant eagle. Dark Resurrection S-Rank, active ability. The power of darkness protects the host, instantly healing all injuries and negative effects. As long as the host's stamina is sufficient, under the enhancement of this ability, it is an immortal existence. In an instant, it truly was an instant. All the scars on the giant eagle's body healed immediately, along with the curse effects dissipating completely. Then, the giant eagle spread its wings and soared. The eagle is the ruler of the skies. Once the giant eagle recovered from its injuries, those terra-based creatures on the ground would stand no chance against it. After all, being the overlord of this mountain forest, the giant eagle's strength was vastly superior to the Tier 3 creatures below. In the air, the giant eagle looked down with evident mockery. "Come, catch me. If you can't catch me, then the ones who die will be you." The giant eagle would not relinquish its territory, nor would it spare these weaklings who dared to resist. The sharp beak of the eagle aimed at the Tier 3 bear that had inflicted harm upon it, and with a flap of its wings, it pounced ferociously. If it struck, the bear would definitely have no place to die. But at that moment, the situation changed. The origin of the change came from the ice-encased ancient tree. To be precise, it was from within the ancient tree. An immense consciousness surged forth, connecting to the minds of all the mutated beasts present. "Protect me!" This overwhelming consciousness carried the inherent dignity of a superior being, rendering all the mutated beasts present, except for the giant eagle, unable to resist, nor did they wish to. Over 100 mutated beasts surrounded the remnants of the ancient tree. At the same time, the giant eagle sensed this wave and immediately halted its attack on the bear. However, seeing the internal aura of the ancient tree growing stronger, the giant eagle found itself powerless. The giant eagle wanted to break through the 100 or so vigilant mutated beasts, but the difficulty was too great. Squawk, the giant eagle circled above, sensing that the situation exceeded its expectations, but the pride of being a king prevented it from choosing to compromise. Moreover, there was no need to compromise. As long as there are living beings, there will be death, and the giant eagle believed that the one who would die would never be itself. This was an absolute confidence in its own power. As the giant eagle's powerful screech echoed, a series of crack-crack sounds emanated from within the ancient tree. It was as if something was forcing its way out from within the ancient tree. The first to emerge from the ancient tree's interior was a delicate little paw. The deep black scales seemed to shimmer with a cold light, but in reality, an ordinary person could easily tear through this layer of protection with a fruit knife. Then a small head with closed eyes poked out from the ancient tree's interior. Though it appeared strange, it was still recognizable as a crawling creature. Like a newborn puppy, the dark unknown creature awkwardly crawled out from within the ancient tree's body and fell directly to the ground. Struggling a bit, the frail little creature managed to stand up clumsily. It was too small, incredibly small. Its body length was only the size of a normal person's palm, which left all the surrounding mutated beasts feeling disappointed. This is the ancient tree's trump card? A thought arose in the hearts of the mutated beasts protecting the little creature. In the eyes of the mutated beasts, the larger the size, the greater the strength. This was no joke, it was a fact. Squawk, squawk! The giant eagle circling in the sky let out a series of cries, as if mocking the dead ancient tree, mocking the more than 100 mutated beasts daring to resist it. Just as the giant eagle was about to end this farce, a change occurred with the little creature birthed by the ancient tree. Woo! Woo! First, a weak whimpering sound came out, and the little creature's body began to emit a series of popping sounds. It was as if its bones were being forcibly stretched. The originally palm-sized body continued to grow longer and larger. At the same time, the sounds from its mouth became increasingly resonant. Woo! Woo! Roar! 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 Growl! 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 Under the astonished gazes of all the mutated beasts, the little creature grew rapidly before their eyes while its aura intensified. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Until it reached the Tier 3 peak. With a pair of pale yellow vertical pupils coldly staring at the giant eagle circling above, the little creature slowly unfurled a pair of menacingly thick flesh wings from its back in the giant eagle's shocked gaze. A strange aura spread far and wide. Among it there was sadness, there was killing intent, and more was the ancient and desolate flavor. This was not the little creature's own essence, but rather, it felt like a kind of will. It originated from the will of the ancient tree. It originated from the will of this mountain forest. It originated from the will of this land. This entity was born of heaven, nurtured by nature. When the small creature completed its transformation in strength, the originally weak appearance completely disappeared, leaving behind a massive being quietly lying around the ancient tree. A pair of vertical pupils fixated intently on the giant eagle soaring in the sky, causing the eagle's heart to tighten. Strong enemy. A series of dangerous signals emanated from the black crystal on its forehead, making the giant eagle scrutinize this unprecedented creature on the ground even more carefully. With a body nearly 10 meters long, even lying down, it stood 3 meters tall, its black-scaled armor shimmering with a cold light, and 2 twisted long horns resembling bull horns stood tall on its forehead. Its tail, covered in black scales, swept back and forth, generating gusts of wind, while its enormous mouth was filled with sharp fangs. With snake-like vertical pupils, it coldly stared at the giant eagle circling above, and then a tremendous roar erupted from the creature's mouth. The intensity of this sound caused the mutated beasts guarding the ancient tree to stir restlessly. As the roar echoed far and wide, the monster spread its wings. A fierce wind swept across as the creature slowly ascended into the sky, charging towards the giant eagle. Caw! The giant eagle let out a sharp cry. Facing the approaching creature, the coldness and killing intent in its eyes surged forth. Now it was a showdown between kings. The victor would possess everything. Thus, there was no possibility of retreat. The powers of frost and flames intertwined continuously, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations, as the monster's roars and the giant eagle's shrieks reverberated. In the sky, the blood of the two kings constantly soared. This was a battle that determined the fate of this land. The fierce battle continued, while the mutated beasts below had already retreated far away. To say nothing of the frost and lava pouring down, just the roars of the two monsters were beyond the capacity of secondary creatures to endure. The sounds carried far and wide, and the dark sky flickered with white and red lights, waking the sleeping crowds in the distant gathering place. What's going on? When you squinted, observing the explosions coming from the distant mountains, gazing at the brilliant light in the distance while mumbling to himself. Just from the energy fluctuations visible from afar, Wen Yu could feel that the battle occurring there was of a remarkably high level. After a moment, Wen Yu shook his head, turned, and walked downstairs. Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin in the house were also awakened by the enormous sound. Seeing Wen Yu heading downstairs, they hurriedly followed. In the open area of the gathering place below, nearly all the survivors were watching the distance, whispering to each other. "Brother Wen Yu!" Zhang Wenhu saw Wen Yu's figure and immediately approached, offering him a cigarette. "Can you tell what's going on?" Wen Yu exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at the continuously erupting energy fluctuations in the distance, and slightly nodded. "From my estimation, it should be two mutated beasts fighting." Zhang Wenhu smacked his lips. "The strength of these two beasts is not low," Wen Yu nodded. In fact, it was unnecessary for Wen Yu to say anything. Just from the distant sounds and the vast white and red light in the sky, one could feel how powerful these two mutated beasts were. According to Wen Yu's estimation, even one of them had strength comparable to his own. Here he had to count in the Cyclops. "Let's wait a bit. Once the battle concludes, I'll take a look," Wen Yu told Zhang Wenhu. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Wenhu's eyes instantly lit up. These two monsters were definitely a nightmarish existence for this small gathering place. However, for Wen Yu, they were merely a tricky problem. More importantly, with Wen Yu's strength reaching 3rd level, he still didn't have a spirit pet for his 3rd soul realm. No matter which of these two mutated beasts, either one would definitely qualify to be his 3rd spirit pet. "Then it's really a hassle for you, brother Wen Yu," Zhang Wenhu said with a grin. Wen Yu merely shrugged slightly. For matters like this, Wen Yu didn't undertake them out of anyone's favor. The battle continued for half a day. When the giant eagle had unleashed its dark resurrection ability for the umpteenth time, it already knew that in this battle it had lost. The hideous wounds on its body rapidly healed, yet it felt a vast drain of stamina within. Glancing at the creature before it, which, despite being covered in scars, remained lively, the giant eagle turned and flew away without a word. The defeat in battle meant the loss of its kingly status, but as long as it didn't lose its life, everything else could be discussed. In the recent battle, the giant eagle could also sense that in terms of flight speed, that terrifyingly strong creature couldn't keep up with it. After all, the flying speed of birds had its advantages. As the giant eagle soared further away, the monster remained in place without pursuing. The outcome of the battle was clear, and it couldn't catch up. In situations of equal strength, attempting to kill an opponent was quite a challenging task, especially when the opponent was determined to escape. "Roar!" The massive roar echoed far and wide, declaring that this forest had welcomed a new overlord. "It's over!" When you watched as the energy fluctuations in the distance gradually dissipated, murmuring softly. "You all wait here for now. I'm going to take a look in the forest." After greeting Sun Ruixing and Zhang Wenhu beside him, Wen Yu directly activated his 2nd soul realm and summoned the Cyclops. The 4-meter-tall Cyclops caused a stir among the people in the camp. "Old buddy, it's been a long time." Wen Yu patted the Cyclops, who had been in the 2nd soul realm for several days. "Woof! Big boss, I'm starving." That was the Cyclops' only wish to express. Wen Yu felt helpless. During the final phase of the Treasure Land trial, he had managed to stay alive only thanks to the flesh chapter, making it impossible to summon the Cyclops. "Let's go. I'll take you to get something good to eat." After saying this, Wen Yu led the Cyclops directly toward the direction of the forest. The giant eagle soared in the sky, glancing back at the place where the battle had just taken place, a cold and vengeful light flashing in its eyes. This vendetta, it would have its revenge sooner or later. But for now, its stamina had fallen to a dangerous level. It was unable to even activate Dark Resurrection again, let alone fly, making the giant eagle feel a wave of weakness in its body. "Let's go hunt for food. There are still plenty of humans not far outside." The giant eagle's flight path was heading towards the gathering place in Che town. This just so happened to overlap with Wen Yu's route to the mountains and forests. Therefore, it was not surprising that Wen Yu had a face-to-face encounter with the soaring giant eagle. Looking at the entrance of the town, where the enormous sign reading, "Welcome to Che town," stood, the proud and aloof mysterious blue giant eagle was perched atop it. Wen Yu immediately entered a battle-ready state, and the touch of greed in his hand rapidly elongated. The one-eyed dog beside him let out a whimper, bending slightly as it was already prepared for battle. The giant eagle, standing high on the sign, tilted its neck and scrutinized the person and dog below. Then a blast of cold air shot out directly, but both Wen Yu and the one-eyed dog managed to dodge it. The speed of the cold air was not very fast, and its power was also weak, proving that the giant eagle's strength had indeed suffered a significant loss. However, Wen Yu and the one-eyed dog had no way to deal with this flat-haired beast. While they were not afraid of the opponent, they couldn't help but face the fact that the enemy could fly. Thus, Wen Yu and the one-eyed dog kept dodging the ice spikes falling from the sky, but they had no way to counter the giant eagle soaring high above them. This showcased the power and unreasonableness of the Air Force. "Damned flat-haired beast," Wen Yu cursed resentfully, shattering the falling ice spikes with a claw. "Woof! Big boss, this is the same guy who snatched the Corpse King's right hand last time." From the one-eyed dog's mental waves, one could clearly sense its anger. Wen Yu helplessly said, "Yes, it's him. Too bad you can't fly. Otherwise, we could have roasted this giant eagle for a feast." "Woof, you can't blame me for not having wings. If anything, blame my dog ancestors. You make a very valid point." It was no wonder Wen Yu and the one-eyed dog were chatting idly. After all, the giant eagle's attacks posed little threat, and the one-eyed dog's fury of the Inferno was difficult to hit a target with such quick flight speed. Screech, screech! The giant eagle turned and dodged the black fire pillar shot out by the one-eyed dog, then unleashed several ice spikes downwards. Screech, screech, screech! The giant eagle kept emitting cries, and at this level of mutated beast it had already developed high intelligence, so Wen Yu could detect the mockery in its calls. "Come and attack me? This is really pathetic," Wen Yu grumbled with resentment. After a while the giant eagle grew bored. Yes, the giant eagle was just playing. Although the one person and one dog below were strong, and devouring them would replenish a decent amount of its stamina, even in its peak state, the giant eagle wouldn't dare to say it could win against them with certainty. The recent playful battle was merely the giant eagle venting its frustration from its defeat against other monsters. Now that it had vented, it was time to get down to business. The giant eagle thought of the humans in the gathering place and immediately stopped its boring attacks, flapping its wings vigorously as it quickly headed towards the gathering place. What the giant eagle perceived as business was to eat a few humans, restore its stamina, and then fly out of Chehe town to find another place to re-establish its dominance. It couldn't handle the one person and one dog below, but among the humans there would surely be others it could deal with, and in considerable numbers. Seeing the path the giant eagle took as it flew away, Wen Yu's brows furrowed. "It's going towards the gathering place, isn't it? What do you think, one-eyed?" "Woof! Big boss is right. What should we do?" Looking at the one-eyed dog's massive head gazing back at him, Wen Yu thought carefully. "Let's follow it. We won't go to the mountains and forests anymore. It's probably not going to be easy to deal with a creature that can drive that guy out. Moreover," a ruthless look flashed in Wen Yu's eyes, "I'm not someone who gets at a disadvantage several times." Just as Wen Yu finished speaking, the one-eyed dog darted out. The one-eyed dog, too, was not someone who would accept being at a disadvantage multiple times. At this moment in the gathering place, most people had long lost the desire to continue resting. After all, regardless of who it was, discovering that their neighbor possessed the power to easily annihilate them, and that this neighbor considered them as a meal would elicit a reaction. The sky was gradually clearing up. Zhang Wenhu narrowed his eyes, assessing the fish-belly white lightening the sky, and gazed at the distant energy waves that had calmed down. He couldn't help but speak to Zhang Lifei beside him. "Do you think Wen Yu can resolve this trouble?" In fact, this was just Zhang Wenhu's moment of weakness in the face of overwhelming power. Zhang Lifei clearly understood his father's feelings and stood quietly by without saying a word. Whether or not it could be resolved rested with Wen Yu, not on what he said. "And how many times have I told you? At such a young age, stop only thinking about women." Seeing his son's pale face, Zhang Wenhu was filled with anger and reprimanded him furiously. Zhang Lifei pouted. As a rebellious youth, his father's words naturally fell on deaf ears. "You little brat!" Zhang Wenhu, looking at Zhang Lifei's indifferent attitude, was so furious that he raised his hand, but after a moment he lowered it again. Zhang Wenhu couldn't bring himself to hit him. "Everything I say is for your own good." After a while, Zhang Wenhu's deep voice came, which touched Zhang Lifei. "I understand, Dad." Zhang Lifei muttered beside him, casting a glance at his father that held a hint of something more. "You know my abilities. As long as I can live a little longer, it is a blessing. With me around, no one can hurt you, but accidents can happen at any time. My life, to a large extent, is no longer in my control, so you must also strive to do well." Zhang Wenhu spoke in a voice only the two could hear. "All right, let's stop talking about these things. I'm a bit tired now. Lifei, stay here for a while longer and let me know when Yu gets back." Zhang Wenhu then halted the conversation about personal matters and walked towards the residential building behind him. "Got it, Dad." Behind him, Zhang Lifei's voice came, tinged with a hint of a sob. As Zhang Wenhu entered the residential building, most people in the camp also stopped paying attention to the distant battle that had calmed down. After all, no matter how anxious they were, facing beings that were clearly beyond their power was futile. Most people, while alive, would only think about what was happening right in front of them, especially in the apocalypse. Given the recently erupted energy waves, the parties involved in the battle clearly did not belong to the category of what's happening right now. Not long after, only a few high-ranking members of the camp, along with son Ruixing and son Yashin, remained standing in the camp's empty space. "Fei, what did Dad just say to you?" Seeing Zhang Lifei's obviously low mood, Bai Feifei, who was standing behind him, spoke up. Hearing Bai Feifei's words, Zhang Lifei immediately shot her a glare. "Don't ask what you shouldn't know." His tone was serious. At the same time, Zhang Lifei realized that his current emotional state wasn't quite right. He quickly reined in his mood and turned to Bai Feifei, gently saying, "By the way, Feifei, the cosmetics I brought back for you the other day, are they still good?" Zhang Lifei's earlier serious tone had made Bai Feifei feel anxious, but hearing his current tone made it clear to her that he still had feelings for her. This feeling was the assurance that she and her brother could survive in the apocalypse. Forgetting her previous small grievances, Bai Feifei tightly hugged Zhang Lifei, pressing her ample chest against his arm, and softly replied, "Brother Fei, you really know how to pick. All the brands you brought back are my favorites." Hearing Bai Feifei's deliberate attempt to flatter him, Zhang Lifei didn't show much expression. He simply reached out and gently stroked Bai Feifei's smooth cheek, as if he were petting a pet. "By the way, Zion, are you satisfied with the job I arranged for you? If you're not satisfied, I can make adjustments." "I'm very satisfied, brother-in-law." Bai Zion, who was not far away, stepped forward and answered Zhang Lifei obediently. "Well, I usually assign the task of watching the warehouse supplies to trusted people. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask Uncle Shanlin for guidance." Uncle Shanlin mentioned by Zhang Lifei was, of course, Li Shanlin, Zhang Wenhu's trusted aide. After all, no matter how young Zhang Lifei was, he wouldn't let a completely unarmed person like Bai Zion guard the supply warehouse alone. "Brother Fei is really good to us siblings." Before Bai Zion could react, Bai Feifei spoke to Zhang Lifei first, and at the same time she pressed her body even closer to him. Zhang Lifei nodded non-committally. "By the way, Brother Fei, look, there seems to be a black spot in the position of the sun in the sky." "What black spot?" Zhang Lifei, who was lost in thought about his dad, lazily replied without lifting his head. However, Zhang Lifei did not see that the professionals behind him clearly caught sight of it. "That TMD is a mutated beast. Be careful." The one who roared was son Ruixing, who had the best physical fitness among them. Noticing something approaching from the horizon with his sharp eyesight, son Ruixing reacted immediately. It was a giant eagle glowing with a ghostly blue light. Unfortunately, it was still a bit too late. To be precise, the giant eagle was just too fast. Upon hearing son Ruixing's warning, Zhang Lifei felt a shiver down his spine. When he looked up at the sky, he already saw the giant eagle's figure growing larger. The cold killing intent and sharp claws came crashing down on Zhang Lifei. This was also the giant eagle's assessment in a short time. Given the remaining stamina of the giant eagle, to prevent any accidents, it was best not to provoke the strongest among the group, son Ruixing. Meanwhile, the weaker professionals didn't have enough stamina to recover. Thus, son Yashin or Zhang Lifei became the best targets for the giant eagle's hunt. Compared to son Yashin, who stood next to son Ruixing, Zhang Lifei was undoubtedly a good choice. And Zhang Lifei was definitely not someone to be trifled with. As the eagle's claws drew closer, Zhang Lifei quickly reacted. Dodge, he couldn't escape, but aside from dodging, there was another way. A vicious glint flashed in Zhang Lifei's eyes as he grabbed Bai Zion, who was standing beside him, and hurled him directly toward the giant eagle's claws. This was the best plan Zhang Lifei could think of. As long as he bought a little time, the professionals behind him would be able to react and provide support. And how to buy that time? With a life. Of course, it couldn't be his own. The giant eagle hesitated for a moment before swiftly tearing apart Bai Zion's body, continuing its assault toward Zhang Lifei without losing momentum. Fortunately, son Ruixing had already reacted. He quickly drew out the shield hanging behind him, his right arm's muscles bulging instantly, and hurled the shield at the giant eagle's forehead. The immense strength from his peak second-tier physical fitness caused the shield to emit a piercing shriek. Boom, a sound like a bell ringing echoed, and the giant eagle was momentarily knocked back by the force. From this, it could also be seen that the giant eagle, after battling monsters, was truly at the end of its rope. The brief delay of the giant eagle brought Zhang Lifei a glimmer of hope. As the eagle's claws drew closer, Zhang Lifei activated his ability, Frost Armor B-Grade, Active Ability. The power of ice envelops the body, forming a battle armor filled with cold air, with excellent physical defense. With the activation of Frost Armor, the giant eagle's claws made contact with Zhang Lifei's body. The sharp claws swiftly tore through the Frost Armor, leaving 5 deep wounds on Zhang Lifei's body, but that was as far as it went. Many professionals launched ranged attacks at the giant eagle. Although their quality was extremely poor, they still had some impact on the giant eagle. The giant eagle, seeing the numerous professionals below and the silhouettes of a man and a dog rushing back from where it had come, no longer lingered on the professionals on the ground. It directly picked up the already torn Bizyron with its claws and flew high into the sky. The blood pouring from Bizyron's remains splattered everywhere, drenching Zhang Lifei and Bai Feifei. Unnoticed by everyone, a black light shot out from the black crystal on the giant eagle's forehead, mingling with the falling blood, directly entering Bai Feifei's forehead. The bright red blood obscured Bai Feifei's vision. She rubbed her eyes, which were smeared with her brother's blood, and when her vision returned, she looked again at the giant eagle, which was flying further away, and at Bai Ziron, who had already lost his life beneath the giant eagle's claws. "Are you guys okay?" At this moment, when Yu had also rushed back to the camp, looking at Zhang Lifei, who was drinking a healing potion, and Bai Feifei, who had a blank expression on her face. "We're fine." Zhang Lifei's complexion was somewhat pale. The pressure from the giant eagle had been too overwhelming. Fortunately, he had escaped from a disaster. This was Zhang Lifei's current thought. As for Bai Ziron, he felt no remorse for a dead person. "That was my brother." Bai Feifei blankly stared at the giant eagle that had already disappeared into the sky, turning back to Zhang Lifei. "Yes, I'm sorry." Zhang Lifei nodded, taking a towel handed to him by a nearby professional and carefully wiping the blood off his body. Hearing Zhang Lifei's response, Bai Feifei stared at him and said seriously, "That was my brother." Zhang Lifei handed the towel to a nearby professional, looking at Bai Feifei, who was staring at him with a serious expression, and nodded once more. "I know he is your brother, that's why I said I'm sorry. His death is very valuable. He saved my life, he owes me a debt, and in the future I will repay that debt to you. I believe Ziron would be happy about that. He. Bai Feifei lightly wiped her face, tears and blood mingling. The tears were hers, while the blood was Bai Ziron's. "That was my brother, my only remaining family. And he was just pushed out by you. He saved your life. Then who will save him?" Bai Feifei's voice was filled with despair. "Ah!" Seeing Bai Feifei on the verge of a breakdown, Zhang Lifei couldn't help but sigh, stepping forward a few steps to gently embrace her, speaking softly. "I'm really sorry to you and to Ziron, but Ziron is gone. You still have me. I swear I will treat you better in the future." Slap. In response to Zhang Lifei, it was Bai Feifei's slap. The sound was crisp, but with Bai Feifei's just-turned professional strength, this slap caused almost no harm to Zhang Lifei. Zhang Lifei stared in shock at the hate-filled and furious Bai Feifei in front of him, and after a while he gently shook his head. "I know I did something wrong." Slap. Another slap. "Tusk tusk." Zhang Lifei smiled bitterly and nodded slightly. "I know you're very angry right now." Slap. "Ziron, he is my only family now." Slap. "I lost my parents when I was young. Ziron was raised by me. He's not just my brother, he's also like my son." Bai Feifei's tone was calm and flat, but the calmer and more composed she was, the more it revealed her current anger. Slap. "I followed Li Quanan, then followed Sun Yashin, and now I'm following you. Do you think I did it for no reason? I just want Ziron to survive." Bai Feifei's voice grew louder, until finally she was roaring at Zhang Lifei. Slap, slap, slap! The crisp sound of slaps kept ringing out. Although due to strength differences, Bai Feifei could not inflict any real harm to Zhang Lifei. She wasn't trying to, she just wanted to vent. The people around quietly watched, no one stepped forward, until Zhang Lifei's gaze grew colder. Slap! This slap was much louder than the previous ones, because this slap was Zhang Lifei hitting Bai Feifei. A tremendous force struck Bai Feifei's face, revealing 5 clear blood marks. With Zhang Lifei's strength, had he not deliberately controlled the force, this slap could have killed Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei staggered back a few steps and still couldn't find her balance, sitting down on the ground. Bai Feifei looked up, staring in shock at Zhang Lifei's cold expression, even forgetting the wounds on her face. Zhang Lifei took a towel from a nearby professional and gently wiped the blood from his hands, slowly speaking. "I know I did something wrong, and I've apologized to you. I understand you're in a bad mood, and I let you hit me a few times, but why do you have to go on like this? Since I was young, my parents rarely hit me. You slapped my face once, I endured it. Twice, 3 times, I can still endure it, even in front of all these people. But why can't you just stop? Now I'll say this for the last time, I'm sorry. Let's end this here. I will arrange a grave for Ziron." Bai Feifei fell to the ground, covering her face, staring blankly at the unrepentant Zhang Lifei, and despaired as she spoke. "Sorry, what use is that when someone is gone?" "What's the use?" Hearing Bai Feifei's painful and desperate roar, Zhang Lifei coldly replied. "Apologies are useful, very useful. At least for me, a simple sorry can express my attitude. And my attitude can determine the outcome of this matter. As for whether it's useful to you..." Sorry, you may not realize your own status. I thought you were smart enough to understand the situation, but it seems you're really foolish. You're just a whore. I wanted to sleep with you simply because you have some looks and you think of yourself as my wife. You really think you're the mistress of this camp. Women like you, relying on a little beauty, really think you have me under your thumb. Who do you think I Zhang Lifei am? When I say I'm sorry, you should say, "It's all right, Brother Fei," instead of hitting me in the face. Zhang Lifei's voice grew louder until finally he was roaring at Bai Feifei. Bai Feifei didn't even have the strength to endure his furious yelling. The loud sound stunned her, her eyes glazed over, and she even felt a trickle of blood from her ears. Foolish whore! Seeing Bai Feifei's state, Zhang Lifei touched his slightly red cheek, and coupled with the fear of nearly dying, a surge of anger rose within him. He stepped forward, raising his right hand high. From the strength in his hand and his fierce expression, it was clear Zhang Lifei wanted to slap Bai Feifei to death. Enough! Zhang Lifei's raised hand was stopped by someone, struggling slightly, but the hand gripping his stayed motionless. It was Sun Ruixing. "You've already taught her a lesson. Stop now." Sun Ruixing looked at Zhang Lifei with a serious expression, his solemn demeanor indicating he was in control of this matter. Zhang Lifei hesitated for a moment, then immediately changed his fierce expression into a smile towards Sun Ruixing. "Since Uncle Sun said so, I know what to do." Shaking his head gently, Zhang Lifei pulled back his right hand, turning to Li Shanlin, who was standing aside. "Uncle Shanlin, turn around and arrange for this woman to clean the toilet." "Understood, Xiao Fei." Li Shanlin nodded, looking at Bai Feifei, who was experiencing dual physical and mental trauma, with pity yet said nothing. "Let's go, I'll take you back." Sun Ruixing looked at Bai Feifei, who was sitting on the ground, trembling internally. Thinking of his daughter possibly going through such an ordeal, Sun Ruixing's gaze towards Bai Feifei gained something extra. However, Bai Feifei slapped his hand away. "Alas!" Sun Ruixing sighed, hesitated for a moment, but still turned to leave. He wanted to help Bai Feifei, but saving her life was already his limit. Zhang Lifei said it was for Sun Ruixing's sake, but wasn't it really for Wen Yu's sake that he let Bai Feifei go? Sun Ruixing couldn't ask for more. Wen Yu, observing the situation, shook his head and turned to walk back to his room. Behind him, Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin followed closely. "Brother Wen Yu," Sun Yashin hesitated to speak but didn't say anything. "What's wrong? Do you still have feelings for Bai Feifei?" Wen Yu turned his head back, smiling at Sun Yashin. Sun Yashin shook his head. "Not that, mainly seeing Bai Feifei's state, I just feel pity for her." "I feel pity too. I think you should take care of it." The one who spoke was Sun Ruixing. When Yu looked at Sun Ruixing's serious face and said earnestly, "Yeah, I also feel pity. After all, Bai Feifei lost her only family, and it was caused by her own support." When Yu nodded in agreement. "However, sympathy itself is a psychological effect, and there's a saying, those who are pitiful must also have their faults. Bai Feifei did nothing wrong in her struggle to survive. On the contrary, it's very admirable, and the outcome is indeed worthy of sympathy. But she's wrong for not seeing the situation clearly. Who can be blamed for Bai Zion's death? You must know being weak is the greatest original sin." When you turned to Sun Ruixing, speaking seriously. "Do you know how many people are killed every day in this world? Too many, to the point where no one can manage it. Do they not have family? Not really. When someone dies, they die. The dead will always evoke sympathy, but if you dig into the essence, I can only say that most of the dead deserved it. Weak strength and bad luck, who can be blamed for dying? In this world, everything still relies on oneself." Seeing the hint of disappointment on Sun Ruixing's face, when you turned to Sun Yashin. "Before you leave, let me teach you one last thing. There are too many things in this world that require sympathy. No one can manage it all. Having sympathy is a good thing. It proves you are still human. But don't be swayed by your own compassion. Moreover, in regard to this matter, Bai Feifei does not deserve sympathy. She treats everyone as her shield, and when she sees a stronger person, she will ruthlessly abandon her previous supporter. Such a person is obvious to anyone, so no one will consider such a person a true ally. The key point is that her strength is too weak. Really too weak." When Yu sighed and shook his head, feeling quite touched, because such a situation had occurred between him and the fourth prince before. "Are apologies and thanks useful? Yes, they are useful. A strong person's apology can solve all problems, because a strong person's apology must be listened to by the weak. Just like the fourth prince's thanks back then, if when you didn't listen, what use was it? This kind of apology is more like a form of charity. And when the weak say sorry, it's just a joke. A strong person can treat a weak person in any way they want, regardless of whether they are genuinely sorry or not. Such situations had existed even before the apocalypse. The difference is that before the apocalypse, most humans had similar power levels and relied on the law as support. An apology could solve some problems. But when the legal order is gone, everything must be based on absolute strength. Without strength, there's no voice, no ability to control one's own life, and one deserves to die. Without power, no one will listen to an apology. Without power, not even the most basic oppression can be resisted. When Yu had deeply understood these things during his past life as cannon fodder, the so-called apocalypse changed not only the exchange stone pillars, exchange systems, and points, but also the fundamental changes in human thought and concepts. And Bai Feifei obviously changed too slowly. The crowd that originally surrounded Bai Feifei had slowly dispersed. Some among them might have had a little sympathy for Bai Feifei, but deep down, sympathy is just a thought. If they were to make any real response, they would only offend Zhang Lifei. When choosing between befriending Bai Feifei or offending Zhang Lifei, let alone these people, even Wen Yu, who held absolute power in the camp, knew what to choose. A woman who cannot see the situation clearly versus a future big boss of the camp. What to choose? It's not about morality, it's about interests. As the crowd dispersed, only Bai Feifei remained sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the ground, tears continuously flowing. Until a voice came, "Do you want to take revenge? Do you want revenge?" A sudden voice rang in Bai Feifei's ears, causing her eyes to emit a captivating glow. Yes, very much. She didn't bother asking, "Who are you?" Such trivial matters were unimportant. This voice, indistinguishable in gender, struck straight to the depths of Bai Feifei's heart, clearly articulating her most fervent desire. "He, then, are you willing to give up everything for it?" The eerie voice came again, and this time Bai Feifei found the source. It was from within herself. But that didn't matter at all. "I want to kill them all, every last one, give up everything. Since my brother died, what do I have left?" A voice filled with hatred and a touch of desolation escaped Bai Feifei's lips, and fortunately there was no one around her anymore. "He, wonderful. Since you've made your decision, I will teach you how to take them all to hell together." A night passed just like that. The sky had fully brightened. When Yu let out a big yawn from his bed and glanced at the clock in the room, it was already noon. "Knock, knock, knock. When Yu come down for a meal, Zhang Wenhu has arranged a feast for us, saying it's to send us off." The knocking came from son Ruixing. "Got it, give me a moment." When Yu got out of bed and rubbed his cheeks vigorously, shaking off the remnants of sleep that clouded his mind. After tidying up, Wen Yu opened the bedroom door. Outside, son Ruixing and son Yashin were quietly waiting. "Brother Wen Yu, when are you leaving?" Son Yashin quietly asked from the side. "We'll leave after lunch. Then, can you take me with you?" As soon as son Yashin said this, both Wen Yu and son Ruixing fell silent. The two didn't trust son Yashin. Even with son Ruixing's personality, he understood that a weak yet scheming person is definitely not a good teammate. "The place we're going is very dangerous. Your strength is a bit lacking," Wen Yu deflected. In reality, all three knew where Wen Yu was headed, and this statement was clearly a blatant lie. However, even if Wen Yu was lying, son Yashin had to take it as truth. "Then I won't go." Son Yashin nodded, his emotions well hidden by his lowered head. In the familiar little restaurant downstairs, it was still the same private room. As soon as Wen Yu and the others entered, Zhang Wenhu immediately stood up. Come, brother Wen Yu, sit here. Today I'll open a couple of good bottles of wine to toast my younger brother." Looking at Zhang Wenhu's enthusiastic face, Wen Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, big brother." Everyone at the table understood Zhang Wenhu's intention. He wanted Wen Yu to leave as soon as possible. As long as Wen Yu stayed here, they wouldn't find any peace. Wen Yu understood this too, but Zhang Wenhu's attitude didn't ignite any anger within him. Once the three were seated, Zhang Wenhu raised a glass of wine, and the conversation naturally drifted to this morning's events. "Little brother, I don't know how your exploration went this morning at the mountain." This matter was undoubtedly a thorn in Zhang Wenhu's heart, sharper than any issues brought by Wen Yu himself. Wen Yu shook his head. "I saw that giant eagle, but it can fly, and I can't handle it alone. If I'm not mistaken, the one who can bring down that giant eagle is definitely not something I can manage. I seriously thought about it and decided to let it go." After Wen Yu finished, a flash of disappointment crossed Zhang Wenhu's eyes. Wen Yu's words meant that they would have to solve this problem themselves. And could Zhang Wenhu and the others resolve this trouble? Obviously not. "All right, enough of that. Let's eat and drink well. I've prepared some food and water for you downstairs. Don't forget to take it with you when you leave." "Thank you, brother Tiger." Wen Yu nodded and graciously accepted Zhang Wenhu's goodwill. Just as everyone was toasting and enjoying the meal in the restaurant, a disheveled figure stumbled into the camp. It was Bai Feifei. After the morning incident, Bai Feifei had left the gathering place, not knowing what she was doing. Now Bai Feifei was covered in blood with wounds all over her body. These were not wounds inflicted by mutated beasts, but rather seemed to have been scraped by sharp objects. Coupled with her blood-soaked clothes, the grotesque wounds on her face, and the scabs of blood in her hair, she looked like a vengeful spirit. "Where's Xiao Fei?" Bai Feifei stopped a professional in the camp and asked calmly. The professional frowned, unsure whether it was Bai Feifei's smell that made him uncomfortable or if he simply had a disdain for Bai Feifei as a person. "He's eating at the restaurant. Thank you." Bai Feifei thanked the professional and walked towards the little restaurant in the camp. Though her steps were weak, there was an unprecedented determination in them. In her hand, she clutched a pitch-black spherical crystal, which was being continually stained by her blood, deepening in color. This was Bai Feifei's weapon for revenge. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open, instantly freezing the smile on Zhang Wenhu's face. "What are you doing?" Seeing Bai Feifei, who appeared ghostly at the door, Zhang Wenhu frowned. Zhang Lifei had already relayed the events of the morning to Zhang Wenhu word for word. Zhang Wenhu's only response was to glance at Zhang Lifei's already healed wounds and give him a bottle of healing potion. Deaths were commonplace in the apocalypse. As long as the dead weren't his sons, Zhang Wenhu couldn't be bothered to care about who it was. "Who let you in? Get out." Sitting at the doorway, Zhang Lifei coldly said to Bai Feifei. The current situation was somewhat beyond Zhang Lifei's expectations. After all, everyone in the camp understood that the Zhang father and son had taken control over the camp's power, and no one could oppose them. Thus, at the restaurant door, the Zhang father and son hadn't arranged for any guards. Such a display of power was beneath Zhang Wenhu's pride and status, or perhaps they simply didn't have enough manpower to do so. This allowed Bai Feifei to walk straight into the private room without encountering any resistance. "Handle this matter." Zhang Wenhu glanced at Wenyu, who was quietly eating, then looked at Bai Feifei at the door and sternly instructed Zhang Lifei. "Understood," Zhang Lifei replied and turned to walk towards Bai Feifei. "Wait, I just want to say something," Bai Feifei spoke up. Her serious gaze was fixed on Wenyu, who was devouring his food. "Get out." Zhang Lifei didn't care what Bai Feifei wanted to say. The situation was simple. Bai Feifei had delayed his dad's invitation to Wenyu, causing both him and his dad to lose face. It was predictable that if things continued as they were, once Wenyu and the others left, Bai Feifei would have a very miserable outcome. It would be worse than cleaning toilets. Feeling Bai Feifei's gaze on him, Wenyu raised his head and looked seriously into her eyes. In his bloodshot eyes, there was a sense of determination. Wenyu didn't know what this determination represented, but that didn't stop him from not wanting to listen to a weak person's wailing or venting. Because it was meaningless. Just as Wenyu was about to continue dealing with the food in front of him, a flicker of black light flashed through Bai Feifei's eyes. "Then, let me help you one last time." That androgynous voice echoed in Bai Feifei's mind, followed by a barely perceptible mental wave that surged directly into Wenyu's mind. Everyone, including Wenyu, was completely unaware of this. Bai Feifei knew that this should be that black light expending its last bit of power to influence Wenyu's thoughts and ideas, and the effect was obvious. "Wait," Wenyu, who had just placed his chopsticks onto the mutated beast meat, paused and slowly spoke. "Let her speak," Wenyu said calmly. He had initially not wanted to listen to any nonsense, but now he suddenly felt that listening to a weak person's outpouring might be a nice accompaniment to his meal. The power of the black light had already influenced Wenyu's thoughts. "Lifei, didn't you hear your uncle Wenyu? Let her speak." With Zhang Wenhu's words, Zhang Lifei put down his outstretched hand and sat back in his original position. "Go ahead," Wenyu quietly watched Bai Feifei. "When I was 8 years old, my parents died in a car accident, leaving behind only a small amount of money and my 5-year-old brother, and at that time, our relatives considered us a burden and were unwilling to adopt us, so we could only live with our grandfather. I understood the hardships of life from a young age. I dropped out of school early to take care of household matters, and grew up in such an environment. I did everything I could to provide him with a good environment because I knew I could be useless, but cannot. I can sell my body to get what I need to survive, but cannot. Fortunately, and is very smart. His academic performance has always been excellent, and my efforts were not in vain." At this point, Bai Feifei paused, looking at Wenyu, who was still eating and drinking. But then the apocalypse came and everything changed. What used to be considered a resource, my looks, became the source of all evil. You think I'm just a whore, but do I really want to be one? I don't want to. You all forced me into this. I'm timid and weak. I'm afraid to kill zombies, and so is En. I've taught him many things, but I never taught him how to protect himself, how to fight. Neither En nor I can fight, but that doesn't stop us from wanting to live. Exactly, I've never thought of being superior to anyone. I just simply want to survive. To survive, I have to stick close to whoever is strong. I will cling to them like a fly, using my body to barter for a sliver of hope to continue living. What's wrong with that? Answer me, what's wrong with that? Bai Feifei stared intently at Wenyu, her tone somewhat forceful. Wenyu put down his chopsticks and looked seriously into Bai Feifei's tear-filled eyes, slowly shaking his head. You are not wrong, but what's the point of what you're saying? Wenyu was puzzled by his own choice earlier. Why did he listen to the wails and venting of this weak person? These stories were far too many. To be honest, when you had been disgusted by such things in his past life. Everyone has a story, good or bad, but one thing is certain. When a person dies, that story will definitely take a turn for the worse. And these tragedies would make people weak. Whether it happens to oneself or is just heard, hearing Wen Yu's words, Bai Feifei let out a f and laughed. With her blood-stained body and disheveled hair, she looked like a vengeful spirit. These things are completely meaningless. No, there is still some meaning. Bai Feifei shook her head slowly. The purpose of what I'm saying is twofold. First, to strengthen my resolve. Second, to let you all understand what death means. Ha ha ha. As soon as Bai Feifei finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted at the table. This laughter mocked Bai Feifei's arrogance. In everyone's eyes, Bai Feifei seemed as weak as a mere ant. Anyone present could easily crush her. If it weren't for Wen Yu speaking up, Bai Feifei would never have been able to say those words. Ha ha ha, brother Wen Yu, you're truly insightful. If it weren't for you keeping this woman here, where else could we hear such an interesting joke? Beside him, Zhang Wenhu patted Wen Yu on the shoulder, laughing wildly. But Wen Yu didn't laugh. Instead, he looked at Bai Feifei with a serious expression and spoke directly. Kill her! There was no hesitation, nor was there a need for hesitation. Once Bai Feifei said, let you die understanding, her fate was sealed, because she had not hidden her murderous intent towards Wen Yu, and Wen Yu would not let go of anything that posed a threat to him. It didn't matter if it was a man or a woman, an old person or a child. This was merely Wen Yu's experience and way of life during the apocalypse. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Sun Yashin stood up immediately. I'll do it. Sun Yashin had a strong opinion about this woman. This was his best opportunity to take revenge on Bai Feifei for dumping him. As Sun Yashin swung his fist, a transparent fist imprint struck down towards Bai Feifei. In Wen Yu's eyes, the punch moved slowly, but in Bai Feifei's view, it was a flash of light, the scream of the god of death. And then, a black light flashed, and the fist imprint instantly dissipated in midair. The laughter at the dining table quieted down. Wen Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. The black light that had just flashed was incredibly fast, but it couldn't escape Wen Yu's gaze. This kind of power was quite strong, so it could be confirmed that it definitely wasn't Bai Feifei's own strength. The little soul beast on his shoulder quickly melded into Wen Yu's body. As the touch of greed rapidly extended, Wen Yu's figure lunged fiercely towards Bai Feifei. The immense force directly overturned the table filled with dishes and drinks, and Wen Yu's right hand swung directly at the quietly standing Bai Feifei. Then the black light flashed again. Clang! Wen Yu was momentarily staggered by the reactive force. This defense was practically indestructible for Wen Yu. What are you doing? Wen Yu roared loudly at Bai Feifei, raising his right hand once more. The phasement ability was activated. Under the enhancement of the phasement ability, the touch of greed left behind trails of afterimages and once again reached for Bai Feifei's head. However, with the flash of black light, even with the phasement power, this strike still proved futile. Wen Yu's right hand, while phasing, was directly blocked by the black light. Wen Yu felt as if there was endless resistance on his hand. As his right hand moved closer to Bai Feifei, he was losing stamina rapidly. It wasn't until more than half of his stamina was drained that Wen Yu finally pulled his arm back. He couldn't penetrate the black light's defense. This was Wen Yu's judgment, and it was also a fact. Seeing Wen Yu's consecutive attacks yield no results, Bai Feifei took a deep breath. The murderous intent that Wen Yu had just unleashed made Bai Feifei tremble. Fortunately, the voice in her mind hadn't deceived her. The item in her hand, once activated, would render her immune to any harm. Of course, to fully activate it, she needed to take the final step. But before that, Bai Feifei decided to vent her resentment and let these so-called powerful individuals understand clearly. What am I doing? Didn't I just say it? I'm dragging you all down to hell? Bai Feifei's voice was calm yet laced with sarcasm. Although Wen Yu didn't know what tricks Bai Feifei had up her sleeve, he clearly understood one thing. Bai Feifei's confidence was definitely not without reason. When we first arrived at the camp, you saved my life, and I am very grateful to you. In the silent private room, Bai Feifei looked at Sun Yashin and slowly began to speak. You killed that scum named Gang at that time and took out a bottle of healing potion to save Xiron. I am very grateful, so I repaid you with my body. But why did you attack me just now? Just because in your eyes I dismissed you. Actually, you're mistaken. I didn't dismiss you. What we have is merely a simple transaction. Only a child like you who hasn't grown up would believe in a beautiful woman saying, I love you, as if it were anything useful. You hate me, don't you? Then you'll hate me even more. Then Bai Feifei turned her head towards Zhang Lifei. You have strength, you have means, you are much more mature than Sun Yashin, but you killed my brother. You must admit this. So the reason I came today ultimately is to seek revenge on you. You deserve to die, And also, because of this incident, the majority of the dead people should count on you. After saying that, Bai Feifei ignored Zhang Lifei's ashen face and turned to look at Sun Ruixing. You are a good person. When escaping from Birch Forest Town, you saved Zion's life. I won't forget that. But perhaps you haven't noticed, as your strength grows, your kindness is constantly deteriorating. Do you ever check on those elderly people in the camp who have no one to rely on? Have you cared for the weak in the camp? Did you feel ashamed this morning for Zion's death? You did not. Of course, this isn't your fault, so, brother Sun, I'm sorry. You are the one who should survive the most in this situation. Bai Feifei bowed to Sun Ruixing, turned back and looked at Wen Yu beside her. Do you know? The one who should die the most is you. You clearly have the ability to change everything, yet you treat yourself like a lofty god, acting as if you're too lazy to care about this or that. Do you realize that with just one of your words, many people in this camp could live better? But you did nothing. You may not know, but when it was announced that you were coming back, every single person sitting here drinking and eating with you is on guard against you, guarding against you taking away everything that belongs to them. And in places you can't see, those living in the garbage heap would say, "Ah, our hero has returned." What kind of hero are you? You are nothing. You treat those who truly respect you like ants, believing they have no connection to you, thinking their attitudes towards you are worthless, believing your power makes you fearless. How ridiculous. Is this what a ridiculous strong mentality looks like? But you forget, at the very beginning you were also a weakling. All strong people grow from their weakness. I really want to see what it will be like when you die, and you all, you so-called powerful individuals, you so-called rulers, you so-called adults. Bai Feifei looked at everyone at the table and slowly began to speak. You think you are powerful, that you can take life and death at will from the weak and ordinary people in the camp. You may have forgotten, these weak and ordinary people are also human, your kind. Perhaps among them are your former neighbors, friends. However, as the gap in strength widens, you choose to selectively forget their suffering, building your happiness on the pain of these weaker individuals. You only live for yourselves. But we are also human, we have dignity, we can also be angry, and I can also drag you all to die together. You probably didn't expect that in the end you would be buried with a pathetic weakling. Remember, the one who killed you is me, Bai Feifei, for the sake of avenging Bai Zion. As Bai Feifei finished speaking, she pulled out a dagger from her lower back. The dagger was common, its rough appearance proving it was a piece of handmade junk. With a scraping sound, Bai Feifei directly used this dagger to cut open her left wrist. As the pain surged, Bai Feifei's left hand slowly opened, revealing the black crystal in her hand. The black crystal glimmered with profound darkness, as if it were about to absorb the souls of those who stared at it. As Bai Feifei's blood slowly flowed into the black crystal, it suddenly trembled, and then it drilled into Bai Feifei's body through her wound. "What are you doing?" Wen Yu roared at Bai Feifei, but unfortunately, the tremendous sound wave only shattered the cups and plates around them, causing no harm to Bai Feifei. "I'm taking revenge, is that wrong?" Bai Feifei calmly replied. "There's nothing wrong. I'm avenging my brother, and there's no mistake in that. Even though it will cause many innocent deaths, it's not my fault." Wen Yu looked at Bai Feifei with a pale face. "End this all, and I'll help you take revenge." This was also Wen Yu's only solution. He couldn't discern who was right or wrong, nor did he want to. He only knew that with the black crystal drilling into Bai Feifei's body, the sense of danger was growing stronger. Wen Yu wasn't just trying to deceive, he genuinely wanted to use the lives of Zhang Wen and his son to put an end to this crisis. "But it's too late," Bai Feifei said with a twisted smile to Wen Yu. Then Bai Feifei's body visibly withered at a rapid pace. It was as if something had absorbed her. "Don't worry, I'll die first, and then it will be your turn." Like a dying curse filled with resentment, as Bai Feifei finished her last words, her body was completely absorbed clean, leaving only the black crystal behind. In the shocked gazes of everyone present, the black crystal slowly started to change. Like an egg, the outer layer of the black crystal was being peeled away layer by layer, until a mini-door shape appeared in front of Wen Yu. It was undoubtedly a demon realm gate. The mini-demon realm gate fell directly to the ground. Then it slowly merged into the ground, vanishing from sight. Wen Yu looked at the empty space in front of him with a pale face, and then turned to look at the confused crowd behind him, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. "Let's go, old son, we need to leave here quickly." Wen Yu didn't dare to think about where the mini-demon realm gate had gone. It was meaningless. What he wanted to do now was to leave this hellish place. The further away, the better. Because Wen Yu currently had no ability to face the demon realm gate. Meanwhile, Sun Ruixing was caught off guard by the sudden change. However, before Sun Ruixing could regain his senses, a burst of black light erupted from the spot where the demon realm gate had vanished. The black light swiftly swept over everyone in front of it and then spread outward, extending all the way to the entire Che town. Then, the black light slowly disappeared. A pure black light curtain enveloped the entire area of Chase Town. As the light curtain formed, tremors began to occur at the spot where the Demon Realm Gate had disappeared. First, the ground shattered, and then a gigantic Demon Realm Gate slowly rose from the small restaurant. The Demon Realm Gate broke through the roof of the small restaurant and continued to grow larger. Until it reached a height of nearly 100 meters, it finally stopped growing. Those who had been dining in the small restaurant had already retreated outside when the Demon Realm Gate began to appear. The survivors in the entire camp were stunned by the sudden turn of events, standing beside the Demon Realm Gate, dumbfounded as they stared at the seemingly endless gate. "What is that?" Zhang Wenhu, next to Wen Yu, said resentfully. From Bai Feifei's attitude just now, it was clear that this strange-looking door would not be something beneficial for them. Wen Yu glanced at the confused crowd beside him and slowly spoke. "This thing is called the Demon Realm Gate." "The Demon Realm Gate? The demonic clan?" Sun Ruixing asked in a low voice. Although Sun Ruixing didn't know what a Demon Realm Gate was, he knew what the demonic clan was. And he had a vivid impression when Yu nodded. "This thing, no, it was Bai Feifei who killed all of us. She succeeded." The anger and killing intent in his tone were evident. Everyone believed that if Bai Feifei were still alive, Wen Yu wouldn't hesitate to use the most vicious means against her. Just as everyone was assessing the Demon Realm Gate in front of them, the notification sound in Wen Yu's mind began to ring. Ding, Two Realms Stone activation detected. Ding, battlefield of the Two Realms has been opened. The battlefield range is within the area covered by the barrier, during the period when the battlefield of the Two Realms is active. Any object is prohibited from entering or exiting the battlefield. The Demon Realm Gate will open in 7 days, and the number and level of demonic creatures will be determined by the number and level of all Earth creatures within the battlefield. Demonic clan and Earth creatures to determine the strongest. When the battlefield of the Two Realms ends, a significant reward will be provided for the victors. Only war can bring peace. Wen Yu silently shook his head after analyzing the notification for a while. The notification stated the time, location, and the number of demonic creatures, but this quantity was something Wen Yu couldn't calculate at all. The total number of Earth creatures within the battlefield was impossible to estimate. The people around him also awakened from the notification sound. "What should we do?" Zhang Wenhu asked with a pale face. Wen Yu shook his head. "We have to fight. There's no other choice." Zhang Wenhu's lips moved a few times but didn't say anything else. "You all try to stay away from the Demon Realm Gate and find another place to build defenses." After saying this, Wen Yu summoned his one-eyed companion and headed towards the distant mountains. "Wen Yu, where are you going?" "Looking for reinforcements." Wen Yu didn't know what the intensity of this battle would be like, how many people would die, or what the outcome would be. Everything was unknown, but it was foreseeable that this battle would definitely not be easy. Fortunately, this time, the notification had clearly informed everyone that the two sides in the battle were the demonic clan and Earth creatures. Wen Yu, who had lived a second life, certainly understood what this meant. With the blood moon hanging high, the invasion of the demon realm affected not only humanity, but the entire Earth and all biological groups on Earth. The trial at the Shan Land Star Treasure Land demonstrated that the demon realm had the fundamental goal of destroying the world. In his memories of the previous life, any demonic disaster was a calamity for all life on Earth. All life. At the same time, it was a fight where all Earth beings united together to resist external enemies. In the apocalypse, the battles between humans and mutated beasts were more about seizing living space and resources, while with the demonic clan, it was a fight to the death. This time would be no exception. So currently, the only reinforcements for the survivors of Che Town were deep in the mountains. One-Eyed find the strongest creature in this mountain. Just a moment ago, One-Eyed was in the soul realm space and naturally didn't know what was happening. But now, seeing the black light curtain that enveloped the entire town and Wen Yu's gloomy expression, even One-Eyed could roughly understand that something bad had occurred. Hearing Wen Yu's command, One-Eyed sniffed the air a couple of times, trying his best to discern the scents in the atmosphere. After a while, One-Eyed barked twice at Wen Yu and took the lead as he dove into the dense forest, with Wen Yu closely following behind. With the invasion of demonic energy, the plants in the forest, which were not previously dense, began to grow wildly. Fortunately, at this moment, the mutation speed of the plants was generally slow, so the few mutated plants could not impede Wen Yu and One-Eyed's progress. Moreover, the forest within the range of Chehi Town was not very large. Before long, One-Eyed stopped in his tracks. "Woof woof, big boss up ahead, the strongest." In fact, One-Eyed didn't need to say anything further. When you could already feel the immense pressure and a dominating aura ahead. "It's really terrifying." Sensing the dangerous aura in front of him, Wen Yu sighed softly while his mind quickly summarized the unknown battle that had occurred in the mountains earlier that morning. A grand battle had unfolded between the two kings of the mutated beasts. The giant eagle, being the defeated party, naturally had no right to continue living in the mountains. Then, while escaping, the giant eagle conveniently had a meal, thus resulting in the embarrassing situation before them, being caught in the crossfire. Wen Yu muttered quietly, "Prepare for battle." As Wen Yu issued his command, One-Eyed slightly crouched down and took the lead towards the front. Wen Yu's purpose for coming was to seek support, but he couldn't guarantee that the unknown existence ahead was aware of the current situation. Whether a battle would occur, Wen Yu couldn't be certain, but without a doubt, the probability of a battle happening was quite high. As Wen Yu and One-Eyed stealthily advanced, the battlefield scene unfolded before their eyes. The trees and plants on the ground had been completely destroyed, with cracks scattered everywhere. This was the result of the interplay between ice and flames. Ahead, a diamond-like icy ancient tree stood quietly in the center of this clearing. The ancient tree was enormous and majestic, but now everything had become a thing of the past. The ancient tree now bore not a trace of life, its translucent body glimmering faintly under the mottled sunlight, resembling a monument that stood forever. It was not it, when you could feel that the king of this forest was not this dead ancient tree. Then, when you slowly surveyed the surroundings until he spotted a small head above the ancient tree. The pure black head resembled a snake, but it was more three-dimensional than a snake, with a pair of light yellow vertical pupils quietly watching Wen Yu and One-Eyed from a distance. The head, smaller than a baby's fist, had two tiny sharp horns standing up, the slightly red little horns appearing tender and cute. All the exposed skin on its face was covered by a layer of scales that glimmered with black light, the dense and orderly scales giving Wen Yu a feeling of being unbreakable. Upon seeing this little creature, Wen Yu's scalp instantly tingled. This creature, judging by its appearance alone, absolutely did not belong to any known species. Instead, it looked like a dragon. A black giant dragon imagined by people in Western mythology, although its size was much smaller. "It must be it," Wen Yu asked in a deep voice towards One-Eyed. One-Eyed nodded cautiously, while the muscles on its body continuously rippled. The intuition, far sharper than that of humans, kicked in at this moment. Although the creature before them was not proportionate in size to One-Eyed, the sense of danger it brought was extremely intense. Intense enough to surpass any creature One-Eyed had encountered, including Simba, the giant eagle, and even the ancient demon. "Yeah." Seeing One-Eye's response, Wen Yu pondered for a moment and slowly took 2 steps forward. Even though the creature before them brought immense pressure and a sense of danger to One-Eyed, Wen Yu's purpose this time was not to engage in battle. The stronger the creature before him, the stronger the overall power of the Earth's beings in this battlefield of the two realms, and it also meant that this unknown creature had a higher intelligence. Moreover, the creature before him did not exhibit any obvious killing intent towards him. "Some situations have arisen, so I would like to talk to you. Can you understand?" It must be said that Wen Yu's negotiation skills were not particularly high. Fortunately, in the apocalypse, these issues were not important. What mattered was strength alone. The little creature observed Wen Yu, then glanced at One-Eyed, who was standing a short distance behind Wen Yu, and its tiny mouth suddenly opened wide. This action made One-Eye's fur stand on end, and he couldn't help but roar loudly. "Quiet!" Wen Yu said without turning around, still focused on the little creature not far in front of him. Wen Yu did not sense any killing intent. Sure enough, the little creature opened its mouth wide, and a bright red tongue slowly extended, licking around its face. Yes, this action should be called washing its face, Wen Yu thought to himself. Then the little creature directly jumped down from the ancient tree. Its body, less than the size of Wen Yu's forearm, fell to the ground, lacking the agility one might expect, instead rolling 3 times like a ball before finally stopping. Then the little creature slowly got up from the ground, still looking quietly at Wen Yu, showing no embarrassment for its previous clumsy actions. It was only at this moment that Wen Yu saw the full appearance of the little creature. Overall, its shape resembled a lizard, but from Wen Yu's years of gaming experience, this little creature was more akin to a giant dragon. Its limbs were short but strong. Yes, strong. That was Wen Yu's first impression upon seeing the little creature's limbs. The parts covered by scales showed muscles rippling back and forth, full of power. On its shoulders, a pair of black flesh wings tightly adhered to the little creature's body. Claws, sharp horns, scales, flesh wings. No matter how one looked at it, they all matched the impression Wen Yu had of Western giant dragons, except for its easily overlooked small size. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Wen Yu looked at the little creature on the ground and asked again. The little creature, no, the little dragon tilted its head, curiously observing Wen Yu and one-eyed, carefully pondering what kind of strange species this was and why it had never seen one before. As for Wen Yu's words, the little dragon could comprehend the general idea. Although it did not understand human language, the peaceful and kind thoughts conveyed from Wen Yu's speech were something the little dragon could sense. Gulp, Wen Yu silently swallowed. The sound, which would have gone unnoticed, seemed a bit piercing in this quiet environment. After a moment, the little creature looked at Wen Yu and slowly nodded. Ha! Wen Yu let out a long breath. Being able to communicate was good. Being able to communicate meant that there was no need for a battle. This was Wen Yu's only thought right now. You came to find me for what reason? A fragmented voice echoed in Wen Yu's mind. The voice sounded somewhat juvenile, indicating that this dragon, let's call it a dragon for now, had not yet reached adulthood. Hearing this voice, Wen Yu's heart shuddered. Such a mental communication method, Wen Yu naturally knew, as he relied on this means to communicate with his spirit pets. But the little dragon before him could perform such an action, which forced Wen Yu to reevaluate the strength of this creature. Did you see that black light curtain that envelops the entire range of Che Town? The little dragon nodded again. Then, when the light curtain formed, did you hear the alert sound? Wen Yu narrowed his eyes, quietly waiting for the creature's response. After a short while, the little creature nodded again, and at the same time, a wave of mental fluctuations came through. There are some strange sounds, but I didn't understand them. Hearing the little creature's response, Wen Yu nodded. The situation is not good. Let me briefly explain the current situation to you. Seeing the little creature nodding once more, Wen Yu tried to use simple language to explain the rules of the battlefield of the two realms. Do you understand? Wen Yu looked at the little creature, which appeared slightly confused, and asked. Then the little creature shook its head. All right, let me say it again. This situation did not take Wen Yu by surprise. The little dragon, to use Wen Yu's words, was pure and completely lacked the ability to communicate with other creatures. Its understanding was a bit lacking, which was entirely within Wen Yu's expectations. Wen Yu also felt that merely explaining it once would be difficult for the little dragon to grasp the current situation. So Wen Yu explained it again. Do you understand? The little creature still shook its head. Okay, then Wen Yu explained it once more. Do you understand? The response to Wen Yu was still a shake of the head. Tusk, tusk. Wen Yu took a deep breath to alleviate his frustration. He glanced at his watch. An hour had passed. Wen Yu had explained it roughly once a minute, so by now, he had explained it to the little dragon no less than 50 times. However, Wen Yu truly overestimated the little dragon's ability to understand. Seeing the little dragon's dazed expression, Wen Yu realized immediately that it wasn't pretending. It genuinely could not comprehend. Do you understand now? Wen Yu looked at the one-eyed creature beside him. At this moment, the one-eyed creature had already relaxed a bit from its earlier tension. Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, it immediately barked twice. I understood it the first time. Big boss, you underestimate me too much. Wen Yu sighed helplessly. All right, one-eyed, you go and tell it once. Bark, bark. Watch me. Upon hearing Wen Yu's command, or rather a request, the one-eyed creature stepped forward and started barking at the little dragon. Due to the soul contract, Wen Yu could not only communicate with the one-eyed creature through mental waves, but also understand its speech. However, because he could understand the one-eyed creature's language, Wen Yu had to cover his forehead and let out a deep sigh. The following was the one-eyed creature's explanation. Bark, bark. There are enemies. Bark, 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 bark. They are strong and we need to unite to defeat them. Bark, 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 bark. Big boss wants you to fight with us. To eat, bark. Are you going? Then, under Wen Yu's shocked gaze, the little creature slowly nodded. Then a wave of mental fluctuations transmitted over. You should have said so earlier. It's just fighting and then eating. Indeed, your kind of bipedal creature lacks intelligence. Looking at the little dragon's face full of disdain, Wen Yu immediately fell silent. After a moment, Wen Yu forced a bitter smile and spoke. Do I just need to say the words fighting and eating for you to come with me? The little creature directly nodded. The creatures in this forest are my subjects. I cannot eat them, but I am hungry. Okay? Wen Yu pondered for a moment, nodded, and then asked, Then can you summon your subjects? This battle needs them. The little creature tilted its head, looking at Wen Yu in confusion. Wen Yu immediately understood. One-eyed, help me. As the one-eyed creature and the little dragon exchanged some words, the little dragon looked at Wen Yu and slowly nodded. Then, in Wen Yu's shocked gaze, the little dragon's body began to transform at an incredible speed. In less than a second, the originally petite body grew into a gigantic creature nearly 10 meters long. With sharp claws, deep black scales, 2 sharp horns on its head shimmering with a chilling light, a mouth full of sharp fangs resembling daggers, and a crimson tongue flickering in its mouth, accompanied by a faint sulphurous scent. A fierce aura swept around, lifting Wen Yu's clothing. Upon seeing the creature before him, Wenyu fell silent. Strong, very strong, but what chilled Wenyu even more was that this creature was evidently a giant dragon. It completely did not belong to any species he had known. Evolution had traveled further and further into the unknown. This also meant that there would be more unknown existences and stronger enemies. Wenyu would never consider mutated creatures as friends, even if he needed to fight alongside them now. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from the giant dragon, the one-eyed creature immediately took a few steps back, closely pressing against Wenyu. This was out of fear of the giant dragon suddenly attacking. Fortunately, the nature of mutated beasts, or rather their wisdom, still did not understand concepts such as conspiracy and betrayal, which also meant that the current mutated beasts were much more reliable than humans. Roar, a violent roar echoed through the forest. Accompanied by the giant dragon's domineering roar, the originally quiet forest came to life. Sounds came from all directions. The rustling of small creatures moving through the grass, the tremors of larger creatures walking on the ground, the sounds coming from the trees around, and the flapping wings in the sky. Countless creatures responded to their king's call, rushing toward this open space. Wenyu quietly watched the imposing giant dragon before him, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. This giant dragon is much stronger than the giant eagle. However, under the current circumstances, Wenyu only thought about it. He would not doubt that once he activated the soul contract and bound this giant dragon, what awaited him would be an unending battle. The soul contract, no matter how lenient the conditions, still belonged to a master-servant contract, and a king would never lower its proud head. A king, huh? Looking at the giant dragon, a thought genuinely arose. With a single command, all beasts submit. That is the manifestation of a king, or perhaps a divine beast species. Wenyu silently repeated in his heart. This was a title Wenyu had personally coined to classify this giant dragon species. It does not belong to the known, only to legend. As the countless sounds grew louder and then gradually quieted down, in the surrounding woods, countless pairs of eyes, large and small, fixed intently on Wenyu. This was the gaze of those facing food. They could not discern Wenyu's strength, but that did not hinder the instinct of wild beasts to hunt. Roar! The fierce roar spread, and Wenyu could feel that the forest, once filled with murderous intent, was slowly quieting down. These are my subordinates in this area, all of them. The spiritual fluctuations from the giant dragon were transmitted over, and although its size had increased, the sense of innocence emanating from it had not changed at all. Thus, Wenyu easily detected the pride in the giant dragon's words, as if a child who had just scored first place in an exam was eagerly showing off to their parents. The number is not enough. Wenyu turned his head and carefully observed the surroundings, speaking out loud. I still need more mutated beasts, all the mutated beasts within the entire black light-covered area, Wenyu said earnestly. This time, without Wenyu's instructions, the Cyclops immediately began translating. After a moment, the giant dragon nodded. I have just been born and haven't had the time to recruit more. 7 days, there are still 7 days. All right, the agreement was reached. Given the purity of the giant dragon before him, Wenyu firmly believed that this giant dragon would fulfill all its promises. Then, after 7 days in the town below, I look forward to fighting alongside you. Seeing the giant dragon nodding seriously, Wenyu turned with the Cyclops and left. Outside, numerous mutated beasts scattered, clearing a path for Wenyu and the Cyclops. Wenyu and the Cyclops returned along the same route without any incidents, until they arrived back at the gathering place. Wenyu frowned upon seeing that the people there had not followed his earlier suggestion to retreat and rebuild their defenses, as expected. Where is Zhang Wenhu? Wenyu casually pulled over a professional and asked. Brother Tiger is over there. Following the direction pointed out by this professional, Wenyu arrived at Zhang Wenhu's location. In a simple supermarket, of course, everything had been cleared out, leaving just a vast empty space. Including Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin, the senior members of the camp had all gathered here. Before Wenyu could walk in, the noisy sounds from inside the supermarket had already reached his ears. I say there's no need to leave this place, it's just a broken door. Our gathering place has gone through so much development over time, and the infrastructure is already in place, with defense measures completed. Why should we leave just because he says so? The volume of this voice was so loud that even Wenyu, who had not yet entered the supermarket, could hear it clearly. Following that, there were a lot of agreeing voices. Hearing the situation inside, Wenyu's brow furrowed immediately. Half of the senior members in the camp had been controlled by a contract from Zhang Wenhu, and this debate was merely Zhang Wenhu directing his subordinates. This also represented Zhang Wenhu's meaning. He did not want to give up the camp. Letting his subordinates speak was just to maintain Wenyu's and his own face. Creak. As the glass door opened, everyone in the supermarket turned their gaze towards Wenyu. Brother Wen Yu, you just heard a joke, didn't you? Zhang Wenhu greeted Wen Yu with a cheerful smile. Wen Yu looked at Zhang Wenhu's beaming face and shook his head. That isn't really a joke. I can only say that everyone has their own ambitions and thoughts. The supermarket door was made of glass. Wen Yu wouldn't believe that the people inside hadn't seen him approach, but the loudness of the previous speaker's voice clearly showed Zhang Wenhu's attitude. These words were meant for Wen Yu to hear. This camp, we don't want to leave. Let's go, old son. Wen Yu was too lazy to say much to these ignorant people, so he directly called over son Ruixing and turned to leave. Wait, brother Wen Yu. Seeing Wen Yu turn around, Zhang Wenhu became anxious. Brother Wen Yu, you see how things are. If you ask me, we should challenge that demonic clan right here in the gathering place. Who wins and who loses is still up in the air. There's no need to give up this gathering place. After all, that's what most people mean. More people means more power, right? Wen Yu looked seriously at Zhang Wenhu and slowly shook his head. More people doesn't mean more power. Given the current situation, more people means more burdens. I give you a piece of advice about this thing. Wen Yu pointed directly at the distant demon realm gate. Its level of terror exceeds your imagination. If you want to wait for death here, fine, but I won't accompany you. Seeing the conflicted expression on Zhang Wenhu's face, Wen Yu directly walked out of the supermarket, with son Ruixing and son Yashin closely following behind. Both of them understood what the demonic clan was and realized that these guys were trying to set up a defense, relying on so-called sandbag obstacles right in front of the demon realm gate, which was nothing short of a joke. Watching Wen Yu and the others leave, a flicker of conflict passed through Zhang Wenhu's eyes. For people like him, it was hard to trust others' judgments. This was an advantage but could also be called a drawback. One old saying describes this quality well: you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Zhang Wenhu would not abandon this camp because, not to mention the effort he had put into taking this camp, he simply thought that what Wen Yu said was merely a statement with ulterior motives. Moreover, Zhang Wenhu glanced at his profession and skills, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Zhang Wenhu would not leave this camp. Right now, this camp was completely under Zhang Wenhu's control. Get ready, we will stay here and have a showdown with those damned demonic clan. Zhang Wenhu shouted to his subordinates behind him. With Zhang Wenhu's arrangements, the entire small camp began to move. Where are we going? Son Ruixing, following behind Wen Yu, asked. Just find a random place, a location with a more complex terrain. Wen Yu responded to the two behind him. The two nodded. After seeing the quantity and strength of the demonic clan, both of them already had a rough estimate of the situation they were facing. A complex terrain would be the best choice for a few humans to fight against a majority of demonic clan. At the very least, it could ensure that they wouldn't be caught in a siege. Unfortunately, during the discussion earlier, son Ruixing had already relayed these points to Zhang Wenhu, but he didn't believe it. Those people in the camp. Son Ruixing meant for Wen Yu to return and bring the people from the camp to find another place. After all, the surrounding environment of the camp was not ideal. But he didn't expect that Wen Yu would directly abandon the camp. The camp is beyond my control. Wen Yu firmly cut off what son Ruixing was about to say, sighing inwardly. This big brother's saintly complex has acted up again. However, those ordinary people, son Ruixing hesitated as he spoke. The so-called kind-hearted people are definitely not brainless. Son Ruixing's level of kindness is at most concerned about the lives of the camp members. If it were to ask him to knowingly join Zhang Wenhu and others in blocking the Demon Realm Gate, he wouldn't do such a thing. Zhang Wenhu won't let those ordinary people go. He still needs a large workforce to build defensive measures. Brother, son, you should understand you are not omnipotent, and neither am I. At this moment, without knowing the quantity and quality of the demonic clan, I can only estimate their strength as high as possible, let alone them not leaving. Even if they came with me, I cannot promise their safety. Wen Yu sighed and patted son Ruixing's shoulder. Living depends on oneself. My abilities are limited. Hearing Wen Yu's words, son Ruixing slowly nodded. At the same time, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the camp, and the emotions of reluctance in his eyes gradually weakened. Living depends on oneself. A sigh escaped from son Ruixing's lips, and he knew that some things had changed. Just as Bai Feifei said, kindness will slowly deteriorate. Son Ruixing's kindness had slowly begun to decay, because reality told him that kindness without the support of strength is just empty talk. If that guy William were here, he might choose to stay in the camp. A somber voice came from son Ruixing, which made Wen Yu pause in his tracks. He would. Wen Yu nodded in acknowledgement. This was not because William was kinder than son Ruixing. The main reason was that William was stronger than son Ruixing. Strong enough that William had the confidence to ensure his survival, while son Ruixing did not. In the end, reality defeated ideals, whether early or late. Currently, within the town's environment, it was easy to find a complex terrain as mentioned by Wen Yu. In the midst of the ruins, an exchange stone pillar stood in the center, surrounded by buildings of varying heights that could effectively hinder the enemy's cannon fodder forces. Of course, this only ensured that Wen Yu and the other two would not be overwhelmed by the first wave of demonic creatures. Find some scrap cars and gasoline and set up this defensive line. This is our line of defense against the first wave of demonic creatures. Wen Yu turned back to say to Sun Ruixing. Sun Ruixing nodded and began to get busy with Sun Yashin. There was no difference whether this was done by Wen Yu or Sun Ruixing. After all, this defensive line would definitely be broken. Wen Yu didn't bother with this psychological barrier that mattered more than its actual effectiveness and headed straight for the exchange stone pillar. Check points. Ding. Remaining points 18,916. This was all the points earned in the treasure land. Exchange for 5 level 3 attributeless magic crystals. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining points 8916. Exchange for D-grade protective clothing. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining points 7916. Wen Yu's original protective clothing had been torn to shreds early on in the trial space. Exchange for 3 high-level healing potions. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining points 1916. Wen Yu looked at other items in the exchange system. Exchange for stamina recovery potion small. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining points 916. Only then did Wen Yu withdraw his gaze from the exchange system. In his previous life, Wen Yu's strength was indeed low enough, so it was reasonable to think of the exchange stone pillar as the greatest reliance for improving strength. But from Wen Yu's current perspective, the items that the so-called exchange stone pillar could provide were really low quality. Just a moment ago, Wen Yu wanted to exchange for a rage potion as a trump card, but unfortunately there wasn't one. Wen Yu wanted to exchange for things like spatial teleportation scrolls, but there weren't any. In general, the exchange stone pillar could only provide 3 types of exchange items. Those that enhance strength magic crystals, protective clothing, weapons, healing items, and daily necessities. There were completely no items that could change the course of battle. This inevitably made Wen Yu ponder more about the so-called sovereign and the exchange stone pillar. After a while, Wen Yu shook his head. With his strength, he simply couldn't fathom these things. First, he put on the brand new protective clothing. Although its defensive ability was weak, it must be said that it was indeed necessary to have protective clothing. He stored the healing potions and stamina recovery potions in the spatial ring and quickly absorbed 5 magic crystals. When the treasure land trial ended, Wen Yu's physical quality was 64.5 points. The soul beast's physical quality was 60 points, and the one-eyed creature's physical quality reached 93 points. After absorbing 5 magic crystals, Wen Yu's physical quality had reached 67 points. Despite appearing to have powerful physical quality and skill combinations, it did not alleviate the urgency in Wen Yu's heart. Before entering the treasure land, Wen Yu had full confidence in his strength, but now he could not forget everything that happened in the treasure land. Never forget who your opponents are. The demonic clan, still too weak, Wen Yu whispered with a sigh. Old son. Hearing Wen Yu's call, Sun Ruixing quickly walked over. How many more points do you need to change jobs? Wen Yu asked. Sun Ruixing checked the exchange stone pillar and turned to Wen Yu. About 1,000 points short. Upon hearing Sun Ruixing's words, Wen Yu directly took out the remaining level 2 magic crystals from the treasure land rewards and walked to the exchange stone pillar. Exchange them all for level 3 magic crystals. Ding! Exchange successful. The remaining magic crystals were exchanged for 7 level 3 magic crystals, leaving 5 level 2 magic crystals. These are yours. Wen Yu handed the 7 level 3 magic crystals directly to Sun Ruixing. These are yours. Wen Yu tossed the 5 level 2 magic crystals to Sun Yashin, who was not far away. There's no need to do these things for now. Wen Yu glanced at the partially constructed defensive line and directly spoke to the two. Now go find the zombies, whether in the houses or in the suburbs. Clean them out completely. Oh, little Tian, go notify Zhang Wenhu in the camp. Tell them that when the Demon Realm Gate opens, the zombies will undergo a second mutation, so they should send people too. This was also something Wen Yu had just thought of. In the previous life during the demonic disaster, besides the demonic creatures, zombies caused great harm to humanity. These beings were inherently transformed by being tainted by demonic energy, and their source of power was demonic energy. With the opening of the Demon Realm Gate, as the demon realm connected to Earth, a massive influx of demonic energy would not only cause the mutated creatures to rapidly evolve, but also further enhanced the strength of the zombies. Moreover, these half-human, half-demonic beings had no good feelings towards humanity. They were simply puppets of the demon realm. Understood. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Sun Yashin nodded in agreement. Turning around, in a place unseen by Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing, the expression on Sun Yashin's face gradually darkened. He was fully aware of how he got the magic crystals in his hand. If all these level 2 magic crystals were given to him, then Sun Yashin's strength could directly reach the peak level 2. Unfortunately, Wen Yu did not do so. As he absorbed the magic crystals in his hand, the hatred in Sun Yashin's eyes grew stronger. What do you see me as? Standing at a distance, Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing naturally could not understand Sun Yashin's thoughts at this moment. This was also where Sun Yashin's intelligence lay. If Wen Yu knew what Sun Yashin was thinking, he would undoubtedly eliminate this ungrateful wolf without hesitation. Unfortunately, Wen Yu had never considered Sun Yashin's view of him. Sun Ruixing also could not comprehend the mindset of a petty person. Thus, a potential disaster was quietly buried. "That's not quite appropriate," Sun Ruixing remarked, feeling that Wen Yu's actions were somewhat unwise. Wen Yu shook his head. "It's very appropriate. My approach is simple. The more effort I put in, the more I get in return. These are what you deserve. Moreover, I have already done quite a bit for him, but this guy is difficult to nurture. His strength is secondary. What's more concerning is his character and mental resilience. It's too lacking." "Aha!" Sun Ruixing nodded, directly stuffing the magic crystal into his pocket. A person who reacts to difficulties by fleeing will never have much potential for growth. "Let's go, split up. Find and eliminate everything, whether visible or hiding in the corners. These things, once reinfected by demonic energy, will become troublesome." "Understood." Sun Ruixing nodded in acknowledgement and turned to head towards the slums outside. Wen Yu also entered the nearby residential buildings. At this moment, construction work was vigorously underway in the camp. By now, most of the people in the camp held great confidence in their base. This is human nature. After gaining immense power, confidence tends to swell for no reason, leading one to forget the unknown dangers and lose respect for them. After hearing Sun Yashin's message, Zhang Wenhu immediately organized manpower to start clearing out the zombies. The main disagreement between Zhang Wenhu and Wen Yu was whether to stay and defend the camp. Zhang Wenhu didn't mind tackling small tasks like cleaning up zombies. In fact, he was quite happy to do it. When it comes to cleaning out zombies, having more people means more strength. The zombies in Che town had already been greatly reduced in number after the fierce battle. Combined with the constant cleaning efforts from the professionals in the camp, the remaining number was now very small. Wen Yu kicked open the security door in front of him, and the touch of greed swept through the heads of the approaching zombies. 32, 32, that was Wen Yu's haul over the past 5 days. A pitiful number. From this, one could see that as the Demon Realm gate remained closed, the rate of advancement would only slow down. Professionals had to face an awkward problem. There were too many wolves and too little prey. At the same time, the helplessness of the zombies in the face of professionals greatly boosted the confidence of the lower-tier professionals. This is not the apocalypse. This is a new era. This was the mindset of most professionals before the Demon Realm gate opened. Wen Yu had once thought the same, but regrettably, this is the apocalypse, the real apocalypse, an unparalleled and brutal apocalypse. "Wen Yu, I can't find any." Sun Ruixing's voice came through the intercom. This was equipment produced by the Exchange Stone Pillar. The signal coverage was enough to blanket the entire Che town. Unfortunately, it had been placed amongst the disorderly array of daily necessities, when you only discovered it out of boredom at night. "It's too difficult, Brother Wen Yu. I've already searched 7 residential buildings here and haven't found a single zombie." "Forget it, let's stop looking," Wen Yu said directly into the intercom, announcing the end of this cleaning operation. There may be residual zombies, but lacking a numerical advantage, they no longer posed a significant threat. Even if they were reinfused with demonic energy, it would still be the case. "By the way, old son, you haven't gathered enough points, right?" "Not even close. I've been doing useless work these past few days." Let's head back to the base." The base was the name Wen Yu had given to the new defense stronghold he found for the 3 of them. After 5 days of construction, the small stronghold of the 3 was starting to take shape. Outside, there were all the abandoned vehicles they could find, and a large amount of gasoline had been properly placed on the perimeter vehicles, just waiting to inflict damage on the first wave of demonic creatures. Inside the defense line made up of vehicles were complex alleyways. Since battle was inevitable, the first thing Wen Yu and the others considered was how to make their combat easier. Ropes and slides were placed by Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin on every building within sight, linking the entire area into a large web. Not only could this ensure quick movement when under siege, but it also allowed for rapid reinforcement among the three. These techniques were things Wen Yu shared with Sun Ruixing, which Sun Ruixing effectively utilized to create a flexible and powerful defense line. It was easy to foresee that when the overwhelming demonic creatures entered here, it would be like stepping into a spider's web, with Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin waiting like spiders ready to hunt. The premise was, there wouldn't be any excessively powerful demonic creatures, because these makeshift arrangements were truly toys in front of a powerhouse like Wen Yu. A single blast of the fury of the Inferno from a one-eyed creature would be enough to reduce all those makeshift items to ashes. This was also the fundamental reason why Wen Yu didn't pay too much attention to these things. Only Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin were tirelessly engaged. As Wen Yu slowly walked into the base, he immediately saw Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin holding a rope as thick as a wrist, gesturing at the adjacent building. Wen Yu shook his head but didn't interrupt their arrangement and discussion. These things were useless to Wen Yu, but very useful to Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin. And doing everything possible to survive was never a waste of effort, which is exactly what Wen Yu respected. "You're back," Sun Ruixing smiled at Wen Yu upon hearing his footsteps behind him. "This time, where are we putting this?" "Over there." Sun Ruixing pointed to the fourth floor of the nearby residential building and spoke. "We'll connect it to the fourth floor next door, which has already been arranged by me and Little Tian, adding another layer of insurance." Yes, this was already the 20th layer of insurance added by the two. Seeing the serious expressions on Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin's faces, Wen Yu nodded. "Do well. When the demonic creatures come, I will hold the first line of defense and intercept the powerful demonic creatures. Whether you survive or not will depend on you." This was also Wen Yu's own thought. With the touch of greed in hand, he didn't mind using a cannon fodder strategy. "Thank you." Sun Ruixing smiled and nodded at Wen Yu. "By the way, there are still 2 days left. I suggest you go into the mountains and kill a few mutated creatures to level up quickly." Sun Ruixing thought for a moment and shook his head. "There's no need for that. This time, aren't the mutated creatures our reinforcements? Besides, I'm confident I can complete my job change during battle." As soon as Sun Ruixing finished speaking, he directly showcased his second skill to Wen Yu. Shield of the Earth A rank, passive ability. The power of the Earth enhances the host's defensive capabilities significantly. When holding a shield, strength doubles but speed is halved. Sun Ruixing trusted Wen Yu and Sun Yashin, so he didn't mind revealing his skills. This skill made Wen Yu understand why Sun Ruixing could pass the final stage of the trial with only a Tier 2 strength. At that time, with Sun Ruixing's physical quality around 30 points, after enhancement, his strength could reach 60 points, which was already Tier 3 strength. Combined with the defensive abilities of a shield warrior and Sun Ruixing's superior combat consciousness, he indeed had the capability to take down an average Tier 3 creature. Wen Yu nodded. "Think it over. For now, rest well and prepare." "By the way, Wen Yu," Sun Ruixing called out to Wen Yu as he turned to leave. Seeing Sun Ruixing's hesitant expression, Wen Yu looked at him in confusion. "I told the people in the camp about us. I said if they can't hold their defenses, they can come here." "That's fine. As long as they can make it over here, I don't mind." Wen Yu nodded. Sun Ruixing's actions were within Wen Yu's expectations. And as long as it didn't pose a threat or trouble to him, Wen Yu didn't mind a few more people gathering here. Hearing Wen Yu's response, Sun Ruixing finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a long period of contact, Wen Yu understood Sun Ruixing, and Sun Ruixing naturally also understood Wen Yu. As long as it didn't cause him any threat or trouble, Wen Yu wouldn't mind these trivial matters. "This is probably the last way I can help you all." Under the night sky of Che Town, Wen Yu quietly sat on the top floor of a residential building in the gathering point, watching the dead silence of this small town, and in the distance, the Demon Realm Gate. "What are you thinking about?" A familiar voice came from behind. It was Sun Ruixing. "Nothing," Wen Yu replied without turning his head. Sun Ruixing walked over to Wen Yu, put down a plastic bag in his hand, and pulled out a can of beer, stuffing it into Wen Yu's hand. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow as he watched Sun Ruixing take out another can of beer. "Weren't you going to keep me company for a drink? There's too much going on. You forgot, but I haven't." Sun Ruixing tilted his head and downed the liquid in the can, shrugging at Wen Yu. Tusk, I really forgot." Sighing, Wen Yu shook his head. Back at the camp, first it was Zhang Wenhu's question, then the issues of the battlefield of the two realms. It had genuinely made Wen Yu overlook such trivial matters. "Wait for me. I'm going to buy something." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he jumped directly from the top floor. For a third-level practitioner, a 7-story height was not too high. Before long, Wen Yu returned with a bunch of food and drinks in hand. "Here, this much is enough for us to eat and drink. Dayuan, go watch the door." "Bark, bark." Every time something good happens, you never call me, Dayuan complained in grievance, but still slowly walked to the stairs leading to the top floor. Poor Dayuan, once again reduced to a tool for night watch. Let's drink. With Dayuan here, we don't have to worry about drinking too much. When Yu opened a bottle of Shiju brand white liquor and tilted his head to gulp it down. For a time, between the two, only the sound of drinking echoed, and neither of them spoke first. After a while, Sun Ruixing looked at the towering Demon Realm gate in the distance and murmured as if to himself, "How many people do you think will survive this time?" When Yu shook his head. "I don't know, but there probably won't be many." "I think so too." Sighing, Sun Ruixing took a sip of his drink. Having experienced the power of the demonic clan, Sun Ruixing was quite pessimistic about the outcome of this battlefield of the two realms. "Do you think this time it's my fault? If I hadn't stopped Zhang Lifei from killing Bai Feifei?" When Yu shook his head. "Don't think too much. Given the current situation, we can only fight. Thinking about other things is meaningless," When Yu advised reassuringly. "I can't help but think about these things. If it weren't for this damned apocalypse, I might still be living an ordinary life. After a few more years, I could be holding my grandson. Sometimes, thinking back, a plain life is the best." After Sun Ruixing finished sighing, he tilted his head and downed the rest of his drink. "Yeah, a plain life is the best. Haha, I didn't expect you to say that, bro." Sun Ruixing suddenly changed from his earlier somber demeanor, throwing an arm around Wen Yu's shoulder and laughing heartily. "I think you fit perfectly into this world. Your strength is great, and you won't be dragged down by irrelevant matters. More importantly, you have no attachments." Hearing Sun Ruixing's words, Wen Yu quietly drank a bit and tossed aside the half-eaten chicken wing he held. "I'm quite annoyed too, you know," Wen Yu said with a smile. Then his voice suddenly grew somber. "Actually, no one truly adapts to this world, this damned world. If I could return to my previous life, I would gladly do so. In the past, although I had no goals and no direction, at least I didn't have to think every day about how to survive. Since the apocalypse started, I don't know how many times I've nearly lost my life. Yet I've stubbornly made it through. I don't want to fight if I can avoid it, but I want to live more. I have to fight, I have to battle. I have to become stronger. This is the current situation for all survivors. But that's not called living. Living shouldn't just be about killing and becoming stronger. This is merely surviving, barely clinging to life." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Sun Ruixing sighed lightly. "When will this life have an end? Maybe when no one can threaten our safety anymore, this kind of life will be over. As for now, don't think too much. Let's finish this drink and then beat those demonic spawn hard the day after tomorrow." "Okay, bro, let's turn them over." Wen Yu drained his drink. "Cheers to us surviving. We will definitely survive. I still want to see my grandson." When the sky cleared, Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing ended their night of drinking. Unfortunately, despite the powerful physique of practitioners, they still didn't get drunk. Sun Ruixing returned to his room to rest early, leaving Wen Yu still sitting on the rooftop, overlooking the scenery below. In the distance, the Demon Realm gate flickered with a dim and ominous black light, undoubtedly reminding everyone that battle was about to break out. Wen Yu stood up, stretched lazily to relieve the fatigue of the night. "Dayuan," hearing Wen Yu's voice, Dayuan, who had been lying at the stairway entrance, ran over excitedly. "Go find that giant dragon. There's 1 day left until the Demon Realm gate opens. By tomorrow, make sure all the mutated beasts are ready." Dayuan nodded and ran downstairs. "Wait, don't be late," Wen Yu couldn't help but remind him again. "Bark, bark. Understood, big boss. You can trust me to get it done." Seeing Wen Yu nod, Dayuan didn't say anything else and immediately dashed into the forest. It's no wonder Wen Yu felt anxious. The significance of reinforcements was immense. In his previous life, Wen Yu was well aware of what the existence of mutated beasts meant for humanity. They were humanity's allies, even a shield. Not to mention this time, without the strength of the mutated beasts, Wen Yu and all the practitioners in Che Town would definitely not have a chance of survival. Seeing figures already bustling in the gathering place of Che Town in the distance, Wen Yu pondered for a moment, then jumped down from the rooftop and hurried towards the gathering place. In the gathering place, Zhang Wenhu, who had woken up early, had already organized manpower to establish a defensive perimeter. Although Zhang Wenhu and Wen Yu had conflicting opinions on whether to abandon the gathering place, it didn't mean he underestimated the danger posed by the Demon Realm gate. Caution was the guarantee of survival. From the obstacles and defensive measures set by Zhang Wenhu, it was clear how much he valued this battlefield of the two realms. Various miscellaneous items were firmly piled in front of the Demon Realm gate, and within a 50-meter range of the Demon Realm gate, there were traps and gasoline bombs scattered everywhere. These were the first appetizers for welcoming the demonic clan creatures. The camp was filled with various defensive measures. Zhang Wenhu had turned this small gathering place into a fortress, or rather, a seal. a seal aimed at the demon realm gate. Unfortunately, in Wen Yu's eyes, these little tactics were completely riddled with flaws. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wen Yu found Zhang Wenhu. "Hey, Wen Yu!" Seeing Wen Yu, Zhang Wenhu greeted him with a smile, then said a few words to Li Shanlin beside him before walking towards Wen Yu. "What brings you here, Wen Yu, on such a busy day?" Hearing Zhang Wenhu's words, Wen Yu immediately spoke up. "Let's take a look at the defense measures here, and at the same time I want to trouble my big brother with a little matter." "What is it?" "Just say it, little brother, and I will definitely follow through," Zhang Wenhu replied with a smile. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and directly pulled Zhang Wenhu into the room beside them. After a while, Wen Yu was the first to come out, leaving the gathering place directly. Not long after, Zhang Wenhu walked out of the room with a pale face and issued several orders to Li Shanlin beside him. "Do we really have to do it this way?" Upon hearing Zhang Wenhu's words, Li Shanlin asked in surprise. "The situation is stronger than the man. What other options do we have?" Zhang Wenhu thought of Wen Yu's half-soft, half-hard words, or rather commands, and couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking at Wen Yu's departing figure, Zhang Wenhu silently thought, "Strength, strength, without strength nothing matters, then." Zhang Wenhu turned to look at the bustling gathering place. "We absolutely cannot give up here." Back at the small outpost, Wen Yu quietly organized the items in his spatial ring. There wasn't much. Aside from what couldn't be used at the moment, there were only potions and similar items. Seeing that Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin had already gotten up and were once again starting to set up defense measures, Wen Yu didn't interfere with the two, quietly familiarizing himself with his skills and conserving his strength. The necessary arrangements had been made. Now they could only wait for the impending battle. Time flew by quickly, and a day was primarily spent enhancing the layout of the outpost. Meanwhile, the arrangements in the distant camp were also in order. At least, in Zhang Wenhu's eyes, the arrangements they had made were sound. When noon on the 7th day arrived, the black light of the Demon Realm Gate reached its peak. Wen Yu, along with Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin, returned to the gathering place. This was the result of a discussion between Wen Yu and the other two. It was always good to scout the strength of the demonic clan first. If the situation turned unfavorable, they could retreat back to the outpost. Given the strength of the three, the risk was indeed minimal. Moreover, Sun Ruixing hoped to bring back the non-combat survivors to the outpost in advance. Wen Yu had no particular views or opinions on this matter. In the gathering place, about 30 meters in front of the Demon Realm Gate, Zhang Wenhu had gathered all the combat power from the camp and was quietly waiting for the gate to open. Upon seeing Wen Yu and the others approach, Zhang Wenhu nodded at Wen Yu but didn't say anything else. "By the way, Big Boss Zhang, I hope we can bring the non-combat personnel from the camp to the rear first," Sun Ruixing said. In Sun Ruixing's eyes, this was merely a greeting purely out of politeness. However, the result was somewhat unexpected. "No way!" Zhang Wenhu shook his head seriously but didn't explain further. Zhang Wenhu's words left Sun Ruixing momentarily speechless. "Forget it, old Sun." Seeing that Sun Ruixing still wanted to discuss the matter, Wen Yu immediately pulled at Sun Ruixing's collar and said lightly. But Sun Ruixing's expression was one of confusion, but more so it was anger. "There must be some reasons he doesn't want others to know. Brother Tiger is a smart man. If he says no, then there must be other considerations. Brother Wen Yu understands me." Zhang Wenhu smiled at Wen Yu, not even glancing at Sun Ruixing, turning his head to focus seriously on the Demon Realm Gate before him. Seeing Sun Ruixing's still unwilling expression, Wen Yu softly advised, "It could be about the arrangements in the camp, or it might be some other things. In any case, Zhang Wenhu is not someone who can't tell right from wrong." After a slight pause, Wen Yu continued, "You can go to the rear to check. All the non-combat personnel have been placed in the back. If the situation turns dire, you can lead them out." This statement was merely perfunctory. When the Demon Realm Gate had just appeared, due to considerations regarding the defensive layout in the camp, Sun Ruixing hadn't immediately moved the non-combat personnel. After all, lacking combat capability didn't mean lacking physical strength. All the traps and defense facilities in the camp had been prepared by these people. The timing when Sun Ruixing spoke was just right. It wouldn't let these non-combat personnel face the demonic creatures directly, and it also served as an explanation to Zhang Wenhu. Unfortunately, with Zhang Wenhu refusing to relocate the crowd, the lives and deaths of those non-combat personnel in the camp had become a significant issue. Even if the situation turned unfavorable, escape would be impossible. Sun Ruixing clearly understood these matters, standing in place with a tightly furrowed brow. Seeing Sun Ruixing's expression, Wen Yu couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, Wen Yu held great respect for Sun Ruixing, acknowledging his character and strength. Moreover, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Sun Ruixing had saved Wen Yu's life. So in matters like this, Wen Yu would intervene. How about this, Brother Tiger, you explain the reasons to Old Sun, otherwise it'll always be a thorn in our side, right? Zhang Wenhu looked at Wen Yu and then at the indignant Sun Ruixing behind him, hesitating for a moment before nodding. It's my profession, Zhang Wenhu said, then hesitantly reported his professional information to Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing. Name, Zhang Wenhu. Profession, leader. Skill 1, territory SS level, active ability. Establish a territory in the area under the host's control. Within the territory, all buildings' defensive abilities are enhanced, and all kin's combat power is boosted. The size of the territory is related to the host's strength. Once the territory is established, it cannot be changed. Skill 2, Leader's Will S-Rank, passive ability, takes effect after establishing the territory. Within the territory, depending on the number of kin, it provides enhancements for the host. For every 10 kin, the host's physical attributes increase by 1%, while the physical attributes of professionals within the territory increase by 0.1%. However, if the territory is destroyed or the number of people in the territory falls below 10, the leader will die. The emperor guards the nation, the king dies for the state. Or rather, if the person is not there, the tower will not stand. Upon seeing Zhang Wenhu's abilities, both Wen Yu and Sun Ruixing fell silent. Without a doubt, Zhang Wenhu must have established this gathering place as his territory. The non-combat personnel in the rear numbered nearly 100, and that's a significant boost of about 10% for Zhang Wenhu. Moreover, as they were hidden away, Zhang Wenhu could prevent the number in his territory from falling below 10. For the sake of his life, Zhang Wenhu would certainly not let them leave. Let's forget it. Wen Yu spoke first, then patted Sun Ruixing on the shoulder and said to Zhang Wenhu, "No wonder you're so stubborn here. If I can help you, I will, as a way to thank Brother Tiger for his hospitality over these days. But I must say up front, if the situation deteriorates, I will definitely leave." Zhang Wenhu nodded and directly spoke. "I won't say much else. When you leave, take my son with you." "Okay." Sun Ruixing listened to the conversation between Zhang Wenhu and Wen Yu, remaining silent for a while. Old Sun let out a bitter smile and said nothing more. In light of Wen Yu's stance, Sun Ruixing's opinions and suggestions held little weight. Time passed second by second. In the silence of the crowd, the black light from the Demon Realm Gate became increasingly intense, until a slight tremor was felt. That was the precursor to the opening of the Demon Realm Gate. "Here it comes." As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, the Demon Realm Gate emitted a creaking sound. This sound seemed to possess the power to shake souls, instantly causing a sharp pain in Wen Yu's mind. If Wen Yu felt this way, one can only imagine how the others reacted. Then, a thud echoed throughout the venue. This was the sound of a first-tier professional collapsing. Fortunately, this soul-shaking force came quickly and left just as fast. Within a minute, those with weaker powers behind Wen Yu stood up one by one, feeling only a slight pain in their heads with no other reactions. However, the originally confident professionals were clearly impacted by the Demon Realm Gate's show of strength. "What the hell is this?" Zhang Wenhu cursed, while holding his head in frustration. Wen Yu stared seriously at the Demon Realm Gate and said in a deep voice, "This is war, the war of annihilation." With the disappearance of the sound, the Demon Realm Gate slowly opened a crack. The immense force made the sandbag furniture that Zhang Wenhu had prepared days earlier at the front of the Demon Realm Gate lose all effect and be pushed aside. After all, the opening of the Demon Realm Gate could not be blocked by mechanical means. Wen Yu did not mention this. If you consider this to be a defensive measure, then go ahead and try it. As the stacked sandbag furniture collapsed, a wave of deep gray demonic energy surged wildly out. The gray gas slowly rose and gradually dissipated into the clear sky, disappearing without a trace. This was demonic energy, the first wave of invasion from the demon realm, derived from the air, or rather, a transformation of rules. It was as if some unknown changes were happening in the air, with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere slowly wrapping around the hearts of everyone present. Then, a low, chaotic sound emerged from within the Demon Realm Gate. In the previous life, the Earth also experienced a demonic disaster like this. First, the demonic energy invaded the Earth in large quantities, causing more or less changes, but of course, this had little effect on the professionals. Wen Yu did not understand why the invasion of demonic energy was referred to as the first wave, but this did not prevent him from knowing what the second wave was. The second wave was a real war. That is, the demonic disaster that everyone feared in the apocalypse. Accompanied by the oppressive roars, the crack in the Demon Realm Gate opened wider, until the enormous Demon Realm Gate was opened at a 10-degree angle. Then it slowly came to a stop. The towering Demon Realm Gate, nearly 100 meters high, had opened only 10 degrees, and the gap revealed was already quite large. Large enough for the demonic clan to transport their demonic creatures at the fastest speed. The low growling became increasingly close, as a small black-skinned demon creature dashed out, clawing and roaring, only to be caught by a trap set on the ground that snapped its leg. Black demon blood splattered everywhere, leaving a gray-black mark on the ground. This was just the beginning. As if it were a signal with the first black-skinned demon creature bursting forth, then black figures surged out like a tide, the clamor incessant, with weak black figures continuously rushing out. Fire, Zhang Wenhu quickly reacted. When the first black-skinned creature dashed out, he commanded, and the professionals standing nearby lit the fuses in front of them, causing the gasoline surrounding the demon realm gate to ignite rapidly. A huge pillar of fire shot into the sky, igniting an area within 10 meters of the demon realm gate. However, this ordinary fire was really not powerful enough. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a pale blue, nearly 10-meter-tall giant figure emerged from the demon realm gate. Its foot, over a meter long, crushed the rolling black-skinned demon creature in front of it, and then this blue giant figure raised its arms. The muscles in its massive arms bulged with power, and it struck down with all its might onto the burning land. This blow, for the professionals nearby, could even be described as an earthquake. Although it did not cause any casualties, a few weaker professionals were staggered by the shockwave. Fortunately, the blue-skinned demon creature's attack was not directed at the professionals. Unfortunately, the target of the blue-skinned demon creature's strike was the flames rising beneath its feet. The earth cracked, the flames burning on the ground exploded everywhere, and were extinguished by the flying stones and sand. Zhang Wenhu's painstakingly designed line of fire was shattered by the demon creature's strike. Everyone nearby looked at the blue figure in front of the demon realm gate with pale faces, falling into silence. The 10-meter-high body brought immense pressure that far exceeded their imagination. Fortunately, after dissipating the flames, this figure did not make any further movements, not even the demonic creatures behind it. A burnt smell filled the nostrils of the human race, emanating from the black-skinned body still struggling on the ground. Then, these lowly ranked demonic creatures were quickly torn apart and chewed by their kindred nearby, their screams growing louder at first, then gradually fading until they became inaudible. "What are they doing?" Zhang Wenhu asked Wenyu, confused, as he watched the demonic creatures slowly return to calm. "Waiting for reinforcements." A low voice came from Wenyu, causing Zhang Wenhu's expression to darken. "They have intelligence, and this isn't even all of them." An incredulous voice came from Zhang Wenhu, which made Wenyu smile wryly. "We're only at the beginning. Besides, you're thinking too highly of intelligence. For all creatures within the entire Che town, one third-tier blue-skinned demon creature, plus several thousand second-tier or lower black-skinned demon creatures, that number wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap." Just as when you finished speaking, there was another sound coming from the demon realm gate. Another blue giant demon emerged. Without any loud roars, this demon creature quietly walked forward, and the black-skinned demons along the way made way for this blue giant, until it stood beside the previously emerged giant. Then another blue giant demon walked out from the demon realm gate. Third tier, looking at the blue giant demons that resembled small mountains, when Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. Not because of the 3 third-tier demon creatures, but because, until now, these demons had not launched any attacks. This also meant that behind them, there were even more stronger enemies. When Yu turned around to look at the distant mountains and forests, there was no movement. Maybe the giant dragon hadn't finished gathering its subordinates, or perhaps it was delayed by something else. The distance between the one-eyed creature and Wen Yu was too far, making it impossible to communicate through mental waves. Wen Yu didn't understand what problems the mutated beasts were facing, but the situation before him was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him and his companions. From the demon realm gate, black-skinned demon creatures continued to pour out endlessly. Such trash-like beings, no matter how many there were, Wen Yu wouldn't care. However, everyone understood that the 3 blue giant demons were definitely not the entirety of the demonic clan's high-end combat power in this war. 2 choices, Wen Yu directly spoke to Zhang Wenhu beside him. First, we charge forward now, let's take down those 3 blue giant demons. Second, I don't care about your life or his life. I'm leaving right now. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Wenhu looked at him with a grim expression. Hurry up! Wen Yu's impatience was growing. These were merely the vanguard of the demonic clan. The professionals in the camp still had the capability to deal with the 3 blue giant demons before them. However, the casualties would be huge, very huge. Zhang Wenhu hesitated and couldn't find the words. Seeing Zhang Wenhu hesitating for nearly 10 seconds, Wen Yu let out a sneer and turned to leave without a word. What a joke! If you don't have the resolve to fight to the death, yet you want to guard this dilapidated territory, if you don't die, who will? For Wenyu, the most crucial thing now was to wait for the support of the mutated beasts. The second option he had just proposed was extremely dangerous, because charging forward now would be equivalent to pouring oil onto the fire. Their side hadn't even organized their maximum strength yet. If they charged forward and got entangled by the demonic clan's reinforcements, all humans would die. And if Wenyu were to die in battle, the Earth side, lacking high-end combat power, would face an even tougher situation. It's not an exaggeration to say that during this battle, Wenyu's life was far more precious than the lives of these people. The purpose of stating the second point was merely to see Zhang Wenhu's choice. If he was willing to risk his life to fight, Wenyu wouldn't mind fighting to kill the 3 blue giant demons. Unfortunately, although Zhang Wenhu usually performed exceptionally well, he valued his own life too much. There were many times when being overly cautious about one's life meant losing it. "Wait, Wenyu, wait, we're going." Seeing Wenyu turn to leave, Zhang Wenhu spoke directly without hesitation. Though there were 2 choices presented, for Zhang Wenhu there was actually only one. Due to his profession, he could only push forward. "It's too late," a cold voice came from Wenyu's mouth. Indeed, it was too late, as the high-end combat power of the demonic clan appeared once again. A mass of black flames first drifted out from the demon realm gate. Then a skeleton draped in a black robe slowly walked out from the demon realm gate. Jai, a rather enticing scent. It was unclear whether the demon creature was referring to the air or the fresh blood and flesh in the distance. 5 clusters of black flames floated around the figure in the black robe, and within each flame, piercing screams seemed to resonate constantly. "Die, die, die, kill me, kill them all." Endless negative emotions emanated from the fireballs surrounding the black-robed demon creature, causing the nearby black-skinned demons to stir restlessly and quickly make way for this demon clan member. This path was even wider than that of the 3 blue giant demons. Why isn't there an attack? The mental wave of the black robe transmitted into the mind of the blue giant demon in the middle. The blue giant demon slightly bowed its body, adopting a respectful attitude, and uttered a series of incomprehensible sounds. "Lord Arrow said to wait until he descends before launching an attack." Oh, then forget it. After all, he is the commander of this operation. What a pity. The black-robed figure, presumably at the eye area, stared intently at Wenyu, who was continually retreating in the distance, and sighed deeply. "The soul fragments of my master must be on that creature. What an enticing aura." "Wait, Wenyu, wait," Zhang Wenhu's voice called out behind, yet it did not make Wenyu pause for even a moment. The newly appeared black-robed demon creature saw Wenyu, and naturally, Wenyu also saw this demon creature. This only further solidified Wenyu's decision. Just a single glance made Wenyu feel an extremely strong negative energy invading his brain. This kind of enemy was definitely a foe that required Wenyu to respond with all his strength. At the moment this demon creature appeared, the balance of power between humans and the demonic clan had already shifted severely. This meant that fighting now would be tantamount to sending oneself to death. We're going, can't we?" Behind him, Zhang Wenhu's pleading voice continued to ring out, yet it didn't sway Wenyu's determination in the slightest. Wenyu didn't even turn his head and continued walking toward the distance. When he saw Zhang Wenhu's professional skills, Wenyu understood one thing: Zhang Wenhu was doomed. The camp couldn't hold. And even if all Earth creatures in the entire battlefield of the 2 realms stood against the demonic clan, it still couldn't hold. This small gathering place didn't even have the qualification to withstand the aftermath of the battle. Wenyu, wait, are you really leaving? What about them?" Sun Ruixing's voice rang out behind Wenyu, tugging tightly at the corner of his clothes. "What to do? If we leave, we live. If we don't leave, we die. There is still a choice now, but once the demonic creatures attack, there won't even be room for choice." Wenyu looked at Sun Ruixing's conflicted face and continued in a cold voice. "I'm definitely leaving. Whether you leave or not, you decide for yourself." At this point, under the threat to his life, Wenyu was unwilling to say anything more to Sun Ruixing. "I'll go with you." Before Sun Ruixing could express his stance, Sun Yashin hurriedly stepped forward, standing beside Wenyu. I will go with you too." The one who spoke this was an unfamiliar professional to Wenyu. With low strength and an expression full of panic, he resembled most of the professionals at the scene. "And me?" One by one, professionals walked over to Wenyu, lowering their heads and not daring to look at Zhang Wenhu, who stood opposite them. "Those who want to leave, hurry up," Wenyu said in a deep voice and turned to walk outside. Because once again, the reinforcements from the demonic clan had appeared, along with a large number of cannon fodder and 3 third-tier demonic creatures. No one could be sure when the demonic creatures would launch their attack, so the faster they left, the better. "Wait, Wenyu, I'll go gather the ordinary people in the camp first." Sun Ruixing's voice came, but when you cut him off with a single sentence. You do as you please, I can't wait. Sun Ruixing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately emotions took over. He gritted his teeth and walked toward where the ordinary people were hiding. Zhang Wenhu watched as Wenyu took most of the professionals in the camp further away, then turned to look at the few trusted aides controlled by contract powers beside him. After a long moment, he finally made a decision. Old Li, please protect my son and leave quickly. After Zhang Wenhu spoke these words, he seemed to age 10 years instantly. But Li Shanlin appeared to want to say something, but he was pulled back by Zhang Lifei. Let's go, Uncle Shanlin, there's no hope left. Zhang Lifei's eyes were filled with tears as he lowered his head, not daring to look at Zhang Wenhu even slightly. Hearing Zhang Lifei's seemingly heartless words, Zhang Wenhu instead smiled. With his rough hands, he gently wiped the tears from his son's eyes and nodded seriously. You're a good boy, worthy of being my Zhang Wenhu's son. I won't say too much, just remember, survive. No matter what, you must survive. Seeing Zhang Lifei sobbing, Zhang Wenhu patted his son's shoulder, turned around, and carefully looked at the increasingly numerous demonic creatures. The rest of you stay here. Behind Zhang Wenhu, with Zhang Lifei and Li Shanlin having walked far away, only 10 high-ranking members of the camp controlled by the enslavement contract remained. Under the effects of the enslavement contract, these people, even knowing they would surely die, could not resist the orders given by Zhang Wenhu. What a irony! Zhang Wenhu sighed as he looked at the 10 unwilling individuals behind him, then glanced at the demonic creatures that had already arranged themselves, ready to launch their attack, shaking his head in despair. Clearly possessing powerful professions and a camp full of manpower, yet in the end, they were killed by a bitch and their own profession. You didn't expect this, did you? Zhang Wenhu had a strange smile on his face as he turned back to look at Zhang Pengfei and others. Thinking they could decide the lives and deaths of others, yet in the end, couldn't even control their own life. When Wenyu quickly arrived at the newly established small outpost, most of the professionals from the camp had already come over. In the distance, the overwhelming number of demonic creatures had occupied most of the gathering place, with only Zhang Wenhu and a few professionals controlled by the contract facing the surging horde of demons. At the entrance of the camp, Sun Ruixing led a large group of stumbling ordinary people slowly advancing toward the outpost. Everything was proceeding according to everyone's thoughts, whether actively or passively. Why aren't they here yet? Wenyu's heart grew more anxious, constantly turning his head to look at the distant mountains and forests. Unfortunately, silence prevailed. Wenyu didn't understand what was happening with the one-eyed creatures, but he knew that if the demonic clan launched an attack before the mutated beasts arrived, then this small outpost painstakingly arranged by Sun Ruixing and Sun Yashin would have to be abandoned. At that time, retreating back into the mountains would be the best option. Hopefully, they can make it in time. Wenyu silently wished in his heart. Unfortunately, the developments did not depend on Wenyu's thoughts. As he watched the mountains and forests remain silent, the demonic clan grew increasingly numerous, until a scaly ancient demon slowly walked out of the demon realm gate. Its short and stout neck twisted slowly as the ancient demon surveyed its surroundings, a deep mumble escaping its mouth. Is this the world we are about to invade? What a delicious flavor, right? Standing beside the ancient demon was a black-robed demon creature that spoke sharply and sickeningly. Not bad. The ancient demon arrows clearly did not wish to engage in further conversation with the black-robed demon creature, and was somewhat wary of it, slowly walking toward the front of the horde, first glancing at Zhang Wenhu's pale face not far away, letting out a disdainful snort, then turning to look at the increasingly numerous demonic army behind. 4 stout arms were raised high, as if to embrace the sun in the sky. Children, this operation is very simple. Kill all moving things within the barrier. Roar. As Arrows' voice fell, all the demonic creatures surging from the demon realm gate let out intense roars and charged toward Zhang Wenhu and the others not far ahead. Then Arrows turned to look at Wenyu, who was standing on the rooftop of the outpost, letting out an incomprehensible strange laugh. No wonder you would come to participate in this operation. His deliberately lowered voice could only be heard by the black robe beside him. I know I can't hide this from you, but you need to understand that is mine. Upon hearing Arrows' words, the black robe immediately scoffed. Got it, I'm only responsible for this battle. Then that guy is up to you. Just don't let the natives of this planet butcher you. Arrows' tone carried a hint of mockery and annoyance, but his words were effectively a compromise. You need not worry about that, my ancient demon lord. The black robe slightly bowed, their tone not sounding pleasant at all. Humph, when you quietly watched the surging demonic clan in the gathering place. Their faces were distorted, movements swift, with different abilities producing various effects. In a short time, they had already come into contact with Zhang Wenhu and the others. Zhang Wenhu drew his steel knife and swung it fiercely. Unfortunately, with Zhang Wenhu's strength, the role he could play in this battle was truly too weak. The people standing on the outpost could only see scattered splashes of blood flying everywhere, with only a slight disturbance occurring among the demonic creatures before it quickly settled. It ended. In a brief moment, the camp that Zhang Wenhu had once placed great hopes in had already become history. And the former big boss of the camp, whether Zhang Wenhu or Zhang Pengfei, met their deaths with utter swiftness. When it comes to death, life truly does not distinguish between rank or status. Light it up! When Yu spoke to Li Shanlin beside him and then slowly walked down the stairs. Li Shanlin took out a homemade detonator, carefully observing the movement direction of the demonic creatures. Then he pressed down hard. Boom! This was the content of Wen Yu's conversation with Zhang Wenhu. Homemade explosives, buried in the gathering place, to serve a feast for those low-tier demonic creatures. The method to create homemade explosives was very simple. However, limited by materials and manpower, the quantity was naturally not large. But when numbers were insufficient, gasoline could be used to increase the power. Dazzling flames danced around, and the explosive sound echoed far and wide, instantly obliterating countless black-skinned demon creatures charging at the forefront. Unfortunately, these were merely tricks. When a third-tier demonic creature raised its right hand and a blue light erupted, the explosion ceased. Low-temperature wave A-class active ability. Creates a ripple, lowering the temperature within the sweep range. The power can be freely controlled by the host. Having invaded an unknown number of worlds, the demonic clan was undoubtedly an expert in warfare. There was no need for powers like technology, as they didn't require such things. Diverse abilities ensured that the demonic clan could face any battlefield environment and unexpected events. Under the influence of the low-temperature wave, some demonic creatures that hadn't even advanced to the first tier were instantly killed by the low temperature. However, these losses, in the eyes of the higher-tier demons, were merely necessary consumption. Then the ripple spread to where the flames were rising, and within seconds, the carefully prepared arrangements of the camp were completely destroyed. In this battlefield, those traps and flames that ordinary people viewed as deadly weapons were truly insignificant. Ultimately, what would decide the direction of this war was still strength, or rather, high-end combat power. Such a boring joke. Arrows stood at the back, looking at the bomb traps set by the humans and couldn't help but shake his head. If this is all they can do, this world won't last 10 sunrises and sunsets in front of my demon realm army. Hee. Hearing Arrows' words, the black-robed figure beside him sneered a couple of times and lightly pointed to the exchange stone pillar not far away. Do you see that thing? 10 sunrises and sunsets. With that around, be prepared for a long battle. Arrows darkened his face as he looked at the exchange stone pillar, then turned to the black robe, and his lips couldn't help but twitch. Arrows, as an ancient demon, had naturally seen the exchange stone pillar long ago. His previous words were simply an act of bravado. Who would have thought it was ruthlessly punctured by the black robe next to him? Damn it, it's the Sovereign again. What an old rival. Who could argue? We've been struggling for so long. Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly? The two demonic creatures expressed a genuine annoyance and hatred when it came to the Sovereign. In their long-standing resistance, these demonic creatures had come to understand the Sovereign, and for things they understood, not many creatures would feel fear. When the bomb exploded, when you felt a mental wave from the Cyclops. Big boss, I'm back. Although it was a bit late, it wasn't too late, at least not for Wen Yu. In the distant mountains, there was first a commotion, then a series of roars echoed from afar. This not only shocked the humans in the base, but also slightly intimidated the demonic creatures rushing forward in the distance. Stop advancing! As Arrows uttered a phrase in demon realm language, the chaotic black-skinned demon creatures hurriedly came to a stop. At this moment, Wen Yu also brought a group of professionals to the entrance of the base. Surveying the various forms of the demonic clan in front of him, Wen Yu sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he had once struggled to survive in front of these demonic creatures, filled with fear. But now, he was leading all the creatures within the barrier, facing these guys head-on. Moreover, I will shatter you all and kill every last one of you, Wen Yu thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, seriously assessing the various forms of the demonic clan in front of him. Behind him, a huge dark gray figure rushed to Wen Yu's side at an incredible speed. The Cyclops has returned. Accompanying the Cyclops were all the mutated creatures from the mountains. Like an earthquake, the various-sized mutated creatures charged from the mountains directly to the vicinity of the base, and then gradually came to a stop. Woo! A faint whimper sounded from the back of the Cyclops, and Wen Yu looked up to see the mini little dragon standing on the Cyclops' back, waving at him. There's some. The childish voice entered Wen Yu's mind, and looking at the little dragon's proud demeanor, he almost rolled his eyes. You guys are late, by dozens of minutes. Dozens, how much is that? Hugh. Wen Yu smiled wryly, shaking his head while changing the tone of his words. You all came just in time. See, I told you, I promised you, I can surely do it. Wen Yu directly gave the little dragon a thumbs up but didn't say anything else. However, the little dragon was clearly happy to see Wen Yu again. Are these the food you mentioned? Right, Wen Yu nodded. How is it? They look delicious, right? The little dragon nodded vigorously. And they smell like eagles. Eagles smell? Wen Yu murmured to himself, slightly furrowing his brow, then tossed the question aside. Wen Yu wasn't very sensitive to tastes and scents, so he couldn't distinguish what the little dragon was talking about. Moreover, the current focus wasn't on exploring the unknown, but the touch of greed in his hand rapidly elongated, while Wen Yu's eyes grew calmer. It is always calm before the storm. A commotion erupted among the group of demonic creatures 100 meters away. The three blue giant demons in the front slowly moved to the side, making way for the two demonic creatures behind them. One was an ancient demon, and the other a black-robed demon creature. The ancient demon quietly assessed Wen Yu, who stood at the forefront, and after a while a hoarse voice slowly spoke. You are the human race, correct? It spoke in Mandarin. Perhaps for these demonic creatures they had thoroughly investigated the details of Earth. Wen Yu nodded. Then what about those behind you? Wen Yu glanced at the overwhelming swarm of mutated beasts behind him, turned his head and said seriously. Those behind me are my comrades. You can call us Earth's creatures. The ancient demon nodded. Earth creatures, good name. Our scouts say that you humans are the sovereigns of this planet and that you are full of arrogant thoughts. I didn't expect to see such an interesting human in this small mission. Earth creatures, this makes things much more interesting. Kill them all. Accompanied by the ancient demon Arrows' furious roar, the demonic army moved. Roar, watching the oncoming demonic creatures, the little dragon on the Cyclops' back let out a disproportionately loud roar. With the roar of the king, the mutated creatures behind Wen Yu swiftly rushed past him, charging at the demonic creatures. Like two massive waves, both sides collided directly in the not-so-large battlefield. In an instant, various colors of blood splattered everywhere, and roars filled the entire Che town. The professionals behind Wen Yu looked at each other, staying in place not knowing what to do. Given the current scale and situation of the battle, these insignificant professionals really seemed useless. Go ahead, the mutated beasts won't attack you. After Wen Yu said this, Sun Ruixing was the first to rush out, swinging his shield and shattering the skull of a black-skinned demon creature. Only then did the professionals react, hesitantly moving toward the battlefield. It was only now, seeing the war between the swarm of mutated beasts and the demonic creatures, that these professionals understood how ridiculous their strength, which they were so proud of, really was. In the crowd behind, Li Shanlin tugged at Zhang Lifei's clothing corner and yanked it sharply. The two exchanged glances and quietly ran toward the depths of the mountains. Their actions could be called a retreat, but at this moment no one would care about such trivial matters. Few even noticed their small movements. Well, except for Sun Yashin. Seeing Zhang Lifei and the others leaving the battlefield, Sun Yashin's mind turned, and he quietly moved toward the edge of the battlefield. Wen Yu wouldn't forgive such actions, but if Wen Yu didn't see it, that would be another story. And besides, whether you can survive is another matter. Looking at the overwhelming demonic creatures in front of him, Sun Yashin started to have doubts in his heart. If you want to seek death, I won't accompany you. Moreover, this battle wouldn't make much of a difference whether I'm here or not. The complexity of human nature is something no one can predict. Even knowing that only one of the demonic creatures and earth creatures could survive, there were still people who thought it was only natural to believe their power wouldn't help the situation, that the sky would fall and a tall guy would hold it up. Very few people thought deeper. When all the tall guys are gone, who will be the next tall guy? Wen Yu paid no attention to the scattered movements behind him, nor could he. Because right now, Wen Yu was fixated on the two demonic creatures in front of him, the ancient demon Arrows and the black robe. The demonic creatures and mutated beasts had cleared the space between them, because such a high-level battle could only involve third-level beings, and now both sides' third-level beings had found their opponents. In a third-level battle, every encounter was akin to a small-scale disaster. For the weak, rashly getting involved would only lead to a futile death. In the distance, the demon realm gate continued to spew out demonic creatures. Although the numbers were few, they were indeed present. Although Wen Yu had not read much, he understood the principles of steady progress and perseverance. Currently, the number of demonic creatures was almost equal to that of Earth's creatures, and with a steady stream of reinforcements, defeat was just a matter of time for both humans and mutated beasts. More critically, the combat power of the third-level demonic creatures was indeed greater than that of the mutated beasts. If even more third-level demonic creatures appeared from the Demon Realm Gate, the situation could easily collapse. One-Eyed, go block the Demon Realm Gate. At Wen Yu's command, One-Eyed was engulfed in black flames of fury and maneuvered around arrows and the black robe, charging towards the Demon Realm Gate. One-Eye's strength was unquestionable. In this battlefield, it was definitely among the top combat powers. Once One-Eyed blocked the Demon Realm Gate, the outcome of this battle would exceed Arrow's expectations. Wen Yu did not know how many demonic creatures were in the Demon Realm Gate, but Arrow's did. Those demonic creatures would directly determine the outcome of this battle. Therefore, seeing One-Eye's movements, the ancient demon Arrows roared and charged towards One-Eyed. With 4 sharp claws, he descended upon One-Eye's body without hesitation, and the cruelty and brutality in Arrow's eyes surged wildly. After all, the greatest strength of the ancient demon clan was their combat ability. Allowing them to be commanders was truly not a wise choice. However, before Arrow's 4 arms could strike One-Eyed, one of One-Eye's sharp claws swiftly intercepted him. The little dragon on One-Eye's back rapidly enlarged its right claw, swatting Arrows away, and then its body instantly inflated. When Arrows stood up in place, he was now facing the overlord of this forest. Standing at 10 meters tall, its black scales shimmered, and its giant teeth and claws glinted with a cold light, while a pair of vertical pupils fixed intently on Arrows. One-Eyed had long since disappeared without a trace. Hee, how interesting. After a moment of silence, Arrows grinned and said to the little dragon with a sinister smile, "Your taste should be quite good. Eating you should allow me to advance. No, I will definitely advance." Standard Mandarin flowed from Arrow's mouth, but despite so many words, the little dragon simply did not understand. A glimmering droplet of saliva fell from the giant dragon's mouth, plummeting to the ground and sizzling with a sizzle-sizzle sound. The little dragon stared earnestly at Arrows, only one thought in its mind. The taste must be so delicious. As One-Eyed carried the little dragon towards the Demon Realm Gate, Arrows pursued closely behind. Thus, left on the battlefield were only the Black Robe and Wen Yu. Wen Yu stared intently at the demonic clan in front of him, waves of danger washing over him. The demonic creature in front of him was very strong. This was Wen Yu's first reaction. Wielding the touch of greed, Wen Yu swiftly killed a black-skinned demon creature that rushed to his side, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the Black Robe, until a sharp, cackling laughter reached Wen Yu's ears. Jai, where is the item? Item? Looking at the Black Robe with confusion, Wen Yu was utterly baffled by its words. The Black Robe stared earnestly into Wen Yu's eyes, then shook its head after a moment. Misjudged, it turns out to be just a consciousness, then you are no longer necessary. As the Black Robe's words fell, 5 clusters of black flames behind it suddenly blazed brightly. Black Flame Puppet S-Rank, active ability. A puppet forged from a living being, its strength increases with the host's power. The puppet possesses elemental body, fire spouting, and malice suppression abilities. The maximum number of puppets depends on the host's strength. The 5 clusters of black flames represented 5 puppets. Eerie black flames formed humanoid bodies, their hands and feet present, while their facial features were vague, yet the immense heat they radiated made the surrounding battling beings retreat in alarm. As the 5 black flame puppets landed, Wen Yu had already entered battle mode. But the Black Robe's actions were not over. As the Black Robe's right hand shot a beam of black light towards the 5 puppets, the black flame puppets underwent a transformation. The 5 black flame puppets emitted a series of incomprehensible screams, and endless negative emotions even coalesced into tangible ripples, spreading in all directions. Wherever the ripples went, the affected beings' eyes turned red, and their attacks became even more violent and ferocious. This ripple aroused the killing intent and savage emotions within the creatures, but these were merely supplementary measures. Homogeneous assimilation, a rank, active skill, fuses objects of the same properties into one unit. The properties of the assimilated object remain unchanged, but its strength increases. This ability is more of a supportive nature than combat. However, the Black Robe applied assimilation to the 5 black flame puppets, resulting in astonishing effects. The 5 black flame puppets quickly intertwined, merging into a black sphere, releasing enormous heat that made Wen Yu feel as if the air itself was being scorched. In a short time, the black sphere underwent rapid changes. 4 of the 5 black flame puppets disappeared, leaving behind a single creature that had undergone a drastic transformation. Standing 3 meters tall, its body no longer bore the original sparks of black flame. Instead, it donned a full suit of pure black armor adorned with intricate patterns. Inside the helmet, 2 clusters of black flames roared, and in its hand was a massive battle axe that flickered with black fire. Then, as the black robe pointed, the amalgamated black flame puppet lunged at Wen Yu. The enormous battle axe came crashing down, but was blocked by Wen Yu's touch of greed. In that brief encounter, Wen Yu could easily gauge the physical quality of the puppet before him. It was almost on par with Wen Yu in battle mode. Looking back at the black robe behind him and then at the black flame puppet in front of him, Wen Yu made a determination. He beckoned to the black robe with a finger, and with a flash of his body, he evaded the black flame puppet, directly running towards the back. "Follow him, kill him!" The black robe commanded the black flame puppet, chasing after Wen Yu towards the distant mountains. This was Wen Yu's plan. In a situation where he was weaker than his opponent, as long as he could stall the black robe and the black flame puppet, it would be a success for him. As for the rest, Wen Yu turned to look at One-Eyed, who was blocking the demon realm gate, and then at the little dragon, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the ancient demon arrows. All depends on you guys. Wen Yu's departure with the black robe did not change the course of the battle. After all, this was merely equivalent to trading pieces. Wen Yu needed to restrain the black robe, while the black robe clearly did not care much about the outcome of this battle. Perhaps it was due to absolute confidence in the strength of the demonic clan, or maybe there were other motives. Just as Wen Yu led the black robe deeper into the mountains, the little dragon and the ancient demon arrows were already engaged in a fierce battle. As the red light in the little dragon's mouth grew stronger, a violent flame shot directly at the ancient demon but was swiftly dodged by arrows. Then, Arrows' body suddenly underwent a transformation, doubling A rank, active skill. Increases size and strength but slightly reduces speed. This is the negative effect brought by pure power. With Arrows' doubling ability activated, his originally 2-meter tall body quickly expanded, reaching 10 meters before it stopped. Arrows clenched his fists tightly, the immense feeling of power filling his suddenly enlarged body. Even the bones in his fingers let out explosive cracking sounds. Roar! Letting out a fierce roar, the doubled arrows lunged at the little dragon. The ancient demon and the giant dragon were now entangled, the sounds of flesh hitting flesh echoing continuously. The two monsters attempted to conquer each other with pure strength. With 4 arms and a sharp tail, the ancient demon even occasionally used its sharp teeth to gnaw at the giant dragon's body. However, as a divine beast species, the giant dragon was not afraid of close-quarters combat, even against an ancient demon. Ignoring the wounds on its body, the giant dragon opened its mouth wide and bit down at Arrows' head. Although Arrows managed to twist away to avoid the bite, his upper right limb was still bitten. A flash of red light appeared in the giant dragon's mouth, and a stream of hot lava flowed through the hollow fangs, infusing the ancient demon's body like venom. Dragon Flame S-Rank, active skill. A skill exclusive to the Dragon Clan, seemingly similar to regular lava, but infused with the primal power of the Dragon Clan, making its destructive power extremely strong. Injecting the dragon flame into the ancient demon's body like venom through its teeth was just an alternative application of the dragon flame by the giant dragon. Simple, but effective. From the spot bitten by the dragon's fang, red lines rapidly spread throughout the ancient demon's body. The ancient demon's body visibly turned red, as if it were a cooked shrimp. The changes in its body brought immense pain to the ancient demon. The power of the dragon flame was undoubtedly tremendous, especially when injected in this manner. Roar. The ancient demon let out a series of intense roars, and at the same time its left forelimb was raised high, a ball of black light enveloping its fist, and then it pounded down frantically towards the giant dragon. Ground-shattering strike A rank, active skill, greatly enhances the host's attack power and brings various effects such as tearing and crushing to the opponent. Like a bolt of black lightning, the ancient demon's strike slammed hard against the giant dragon's body. Flesh tore, bones cracked. The ancient demon's fist hammered into the giant dragon's back, with even half of its arm sinking into the giant dragon's body. Roar! A furious roar erupted. Even after receiving such a brutal blow, the giant dragon did not retreat a single step. Its sharp claws madly tore at the ancient demon's body, and in an instant, demonic blood splattered while the giant dragon bit once more into the ancient demon's chest, injecting a surge of dragon flame into its body again. Then the giant dragon activated its second ability, Demonic Dragon Armor S-Rank, passive ability. The scales and flesh of the Dragon Clan provide immense defensive capabilities. The greater the damage taken, the stronger the defense becomes. As the demonic dragon armor took effect, the damage the ancient demon could inflict on the giant dragon grew weaker, and it was foreseeable that as the giant dragon accumulated more wounds and lost more blood, its physical defense would eventually become unbreakable. However, Arrows the ancient demon would certainly not see that moment. To be precise, Not just arrows, everyone underestimated the power of the little dragon. The strength of a divine beast species lies not only in skills, but also in terrifying racial advantages. In a short amount of time, the tiny wounds inflicted on the little dragon by the ancient demon had completely healed, and even the massive wound caused by the ground-shattering strike had begun to sprout new flesh. This was not a skill. It was merely a racial advantage. The racial advantage of the divine beast species was far superior to that of the ancient demon clan. The ancient demon's body was already burnt beyond recognition by the lava inside, and even its consciousness was slowly fading, while the little dragon continued to madly tear at Arrow's body. Perhaps due to the pain, Arrows regained a slight sense of awareness and looked at the creature before him with a hint of despair. "Am I going to die? Well, if I must die, I won't let you off easily." Accompanied by the ancient demon's frantic roar, its final ability was unleashed with ferocity. Thorn Power S-Rank Active Ability. This skill activates when injured. Each time it suffers damage again, the skill will continuously charge. The greater the damage taken, the stronger its killing power when the skill erupts. Wound for wound, come on, let's hurt each other. At this moment, the damage the ancient demon had sustained was evidently strong enough. It was even sufficient to bring the ancient demon close to death. As the thorn power fully erupted, every pore in the ancient demon's body shot out waves of air. Like countless tiny swords, they seemed insignificant, but the lethality of these air currents was terrifying. The first to be struck was the little dragon in front of the ancient demon. Streams of air rapidly tore through the little dragon's scales, piercing its flesh as if they were steel needles. Then, the demonic dragon armor took effect. The sharp thorn power barely penetrated the little dragon's muscle tissue, not even harming its internal organs, as it was firmly trapped by its powerful physical defenses. And then it slowly dissipated. Roar! Although the damage was not severe, the pain brought by the thorn power still enraged the little dragon. Its mouth opened to nearly a 180 degrees angle, and its sharp teeth clamped down on the ancient demon's head. The little dragon's neck flexed with immense force. It thrashed the ancient demon's body back and forth while continuously spewing dragon flame, with much of the dragon flame being forcefully received by the ancient demon, leaving only a few splashes that rolled and bounced on the ground before slowly disappearing. By the time the little dragon vented its pent-up frustration, the ancient demon was as dead as could be. With the death of the ancient demon, the giant dragon spat out the corpse of the ancient demon and let out a wild roar toward the sky. Perhaps it was a declaration of victory after defeating a powerful enemy, or perhaps it was an excess of hormones after a bloody brawl. The little dragon stepped onto the body of the ancient demon, raising its head to continuously spew out scorching dragon flame, dyeing the entire sky a brilliant red like a grand firework display. Who knows what kind of mentality this is? The battle between the little dragon and the ancient demon had ended, but the war was far from over. After venting its feelings, the little dragon directly charged at a nearby third-tier demonic creature. The release of top combat power had a terrifying impact on the situation on the battlefield. After the little dragon ruthlessly tore apart 3 third-tier demonic creatures, the entire battlefield began to tilt severely in favor of the Earth beings. This is snowballing. With the Cyclops blocking the Demon Realm gate, the demonic clan's third-tier demonic creatures suffered the little dragon's merciless hunting, and the situation gradually became clearer. At this moment, Wen Yu was facing the greatest crisis since the beginning of the battlefield of the 2 realms. A sharp battle axe swung down from above, but Wen Yu quickly dodged it. The touch of greed swung down toward the black robe, but was caught in the seemingly frail claws of the black robe. The human and the demon had retreated to the foot of the mountain, and the clashes between them had already played out countless times. Wen Yu understood that he could barely entangle the black robe and its puppets. He had done everything he could. Perhaps if the Cyclops were here, Wen Yu could fight to the death against the black robe, but unfortunately, within the rules of the battlefield of the 2 realms, some things needed to be assessed by Wen Yu himself. Still got some survivability. The black robe gripped the touch of greed tightly, a fleeting blur passing through its mind. The effect of the soul strike caused the black robe to fall into a momentary daze. Unfortunately, with both hands caught, all Wen Yu could do was kick out a few large footprints on the black robe's body. A howling sound came from behind. The battle axe engulfed in black flames struck Wen Yu again, but was quickly dodged due to his phasing ability. Wrenching the touch of greed free, Wen Yu's figure rapidly retreated backward. Looking at the black robe and its puppet in front of him, Wen Yu couldn't help but frown. This situation is really troublesome. His low muttering was captured by the black robe on the opposite side. "Gaa, this is just the beginning." As soon as the harsh voice fell, the black robe pressed its hand directly onto the black flame puppet. As if melting, the black flame puppet slowly merged into the black robe's body like liquid. Absorb A-grade, active ability, temporarily enhance one's own power by absorbing other objects. Living beings can be absorbed, but the target must not have a resistive mindset. As the puppet of the black robe, it naturally had no objections to this ability. As the black flame puppet gradually flowed into the black robe's body, an earth-shattering change occurred. The formerly frail body quickly surged upward, growing to over 5 meters tall, its outer black robe bursting open to reveal the form concealed beneath. The gray-black body was covered in bizarre patterns, with 2 completely black eyes continuously emanating a strange glow, and black flames suddenly ignited all over its body. Its hands and feet appeared somewhat human-like, but their proportions were significantly longer than those of the human race. How ugly! That was Wen Yu's first impression upon seeing the true face of the black robe. He had never seen such a demonic creature during the demonic disaster of his previous life. And the unknown meant danger. Flames erupted from the black robe's body as it raised its hands high. A giant black fireball quickly formed, smashing down toward Wen Yu. Then the black robe took large strides forward, charging directly at Wen Yu. In this state, the black robe's physical quality would completely overwhelm Wen Yu. Wen Yu sidestepped to avoid the black robe's fireball and quickly turned to flee into the distance. What a joke! It looked like he couldn't win, so there was no way he would fight to the death here. With the enhancement of the stealth ability, Wen Yu's speed was definitely not slow. Coupled with his size advantage, for a moment, the black robe had no way to catch up with him. One was chasing while the other was fleeing, the third-tier speed wreaking havoc on the surrounding flora and fauna. While Wen Yu was circling with the black robe, Li Shanlin and Zhang Lifei, who had just left the center of the battlefield, had already run to the edge of the barrier. For living beings, instinct would drive them away from danger, and the farther away the better. Looking at the enormous barrier in front of him, Zhang Lifei plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Running away was also a physically demanding task. "Are you okay?" Li Shanlin looked at Zhang Lifei, who was sitting on the ground with a dazed expression, and couldn't help but ask. Li Shanlin and Zhang Wenhu had grown up together, and for this big nephew, Li Shanlin treated him like a half-son. Hearing Li Shanlin's voice, Zhang Lifei shook his head and didn't say anything else. "Don't worry, with Wen Yu and those mutated creatures around, this battle won't be a problem. Let's just wait here for a while." Zhang Lifei took out a few bottles of water from the spatial ring and handed them to Li Shanlin, while he opened one and drank deeply. Seeing Zhang Lifei's somewhat dejected demeanor, Li Shanlin couldn't help but sigh. For a child not yet 18, the loss of both mother and father was no small blow. The fact that Zhang Lifei could remain calm now was already a sign of good psychological quality. Sitting down next to Zhang Lifei, Li Shanlin put an arm around Zhang Lifei's shoulders and spoke. "Once this is over, we'll go to Mudanjiang. With our strength, we can definitely make a name for ourselves, and this will count as fulfilling a promise to your father." "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Zhang Lifei forced a smile and said to Li Shanlin, "Why say thank you to me? Have you forgotten? Ouch, what the hell?" Before Li Shanlin could finish his sentence, a sudden burning sensation came from behind. Li Shanlin pulled Zhang Lifei to stand up and ran forward a few steps before turning to look back. However, behind them there was nothing but the black barrier. "Lifei, what's going on behind me?" Li Shanlin was sure that the burning sensation was definitely not an illusion. Zhang Lifei first glanced at Li Shanlin's back, then looked at the barrier not far away, and his expression suddenly turned grave. "That thing seemed to have moved just now." Li Shanlin and Zhang Lifei stood in place, staring at the barrier for about 10 minutes and finally discovered something. The barrier moved once every 10 minutes, and the distance it moved was roughly 10 meters. This also meant that the barrier was constantly shrinking, and as the barrier continued to shrink, the battlefield would become smaller and smaller. When the battlefield shrinks to a certain extent, it means that even those who do not want to fight must face their opponent's attacks. "There's no escape. Uncle Shanlin, what should we do?" Zhang Lifei was a bit uncertain at this moment, so he asked. "Wait, just keep waiting. Going back would be too dangerous." Hearing Li Shanlin's decision, Zhang Lifei nodded. Compared to directly participating in the battle, waiting for the barrier to shrink might actually be a good idea. Boom! The burning flames ignited the surrounding lush grass, and the residual shockwave caused Wen Yu to stagger. Wen Yu quickly stabilized his form and sprinted away into the distance. When it comes to escaping, there are many techniques, and Wen Yu's experiences from his previous life made him deeply knowledgeable in this area. Moreover, Wen Yu would never consider that he was escaping. This was called drawing aggro. Wen Yu continuously comforted himself in his heart, which slightly alleviated his gloomy mood. At the same time, it suppressed his impulse to summon the Cyclops. Behind him, the shouts of the Black Robe continued to ring out. In response, Wen Yu could only pretend he couldn't hear it. Where do you think you can run to? The roar of the black robe rang out again, and at the same time, a massive pillar of fire shot toward Wen Yu. Phase shift! The lethality of the fire pillar was too great, and Wen Yu could only use his phasing ability to dodge this attack. Fortunately, Wen Yu's stamina was still quite sufficient now, and there were stamina recovery potions in his spatial ring, so he naturally wasn't afraid of this level of consumption. Flames erupted, igniting an innocent tree nearby, and then the black robe didn't stop at all, charging straight at Wen Yu. In this state, the black robe had few skills, but its terrifying physical strength was undeniable. According to Wen Yu's estimates, its pure physical strength had probably exceeded 200 points. Such a level was already beyond what Wen Yu could handle. Just when Wen Yu wanted to continue running, no, he meant to draw aggro, the situation suddenly changed. Wen Yu felt a sudden confusion in his mind, and the next moment he lost all awareness. The black robe behind him naturally didn't know what had happened to Wen Yu's body, and the furious power concentrated on its right fist, slamming down directly onto Wen Yu's back. Wen Yu's body was as if it had been run over by a truck. The moment he was hit, his spine was shattered. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and Wen Yu's body was sent flying far away, crashing into 3 large trees before finally falling to the ground. However, after receiving such a heavy blow, Wen Yu instead laughed. "You must be a newly promoted guard of the Demon Palace." Although it was Wen Yu who spoke, and it was his tone, the content and tone of the words were definitely not from Wen Yu. Moreover, this sentence was in the Demon Realm language. The black robe was just about to seize the moment to finish off Wen Yu, but upon hearing Wen Yu's words, it quickly stopped and respectfully bowed to the fallen Wen Yu. At the same time, a humble voice came from the black robe's mouth. "I greet my lord, just a remnant soul." Wen Yu slightly shook his head and then spoke. "You came at just the right time. The soul fragment I inhabit is no longer here. What remains is just a vestige of consciousness." Wen Yu pondered for a moment and continued, "Empty your soul. I will transfer this consciousness to you, and once I see the main body upon returning to the demon realm, I will remember your great contribution." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the black robe lowered its head even further, and a humble yet slightly excited voice emerged. "For the demonic clan, for the demon lord." A black light shot out from Wen Yu's eyes, directly pouring into the black robe's eyes. The black robe's eyes closed slightly, and when they opened again, the one controlling this body was no longer the black robe. At this moment, Wen Yu had also regained consciousness. Wen Yu naturally knew nothing about the dialogue that had just occurred between Wen Yu and the black robe. The only thing he felt upon awakening was pain. The injuries to his spine left Wen Yu unable to move at all. Moreover, the sharp pain in his internal organs made Wen Yu realize that his injuries were absolutely not optimistic. Looking at the strangely staring black robe in front of him, Wen Yu's heart moved, and he canceled his combat state, directly activating the second soul realm, summoning the Cyclops back. In this situation, Wen Yu definitely wouldn't care about any grand scheme. Once he was dead, everything would have nothing to do with him. As soon as the Cyclops appeared, it saw the situation in front of it and let out a terrifying roar, charging fiercely at the black robe. The Cyclops had sustained considerable injuries while blocking the Demon Realm gate, but its current physical quality had improved significantly. At the very least, the Cyclops absolutely had the qualification to take down the black robe. Seeing the Cyclops rush over, the black robe suddenly laughed. Ignoring the Cyclops' terrifying attack, the black robe turned and ran toward the Demon Realm gate. However, before it left, a wave of mental energy transmitted into Wen Yu's mind. "We will meet again. Look forward to it. Next time we meet, something very interesting will happen. Don't chase." A weak voice came from Wen Yu's mouth, and the Cyclops, which was about to continue the pursuit, immediately stopped and returned to Wen Yu's side. "Take me to find son Ruixing." The injuries to Wen Yu's spine were too severe, so much so that his hands were no longer under his control. At this moment, it was a pipe dream for Wen Yu to want to take out a healing potion from the spatial ring. "Woof woof," the Cyclops barked twice, opened its mouth wide, and picked up Wen Yu running toward the battlefield. The black robe's speed was not slow, at least significantly faster than the Cyclops carrying Wen Yu. When the black robe reached the center of the battlefield, the battle fell into a stalemate once again. The mutated beasts had a certain advantage over the humans, but after the Cyclops opened the Demon Realm gate, the various levels of demonic creatures that rushed out provided immense reinforcement to the remaining demonic clan. Fortunately, there were no demonic creatures that could contend with the little dragon. Under the little dragon's frenzied attacks, the situation for the demonic clan would sooner or later fall into a state of collapse. This was certain. High-end combat power was the fundamental element that determined the outcome of a battle. The black robe ignored the little dragon, which was excitedly showing its teeth and claws while standing on a pile of third-tier demonic creature corpses, and walked directly to the front of the Demon Realm gate. This battlefield seemed extremely dangerous, but for a demonic creature of the Black Robes level, as long as it avoided a few limited Tier 3 mutated beasts, the entire battlefield was absolutely under its control. Master, a level 3 bull demon that had just emerged from the Demon Realm gate slightly bowed to the Black Robe and respectfully spoke. The Black Robe nodded slightly at the bull demon and then directly walked into the Demon Realm gate. This scene left the bull demon stunned, because the Demon Realm gate was equivalent to a one-way teleportation array. Invading Earth through the Demon Realm gate was very easy, but returning to the Demon Realm through the Demon Realm gate was incredibly difficult. Not to mention the principles involved, just reversing the destination of the teleportation array required an incomprehensible amount of energy. This was also to prevent counter-invasion actions by the natives of the invaded world. Such incidents occurred numerous times when the Demon Realm had just begun its invasion. By the way, before the bull demon could react, the Black Robe's hideous head poked out from the Demon Realm gate. My mission is complete. You all continue. After saying this, before the bull demon could react, the Black Robe directly grabbed the Demon Realm gate and pulled hard. Accompanied by a harsh sound, the Demon Realm gate was closed. The bull demon stared at the closed Demon Realm gate in front of him, his mind filled with question marks. With the inferior intellect of the bull demon clan, he couldn't comprehend the changes happening before his eyes. Fortunately, whether the Demon Realm gate was open or closed didn't matter much. The rules of the battlefield of the two realms were well understood by the bull demon. Things that could harm both sides didn't significantly change, even if there was no way to retreat. But how did Lord Black Robe do it just now? The bull demon scratched his head, once again puzzled as he scrutinized the Demon Realm gate. Then, when the bull demon confirmed that he couldn't figure out the intricacies of the situation, he let out a furious roar, grabbing the battle axe in his hand, and charged towards the distant rampaging giant dragon. Then he was sent flying far away by a tail swipe from the little dragon. When the one-eyed beast, carrying Wen Yu, reached Sun Ruixing's side, Sun Ruixing was holding a shield and fiercely slamming the head of a third-tier demonic creature. Old Sun, hurry up and finish it, I need your help. Hearing Wen Yu's weak voice, Sun Ruixing finally realized Wen Yu's arrival. How did you get hurt like this? Upon hearing Sun Ruixing's words, Wen Yu forced a bitter smile. It's hard to explain. Wen Yu was also full of question marks regarding what had just happened. Not to mention why he had been standing there for no reason, just Lord Black Robe's attitude left Wen Yu feeling puzzled. Sun Ruixing's shield flew rapidly, and in no time he turned the weak third-tier demonic creature in front of him into a puddle of meat. I have healing potions in my spatial ring, take them all out. Seeing Sun Ruixing deal with his opponent, Wen Yu called out to him. After Sun Ruixing poured the healing potion into Wen Yu's mouth, Wen Yu finally relaxed. First, he felt the sensation of his back wound healing, then he turned to observe the battlefield situation. Undoubtedly, the most eye-catching was the little dragon, raging with power, rampantly releasing its dragon flame. Within 100 meters around it, no demonic creature could withstand the might of the dragon flame. And it wasn't over yet. After wiping out the demonic creatures around it, the little dragon immediately set its sights on the distant third-tier demonic creature. For the little dragon, this was a feast. Undoubtedly, once this battle was over, the little dragon would benefit the most. Moreover, due to the presence of the little dragon and the fact that the Demon Realm gate had completely closed without anyone noticing, the demonic creatures had no reinforcements, and there was no high-end combat power to resist the little dragon. The current battlefield situation had completely tilted in favor of the humans and mutated beasts. Dealing with the remaining demonic creatures was merely a matter of time. Go ahead, One-Eyed, kill as many as you can. Wen Yu's personal gains from this battle were equivalent to 0. He had only earned a small amount of points by having the one-eyed beast block the Demon Realm gate. In Wen Yu's eyes, this was naturally not worth it. Upon hearing Wen Yu's command, the one-eyed beast immediately charged towards a third-tier demonic creature in the battlefield. I'm going too. Sun Ruixing waved at Wen Yu, looking unwilling to miss out on these easily obtainable points. As time passed and dusk approached, the battle was officially nearing its end. The ground was littered with the corpses of demonic creatures and mutated beasts, but overall, there were still more demonic creatures. A few remaining demonic creatures struggled valiantly, but from their sharp, desperate roars, it was easy to sense their feelings. As the fury of the Inferno erupted from the one-eyed beast, it overwhelmed the last defense position of the demonic clan, bringing everything to a calm. The battle was over. At this moment, Wen Yu's injuries had completely healed, and he stood beside the one-eyed beast and the little dragon, watching the aftermath scenery of Che Town. Unfortunately, it was not a pleasant sight. There were severed limbs everywhere, scars left by rampant energy. "It's over, thank you all." Wen Yu turned his head and seriously thanked the little dragon. "No need to be polite. I also got a lot of delicious food." The childish voice entered Wen Yu's mind, making him smile. He reached out his right hand, gently stroking the little dragon's tough scales, and nodded towards the ancient demon's corpse not far away. "Why don't you eat that?" the little dragon said very seriously. "Delicious food is saved for last." "Then let's negotiate. You see, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know there would be so much delicious food here. Can you share some of the magic crystals from their heads with me?" This was completely twisting the argument. The little dragon tilted its head, looked at Wen Yu, and then at the pile of third-tier demonic creature corpses not far away, before nodding without much hesitation. "You're right, without you I wouldn't have had delicious food." After saying that, the huge dragon claw waved extravagantly. "All the hard stuff in their heads is yours. I'll also share half of the meat with you." The little dragon's generosity made Wen Yu feel a bit embarrassed. "I always feel like I'm the bad uncle tricking a kid into giving up candy." Wen Yu silently mumbled to himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't bear to miss out on such a big benefit. Upon hearing the little dragon's generous response, Wen Yu immediately stepped forward to pry open the ancient demon's head to retrieve the magic crystal inside. However, just at that moment, the situation changed. As Wen Yu was about to pry open the ancient demon's head, the last fleeing demonic creature was also killed under the one-eyed beast's claws. There were no more demonic creatures left on the entire battlefield. At the moment the last demonic creature died, an ancient, weathered voice entered the minds of all humans and mutated beasts, greeting them in a way that any creature could understand. "Hello, survivors of the battlefield of the two realms. You may call me Sovereign." This voice was like that of a kind old man, gentle yet powerful, causing Wen Yu's movements to pause. Looking up, Wen Yu scanned his surroundings, but unfortunately he found nothing. Sovereign, Wen Yu had heard this title more than once, but due to limitations in power and authority, he knew very little about this hidden big boss. "What exactly are you? Who are you? What's going on?" Various questions emerged from different humans, but no direct answers were given. As the commotion in the field gradually calmed down, the Sovereign's voice sounded again. "As this is the first battlefield of the two realms on Earth, no matter what, I should come to see you brave warriors in person. First of all, congratulations to you warriors of Earth. You have defeated the demonic creatures that attacked this time, achieving victory in the first phase of the battlefield of the two realms." The Sovereign's words made Wen Yu's heart sink heavily. First phase? That meant there would be a second phase. After experiencing the trials on Shanlan Star, Wen Yu had developed a significant resentment towards these nth phase trials. "What's going on? How can there still be a second phase?" Wen Yu tried to communicate his thoughts to the Sovereign. Although he didn't know if it would be effective, he understood that with the Sovereign's abilities, he would absolutely know Wen Yu's current thoughts. "Don't rush to ask questions yet. I want to tell you a little story first." The Sovereign's voice had a kind of unknown magic that quickly calmed the restless crowd. "This story is called the story of the chopsticks. Once upon a time, there was a wealthy man who, on his deathbed, called his 3 sons to his side. The wealthy man said to his sons, 'I'm about to die and it's time to distribute my inheritance.' After that, the wealthy man took out a chopstick and said to his eldest son, 'Break it.' With a single chopstick, the adult eldest son easily broke it. Then the wealthy man took out a bunch of chopsticks and continued, 'Now break them.' This time, the eldest son exerted all his strength but was powerless against the bunch of chopsticks. I've heard this story from Grandpa Tree." Once the little dragon heard the Sovereign's story, it immediately shouted proudly, "It's about unity, right?" The little dragon kept blinking its light yellow eyes, happily transmitting mental waves to the sky. "Right, I've heard this too. Isn't this a story from elementary school readers?" "Yes, what does this Sovereign mean? Is he trying to feed us some motivational speech after the battle is over to eliminate the killing desire in our hearts? Seriously, talking about useless things, let's hurry and get the rewards." The mixed voices from the crowd kept ringing out, and Sun Ruixing quietly walked to Wen Yu's side. "What's going on?" Wen Yu shook his head at Sun Ruixing, indicating that he had no idea about the current situation. Just as the crowd was whispering, and the mutated beasts were also in disarray, the Sovereign's voice rang out again. "Unity, this thing is truly a long way off." The Sovereign first sighed, then continued to speak. "You are really a lovely bunch of guys. But at this point in the story, something changed. But at this point in the story, something has changed. By the way, before this, I haven't introduced the situation of this family to everyone." The Sovereign's voice was calm yet charismatic, with little emotional fluctuation. The wealthy man built his fortune from scratch, and it was only when he got old that he established a large enterprise. The eldest son has suffered hardships and has been malnourished in his childhood, hence he is very frail. The second son is addicted to alcohol and debauchery. And the third son, he is a fanatic who loves sports. So overall, the third son has the best physical condition. The wealthy man saw that his eldest son couldn't break a chopstick. So he handed the chopstick to the third son. What was a difficult task for the eldest son was completely different for the third son. Crack! With a sound, the third son broke the chopstick into pieces. So everyone, having heard this, you should understand that this is not a story about unity. The gentle and magnetic tone remained, but the feeling it conveyed was increasingly different. This feeling made when you feel as if he was endlessly sliding into an abyss. No one dared to comment on the sovereign's story anymore, as all the living beings present could sense something else in the sovereign's words. That something is called malice, and at this moment the sovereign's story had not yet ended. The wealthy man saw his third son break the chopstick and smiled with satisfaction. Then the wealthy man pulled out an iron rod as thick as a wrist from under his pillow. "Now, why don't you try this?" said the wealthy man. "Dad, that's impossible." The third son promptly shook his head. For a normal person, an iron rod of that thickness was practically indestructible. "So I have a way to distribute my estate." The wealthy man distributed all his assets to the eldest son, as the eldest son had endured hardships since childhood, naturally understanding that money is hard to come by, and often following his father, he had learned a lot about business. Moreover, the wealthy man made a will stating that his eldest son, who would inherit all his assets, must pay the second and third sons a sum of money every month to allow them to do what they wanted. Can you guess the final outcome? After the wealthy man died, the eldest son's business thrived, and he bought a trust for the second and third sons. Each year they would receive a substantial amount of money enough to support their expenses. A perfect result, isn't it? So, what lesson does this story teach us? Complete silence filled the room. Because this story isn't called a fairy tale, nor is it called an inspirational story. This story is called Toxic Chicken Soup. Toxic chicken soup is always realistic, and reality is always cruel. The sovereign's voice rang out again. This story tells us that chopsticks can never match steel. Chopsticks are just chopsticks. Even 100 chopsticks cannot compare to the strength and resilience of steel. The same goes for power. The so-called strength and unity is nothing but a joke. Power can only exert its greatest effect when concentrated in a single person's hands. Just like under the same strength, a palm can never compare to a fist in power. And under the current circumstances, you have won the war against the demonic clan, but you are still a group of chopsticks. What I need is steel, even if it's just one. How do I filter out the steel? By breaking chopsticks, using their bodies to ignite the furnace, thus forging the strongest steel. There is a rule on the battlefield of the two realms. Creatures from the demon realm and creatures from Earth will decide who is the strongest. Right now, you are merely the stronger side or a group, but not the strongest. The barrier of the battlefield of the two realms will shrink 10 meters every 10 minutes, which means that this barrier will become smaller and smaller, until all living beings within the battlefield are wiped out. But before that, as long as you can determine the strongest being among you, the barrier will stop moving, and this being will receive the most powerful treasure prepared by me. Thus, whether to kill or be killed is up to you to decide. Now, among you, who is the steel that I seek? I will be watching. The sovereign's voice slowly faded, but the shock it brought left all the creatures in a daze for a long time. I withdraw. I don't want anything. Sovereign, I don't want anything. I want to get out of here. The first to speak was a nearby practitioner. This practitioner had a pale face, clearly struck by such cruel rules. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, human life is truly worthless in the eyes of the sovereign. No, you see, all the living beings present have the chance to obtain the ultimate treasure, and most of your starting points for evolution are the same. Under such circumstances, you still want to withdraw. You don't even have a bit of ambition. You don't even have a bit of competitive spirit. You disappoint me too much. I will never tolerate a child who disappoints me. The tone of the sovereign gradually changed. Cruel and tyrannical emotions clearly flowed out. Then, a burst of white light suddenly erupted from this practitioner's body. It came quickly and went quickly. When the white light dissipated, the practitioner fell to the ground, his face ashen. My power, it's all gone. Profession, skills, physical condition, all gone. This is your punishment. You must understand that your power comes from me. What I give you, I can naturally take back. This practitioner, having lost all his strength, sat on the ground, as if in a daze, murmuring to himself, not hearing the sovereign's words at all. He knew that without power, he had no hope left in this battlefield of the two realms. The only fate awaiting him was death. However, all the other living beings felt a chill surging within them. The sovereign's methods, his perspective of human life as mere insects, everything about him instilled fear in the practitioners. When Yu lowered his head, slowly clenching his fists. What is this? What is this? This is murder, this is called murder. Aren't you helping us? Aren't you helping us defeat the demonic clan? Aren't you our savior, our backer? What are you doing now? What the hell are you? Wen Yu's voice started low, then grew louder, his emotions becoming more agitated until finally he roared at the sky. And the sovereign's response showed no signs of fluctuation. First, you must understand that this is not murder. This is called survival of the fittest. In some remote places on this planet, there is an ancient practice called raising poison insects. How to raise poison insects. Let a group of poison insects fight to determine the strongest, which is the Goo King. Why raise poison insects? Because a Goo King is much stronger than countless ordinary insects. This is the meaning of the battlefield of the two realms. And dare you say I am not helping you? I have brought you the exchange stone pillar. I have brought you the enhancement system. Without me, what are you? Without me, can you defeat the demonic clan? Without me, what hope do you have? I am indeed your backer and stand on your side, but that does not mean I will do things according to your wishes. The reason I am telling you all this is simply because you are the second sequence I chose. I hope you don't disappoint me. Work hard to become the steel I need. That is what you should do, and it is also the only thing you can do. Otherwise, if you can become the second sequence, others can certainly do the same. After the sovereign finished speaking, their voice slowly faded away. Naturally, they had not truly left. Most likely, the sovereign was hiding somewhere outside the barrier, quietly observing the struggles and shifts in mindset of their puppets. Perhaps they were swirling a glass of red wine, surrounded by beauties from various races, a faint smile playing on their lips. However, one thing was certain, they would not show mercy. There would be no mercy for these lowly ants, for these earth beings who were once comrades, no mercy for these humans or mutated beasts who were being toyed with, and no mercy for the cruel thoughts in their hearts. What should we do? Son Ruixing, standing beside Wen Yu, spoke in a low voice. Wen Yu moved his lips, but for a long while he couldn't find the words. What should he do? What could he do? What should he do? What else could he do? I won't attack you. Yes, I won't attack you. Muttering to himself, Son Ruixing slowly turned away and walked toward the edge of the barrier. This was an act of evasion, and it was the only option left. When Yu looked up at Son Ruixing's slightly hunched figure growing more distant, the anger and despair in his eyes thickening. To strike against Son Ruixing was something Wen Yu desperately wished to avoid. Wen Yu was not a good person, but he was certainly not an irredeemably bad one. Son Ruixing had shown him kindness and loyalty. Wen Yu understood that, and he was clear about it. But, I just want to live, I want to survive. The only wish he had after being reborn in the apocalypse now seemed so pale in the face of reality. Morality, kindness, and life. This was a test from the sovereign, or perhaps a jest. It was also the most difficult choice. The calm battlefield grew increasingly oppressive. Even the sound of heavy breathing gradually became inaudible. Kill or be killed, this choice was sometimes really very simple. When a professional raised their weapon and killed a nearby mutated beast, the situation inevitably slid toward the abyss. Chaos erupted first on the outer battlefield. Most of the beings in this battlefield were slightly weaker professionals or mutated beasts. They too were the first to buckle under the terrifying pressure. Some mutated beasts frantically tore at the corpses on the ground, whether they belonged to the human race, mutated beasts, or the demonic clan. Some professionals rushed toward the exchange stone pillar. They were fighting to enhance their strength, aiming to be the last one standing. When you quietly watched the creatures around him gradually descending into madness, and after a while he bitterly smiled. The touch of greed in his hand extended out, while he summoned the one-eyed creature, whose whereabouts were unknown, casting an increasingly cold gaze upon these maddened beings. When slaughter was unavoidable, all Wen Yu could do was kill. Only kill. The touch of greed swiftly struck a nearby Tier 3 black bear, its tremendous power tearing open the bear's belly, spilling its entrails. And then, Wen Yu's hand with the touch of greed directly plunged into the bear's skull. This Tier 3 black bear had just killed a Tier 3 demonic creature and was not lightly injured. Under Wen Yu's sudden attack, it had no power to retaliate. The bear's roar was forcibly lodged in its throat, and its lifeless eyes still held emotions such as doubt, disbelief, and despair. The emotions within were so overwhelming that Wen Yu could hardly bear to look at it again. A comrade just moments ago, now reduced to an enemy. What are you doing? Just as Wen Yu killed the black bear, the little dragon nearby immediately reacted, yelling loudly at Wen Yu. This shout was so loud that it made Wen Yu's ears tingle and also shocked the surrounding chaotic professionals and mutated beasts. Wen Yu calmly withdrew the touch of greed from the bear's head and seriously looked into the little dragon's somewhat confused eyes. I am fighting, I am killing, I am struggling. What do you think I am doing? I am doing everything I can to preserve my life. Wen Yu's voice trembled without him realizing. He slightly closed his eyes, but the bear's gaze kept reflecting in his mind. It had intelligence, and quite a bit at that. That kind of gaze seemed to say, wasn't it you who found us? Didn't you lead us to defeat the demonic creatures? Weren't we just fighting side by side? Wen Yu understood but suffered even more. But it was a friend. The little dragon's voice interrupted Wen Yu's thoughts. Yes, it was a friend. Killing a friend is wrong. I know that, but right now all the creatures you can see can only let one survive. Silence, suppression. The means by which the sovereign transmitted messages was via direct communication of thoughts, so even the little dragon's understanding was sufficient to grasp the sovereign's meaning clearly. However, the little dragon slowly lay down on the ground. At the same time, a wave of mental energy flowed into Wen Yu's mind. Grandpa Tree once said, "Strong beings exist to protect the weak." I have always grown in Grandpa Tree's belly, continuously absorbing Grandpa Tree's strength, but I understand that it was not Grandpa Tree's own power. That is the power of this land. I come from this land. I am the king of this earth. I exist to protect. They are all children of this land. They are my kin. The meaning of my existence is not to kill, but to protect. I cannot bring myself to attack them. The little dragon's gaze slowly changed, from initial anger and confusion to now determination. Then the little dragon slowly closed its eyes. They will kill you, whether they are humans or mutated creatures. When you spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. The massive dragon head nodded slightly twice, indicating to Wen Yu that it understood this reality. There's nothing wrong with fighting to survive. The little dragon slowly shook its head. You don't understand. There will always be things more important than just living. Wen Yu sighed and nodded, just about to say something else when a slightly sharp shout interrupted him. We shouldn't kill each other anymore. That person and that dragon are the strongest. If we don't kill those two, we won't have a path to survival. Upon hearing this voice, Wen Yu finally looked around. Unbeknownst to him, the surrounding area was already crowded with professionals and a few mutated creatures. It was impossible to tell where the previous voice had come from, but just by seeing the reddened eyes of the creatures around, one could tell. Almost all the creatures agreed with this viewpoint. In a situation where only one could survive, uniting the weak to eliminate the strong was an extremely effective strategy. At the beginning, the mutual killing among the weak was merely instinctual, an attempt to eliminate competition, but once most humans recognized the situation, the strong would inevitably face the siege of the majority. Human actions also guided the behavior of the mutated beasts. These animals had enough intelligence to understand human intentions after their mutations. At the center of the encirclement, Wen Yu looked at the increasingly erupting killing intent around him, then turned to glance at the little dragon, who was still lying motionless with its eyes closed. After a while, he softly said, "Since you have made up your mind, then good luck." Then good luck. As Wen Yu's final blessing concluded, he immediately exited the combat state, retracting the single eye into the soul realm, and then re-entered the combat state as his feet slowly sank into the ground. Phasing. Using phasing, he melded his entire body into the earth and then began to move toward the edge of the barrier. This method allowed him to evade the chaotic battle above. Perhaps a few creatures had the ability to burrow underground, but with Wen Yu's current physical capabilities, even fighting underground was definitely not a problem. Phasing appeared simple, but as Wen Yu utilized it more frequently, his understanding of this ability deepened. Every skill above S rank is not simple. As Wen Yu's body slowly sank, after a while, he finally encountered resistance. Looking down, a black light curtain radiated a faint glow. This was the boundary of the underground barrier. The entire battlefield of the two realms was enveloped by a circular barrier, and regardless of whether one looked up to the heavens or down to the earth, no exit could be found. Well, it's like this, Wen Yu sighed softly, raising his head to look above. Through the thick layers of soil, it seemed he could see the battlefield above where creatures were slaughtering each other. He could see the little dragon silently enduring all the attacks from creatures, and he could see son Ruixing wandering confusedly at the edge of the barrier. It was as if he could see the hidden kindness and evil within the creatures. Is this what you wanted? Is this your goal? Is this the will to survive you wish to see? I'm sorry, but all I see is ugliness, even though I am one of them. The battle above the ground had been going on for an unknown amount of time, but Wen Yu could feel that as the scale of the barrier continued to shrink, he was rising from his original position. Along the way, Wen Yu changed positions several times, going to the exchange stone pillar above to exchange for some stamina recovery potions, which was the fundamental reason he could burrow underground for an extended period. By the time Wen Yu surfaced for the 6th time, the battle was basically over. The range of the barrier had become very small, possibly less than a kilometer, and within this kilometer there was blood and shattered corpses everywhere. A few mutated beasts and a small number of professionals were engaged in a desperate fight. Crimson eyes glinted with chilling killing intent. Neither humans nor mutated beasts cared who their next opponent was, because it didn't matter who the opponent was. Anyway, all creatures were opponents. The area where the little dragon had been was now filled with countless corpses, completely concealing the little dragon within. When you did not know if the little dragon was dead, but just by looking at the scattered black scales around, he could tell that even if the little dragon was not dead, it was certainly not far from death. The barrier was small, and when Yu appeared, he naturally attracted the attention of the few creatures present. "Brother Yu, hurry and help me." The one speaking was Sun Yashin. This kid had run off who knows where during the battle with the demonic clan, and he hadn't shown up until all the demonic creatures were dead. Only when the barrier had shrunk to a certain degree did Sun Yashin join the fight. Thus, Sun Yashin had not exhausted his stamina too much, allowing him to hold on until now. However, Zhang Lifei, who was fighting with Sun Yashin, was in a much worse condition. His body was covered in wounds and bloodstains, unsure if they were from others or his own. Li Shanlin lay at Zhang Lifei's feet, and judging by the huge, gruesome wound on him, he was undoubtedly dead beyond saving. "Brother Yu, quickly help me kill this bastard. This kid just ambushed me." Seeing that Yu was still in the mood to survey the surroundings, Sun Yashin became anxious. Zhang Lifei's strength was a notch above Sun Yashin's, and even though he was severely injured, he was still evenly matched with Sun Yashin. But upon hearing Sun Yashin's words, Zhang Lifei's eyes instantly turned red, unable to hold back his curse. "You bastard, I ambushed you. Didn't we agree to deal with the mutated beasts first? You sold us out right after. Do you dare say you didn't kill Uncle Shanlin? Do you dare say these wounds on me aren't because of you?" Hearing Zhang Lifei's roar, Sun Yashin fell silent, instead quickening his attack while continuously glancing toward Yu. Seeing the situation between the two, Yu silently summoned the single eye. "Go, clean up the remaining mutated beasts." There were already not many mutated beasts left, and after such a brutal battle, their injuries were getting worse. Facing the single eye, they would have little chance to fight back. Seeing Yu summon the single eye but not take a single step forward, Sun Yashin shouted again, "Big brother, help me." Looking at Sun Yashin's urgent expression, Yu chuckled lightly. He slowly pulled out a cigarette from his spatial ring, then slowly lit it and took a slow drag, letting the smoke escape slowly. Then he said slowly, "Is it interesting?" "Indeed, is it interesting." Hearing Yu's words, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Sun Yashin and Zhang Lifei gradually halted their actions, gazing at Yu with emerging killing intent. "Enough of the act, it really isn't interesting." Sun Yashin forced a bitter smile and shook his head, slowly retreating with Zhang Lifei. "How did you see through it? Let's just say your acting skills are too poor, truly too poor. The blood on you isn't even yours, because I've been watching for so long and didn't see any sign of your wounds bleeding. The key point is, you two are truly ruthless, especially you." When Yu turned his gaze toward Zhang Lifei. "That was your uncle, right? You just killed him like that, from behind, a skill similar to an ice spear, right? Now there are still some ice shards on Li Shanlin's wound that you haven't cleaned up. Did you see it? The look in his eyes before he died. It must have been terrible, right? He trusted you with his back and you killed him just like that. Why? Why?" Wen Yu's tone was calm and cold. But Zhang Lifei seemed to be stimulated, shouting at Wen Yu, "What if he doesn't die? In any case, only one can survive. If he doesn't die, we can't set this trap. He's going to die anyway. Why can't it be more valuable when he dies? And why didn't you fall for it? Why didn't you fall for it? If you didn't fall for it, he would have died for nothing. So you're the one who harmed him." "Exactly, you harmed him." Zhang Lifei's tone gradually calmed down as he looked at Wen Yu, and aside from killing intent, there was a hint of something called hatred. "That was a beautiful hate transfer you just pulled off. I'll give you a thumbs up." Wen Yu nodded at Zhang Lifei, generously giving him a thumbs up. Then, ignoring Zhang Lifei's ashen face, Wen Yu turned to Sun Yashin. "I can understand why you set me up. I don't blame you for that. On the contrary, I should thank you because you just gave me a reason to kill you." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Sun Yashin instead laughed. "Hypocrite." "Hypocrite." Sun Yashin looked at Wen Yu's calm expression and slowly spat out 3 words. "You talk so grandly and so sweetly, as if you never intended to kill me. Wen Yu, big boss, let's not waste time with useless nonsense. Because these words really disgust me. You came out here to kill, right? Whether it's me or Zhang Lifei or... Brother, son, you won't spare any of us. Since your little tricks earlier didn't work on me, then come on, come kill me. You can definitely take action against me, but son." "Big boss." With Sun Yashin's loud shout, a figure slowly walked over. "I want to see if you can take action against him." "What, have you joined forces with them?" Wen Yu looked at the slightly pale Sun Ruixing and gently stomped out his cigarette. Sun Ruixing nodded, acknowledging Wen Yu's question. Yeah, I didn't expect you to stand with them, but that's normal after all. You wouldn't survive in the end if you stayed with me. Right. It was the first time Sun Ruixing spoke up until now. I'm not as strong as you nor as ruthless. Even if I help you, you would still kill me in the end. When you nodded. Sun Yashin was right, and so was Sun Ruixing. When you crawled out from the ground, he was holding on to the determination to kill all living beings. No matter who it is, but dying at your hands would be worth it. As soon as Sun Ruixing finished this sentence, the situation changed abruptly. The shield in his right hand swung out quickly and slapped Zhang Lifei's face. Under Sun Ruixing's sudden attack, an unprepared Zhang Lifei was struck as if hit by a racing car. His entire body lifted off the ground, flipping 2.5 times before crashing to the ground like a fallen onion. "What are you doing?" Seeing Sun Ruixing's actions, Sun Yashin nearby exclaimed in disbelief. "Nothing much, just wanted to deal with a beast." Sun Ruixing calmly looked at Zhang Lifei, who was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his face, and said slowly, "By the way, do you know, when I was at the gathering place, I met Li Shanlin a few times and even had a drink with him." Sun Ruixing stepped on Zhang Lifei's back, the immense force causing Zhang Lifei to spit out a mouthful of blood, his breath growing even weaker. "So you definitely don't understand what kind of feelings the person you just killed had for you? That guy never got married, always hung around your dad and watched you grow up. I drank with him twice. And each time he said he wanted to see you get married, wanted to see you have a child, wanted to be your child's god-grandfather. I thought that after hearing the final rules just now, he should have had the intention to sacrifice himself to protect you. He should have, but he died so cheap, so worthless, really. At that moment, I saw you condensing your skill from behind and directly striking into his body. He turned back and just looked at you. You didn't dare to look into his eyes, you lowered your head and then unleashed another skill. Maybe you should have seen the look in his eyes. My understanding, there shouldn't have been any resentment. Unrestrainedly hurting those who love you, unrestrainedly hurting those who help you. You really don't deserve to live, and I'm ashamed to be associated with you." After saying these words, Sun Ruixing completely ignored what Zhang Lifei lying on the ground was thinking, lifted his foot, and crushed Zhang Lifei's skull. Then he turned back and looked at the incredulous Sun Yashin. "It's your turn." When you wiped the large rock beside him, sat directly on it, lit another cigarette, and quietly watched the battle unfolding before him. When you was unclear about Sun Ruixing's thoughts, the three of them together might have had a slight, negligible chance of victory. But after Sun Ruixing took out Zhang Lifei, the two of them would definitely have no chance against Wen Yu, although it was beyond Wen Yu's expectations. But, "This is the old Sun I know." A low sigh escaped Wen Yu's lips, and the battle ahead had already ended. Sun Yashin was dead, this was indisputable. Not to mention skills, just in terms of physical fitness, Sun Ruixing completely outclassed Sun Yashin multiple times. "Give me a cigarette." Sun Ruixing, holding the blood-stained shield, directly sat down beside Wen Yu and casually asked for a cigarette. The two of them quietly smoked, peacefully watching the one-eyed creature continuously slaughter the few remaining mutated beasts. "Why did you kill both of them? If I don't kill them, should I kill you? Not to mention whether I'm willing or not. Even if the three of us join forces, how much chance do we have? The most important thing is these two kids are undisciplined. I don't like them. That's true, but what you did is equivalent to extinguishing your only hope. You understand I won't show mercy." Wen Yu's words were serious and solemn. Regarding Sun Ruixing, in what might be the last moment of Sun Ruixing's life, Wen Yu had no interest in lying, nor did he wish to lie. "You will kill me." Sun Ruixing spoke this sentence with certainty. All that followed was Wen Yu's silence. "But do you know?" After saying this, Sun Ruixing suddenly hugged Wen Yu's neck. "Whether you will kill me and whether you want to kill me are two different things. Do you want to kill me?" "I don't want to." Wen Yu's reply was also in a certain tone. "Then that's fine. Even if you took action and killed me, it wouldn't be you, so don't have any psychological burden." Sun Ruixing smiled while talking to Wen Yu, but what followed was not very clear to Wen Yu. It was merely words of self-comfort. These things really didn't matter anymore. In the distance, the one-eyed creature scampered back, seeing its big boss and Sun Ruixing smoking and chatting, just like usual. But it always felt like something was different. So the one-eyed creature quietly lay beside Wen Yu and was taken into the soul realm. "Beautiful, that sunset, do you see it?" Sun Ruixing pointed at the sunset approaching the horizon and nudged Wen Yu with his elbow. "Yeah," Wen Yu responded softly. Then another deathly silence fell, all the way until the sun set. "It's time to send me off." "Don't rush, by the way, are you really not going to reconsider? We've had a match, you might not lose." Sun Ruixing shook his head. "I will definitely lose. If I win, it means you let me win. That doesn't sound like your style. Your heart isn't that soft." "Yes, just now my heart was indeed soft." "Right, wait a moment," Wen Yu said, and a dazzling purple light shone from his hand. "Do not resist. This is the last thing I can do for you. The purple light slowly wrapped around Sun Ruixing, and then the purple chain suddenly snapped. Wen Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What's wrong?" Sun Ruixing was a bit confused about what had just happened. "Nothing." Wen Yu had just wanted to contract Sun Ruixing and register him as a spirit pet, but unfortunately it had no effect at all, and instead the contracting power of the third soul realm fell into a 3-day cooldown. "I have no other options. Say your last words. I will fulfill your wishes." Sun Ruixing looked at Wen Yu's serious expression and gently nodded, then he pulled off the pendant hanging from his chest. "There is a photo of my daughter in here. She should be in Beijing. Find her and if possible, help me take care of her. At the very least, make sure she survives." Wen Yu took the pendant, opened it, and a small 1-inch photo appeared before his eyes. Of course, with something like a profile picture, no matter how beautiful the woman was, it wouldn't look too beautiful in the photo. "Name: Sun Zuwei." Wen Yu closed the pendant and solemnly placed it into the spatial ring. "If I find her when I get to Beijing, I will locate her. This is my promise." Sun Ruixing smiled. "I believe in your promise. By the way, there's one more thing," Sun Ruixing said, and immediately took out a scroll from the lining of his clothes. "This is the final reward I obtained from the treasure land of Shanlan Star. It's for you." When Wen Yu took the scroll, a prompt sound flashed in his mind. "Eternal Unfading Shanlan Star SSS rank, active skill. After activation, summon Shanlan Spirit to fight for you. The number and quality of summoned spirits depend on the host's level and remaining stamina." This was once Shanlan Star Sequence 1, a skill created with unparalleled power, which internally fused the souls of the heroes who died in battle at Shanlan Star. When the host's strength reaches level 10, it will awaken the Shanlan Star Sequence 1 embedded in this ability. "Heroic souls are immortal, they last forever." Wen Yu nodded and directly placed this ability into the spatial ring, then spoke to Sun Ruixing. "If I can find your daughter, I will pass this ability on to her." "Thank you. Lastly, let me give you a piece of advice. Living must be for something, don't just live for the sake of living. It's too tiring." Watching Sun Ruixing close his eyes with a slight smile, Wen Yu stepped forward and hugged him tightly. "Brother, thank you. I've learned a lot from you. Farewell." The touch of greed in his hand quickly expanded and instantly pierced through Sun Ruixing's heart, fast, effective, and painless. Releasing a long breath, Wen Yu looked at the fallen Sun Ruixing, feeling a sense of frustration that he couldn't vent. "That's it. That's over. Fin-ished, you come out." With Wen Yu's furious yell, a round of applause slowly erupted from behind him. Accompanied by the clapping sound, a voice came from behind. Very good, as expected of the sequence 2 selected by my subordinate." Hearing the voice from behind, Wen Yu suddenly turned around and seriously examined the thing that appeared before him. It was, unexpectedly, Wen Yu's own likeness. "What is this?" A gritting voice escaped Wen Yu's mouth, provoking a burst of delighted laughter from the sovereign. "What's wrong? Don't like this appearance. Then how about this one?" With the sovereign's teasing voice, his form suddenly changed, and before Wen Yu's eyes it became Sun Ruixing. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent in Wen Yu's eyes, the sovereign chuckled lightly a few times, then fixed his appearance as an old man with white hair and beard. "This should be acceptable. So you humans have some really strange thoughts, clearly just an appearance, just some superficial things, yet they can provoke all sorts of emotions in you. Really boring to the extreme?" Wen Yu looked at the sovereign and slowly spoke. "I don't want to waste time with you. Hurry up and give me my reward." The sovereign looked at Wen Yu and slowly shook his head. "You haven't killed all the living beings yet. What reward can I give you?" Hearing the sovereign's words, Wen Yu's brows furrowed immediately. The current range of the battlefield of the two realms was already quite small. At least Wen Yu could see all the scenery within the barrier at a glance. But with Wen Yu's vision, he found no signs of biological activity. Seeing Wen Yu frowning, the sovereign smiled. "Come here, let me show you something interesting." After the sovereign finished speaking, he immediately walked toward a pile of corpses not far away. Wen Yu saw where the sovereign was heading and furrowed his brows even deeper. That place was exactly where the little dragon had just lain down. However, what was meant to come would come, and Wen Yu didn't hesitate much, directly following behind the sovereign. "Do you know, every world has its own consciousness. You can also think of it this way. A planet is equivalent to a gigantic living being. Unfortunately, due to its immense size, its consciousness is too overwhelming, rendering them incapable of effectively controlling their own bodies, and the only way they can affect the outside world is through mediators. It could be tectonic movements or various natural disasters, and after I descended upon this planet, with the emergence of the exchange stone pillar law I created, it brought about some changes to Earth. It could be good or it could be bad. Who knows? After all, I can't communicate with your home planet. But that doesn't mean there's absolutely no influence. Originating from the demon realm, I, together with the threefold law conflict of this planet, have given birth to some, how should I put it? Some interesting lives? Hearing the sovereign's words, Wen Yu whispered a question. Is it the divine beast species? The sovereign nodded. That term is nice. Then from now on I shall call them divine beast species, just like the life form inside. As the sovereign's hand slowly moved, the pile of corpses that had been stacked together began to part slowly. At this moment, the sovereign's words were not finished. These mutated beasts are different from you. You humans can use the exchange stone pillar and can utilize treasure lands, but mutated beasts cannot. The reason they can evolve is due to the power from your home planet, and the divine beast species can be said to be born of the Earth's will, created to protect this planet. They are the true life forms recognized by this world. They are the agents of this world. Ultimately, my purpose is the same as the Earth's, which is to defeat the demonic clan. When the sovereign mentioned the demonic clan, he paused slightly. You know there are many races in this world. Although you humans are the rulers of this planet, I have no reason to choose you as my agents, right? The reason I chose you is that the human race is innately intelligent, possesses strong learning abilities, and has a well-established social system, which leads to a problem. What problem? Wen Yu unknowingly was drawn in by the sovereign's words. The sovereign gave Wen Yu a mysterious smile. This leads to the fact that your human desires are stronger than any other race. And desire, for you, is the driving force for progress. For me, desire can be better controlled. The word controlled did not sound good. Like this. With a wave of the sovereign's hand towards Wen Yu, a white light swiftly swept over Wen Yu's body, and then Wen Yu's physical qualities began to decline continuously until they reached the level of an ordinary person. Wen Yu's heart trembled fiercely. Do you want your power back? The sovereign asked temptingly. Wen Yu remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. But you must understand, once I give this power back to you, you will never be able to escape my control. Do you still want it? After a while, Wen Yu nodded again. So you are easy to control. Of course, I won't have you do this or that for no reason. After all, in my eyes, wild beasts are more powerful when they remain wild. They also grow faster. Then the sovereign waved his hand towards Wen Yu. A massive sense of power filled Wen Yu's body, even stronger than before. This is considered an extra reward for you, raising your physical qualities to Tier 3 peak. No need to thank me. By the way, there's also your little soul beast. Speaking of which, the soul master profession can also be considered one of the powerful professions. With another wave of the sovereign's hand, the physical qualities of the little soul beast rapidly rose. Within just a few seconds, both Wen Yu and the little soul beast reached Tier 3 peak strength. However, Wen Yu felt no joy in his heart at this. Because no matter how strong, one still has to be subject to others. Don't be unhappy. You must think that if it weren't for me, you might have to take another path of enhancement, for example, to live like beasts, eating raw flesh and drinking blood. Who knows? Hearing the sovereign's words, Wen Yu snorted coldly. So I should thank you for that, as long as you're happy. By the way, our story isn't over yet. The sovereign paused slightly and continued. We just mentioned that human desires are stronger than those of beasts, which is a strength but also a weakness. And the weakness is like this. As the outer layers of corpses were peeled away one by one, the body of the little dragon was finally exposed. Its scales were torn apart significantly, along with some flesh becoming a bloody mess. However, the injuries on its body were merely superficial wounds for the little dragon. What's just happened is quite interesting. Just as Wen Yu was looking at the little dragon, which had closed its eyes and appeared as if it were sleeping, the sovereign's voice came again. This divine beast species is very strong, exceptionally strong. With your strength just now, you absolutely could not defeat him. No, it's still tough now. In fact, at this time, aside from the first rank, no human could defeat him. However, he chose to give up in the battlefield of the two realms. He could not attack his comrades who had fought alongside him. He even gave up his proud defense, fully exposing his weaknesses to the surrounding creatures. Perhaps in his eyes, those humans and mutated beasts are all friends, are they not? The sovereign looked at Wen Yu with a half-smile, continuing, but he is not the only one with this idea. The mutated beasts that died around him did not intend to harm him, but to protect him. They first tore apart the scales of this divine beast, then immediately bled themselves, covering the divine beast with their own corpses, making it difficult for the outside creatures to notice that this divine beast had not sustained too much injury. Then, a Tier 3 mutated beast activated a special ability. Last Blessing B-grade active ability. With their own life, bless a single individual, where the blessed target cannot exceed the host's level. Once the blessing takes effect, the target will enter a hibernation state for 1 day, during which they will not be disturbed by the outside world and will not produce any life fluctuations. After the hibernation ends, all injuries will be completely healed. When receiving external attacks, they will resist the damage, and the blessed creature will awaken. The healing of injuries depends on the length of the hibernation. Please carry my love and continue to live. A rather useless ability, right? But the fundamental purpose of this ability is to prevent this divine beast from perceiving the thoughts of his friends, his kin. At least half of the mutated beasts chose to guard him. They charged up the corpse mountain one after another, reinforcing the defenses of the mountain, or they stubbornly resisted the surrounding, selfish, mutated beasts and humans. You should be able to imagine that if it weren't for me, you would go check this pile of corpses, and you would also find that this divine beast is not dead. However, when you attacked him, this divine beast would completely awaken. When he sees that only you are left and perceives the thoughts of the mutated beasts that died for him, do you think he would still choose to let you kill him? At that time, no matter what happens, he will survive. When you remain silent, quietly gazing at the already cold corpses of mutated beasts around him, as well as the peacefully sleeping little dragon. So you humans of this race have too many desires, which also leads to too many thoughts. Now, very few of you understand what it means to give, what it means to sacrifice, and what it means to protect. You are not pure enough. Then what now? Should I kill him? After listening to the sovereign's words, Wen Yu fell silent for a moment before asking. The sovereign shrugged in response. Why would I? Don't you still need a spirit pet? Wen Yu was about to speak, but swallowed his words. For the sovereign, the cooldown time of the contract was truly not an issue. The rules of this battlefield state that only one creature can survive, right? Hearing Wen Yu's question, the sovereign nodded. If you contract him, he will naturally count as part of you. You must know that I will be very lenient and easy to communicate with when it comes to victors. Go ahead, wake him up and communicate with him. I will step in to help you eliminate the cooldown time of the contract. I am also very curious to see what kind of changes will occur when the representative of the Earths will join forces with my rank 2. 2 iron rods, fused together, will become larger and longer. When you thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Then first clear away the corpses around here. I don't want him to see all this bloody mess. By the way, don't touch that one. When you pointed at son Ruixing's corpse, the sovereign nodded in agreement. As you wish. With a wave of the sovereign's hand, the barrier that had enveloped the battlefield of the 2 realms instantly vanished. Everything returned to its original state, except for son Ruixing's corpse and the little dragon in front of Wen Yu. Then the white light in the sovereign's hand swept over Wen Yu. First, I will help you eliminate the cooldown time of the contract's power, and then I will give you your rewards. The rest will depend on you. The Soul Master is one of the professions I personally created, and naturally, I will take it more seriously. Although this profession does not belong to a unique category, its potential for development is quite vast. What's more interesting is that it involves the soul level, which is a taboo that I have yet to understand. Do you think your soul strike skill is inferior compared to other S-rank skills? Hearing the sovereign's words, Wen Yu directly nodded. Not to mention the S-rank skill on the Cyclops, just the soul beast's other skill, Phantom, was 100 times more effective than Soul Strike. There are no useless abilities, only useless practitioners. The reason you cannot bring out the effect of Soul Strike is that you lack something? What is it? Wen Yu raised his eyebrows at the sovereign. These. After speaking, the sovereign placed 3 items in front of Wen Yu. They were 2 guns and a pendant. Before Wen Yu could approach to inspect them, the sovereign's voice rang out again. Many years ago, it was a long, long time ago, when I first opened the war with the demonic clan, the rank 1 of that planet was the Soul Master profession. Of course, it ended in failure. But that Soul Master, at the last moment of his life, infused everything into the 3 items in front of you. Since then, these 3 items have become the exclusive equipment of the Soul Master. These 3 pieces of equipment have been sealed with me for countless worlds because, in the past, those Soul Masters treated this profession as a simple summoner class, relying entirely on the battle power of their spirit pets as their means of combat. At this point, the Sovereign shook his head. They simply didn't understand that even spirit pets are considered external forces. The truly powerful always comes from within. And then, there's this. After finishing, the Sovereign took out a black pill from the space before him. This item is made from the essence of flesh and blood of all the demonic creatures in this battlefield of the 2 realms, and it is your second spirit pet. So, these are all the rewards. Do you have any questions? When you looked at the Sovereign, and after a long while he pushed the 4 items back. I don't want any of these, I want him resurrected. Can it be done with these rewards as the price? Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the Sovereign paused for a moment and then laughed. Sure, as soon as the words left his mouth, 10 naked, son Ruixing, bodies suddenly appeared in front of Wen Yu. These correspond to bodies with physical attributes ranging from 10-100 points. Reviving him is quite simple. I will infuse his memories into the body, and he will naturally be considered resurrected, upon hearing the sovereign's words when you clenched his fists tightly. That's not resurrection. That's just cloning. In my eyes, that is resurrection. The sovereign's indifferent voice caused Wenyu to curse out loud. Damn it! Suit yourself, so you don't want my resurrection service then. Goodbye. After saying this, the sovereign's figure flickered and instantly disappeared. Wenyu looked complexly at the spot where the sovereign had vanished, then glanced at Sun Ruixing's corpse not far away. After a while, he shook his head, carefully examining the so-called rewards in front of him. Wenyu first picked up the little pill. Essence of flesh and blood A-rank item, crafted from the essence of flesh and blood of demonic creatures by the sovereign. However, the clearly careless workmanship led to a significant loss of internal power. If a mutated beast consumes it, its physical attributes will surge, directly reaching the peak of its current level. However, please note that this item will expire after 3 days, and its attributes will not take effect after expiration. With nothing more to say, Wenyu summoned the Cyclops and directly fed the essence of flesh and blood to it. After seeing the Cyclops devour the essence of flesh and blood, it immediately fell into a deep sleep. Wenyu put the Cyclops away and began to examine the 3 items of exclusive Soul Master equipment in front of him. The first one he picked up was a compact handgun. The handgun was small, resembling an old-style revolver, but the intricate patterns on it made Wenyu feel a wave of dizziness as he stared at it. Soul Throb exclusive weapon for Soul Masters. Attribute 1, exclusive, only Soul Masters can use this weapon. Attribute 2, growth. The weapon perfectly fits the host and its attack power increases as the host's level rises. Each attack's power is equivalent to the host's current physical attributes. Attribute 3, soul armament. No matter how far the weapon is from the host, when the master needs it, the throb will appear before the master. Attribute 4, infinite firepower. The bullets of the throb have no numerical limit. They only consume a small amount of the host's stamina. Attribute 5, additional. The throb's attacks can add all of the host's abilities. Attribute 6, soul throb. The initial cry of the soul is throb, the touch of the soul is throb, and the extinction of the soul is also throb. When the throb hits an enemy, the power of soul strike will be maximized. This weapon will eliminate enemies from a spiritual level. With 6 attributes, the gun was an exclusive weapon for soul masters. Holding the throb tightly in his right hand, Wenyu could clearly feel the throb's cheer and excitement. It was a connection stemming from the soul, as well as a deep-seated satisfaction and joy. At the same time, another gun, a short gun nearly half a meter long, emitted a low buzzing sound. Wenyu picked up the short gun with his left hand, and waves of spiritual fluctuations transmitted to Wenyu's mind. Meanwhile, the short gun in his left hand and the throb in his right seemed to be connected by an unknown force, emitting soft glimmers before slowly disappearing from Wenyu's hands. With a thought from Wenyu, the 2 guns instantly appeared before him. Wenyu then began to examine the short gun in his left hand. Ancient, weathered, with patterns similar to the throb. Flesh and Blood Mad Song exclusive weapon for Soul Masters. Attribute 1, exclusive, only Soul Masters can use this weapon. Attribute 2, growth. The weapon perfectly fits the host and its attack power increases as the host's level rises. Each attack's power is double that of the host's current physical attributes. Attribute 3, soul armament. No matter how far the weapon is from the host, when the master needs it, the mad song will appear before the master. Attribute 4, infinite firepower. The mad song's bullets have no numerical limit. They only consume a small amount of the host's stamina. Attribute 5, additional. The mad song's attacks can add all of the host's abilities. Attribute 6, flesh and blood mad song. This weapon symbolizes the wildness and brutality hidden deep within a creature's heart. When using the mad song to hit an enemy, it will inflict 3 negative effects: extinction, explosion, and tearing. Who dares to say that physical destruction is not terrifying? The combination of throb and mad song can activate the ultimate ability. Extinction of all beings combination ability, no rank. The combined ability of throb and mad song releases the most destructive energy wave from the gun muzzles, delivering a dual strike to the enemy's body and soul. If the enemy hit dies, they will release soul fragments that can be absorbed by the soul-shattering mirror. Each activation requires consuming all of the host's remaining stamina, 2 powerful guns. Then the soul-shattering mirror is referring to you. When you picked up the last remaining reward, the seemingly ordinary pendant. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Wenyu's mind. Soul-shattering mirror exclusive item for Soul Masters. Absorbs the soul fragments of living beings destroyed by the extinction of all beings. The host can use Soul Strike to extract skills from the soul fragments. The extracted skills can only be learned by soul beasts, and each soul beast can obtain up to 3 skills from the soul-shattering mirror. Remaining uses 3/3. When the soul-shattering mirror runs out of uses, the absorbed soul fragments will condense into high-quality magic crystals, which can be used to nurture the soul realm. Upon seeing the description of the soul-shattering mirror, Wen Yu understood. Previously, there were still aspects of the soul master profession that Wen Yu didn't fully grasp, such as when a soul beast dies, the soul realm collapses and needs nurturing with high-quality magic crystals. So what exactly are high-quality magic crystals? Earlier, when you thought that the magic crystals from ancient demons were high-quality magic crystals. Now it seems that the magic crystals from ancient demons may or may not be, and when you cannot be sure. However, the emergence of the soul-shattering mirror gave Wen Yu a source for high-quality magic crystals. But that would only occur after the soul-shattering mirror extracts skills 3 times. After organizing the treasures left by the sovereign, Wen Yu turned to look at the empty Che town, then glanced at the still sleeping little dragon not far away, and slowly walked to Sun Ruixing's corpse. Looking at Sun Ruixing's slightly serene face, Wen Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. "Let me build a grave for you." Wen Yu personally dug the grave, personally placed Sun Ruixing's body into the grave, then personally chopped down a massive tree and carved out a huge tombstone. The tombstone read, "This is a righteous person, a person of principles." His life was originally very ordinary, raising children and providing for his family, experiencing the sweet and bitter aspects of life, and feeling the love and hatred of existence. However, in the final stage of his life, he was destined to become an extraordinary person. When the apocalypse descended, it destroyed his family, his wife, and perhaps even his daughter. Yet it did not destroy his conscience, his kindness, or the softest part of his heart. Countless people were able to survive in the apocalypse because of him. The outcome may not have been great, but at least he tried, he put in effort, and he sacrificed for it. This is something I may not be able to do, nor would I necessarily choose to do. Perhaps his strength was weak, but he had a noble soul. I often ask myself this question: what is my greatest ideal? Before the apocalypse began, my ideal was to earn a lot of money and live a life above others. Once the apocalypse started, my ideal became to survive. But this person told me that some things are worth protecting with one's life, worth giving everything for. Maybe I haven't found that something yet, but I will strive to find it. This person used his life to tell me that even in hell there can be sunshine. Even in despair, humanity can shine. Even in the apocalypse, do not forget that you are a human being and not a cold-blooded animal. Some people are alive, but no one will remember their names. Like me, some people die, yet they live forever in the hearts of others. Like you, this is dedicated to my first teammate, my first comrade, my first friend, Sun Ruixing. Wen Yu offers this, as Wen Yu withdrew the touch of greed from his hand. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Writing an epitaph is not a simple matter. But when Wen Yu recalled every little moment spent with Sun Ruixing, all the words flowed out naturally. He remembered the time in Birch Forest Town when Sun Ruixing had broken down, telling him, "Everyone is dead." He recalled their first night in Che Town when Sun Ruixing said to him, "He looks a lot like my daughter." He thought of the treasure land where Sun Ruixing had carried him on his back while holding the fourth prince in his arms, stumbling through the last stretch of their journey. He remembered the night on the roof of their little stronghold, where he and Sun Ruixing drank together and talked about trivial matters until dawn. He thought about how he had just pierced Sun Ruixing's heart with his own hands. So many memories, so many that Wen Yu didn't even notice the little dragon nearby slowly waking up. "What are you doing?" When the familiar yet childish mental waves entered Wen Yu's mind, he finally reacted. He put down the cigarette in his hand, stood up, and looked toward the little dragon. The previously torn scales had regrown, and as the little dragon emitted mental waves toward Wen Yu, it was looking around, seemingly searching for something. "You're awake!" Wen Yu greeted the little dragon with a slight smile. The large dragon head lightly nodded twice, acknowledging Wen Yu's words. "You still haven't told me what you were just doing. I saw you writing a lot of things, but I couldn't understand." "You mean this?" Wen Yu gently patted the tombstone he had placed on Sun Ruixing's grave and said seriously to the little dragon, "This is the story of what just happened. Do you want me to read it to you?" The little dragon slowly shrank its body back to how it looked when they first met, then climbed up Wen Yu's pant leg to his shoulder, with its vertical pupils seriously staring into Wen Yu's eyes. Wen Yu saw that in those eyes there was only purity. Then Wen Yu's deep, slow voice began to speak. Just now a flash of white light passed and the little dragon immediately fell into a deep sleep. Then the sovereign's voice rang out once again. He said, "The rules just now were only a joke for you. You performed well in the previous battlefield of the two realms, but the main reason was because of an invincible little dragon. Now I will use a skill to put the little dragon to sleep again, and I will reopen the battlefield of the two realms." After the sovereign finished speaking, the demon realm gate opened once more, but the power of the demon realm gate had already been nearly exhausted from the last time. So this time, only a very few demonic creatures flowed into the battlefield. Under the brave fight of humans and mutated beasts, we achieved victory again. Then the sovereign said, "As a reward, I will send you to a place without disputes, without battles, where there is an abundance of food. But the little dragon cannot go because he did not contribute in the second battlefield of the two realms." With a flash of white light, everyone, including me, went to that place. The air there was very fresh, without the rotten smell here. There were countless foods, with every tree bearing various kinds of food, whether meat or vegetables. There were no enemies, and the space was vast. All lives could thrive beautifully there. The little dragon listened attentively to Wen Yu's words and noticed a hint of emptiness in Wen Yu's eyes, unable to help but ask, "I can understand a little of what you said, but why didn't you stay there?" "Because all the mutated beasts came to find me, asking me to come down and keep you company, saying they were afraid you would be lonely." The little dragon nodded, seemingly understanding. "That place is really that good? Yes, it's very beautiful. They are really unfair to have such a good place and not invite me." The little dragon let out warm breaths against Wen Yu's neck and seemed quite upset. After a while, the little dragon finally calmed down and said to Wen Yu, "They will be very happy, right?" Wen Yu nodded affirmatively. "They definitely will. Then I can rest assured." Wen Yu looked once more at the Chafe town that had been restored by the sovereign, then turned and walked away into the distance. The little dragon on his shoulder continued to murmur endlessly. Its words conveyed the meaning that it had wasted time protecting those mutated beasts, only to find out that such good things were not shared with it, and it kept mumbling that when they returned, they must bring it some delicious food. "By the way, now there are no living creatures left in Chafe town. What are you planning to do?" I don't know. I want to stay here, but I'm hungry." Seeing the little dragon's pitiful expression, Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Come with me. If you follow me, you'll have friends, lots and lots of friends, and there will be plenty of food, lots and lots of food." "Will they be friends just like that big dog and you?" The little dragon blinked its eyes and asked Wen Yu. Wen Yu nodded, "Yes, and food." Seeing the little dragon's slightly evasive eyes, Wen Yu suddenly burst out laughing. "Plenty. Then I'll go with you. It's a promise. Plenty of food, pinky swear." Wen Yu gently hooked the little dragon's outstretched paw, affirming. Plenty, the power of the contract, slowly enveloped the little dragon, and then a mysterious soul connection linked deeply to the essence of the little dragon and Wen Yu's souls. "By the way, you still don't have a name, right?" "A name? What's that?" "Well, how to say it, it's just a way to call each other among friends." "I don't have one." As Wen Yu and the little dragon walked further away, a voice from Wen Yu slowly emerged. "From now on, I'll call you Xing." Zhang Ziao ran forward madly, trying to evade the attacks coming from behind him. It was frustrating. He had his eye on a small supermarket that hadn't been looted. You have to know, it had been over a month since the apocalypse began, and finding an untouched supermarket in the city was truly a blessing from the Buddha. Yes, Zhang Ziao believed in Buddha. However, the Buddha did not protect Zhang Ziao, at least not until the end. As Zhang Ziao was desperately stuffing items into his backpack, he inadvertently saw a small boy standing at the door. He was under 10 years old, and at that age he posed no threat in Zhang Zio's eyes. So Zhang Zio gestured for the boy to be quiet, but unexpectedly. "Brothers, someone dares to rob our supplies. Grab your weapons and kill him." In the midst of Zhang Zio's stunned expression, a large group of kids burst out from every corner of the small alley. Their dirty appearance and clothes couldn't hide their true nature. These kids were all first-level practitioners. Heaven knows how children this small could kill zombies and mutated beasts and jump up to smash zombies' heads. Just imagining that scene was too beautiful. Before Zhang Zio could react, various skills or flying kitchen knives and stones came flying towards him. This is really frustrating. Watching the endless ranged attacks from behind, Zhang Zio was completely at a loss. It's a simple principle. You can't judge the combat strength of practitioners by age. As a first-level practitioner, Zhang Zio was all alone. Behind him, there were over 10 first-level kids' troops. Even though adults are indeed stronger than children with the same physical qualities, it was simply not enough to make up for the difference in numbers. Zhang Zio had no choice but to run. Fortunately, as an adult male, Zhang Zio had longer legs than the kids. Long legs mean running fast. When Zhang Zio was forced to throw away his backpack, the kids behind finally stopped chasing. A childish yet serious shout came from behind. "Next time, if you dare to come to our territory, I'll beat the shit out of you. I won't stoop to the level of a bunch of kids." Zhang Zio lowered his head, silently complaining, or rather comforting himself. But when Zhang Ziao looked around at his surroundings, he realized the reason the kids weren't chasing anymore. "I've run straight into the mountains. Brave man, let's negotiate." Zhang Ziao hesitated for a moment but still emerged from the forest, giving a bitter smile to the group of kids standing there waving their weapons. Zhang Ziao had no choice. This area originally didn't belong to the mountains, but due to the rapid expansion of mutated plants, it had long been covered in green. And anywhere covered in green is a forbidden zone for humans, just as the steel-forged cities are forbidden zones for mutated beasts. Although it hasn't been long since the apocalypse began, strict boundaries have slowly begun to form, and they will only become stricter, because this is fundamental to preventing large-scale wars between humans and mutated beasts. Hearing Zhang Ziao's words, the leading boy smirked disdainfully. "What, not running anymore? You can keep running, I won't chase." Seeing the boy sizing him up, Zhang Ziao forced a smile. Human adaptability is incredibly strong. In less than 2 months, it was enough to establish a set of unspoken rules or an order that shouldn't be made public. Calmly placing the steel knife in his hand on the ground, Zhang Ziao took a deep breath. "Brave man, toll fee." The boy in front looked Zhang Ziao up and down, pretending to be mature. "Not enough. Don't go too far, you little brats. You want my protective gear, too. Do you know how long I've spent collecting these 2 pieces of equipment? Even the city entrance fee in the central gathering area isn't as high as what you're charging." Zhang Ziao immediately jumped in anger. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ziao stood there, stripped down to nothing, with only his steel knife and protective gear lying on the ground. The leading boy nodded. "We'll escort you out. You have no objections, right?" Naturally, Zhang Ziao had no objections. Of course, he felt no resentment in his heart, because this kind of thing is something every group in the city would do. It's an unspoken rule. And being alone, he simply couldn't resist these people, even if they were a bunch of kids living on the city's edge. "No problem, I understand the rules, but I hope you all follow the rules too," Zhang Ziao nodded. "Of course, we're not as shameless as you adults." The leading boy rolled his eyes. "All right," Zhang Ziao took a deep breath, just about to step out of the forest when suddenly a hand slapped on his shoulder. "Damn, save me!" The sudden touch caught Zhang Ziao off guard, and he didn't have time to identify what kind of creature had touched him. His instincts developed shortly after the apocalypse kicked in, causing him to rush towards the group of kids. After all, compared to the unknown, those kids in front of him were more reliable. As Zhang Ziao got closer to the kids, he gradually realized that the children were far more composed than he was. Zhang Ziao then turned around to examine the being that had suddenly touched him. It was obviously a person. Though their clothes were a bit dirty and their hair long and messy, it was indeed a person. Thinking about how he had been startled by a person, jumping around in panic and failing even to cover his brother, Zhang Ziao instantly felt a surge of anger. Just as he wanted to loudly curse out the sudden appearance of the strange person, he was unexpectedly interrupted by the Kid King beside him. The person who came out from the woods, if you want to pass through here, you have to pay a toll." "Toll?" the stranger spoke. "How much?" The Kid King sneered. "Old relic who still uses money. I'm talking about magic crystals. Do you know what those are?" "Oh, I know about magic crystals," the stranger replied, slowly walking forward while observing the surroundings. "By the way, is this Mudanjiang City?" Perhaps because of the stranger's calm demeanor, the people around were somewhat confused, and the Kid King hesitated for a moment before nodding. "The changes are really big." A sigh escaped the stranger's lips, and then sounds came from the woods behind him. And the noise was quite loud. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, a nearly 10-meter-high dog emerged from the mountain forest behind. At 10 meters tall, it was even higher than the trees at the forest's edge. With grayish-white short fur standing like steel needles, its fierce mouth clutched a mutated wild boar, and on the dog's head was a black creature resembling a small lizard. "Monster, monster!" Zhang Ziao and a whole group of children stared dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of the one-eyed creature, instantly gasping in cold air, with the more timid ones collapsing to the ground. "What level of mutated beast is this?" Zhang Ziao looked at the still composed stranger, then at the giant dog that had quietly followed behind the stranger, swallowing hard. "By the way, how much toll did you mention earlier? I can't afford too much." You are amazing for listening to chapters 101 to 200 of Doomsday Summoning Frenzy. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.